Chapter 1. Am I Beerus? Ding, ding, ding. A sudden, urgent alarm jolted Zhao Yi awake from his slumber. Who on earth lacks common decency and sets an alarm at this early hour? Yawning, Zhao Yi reached out and smacked the clock beside his pillow to silence it. Abruptly, he found himself bewildered by the scene before him. What in the world is this purple hand? Am I about to? Zhao Yi soon realized he was no longer in his familiar abode, but rather in a room where the clock hovered nearby. Before he could comprehend the bizarre situation, a blue-faced man with white hair standing upright, wielding a scepter, approached his bedside with a smile. Zhao Yi immediately sensed that this individual was anything but ordinary. Goodness, what is that flamboyant gesture with his hand? He must be a cross-dresser. Indeed, the man spoke in a voice reminiscent of a character from television, adopting an exaggerated tone. Lord Beerus, you have finally awakened. You've been asleep for 700 years, and I missed you dearly. The tone of this voice made Zhao Yi's expression shift instantly, prompting him to wrap himself in the blanket, revealing only his eyes. Get out. I can rise on my own. Zhao Yi's terrified exclamation rendered Whis as melancholic as a young girl. Lord Beerus, you've changed, you no longer care for me. He lamented, dramatically covering his face as if in tears. Zhao Yi was utterly baffled by being addressed as Beerus. Beerus? Did he just call me Beerus? Could it be? He hastily checked beneath the covers. Of course, he wasn't inspecting for any unwanted surprises. Oh no, a tail. An utterly bare tail. After patting his head, realization dawned upon Zhao Yi. Good grief, I have transformed into Beerus. At that moment, a flood of information surged into his mind, enlightening him about his identity, responsibilities, and the utilization of the power within his new form. Whis, stop your melodramatics, and tell me why you summoned me. Zhao Yi shot a glance at Whis, who was still putting on an act. As he rose to wash his face, he continued, Oh, my Lord Beerus is washing his face all by himself, how astonishing. Whis floated behind Zhao Yi, sending a chill down his spine. Could you please refrain from hovering behind me? It feels rather unsettling, Zhao Yi remarked, feeling queasy at the sight of his feline visage in the mirror. Lord Beerus, why are you yelling at me? Woe is me. Whis' face fell, and he seemed on the verge of tears once again. All right, enough of that. Quickly, state the matter at hand. Why did you wake me? Unable to bear Whis' impending tears, Zhao Yi waved his hand, urging him to get to the point. Well, there's not much to report. The ancient Majin Buu has been awakened by a sorcerer named Bibidi, and he has already destroyed thousands of planets. Whis' expression shifted faster than a child's, and he spoke to Zhao Yi with a bright smile. Is this taking place thousands of years before the original story? Is this awakening a result of Buu's actions in the realm of the Kais? Zhao Yi felt a wave of trouble wash over him just as he emerged. He was expected to work. However, it seemed rather entertaining nonetheless. Isn't it the responsibility of the Kais to handle such destruction? Why drag me into this? Or do you wish to change your destroyer? Zhao Yi shot a glance at Whis' reflection in the mirror before starting to brush his teeth. I would like to, but this Majin Buu is far too unintelligent for that. Moreover, the Kais have already engaged in battle with Buu. I fear they might all perish, and if that happens, you will meet your end as well. Whis' cheerful words made Zhao Yi halt his brushing. Oh no, how could I have forgotten that? Quickly spitting out the mouthwash, Zhao Yi donned his destroyer attire. Let's go. Whis, we must confront that troublesome Majin Buu. Anyone who dares to usurp my role is courting death. Though Zhao Yi appeared calm, anxiety churned within him. If he arrived late and Buu slaughtered everyone, he would perish shortly after becoming a destroyer. At your command, Lord Beerus. Perceiving Zhao Yi's forced composure, Whis covered his mouth and smiled slightly before sweeping his scepter across the ground, instantly transporting them away from the realm of the destroyers. In the distant realm of the Kais. Damn it, after absorbing the South Kai, his power has increased manifold. At this moment, the minor character North Kai had met his end. The formidable South Kai had been absorbed by Majin Buu, leaving only the lesser East Kai Shin, the beautiful West Kai, and the Grand Kai still alive. Ha 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 Buu, hurry and eliminate these detestable Kais soon. I shall be the ruler of the universe. Bibidi cackled from behind Bu, surveying the three battered kites before him. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Bu's eyes, which he concealed due to Bibidi's ability to seal him once more. This aura of menace had never been present before. On the opposing side, the Grand Kai seemed to sense a change in Bu after he absorbed the South Kai. You too, the stability of the universe now rests upon your shoulders. The Grand Kai's words momentarily stunned the two. Suddenly, the Grand Kai teleported behind Bu and enveloped him in an embrace. Simultaneously, a powerful light erupted from his body. Oh no, he's about to self-destruct. Bu, be careful. Bibidi quickly erected an energy shield for himself and shamelessly fled. Meanwhile, the captured Bu let out a chilling laugh and transformed into a mass of pink liquid, engulfing the Grand Kai entirely. Oh no, he's going to absorb the Grand Kai. The West Kai hastily unleashed a barrage of attacks at Bu in an attempt to dislodge him from the Grand Kai. Regrettably, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Her attacks were absorbed by Bu without effect. Beside her, the East Kai Shin was rendered speechless with fear. Well done, Bu. Eliminate those detestable Kais. From within his protective shield, Bibidi laughed heartily. Is this truly amusing? Chapter 2. If I must die, don't drag me with you. As Bibidi continued to cackle, he suddenly felt a massive hand clasp his shoulder, sending a wave of terror coursing through him. Who are you? Bibidi dared not move an inch, having sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the figure behind him. Ah, Lord Beerus, you really ought to contain your aura. Look how you frightened him. At that moment, Whis gracefully descended from the sky with a smile. Whis, it's Lord Whis. And Lord Beerus, this is wonderful, saved. These Kai exclaimed with excitement with Beerus present. What threat could a mere Bu pose? I pay my respects to you, Lord Beerus, the Destroyer. The West Kai, unlike Shin, did not panic. She promptly approached Zhao Yi and spoke respectfully. What? You are the legendary Destroyer? I must warn you, once my Bu has consumed the Grand Kai, he will swallow you as well. Bibidi was taken aback. His master had always cautioned him against provoking certain individuals, first the Kais, then the Destroyers. Yet here he was, not only having angered the Kais, but also having killed a few. What could this so-called Destroyer do? Ah, no need for formalities after all. Your gods of my caliber, Beerus replied coldly, casting a disinterested glance at the reverent West Kai before shifting his gaze to the raucous Bibidi he held in his grip. And you? What are you going to do about it? Bibidi maintained his bravado, even while in Beerus' grasp. Your time is up. Beerus flashed a slight smile, and in an instant, a purple light flashed in Bibidi's terrified eyes, and he vanished from existence. It's over just like that? Shin stared bewildered at the spot where Bibidi had just been, astonished that the one orchestrating Bu was so effortlessly obliterated. No, Bu still remains. It is not over yet. As the Western Kaioshin concluded his tale, the Eastern Kaioshin quickly spotted the formidable Majin Bu transforming rapidly not far away. His expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to hastily retreat behind Beerus for cover. Goodness, is this fellow truly so timid? Observing the Kaioshin's cowardice, Beerus was left speechless, realizing why this character appeared so horrified in the original narrative upon encountering powerful beings. It seems that if all goes as expected, this lad will become the comedic relief of Dragon Ball in the years to come. Zhao Yi would never wish to intertwine his fate with such a coward. I wonder how one might sever this damned fate link. The notion of the god of destruction being bound to the Kaioshin was, to Zhao Yi, the most absurd predicament he had ever faced. To think that a weakling with a power level at Super Saiyan 2 would be connected to someone who could obliterate foes at Super Saiyan 3 and beyond. Just as Zhao Yi was lost in thought, Bu had already fully absorbed the Grand Kaioshin. As for Zhao Yi's reluctance to intervene and save the Grand Kaioshin, it was quite simple. Why would Beerus have the inclination to rescue someone who was determined to march to their own demise? Despite the opportunity to reach out for help, the Grand Kaioshin stubbornly persisted until his end, dragging down 4 other Kaioshins with him. Fortunately, Zhao Yi's intervention allowed the Western Kaioshin to survive. Before them, A mass of soft flesh soon transformed into a charmingly rotund pink figure. Ah, Bibidi is dead. Splendid. Now I can indulge in my favorite games every day. Shortling, the pudgy Bew reveled in his preferred pastime of wanton destruction, while Bibidi had aimed to conquer the universe. Did you slay Bibidi? As a token of gratitude, I shall turn you into my favorite chocolate treat. Bew cast a glance at Beerus, a glint of bloodlust flickering in his narrowed eyes. Oh, Bew seems to be getting angry, Layla. Hurry and hide. The Eastern Kaioshin's face turned pale with fear as he urgently beckoned the Western Kaioshin. Zhao Yi, witnessing the scene, felt cold sweat trickling down his back. This cannot continue. I must terminate this link. What if this fool gets scared to death? Just as this thought crossed Zhao Yi's mind, a beam of white light shot toward him. Prepare to become chocolate. Bew chuckled, clutching his belly. As he observed the incoming white energy, Zhao Yi felt a wave of boredom wash over him. With a slight flick of his finger, he declared destruction. A flash of purple light erupted, and the white energy vanished in an instant. Why didn't you turn into chocolate? Bew scratched his head in confusion. That is a question best pondered later. Whiz seal him. Beerus yawned, completely uninterested in Bew, whose power was far beneath his own. At your service, Lord Beerus. Whiz smiled as he waved his staff, striking the oblivious Bew on the head. Ouch, 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 ouch. As Bew clutched his head and screamed, his body erupted with countless pink gases, enveloping him in a swirling cocoon that ultimately formed a colossal egg. Whis is truly remarkable. He dealt with Bew in an instant. Layla, did you see that? Zin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Whis. Enough of that foolishness, Layla chided, casting a disapproving glance at Exan before bowing again to Beerus. Thank you, Lord Beerus. We were indeed overconfident otherwise. The Grand Kaioshin would not have perished. Layla expressed her sorrow to Zhao Yi, remorse evident on her face. Recognizing your mistakes is better late than never. Remember, your lives are not solely yours should you perish. Do not drag me down with you. In the future, inform me in advance if trouble arises. Zhao Yi scoffed, his primary concern being his own survival, regardless of whether the other party was attractive. Having said that, he departed with Whis. Chapter 3. Beerus, you have been training behind my back. Lord Beerus, are we returning now? Whis inquired, observing Beerus lost in thought amidst the radiant glow. Return for what? It is not often that we venture out. By the way, do you know how to sever the life link between me and the Kaioshin? Zhao Yi had no desire to remain tethered to those weaklings. Unfortunately, there is no way to sever it, unless Lord Beerus no longer wishes to be the god of destruction. However, relinquishing that role would mean forfeiting your long lifespan. Whis replied with a cheerful demeanor. Damn it, this is ridiculous. Zhao Yi's expression darkened. Without a lengthy life, considering the millennia he had already lived, would not abandoning the role of god of destruction render him powerless? This cannot continue. I must seek the Super Dragon Balls. They should provide a solution. Upon reaching this thought, Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Weiss, are you familiar with the Super Dragon Balls? Can they assist me in severing this link? Zhao Yi fixated on Weiss, who maintained a perpetual smile. This fellow had been monitoring him daily, and once he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly give him a good thrashing. How could Lord Beerus possibly be aware of such a thing? The Super Dragon Balls are artifacts created by the Dragon God, whose stature surpasses even that of Lord Zeno. Indeed, the Super Dragon Balls could dissolve the link, but that would necessitate an audience with Lord Kampa, whom Lord Beerus despises, Weiss said, offering no further elaboration. While he was tasked with observing Zhao Yi, it was merely to ensure that he adhered to the appropriate protocols, as long as he did not infringe upon the interests of the angel race. All else was inconsequential. Very well, what's one Kampa? I'll take it down every time I encounter him, but he even snatched my snacks when we were children. The mere mention of Kampa ignited a fiery rage within Zhao Yi, influenced by memories of the past. Indeed, brothers were the most suitable adversaries. Since Lord Beerus is indifferent to this encounter, let us set forth. Weiss chuckled, and with a flick of his staff, the two transformed into beams of light, vanishing amidst the stars, With Weiss's staff capable of probing the cosmos and the information gleaned from the Oracle Zuno, they arrived 3 days later. Zhao Yi gazed upon the 7 colossal Super Dragon Balls before him, a faint smile gracing his features. Finally, he no longer had to worry about accidentally meeting his demise that day. Zhao Yi subtly gestured towards Weiss. I say, Beerus, is it not rather disrespectful for you to pilfer from me in the 6th universe? At that moment, a voice Zhao Yi genuinely despised echoed from behind him. Well, here we are. Zhao Yi turned with a cold expression to behold a rotund cat clad in the attire of a destroyer god, standing before him, accompanied by an angel strikingly similar to Weiss. Kampa, how did you know I was here? Zhao Yi pondered, having taken great care alongside Weiss to keep their movements discreet, yet Kampa had still managed to uncover their presence. What? Did you refer to me as Beerus? Are you seeking a fight? Kampa's expression shifted dramatically, entirely disregarding Beerus's query, as he charged toward him, fists raised. What? Do you think I'm a soft target? Come at me. I am not afraid. Zhao Yi was seething with anger, launching forward with his own fists. Unlike the Beerus of the original tale, Zhao Yi now stood at the pinnacle of the destroyer gods, delivering a flurry of blows that left Kampa howling in distress. Beerus, you dare train in my absence. Such audacity. However, Kampa was no pushover. Despite being battered and bruised by Zhao Yi, he sought to retaliate. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted from a void, causing the very fabric of space to tear apart, and the entire 6th universe began to tremble. The 2 once smiling angels now bore grave expressions. Boom! Just then, Zhao Yi was struck in the face by Kampa, who paid the price of having been hit 100 times. In an instant, the entire space froze. Kampa could hardly believe his own fist. Zhao Yi, equally bewildered, touched his swollen I actually hit Beerus. Kampa, in a fit of exhilaration, sought to press the advantage. You struck my eye? Yet, Zhao Yi's darkened countenance swiftly changed Kampa's demeanor. That was an accident. An accident. Look, I was hit even more. Kampa completely ignored his role as the victim, hastily pointing at his own face, hoping to elicit sympathy from Beerus. Humph, it's even now. Zhao Yi coldly huffed, glancing at the widening rifts around them. Ceasing his assault, if this continued, Weiss and the others would intervene. All right, it's even. Kampa had no desire to endure further punishment, quickly retreating behind Beerus for cover. By the way, how did you know we were in the 6th universe? Beerus, you weren't idly observing the cosmos and happened to catch sight of us, were you? Zhao Yi, exasperated, shot a glance at Beerus, who stood in front of Kampa. Lord Beerus is indeed astute. Just yesterday, I was scouting for quality cosmetics. Despite being a deity, I'm still the bane of all girlsage. Is it not infuriating? I happen to see you and Weiss stealthily searching for the Super Dragon Balls. The most vexing part was that Weiss snatched the last piece of my favorite cosmetics. As she spoke, Beerus's sister, Vados, glared at Weiss with indignation. What? Just for this? Zhao, he was left speechless, realizing that Weiss had covertly acquired cosmetics at his expense, consequently drawing the ire of these 2 troublesome beings. With this thought, Zhao, he shot a fierce glare at Weiss. Lord Beerus, please do not look at me with such eyes. I am quite frightened. Weiss feigned innocence, resembling a distressed maiden, which only fueled Zhao Yi's desire to confront him further. Chapter 4. The Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish. However, returning to the matter at hand, Beerus, what is your purpose in seeking the Super Dragon Balls? Kampa had regained his composure, his formerly bruised face now restored at well, just a few days ago, 3 of the Kais from the 7th universe were slain by Majin Buu, leaving only 2 behind, who are utterly incompetent. I would rather not have them perish and take me along with them. Zhao, he explained, gently touching his eye and noting its recovery. What? Majin Buu, the very same one who vanquished multiple generations of destroyer gods in ancient times. How could he possibly be revived? Vados expressed her astonishment. Majin Buu has defeated destroyer gods. Weiss, why did you not inform me of this? Zhao, he gazed incredulously at Vados, realizing the ancient Majin Buu was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Lord Beerus never inquired about me. And this is all history from before my birth. I am not entirely sure, but I recall Father mentioning that at his peak, Majin Buu was a force even I could not contend with. However, it seems that the passage of time has gradually weakened him, Weiss elucidated with a smile. Thus it is, no wonder there are discussions that if Majin Buu were to participate in the tournament of power, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Such claims are not to be taken lightly. Zhao Yi contemplated, silently resolving that when Majin Buu next resurfaced, he would either eliminate him or, should that fail, ensure he became a loyal guardian akin to his original portrayal. All right, are we not discussing Majin Buu? Beerus, what do you require the Super Dragon Balls for? Kampa, uninterested in the topic of Majin Buu, found his attention captured by Zhao Yi's words, particularly since the Supreme Kai of the Sixth Universe was merely a gluttonous, slothful being, woefully lacking in strength, that I merely wish to utilize the Super Dragon Balls to sever the connection with the Supreme Kai. I do not wish for a novice to dictate my fate. Zhao Yi's statement illuminated Kampa's eyes. Such a maneuver exists? I too wish to liberate myself. I do not want to perish inadvertently. Kampa hastily declared to Zhao Yi. Very well, I shall add your name to the list. If that proves unfeasible, we shall wait another year. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement and then signaled to Whis. After exchanging a glance, Whis and Beerus both nodded in unison, and then the two sought the guidance of the Grand Priest in their minds. The Grand Priest, far away in the palace of the Omni King, smiled faintly. Let them proceed, as long as they supervise their tasks diligently. Upon receiving the Grand Priest's words, Whis and his sister smiled subtly. Whis then approached the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Come forth, dragon, and grant my wish, in the language of the gods. As soon as Whis finished speaking, the 7 Dragon Balls, larger than Earth itself, emitted a blinding radiance that soared into the heavens. Swirling amidst the cosmos, countless planets and galaxies were enveloped within the presence of the Super Dragon. Fortunately, it was merely a phantom and did not wreak havoc upon any celestial bodies. Otherwise, should such occurrences become frequent, even a destroyer god would be summoned by the Grand Priest for a chat over tea. Did you summon me, destroyer gods? Speak your desires. The Super Dragon displayed no regard for the destroyers or angels, indicating its status was undoubtedly on par with, if not above, that of the Grand Priest. Dragon, sever the life connections between Kampa, myself, and the Supreme Kais of Universes 6 and 7, Zhao Yi stated gravely, gazing intently at the Super Dragon. Upon hearing that Beerus had included him, Kampa couldn't help but chuckle. Though, is that so? Quite simple. A flicker of red light flashed in the Super Dragon's eyes, and in an instant, Zhao Yi felt as though something within his mind had shattered. Your wish has been fulfilled. Until we meet again. After executing its duty, the dragon transformed into a beam of golden light, shattering and spreading across universes 7 and 8. Brother, I knew I was right about you. Now I need not worry whether the Supreme Kai will succumb to high blood pressure. Kampa laughed as he approached Zhao Yi, playfully patting him on the shoulder. Alas, upon receiving a cold glare from Zhao Yi, Kampa quickly withdrew his hand in fright. Well then, my objectives have been achieved. Whis, let us depart. Zhao Yi realized he had nothing further to attend to. Surely, he did not wish to remain in the company of the bothersome Kampa. Having spoken, he and Whis transformed into a beam of light and vanished before Kampa and Beerus. Let us also take our leave, Beerus, to celebrate my newfound autonomy. I shall indulge in a grand feast today. Kampa proclaimed joyously to Beerus. Lord Kampa, I advise you to abandon that notion. I have previously cautioned you to watch your diet. You may forego exercise, but you cannot consume copious amounts of food. Just look at how you've been bested by Beerus, Beerus stated sternly, rejecting Kampa's idea. Nanny, must I still diet? I haven't had a proper meal in over 1,000 years. Be cautious, Beerus. I might accuse you of abuse. Kampa's eyes widened in indignation, unaware of how he had endured a millennium on a diet of mere fruit and water, devoid of any nutrition. The most infuriating aspect was that his weight had yet to decrease. Stop struggling. I have no desire for you to be the first destroyer god to perish from health complications. Come along, Beerus concluded, hoisting Kampa back to the realm of the destroyers amidst Kampa's lamentations. Chapter 5. The Commencement of Training. Sitting beside the pond in the realm of the destroyers, Zhao Yi observed the fish swimming below. This ultra-instinct technique seemed familiar. as if he had utilized it once before. Yet he had failed to master it. Had he done so, he would have had a degree of confidence even against Whis. Jowie stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, judging by Beerus's previous conduct, it appeared he had never truly engaged in rigorous training. Ever since assuming the mantle of Destroyer God, he had simply indulged in eating and sleeping, occasionally venturing out in search of delicacies. Witnessing Beerus's behavior in his mind left Jowie speechless. Could one truly become stronger in such a manner? Surely, that was a jest. Well, although Beerus was already quite formidable, Jowie was destined to confront the Elder Grand Priest and the Omni King in the future. He could not afford to remain in such a despondent state. It was crucial to acknowledge that following the Tournament of Power, Goku's strength had already reached a comparable level. Furthermore, there were various combat techniques to acquire. Otherwise, it would be unacceptable to be bested by someone of lesser power. Recalling numerous techniques from Dragon Ball filled Jowie with excitement. These techniques were immensely powerful. While he possessed destructive energy, randomly employing it would be a waste of talent. With this thought, Jowie bellowed, "Whis! Whis! Where on earth have you gone?" His booming voice reverberated throughout the entire realm of the destroyers. Coming. I'm on my way, Lord Beerus. What is it that you require?" Whis hurriedly approached, an expression of urgency on his face, with a facial mask still affixed. "I wish to train," Beerus declared coldly. "Nanny, but you are a noble destroyer god. How could you train like a mere martial artist, drenched in sweat? That was acceptable before." Whis hastily shook his head, feeling more inclined to train a novice like Goku than to exhaust himself with Beerus, whom he did not wish to see daily for makeup touch-ups. "Spare me your excuses. Have you forgotten what transpired a few days ago? I was struck by Kampa. Do you comprehend the severity of this matter?" Jowie immediately recognized that Whis was attempting to shirk responsibility, clearly reluctant to tire himself out. "Lord Beerus, I urge you to reconsider. Did you not also leave Kampa battered and bruised? We are merely brothers. Must we be so serious?" Whis continued to offer kind counsel to Jowie, that if you fear fatigue, simply admit do not concoct these excuses. I recall your duty is to instruct me in training and oversee my work. Have you forgotten your responsibilities? Jowie's words left Whis feeling rather awkward. Yes, Lord Beerus is indeed correct, he ultimately conceded. Allow me to prepare. This space cannot withstand the destruction of Lord Beerus. Whis smiled, casually waving his staff. And in an instant, the two found themselves in a realm of nothingness. Jowie quickly noticed the numerous colossal orbs of light hovering not far away. Are these the remaining universes? Indeed, training for a destroyer god cannot take place in ordinary locations. The void realm is devoid of anything. Upon arriving, Whis waved his staff again, and a vast plaza materialized in the void realm, stretching several tens of millions of kilometers. Very well, Lord Beerus. Our training is about to commence. Whis looked at Jowie mockingly. As in the original narrative, Beerus was known for his disdain for training. Each session was filled with groans and complaints. This time, when Jowie suggested training, Whis assumed it was merely a fleeting enthusiasm. Enough of your nonsense. When I say train, we train. Jowie could not abide Whis's expressions, which made him feel as if he were a true cat. Once I grow strong, the first person I will strike will be Whis. Jowie shot a cold glance at Whis, leaving the latter feeling uneasy. All right, let us begin. We shall start with the fundamentals of meditation. After such a lengthy slumber, the energy within Lord Beerus must be quite unmanageable. Even someone as lacking as Babidi could detect your presence. Should Kampa learn of this, he would certainly mock you. Whis remarked, causing Jowie to feel slightly embarrassed. After all, he had only recently arrived in this world. He was still getting accustomed to it. Moreover, even tigers take naps from time to time. What precisely should we do? Jowie sat cross-legged in the center of the square, and under Whis's guidance, he finally embarked on his first training session since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. This is how one harnesses ki. It seems that even with Beerus's memories, diligent training is essential, and a terrifying purple radiance began to emanate from Jowie, causing the entire void realm to tremble. Lord Beerus, remember to reign in your aura. Whis, standing not far away, casually produced what resembled an ice cream and began to eat while subtly reminding Jowie. Enough with the chatter, I know. Zhao, he shouted in exasperation, and then began to suppress the overwhelming power emanating from him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 1 hour. Time flowed slowly, and the ferocious aura that had erupted from Zhao Yi gradually settled. After all, with Beerus's memories, Zhao Yi merely needed to seek out techniques from those recollections and apply them. Once Zhao Yi's aura had completely dissipated, was put away his snack and approached him. Not bad. This time, Lord Beerus entered the transformation state much faster than before. Here, as a reward for you. Whis smiled as he produced a lollipop. Zhao Yi opened his eyes, and upon seeing the lollipop, his expression darkened. Whis continued to smile nonchalantly at Zhao Yi. Whis, do you think I'm a child? The previously suppressed aura suddenly erupted from Zhao Yi's body. A fist imbued with destructive purple energy hurtled toward Whis. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, your temper is quite fierce. Whis regarded Zhao Yi's attack with indifference. Whis, your shoelaces are untied. Zhao Yi exclaimed, and instinctively Whis glanced down at his feet. Huh, no, they aren't. Confused, Whis raised his head, only to find a fist the size of a large pot looming before him. Die, you little brat, Zhao Yi sneered, just as he thought he could exact revenge. Whis's figure flickered and deftly evaded Zhao Yi's punch by a hair's breadth. The white light that flashed around Whis caused Zhao Yi's expression to shift slightly. That the Ultra Instinct. Quite impressive. Zhao Yi realized that, given his current strength, hitting Whis was nearly impossible. All right, I will train an Ultra Instinct now. Let us begin. Zhao Yi retracted his fist as if the previous incident had never occurred. Chapter 6. The Frozen Demon Clan. Time passed swiftly under Whis's training, and soon several years had elapsed. Zhao Yi had completely mastered the first stage of Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct is divided into 3 stages. The first stage involves emitting a silver glow and transforming one's eyes to silver. In this stage, while the power increase is significant, the only drawback is that it can only evade attacks passively, akin to an invincible defensive maneuver. The second stage of Ultra Instinct was still somewhat unfamiliar to Zhao Yi, and he could only display it once or twice during Whis's rigorous training sessions. Lord Beerus, you Haven T entered a state of slumber for many years now. Your god of destruction body is beginning to struggle. Let us conclude this training for now. On this day, Whis approached Zhao Yi seriously. I understand. Ever since becoming a god of destruction, Zhao Yi had discovered an unfortunate truth. The destructive energy was incredibly taxing on his stamina, and recovery was exceedingly challenging. Consequently, gods of destruction would inevitably fall into slumber after a period of work. Lord Beerus, no more complaints. Once you fully master Ultra Instinct, you need to sleep constantly. But before you doze off, don't forget to destroy a few planets. That is your duty, Whis said with a cheerful smile. Further fueling Zhao Yi's pursuit of Ultra Instinct, let us go back now. This time, find me a planet that causes trouble daily, to lighten the burden on the Supreme Kai. Otherwise, if they happen to be killed, it would be troublesome if the Omni King seeks a new partner to bind with me. Zhao Yi was genuinely concerned for the 2 inept Supreme Kais. Under Whis's guidance, Zhao Yi returned to Universe 7. Whis searched briefly, and Zhao Yi pinpointed several planets that had prospered as space pirates. Among these planets, he recognized a remarkably familiar race, the Frozen Demon Clan, the same as Frieza's race, a lineage with a long history. It would be intriguing to observe Frieza's ancestors. The Frozen Demon Clan, known for their piracy across the universe, held unparalleled prestige in both the 6th and 7th universes. However, several millennia ago, the Frozen Demon Clan consisted of relatively weak individuals, with very few even reaching Frieza's initial level. That on a planet perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, several tall humanoid beings traversed its surface, while others flew back from the cosmos. This planet lacked any atmosphere or breathable air, completely exposed to the vastness of space. Should a human from Earth set foot here, they would perish instantaneously. Whoosh! A beam of light streaked across the sky as Zhao Yi and Whis appeared above the frozen star. Whis, check how many of this race currently exist. Zhao Yi squinted, initially assuming that the Frozen Demon Clan would have a low population due to their low reproductive rate, but it appeared otherwise. Reporting to Lord Beerus, There are currently 78 members of the Frozen Demon Clan. Aside from King Leard and a few loyal guards battling the universe, the rest are welcoming newborns that Whis' words cause Zhao Yi to nod slightly. In that case, let them be destroyed. Zhao Yi flicked his fingertip, and a flash of purple light darted across the sky. Instantly, the entire frozen star seemed to melt away, vanishing without a trace, along with all the members of the Frozen Demon Clan. Fortunately, Frieza is of royal blood. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to take action. Let us go, Whis, to meet King Leard. Zhao Yi smiled faintly. Yes, Lord Beerus. With a sweep of his staff, Whis and Zhao Yi transformed into a beam of light. Vanishing into the cosmos, once more, as they flew, Zhao Yi fell into contemplation. My strength should now be approximately 10 times greater than before. By the metrics of battle power, I should have reached 100 quintillion, making me 100 times stronger than Golden Frieza. However, this is merely numerical data. Should I employ destructive energy, even a millionfold Frieza would not stand a chance against me, especially with Ultra Instinct. Over the years, Zhao Yi had gained a rough understanding of Whis' strength. In reality, Whis' power was around 5 quintillion, but his Ultra Instinct could reach the second stage, akin to the white god form that had overwhelmed Jiren. After all, there are instances when Zhao Yi accidentally entered the second stage of Ultra Instinct and nearly bested Whis. Yet due to his lack of proficiency, it had only resulted in a stalemate. The Grand Minister's strength was likely at least that of a perfected Ultra Instinct form. Sigh, it seems the road ahead is long and arduous. Although born as Beerus, Zhao Yi understood that if he did not strive diligently, the future Omni King would have his way with him at will. Lord Beerus, we have arrived. Just then, Whis halted in the starry sky, and before them hovered a massive, disc-shaped spaceship. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm, alarm. A being of immense energy has been detected. As Zhao Yi emitted a faint aura of energy, the entire spaceship began to flicker with blinding red lights. Upon hearing this ominous warning, King Leard, seated in the Grand Captain's chair, immediately contorted his expression. A being of such colossal energy. This alarm signals the arrival of someone with a battle power exceeding 1 million. But who could it possibly be? King Leard's prowess was nowhere near that of Frieza and his kin, as depicted in the original tale. After all, they merely dared to roam the cosmos as pirates, while Frieza and his family were the true sovereigns of the universe. This explains why Frieza's trio, despite being somewhat intrigued by the so-called Super Saiyans, bore no fear whatsoever. Leard King, what shall we do? The surrounding clan members swallowed hard, questioning Leard with uncertainty. Humph, I shall see who dares to act so recklessly before King Leard. With trembling legs, Leard bolted out of the spaceship. King Leard is truly magnificent. Indeed, a paragon of our cosmic piracy. With King Leard here, who would dare challenge our Frozen Demon Clan? A group of clan members, who could only chant 666, silently sealed the hatch as Leard exited, ready to flee at a moment's notice should the situation turn dire. Chapter 7. A familiar figure, just as Leard stepped out, he heard the hatch slam shut behind him, causing his expression to shift drastically. Damn it! I haven't even perished yet, and you're brazenly causing trouble. When I return, I shall ensure your demise. Leard was acutely aware of his abandonment by his own kin for the Frozen Demon Clan. Concepts like friendship and loyalty were mere absurdities. That fool had the audacity to prance around near King Leard, frightening his spaceship. Summoning his courage, Leard shouted forward, "You there!" In an instant, 2 figures appeared before him. Strangely, despite his bravado, Leard felt a twinge of fear. Why you? Who are you? He stammered, suppressing the dread welling within him as he confronted Zhao. The inadequacy of King Leard was glaringly evident, the king of the Frozen Clan. Kurd was an aberration imbued with extraordinary combat prowess, a result of Frieza's asexual reproduction from his father, thus inheriting the traits of this mutation. Although they were referred to as the Frieza clan, true individuals of extraordinary strength and cruelty were limited to these two, with the potential inclusion of his brother from the movie adaptations, whose existence remains uncertain. However, it is certain that the Frozen Demon Clan only rose to prominence with Kurd. Prior to him, the so-called cosmic pirates of this clan were mere novices with battle powers in the tens of millions. Whis, Do you think this fellow is a fool? Knowing we have become stronger, he still acts so arrogantly, Zhao Yi remarked, observing the trembling Liard, who maintained a fa of fearlessness. It seems you may not be aware, Lord Beerus, but this species, despite their many flaws, possesses an exceptionally strong sense of pride. If cornered, they may fight with desperation, was explained with calm precision. Liard's anger flared as he perceived their disregard. How dare you not acknowledge the might of King Liard? You shall perish. A red sphere of energy coalesced in Liard's hands. Suddenly, a purple beam sliced through the air, striking the circular spaceship behind him. With a resounding explosion, Liard quickly turned to see the ship had vanished. Gulping, Liard murmured, "How dull that be, by the way. Can you transform?" Zhao Yi yawned. Observing Liard's form, if one were to speculate based on Frieza's characteristics, Liard should possess a third and fourth transformation. Transform? Liard stuttered in disbelief. "Yes, you cannot?" Zhao Yi inquired, idly picking at his nails. "I cannot. What is this transformation?" It was evident to Zhao Yi from the outset that Liard was not concealing his true power. Transformation appeared to be a unique trait of Frieza and Kurd. Unfortunately for Kurd, he had been swiftly defeated by Trunks before he could transform. What a tragic fate for such a family. "Very well, begone. I have no interest in slaying you. If I were to eliminate you, Frieza would no longer exist. While it may not concern me, it would still be a regrettable loss. May I inquire your name?" "Esteemed one," Liard, relieved to know his life was spared, cautiously asked Zhao, "Ho ho ho, you are fortunate to be in the presence of the most powerful deity in the universe, Lord Beerus. It seems you have managed to survive." Wish chuckled, covering his mouth with a smile. "Mind your tongue, Zhao," he scoffed, though inwardly pleased with the display. "God of destruction, you say? I shall remember that I have household matters to attend to. Farewell." Liard hastily concocted an excuse to make his exit upon learning Zhao Yi's name. "Bah, what household matters? You don't even have a home left," Zhao Yi spat, watching Liard's frantic retreat with disdain. "All right, let us proceed to the next few targets." After the encounter with King Liard, Zhao Yi obliterated numerous life-bearing planets. Home to many cosmic pirates whose strengths were not inferior to that of the Frozen Demon Clan. Upon arriving at the final planet requiring destruction, he glimpsed a somewhat familiar figure. "Buffer, you slaughtered billions on my green demon star. Today, I shall ensure your demise." A green figure resembling a sausage, somewhat akin to Piccolo, battled against a large, red-skinned brute. These two possess a battle power of 1,000,000. Impressive. Yet this sausage-faced individual seems strangely familiar. Zhao Yi mused, hands clasped behind his back, observing the fierce battle unfolding on the planet. Lord Frieza, Buffer, is the leader of this planet we must eradicate. However, it appears that the inhabitants have already fallen to the one he is fighting. Whis remarked, prompting a nod from Zhao Yi. The aura of justice emanating from the sausage figure was palpable. Despite having annihilated an entire planet, he appeared to be seeking vengeance. "You dare to slaughter my entire kin? You will pay for this," Buffer seethed, his red skin radiating an intense heat. "Humph, if we are to die, let us die together," the sausage figure proclaimed, breaking into a dance before raising his fists, arms extended towards Buffer. "What is this move?" Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed. "Thunderbolt Cannon." Chapter 8. Plunged in his slumber, Thunderbolt Cannon. With a fierce roar, the sausage figure unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, propelling an invisible force towards Buffer. "What?" Buffer sensed the overwhelming aura of death and transformed into a fiery red beam, narrowly escaping the sausage figure's attack. "Humph, what a pity!" The sausage figure sighed, panting heavily. "Prepare to meet your end." In an instant, the beam of light formed by Bafur surged towards the figure known as Sausage Mouth, who remained utterly still, as though the previous attack had drained him of all his strength. Just as the luminous attack was about to reach him, Sausage Mouth smiled, a joyous grin that suggested no further intervention was necessary. "It seems we need not intervene, Lord Beerus," was remarked with a smile as he observed the unfolding battle below. "Indeed, it is for the best." Zhao Yi nodded slightly, astonished that he would witness the demise of Sausage Mouth. This very Sausage Mouth was none other than the first formidable master of the underworld, Rib Rice, whose prowess in the original narrative surpassed even that of the god of destruction, shinned as Bafur's attack was on the verge of colliding with Rib Rice. The latter began to spin violently in place, Rib-style exclusive whirlwind. A ferocious tornado, powerful enough to pierce the heavens and the earth, was instantaneously conjured. Before Bafur could comprehend what was happening, he was ensnared within the vortex. The crimson light engulfed the entire tornado, and the planet was left in ruin as the whirlwind rampaged through it. This technique is commendable. However, against a being capable of unleashing cosmic force, it is rendered utterly futile. Zhao Yi remarked, prompting Whis to nod in agreement. Indeed, within the cosmos, there exists no gas for him to generate a whirlwind. While the two exchanged banter, the outcome of the battle on the ground was swiftly determined. Bang! A fiery figure crashed heavily to the earth, creating a substantial crater. The individual was none other than Bafur, now fallen silent. Huff, huff, huff. At last it is over. Rib Rice gasped for breath, laboriously descending to the ground, a smile gracing his face. What drives you to expend your own vitality to vanquish him? For what purpose? Zhao Yi and was floated down to the ground, gravely questioning Rib Rice. For what reason? I am uncertain. Perhaps it is for vengeance, or perhaps to ensure my family no longer suffers oppression. Rib Rice replied, kneeling slowly, his expression somber. For family, you say? Zhao Yi gazed at Rib Rice, who was gradually losing his breath. Lost in contemplation. What is the significance of my presence here? Am I destined to be a destroyer like Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus, what troubles you? Was queried, perplexed, as he waved a hand in front of Zhao Yi's face. I am fine, Zhao Yi responded, turning away and soaring into the cosmos. Upon reaching outer space, he lightly tapped his fingertip, unleashing a purple beam of light that struck the planet below, without a sound. Without a trace of disturbance, the entire planet vanished without a remnant. The only thing that remained was the lifeless body of Rib Rice, adrift in the universe. Let us depart. The task is complete. And my divine form is beginning to falter, Zhao Yi stated expressionlessly to Whis. Indeed, Lord Beerus appears quite fearsome. Whis feigned a frightened demeanor, yet sensing Zhao Yi's displeasure, he refrained from provoking him further. With a swift gesture, the two transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into the starry expanse. After their departure, the body of Rib Rice also vanished without a trace in the underworld. King Yama addressed the West Kai with a hint of respect. What brings you here at such a leisurely hour? It is a matter of great importance. Quickly summon the body of Rib Rice, who just perished on Green Demon Star. The West Kai urged anxiously. Seeing the West Kai's demeanor, King Yama did not dare to hesitate. After a series of operations, a green figure manifested before King Yama. What transpired, West Kai? This individual appears to have slain countless beings, though it was in defense of his kin. King Yama finally dared to question the West Kai. What do you understand? This man is under the protection of the god of destruction. Whether he has killed millions or even billions is inconsequential, should the god of destruction desire him as a successor in the future. The West Kai's words left King Yama astounded. He is indeed the legendary god of destruction, the highest deity in the universe. In an instant, his gaze upon Rib Rice's corpse transformed. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi was oblivious to the fact that his mere sparing of Rib Rice had led to such wild conjectures. He was also too preoccupied to ponder these thoughts as the cells within his body began to wither, his energy depleted by the destructive force. Upon returning to the realm of the gods of destruction, Zhao Yi fell into a deep slumber. Oh dear, I completely forgot to have Lord Beerus brush his teeth. Sleeping without doing so is truly a bad habit. Whis mused with a smile as he observed Zhao Yi slumbering soundly in bed. With a gentle flick of his staff, Zhao Yi's attire transformed into a set of pajamas. After completing this task, Whis flew out into the air, filling the room with alarm clocks. Chapter 9. A 2,000-year slumber. As time passed, the destructive energy within Zhao Yi's body rapidly restored itself. Of course, this swift recovery was relative to other gods of destruction. This restoration took Zhao Yi several millennia. However, the benefits he reaped were unmistakable. His original strength of 1,000 units had surged to 5,000 units over the course of these years, reaching the level of Lord Beerus. With each unit of growth, his power significantly increased, and his destructive energy gradually solidified. After several hundred years, Whis began to marvel at the rapid increase of Lord Beerus's destructive energy, noting it matched the rate of his own growth over 100,000 years. Zhao Yi's accelerated development was largely attributed to the transformation of Beerus's soul, catalyzed by the original essence of Zhao Yi's soul. Zhao Yi's innate talent increased incrementally each year, resulting in a growth of several hundred times over the millennia. As the timeline approached 1,000 years before the original narrative, Zhao Yi slowly opened his eyes. He stretched lazily, his bleary eyes falling upon Whis. "What are you doing here, Whis?" he exclaimed, his voice echoing throughout the realm of destruction. Zhao Yi quickly checked beneath his tail, relieved to find himself unharmed. Breathing a sigh of relief, he glared at Whis. "Oh dear, why is Lord Beerus looking at me like that? I was merely keeping watch over you." Whis feigned innocence, tears welling in his eyes. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi hurled a punch at him, radiating a white aura. "Wow, Lord Beerus is striking someone." Whis swiftly activated the second stage of his Ultra Instinct, narrowly evading Zhao Yi's punch. The missed strike caused Zhao Yi to retract his energy. Still a little short," he muttered, spitting as he flew towards the washroom. "So, what news is there lately?" Zhao Yi inquired while rinsing his mouth. Observing Zhao Yi's sudden pretense of nonchalance, Whis sighed in resignation that if he continued to provoke Zhao Yi, he could have some fun. Zhao Yi had long suspected that Whis treated him like a pet, which was why he never granted Whis the opportunity to tease him that ho ho ho, it is a rare occasion for Lord Beerus to show concern for matters of the universe. He is even more diligent than the Kais. Whis's cheerful words momentarily stunned Zhao Yi. Are the Kais truly that irresponsible? No wonder so many events transpired without my knowledge. Zhao Yi is equally at a loss. The Kaishin are merely a group of beings that eat and sleep, casually passing through the affairs of the universe. Had it not been for their fortunate births, they would have long been eliminated. Behold, this is the realm of the Kaishin, where Lord Beerus may take a glance. Whis extended the crystal ball atop his staff toward Zhao Yi, who was brushing his teeth while observing. Within the orb, the East Kaishin, Xinzi, was leisurely basking in the sun on the grass of the Kaishin realm, attended by a burly man with red skin named Jebit, a formidable warrior selected from the Great Kaishin. He was originally the foremost expert of the Great Kaishin realm, but after he entered the underworld for 2 millennia of training following a meal of ribs thousands of years ago, he became the second strongest, subsequently chosen to serve the East Kaishin. Upon hearing Whis's words, Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned. "What did you just say?" he asked, incredulous. Did Lord Beerus not catch that?" "Allow me to reiterate. This individual is named Jebit, a warrior chosen from the Great Kaishin," Whis repeated. "How long did you say I slept?" Zhao Yi was bewildered. What on earth happened thousands of years ago with that meal of ribs? "Ah, Lord Beerus, this time you have slept rather long. Perhaps it is due to the complete depletion of your god of destruction power. You have slumbered for 2,650 years, Whis explained. Zhao Yi, taken aback, spat his mouth full of water onto Whis's face. 2,600 years? Are you joking with me? Despite his reluctance to accept the reality, Zhao Yi ultimately had to come to terms with the fact that he had been in slumber for over 2 millennia. "Very well, by the way, what is the West Kaishin up to?" Zhao Yi asked, resigned, splashing cold water on his face to regain his composure, especially as he felt the immense energy within him had multiplied several times. No wonder Beerus despises training. It turns out one can grow stronger simply by sleeping. The West Kaishin returned to planet Shirin for further training after the demise of the Great Kaishin, and has since grown immensely stronger. Though still no match for Majin Bu. Whis's statement prompted a slight nod from Zhao Yi. Having someone with ambition is sufficient. Oh, I just remembered that there's an old man sealed by me in the Kaishin realm. I should go pay him a visit. Zhao Yi recalled the old Kaishin from 1,000,000 years ago, whom he had sealed due to a dispute in his youthful arrogance, resulting in a millennia-long gap in the lineage of the universe's Kaishin. As you command, Lord Beerus. Chapter 10. The Old Kaishin, Jebit. Have you discovered any exquisite delicacies lately? Xinzi, lounging on the grass, felt unparalleled comfort. Ever since the great Kaioshin and his companions perished, he was no longer compelled to train. In the West, Kaioshin had returned home. Utilizing his authority, he found himself a servant, who he had instructed in the essential techniques of instant transmission and life energy, allowing him to essentially become a hands-off overseer. His greatest joy came from the recent Kaioshin and God of Destruction conference being cancelled due to Beerus' slumber. It was simply delightful. Reporting to you, my Lord Kaioshin, I recently discovered a fruit on a sealed planet. Said to be the most delicious in the world. I shall fetch it for you right away, Jebbet said with a smile, observing the Kaioshin who was nurturing himself like 8P. Is it truly that marvelous? Hurry and bring it to me, Shinsi said, nearly drooling. Jebbet smiled and flew towards the palace. Oh, why is the Kaioshin so jubilant? Might you share the cause of your elation with me? Just then, a mocking voice caused Shinsi to freeze. Beerus, you've come. Shinsi stammered as he rushed to kneel before Zhao Yi, who looked at Shinsi, whose rank was on par with his own. Yet he still knelt, sending a chill down his spine. This individual is just like the people from the smaller country, kneeling at the slightest provocation. Is their subservience so ingrained? Enough. Rise, Zhao Yi said dismissively, glancing at the kneeling Shinsi. Has the God of Destruction or Wiz summoned you for something? Allowing him to stand filled Shinsi with a profound sense of respect. Perhaps Lord Beerus was not so fearsome. After all, I have come to visit an old friend. It is of no concern to you, Zhao Yi replied, casting a cursory glance at the Kaioshin before taking flight toward the stone pillar-like peak in the Kaioshin realm, which was closely following him. An old friend. Are there others in the Kaioshin realm? Shinsi pondered, scratching his head. Why, Lord Kaioshin, the fruit has arrived. Just then, Jebbet appeared before Shinsi, holding a platter of fruit. The moment he manifested, his gaze fell upon Zhao Yi and Whis standing atop the distant peak. How audacious! How dare you wreak havoc in the Kaioshin realm? Jebbet bellowed, vanishing from his spot with terrifying momentum. Wait, Jebbet. Don't! Shinsi's face turned pale as he realized the gravity of the situation. A resounding crash echoed as Jebbet hurtled back like a meteor. Oh no, I've angered Lord Beerus, Shinsi exclaimed, hastily taking to the skies to catch Jebbet. But upon witnessing Jebbet's speed, his expression changed, and he quickly retreated. With a thunderous boom, the earth shattered, a massive crater forming in the Kaioshin realm. Shinsi swallowed hard, descending to witness Jebbet, now unrecognizable, lying at the bottom of the pit. Oh no! Oh no! What if the God of Destruction decides to do the same to me? However, Jebbet was still his servant. So Shinsi hurriedly retrieved him from the depths of the pit. Oh no! I've never saved anyone before. Shinsi finally realized the grave reality that he had not learned a single technique of the Kaioshin for his own convenience, leaving all the learning to Jebbet. Indeed, it might be time to seek a more powerful bodyguard. That meal of ribs seemed promising, although he was rather arrogant. Had Jebbet known that Shinsi was contemplating replacing him, he might have been driven to fury. Why, Lord Kaioshin, is it not a bit inappropriate to just watch him like this without offering assistance? Just then, Whis and Zhao Yi returned, Whis smilingly inquiring as he observed the contemplative Shinsi, while Zhao Yi was lost in thought, staring at the sword in his hand. Shinsi felt a wave of embarrassment when Whis posed a question, but his jaw dropped upon seeing the sword in Zhao Yi's grasp. Is that the Kaioshin sword? The God of Destruction can wield it. That is simply remarkable. Shinsi's flattery left Zhao Yi feeling quite awkward. Does that mean I am not impressive if I cannot draw this sword? Zhao Yi's cold query sent Shinsi to his knees, bowing his head in submission. Enough, Whis, assist him, Zhao Yi commanded, raising 2 fingers, poised to strike the Kaioshin sword. With a resounding clang, the sword, reputed to confer the title of the strongest in the universe upon its wielder, shattered. It broke. It broke. The Kaioshin felt his worldview shatter. The sacred artifact he revered as holy had been cleaved in two, yet upon glancing at Zhao Yi, who had severed it, he swallowed hard, refraining from further comment. Old man, are you not going to come out? Should I seal you for several 100,000 more years? Zhao Yi's casual remark left the Kaioshin pondering, wondering from whence this old man had originated. Please, please, let me out. The old Supreme Kai, who had originally intended to hide within the sword to escape the turmoil, hurriedly transformed into a wisp of smoke and emerged. The smoke swirled around the broken sword before coalescing into a hunched, disheveled old man. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the elder's beard, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. It seemed that his disdain for the appearance typical of our country was deeply rooted. Zhao Yi's icy gaze instantly changed the expression of the old Supreme Kai. Lord Beerus, in my youthful folly of yesteryears, I beg for your magnanimity to spare me. The old Supreme Kai whined, not wishing to be sealed again. Chapter 11. Fusion, Jebit God. Upon seeing the old Supreme Kai, XN was momentarily taken aback, as he could sense a profound divinity emanating from the elder's body. However, being naturally timid, he refrained from interjecting, "As long as you refrain from antagonizing me, I shall not seal you," Zhao Yi remarked coolly, casting a glance at the old Supreme Kai. Speaking of which, the old Supreme Kai had indeed been a source of trouble. Ever since his fusion with the old witch, he had become rather arrogant, even boldly asserting during the Millennial Conference of Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kais that the role of God of Destruction was a grave error, seeking to petition the Omni King for the abolishment of that position. The outcome was predictable. This old rascal was promptly sealed by the hot-tempered Beerus into the Supreme Kai's sword for countless years. Had it not been for the fact that killing this old scoundrel would also lead to his own demise, Beerus would have relished the opportunity to do so. Not at all. Not at all. The old Supreme Kai repeatedly apologized, the years of darkness having extinguished any desire to oppose Zhao. "Oh, is that not the Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago? It has been quite a while," Whis remarked, drifting over to Zhao Yi's side after healing Jebit. "Lord Whis, it has indeed been a long time. How is your health?" The old Supreme Kai quickly greeted Whis. Meanwhile, XN, bewildered by the conversation between the old Supreme Kai and Zhao Yi, was astonished to realize that this seemingly lecherous old man was indeed a Supreme Kai, and furthermore, one from 15 generations past, an ancestor of sorts. Now, my purpose in bringing you out is not merely for nostalgia. Take a good look at your successor behind you. Zhao Yi interrupted the old Supreme Kai, who was about to speak again. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, the old Supreme Kai turned to gaze at the Supreme Kai Zhao Yi referred to. You are the Supreme Kai of this generation. Your power level is rather unimpressive," the old Supreme Kai remarked, his brow furrowing slightly at Xine's lackluster abilities and slovenly appearance. You must be the ancestor, correct? I am Eastern Supreme Kai. Xine, how is your health? Xine bowed and nodded, his demeanor causing the old Supreme Kai to frown. This young one seemed rather unreliable. By the way, what do you mean by Eastern Supreme Kai? Are the Supreme Kais divided into East and West? The old Supreme Kai inquired, puzzled. Let us discuss this matter later. I summoned you to ensure you properly instruct your junior. Most importantly, you must keep a vigilant watch on the developments of the universe. The combat power level of Universe 7 has fallen below the average standard. If this continues, you know the consequences should the Omni King decide to annihilate us. Zhao Yi stated, fully aware that the universe once comprised 18 realms. But now only 12 remained, with the others having been obliterated by the Omni King. Indeed, I shall remember this. The current youth seem rather lacking. The old Supreme Kai nodded repeatedly. That will be all. I must return to my duties. The Eastern Supreme Kai is now your responsibility, Zhao Yi concluded, then departed the Supreme Kai realm with Whis. Finally gone, Lord Beerus is truly terrifying. Xine wiped the sweat from his brow. What is your name? And who is this person beside you? The old Supreme Kai's eyes gleamed with divine light as he scrutinized Xine from head to toe, his expression shifting dramatically to in the original narrative. Xine had faced the looming threat of Majin Buu, and being the sole Supreme Kai, he had worked exceptionally hard. Ultimately, he awaited the moment when Bibidi would age, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Bibidi after he sealed Majin Buu, thereby hiding Majin Buu in a concealed location, significantly prolonging Bibidi's growth and the time to find Majin Buu. Of course, afterward, Xine had relaxed, but the centuries spent had allowed him to become at least a semi-competent Supreme Kai. Now, under Zhao Yi's intervention, it could be said that Xine had become quite lackluster. Realizing this, the old Supreme Kai was deep in thought. Tomorrow, I shall travel to the Shirin Star to fetch the Western Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai's words elicited a slight sigh from Jebbet, indicating that the old Supreme Kai intended to abandon by the way. Your name is Jebbet, correct? The old Supreme Kai suddenly smiled at Jebbet. Yes, esteemed ancestor, Jebbet replied respectfully, unsure of the old Supreme Kai's intentions. Excellent. Give your left earring to Jebbet to wear, the old Supreme Kai instructed, causing both of them to momentarily pause before complying. Jebbet donned the earring. A terrifying force drew the two towards each other. Help! Help! Save me! Exion and Jebbet panicked, desperately trying to break free, but the power of the Patera earrings was beyond their capacity to resist in an instant. They fused together, transforming into a radiant light. As the light subsided, a tall young man clad in Jebbet's attire, with flowing white hair, appeared in their place. Wow, what immense power! Is this me? A deep voice resonated from the young man's mouth. Now, take a good look in the mirror. The old Supreme Kai conjured a mirror into his hand with a flash of light. Who is this? He looks quite similar to me, Jebbet exclaimed, giggling as he gazed at the reflection in the mirror. The old Supreme Kai was momentarily stunned by Jebbet's foolishness. Take a good look. This is now you. Chapter 12. Planet Yardrat. Nanny, this is me. Jebbet clutched his head in disbelief as he stared at the old Supreme Kai. Because when a Supreme Kai fuses with an ordinary being, only the Supreme Kai's form remains. Jebbet's consciousness was now that of Supreme Kai Exion. Now, you see the utility of the Patera earrings. I too was once quite dashing, until one fateful day, an old witch stole one of my earrings, causing me to become this unfortunate sight. The old Supreme Kai lamented, his expression nostalgic, which led Jebbet to nod in understanding. No wonder I've become so powerful. Ha! With his strength, I need not fear Majin Buu. Jebbet laughed triumphantly. What? Majin Buu, a terrifying deity from ancient times. How do you know about him? Even the old Kaishin is unaware of Majin Buu's existence. Under the explanation of God Jebbet, his countenance grew solemn. From this day forth, you shall diligently cultivate in the Kaishin realm, and I shall oversee your progress. Alas, we can only pray that when Majin Buu awakens again, his power will be significantly diminished. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to seek assistance from Beerus. The old Kaishin's words caused a slight change in Jebbet's expression. Me, a dignified Kaishin, must endure training. This is truly tormenting. If the old Kaishin were to learn of this fellow's thoughts, I wonder if he would not put an end to this lad. The following day, the old Kaishin arrived at the planet Shirin to retrieve the West Kaishin, and thus began a period of rigorous training. However, due to the old Kaishin's inability to unlock potential in the Kaishin, he could only provide them with standard training. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and Whis departed the Kaishin realm and arrived at a mysterious planet. Above a dusty yellow planet, Zhao Yi squinted as he observed the individuals below engaged in their training, lost in contemplation. Lord Beerus, this planet is called Yardrat. The wisest among its inhabitants is a rather enigmatic young man, rumored to communicate with the dragon god. Whether this is true remains uncertain, but it is certain that although this race has only recently emerged, each individual possesses remarkable abilities, was explained to Zhao Yi with a smile. What kind of abilities does this entail? Zhao Yi inquired, as his knowledge of the Yardrat people was limited to their instantaneous movement. That's quite a lengthy discussion. Each individual born on this planet possesses unique abilities such as confinement, instantaneous movement, control over the growth of trees, prophecy, and a myriad of other powers. However, their wise one can wield the majority of these abilities, Whis enumerated, counting on his fingers. Most abilities? How intriguing. According to the original text, it seems these abilities can be imparted to others. This thought crossed his mind. Zhao Yi smiled faintly. He indeed possessed a more advanced form of instantaneous movement, but with Whis as his charioteer, he had no need to utilize it. However, the prophetic abilities seemed exceedingly valuable. Let us proceed to meet this so-called wise one. With that, the two transformed into comet-like streaks and hurtled towards the ground. In a valley stood a quaint wooden cabin. Although it appeared precarious, it had withstood the winds and rains for centuries without collapsing. Sitting cross-legged at the entrance was an elder with red skin adorned with black spots. The wise one of Yardrat, that moment, The elder's murky eyes opened wide. The supreme deity has come to my yard rat. What on earth is happening? The wise one had sensed the impending arrival of a deity with his foresight, just as Zhao, Yi, and Wisp breached the atmosphere. Yet his prophetic abilities had not reached the extent to discern their intentions. Slowly, the wise one rose, his wooden staff tapping lightly against the ground. Suddenly, dozens of figures materialized beside his modest cabin. Wise one, you summoned us. What is your command? The tallest of the yard rat people respectfully inquired, while the others gazed reverently at the hunched elder. The deity is about to descend. I summoned you to welcome the divine presence. Whether it is a blessing or a curse depends on fate. The wise one's words left everyone in stunned silence. A deity was indeed coming. But aren't deities supposed to be benevolent and grand? Why would there be calamity? You were able to foresee my arrival. Your prophetic abilities are commendable. Just then, a calm voice echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see two figures devoid of any aura, having appeared in the sky without warning. Had they not witnessed each other with their own eyes, they might have doubted their vision. Old man, accompanied by the yard rat people, I pay homage to the deity. The wise one's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of clarity upon seeing Zhao, Yi, and Whis, then widened in horror as he hastily knelt before Zhao, Yi in the sky. Homage to the deity! Homage to the deity! Homage to the deity! Dozens of yard rat people quickly followed suit, kneeling alongside the wise one. Rise, for Lord Beerus does not favor such formalities. Wiss's gentle words eased the tension among the crowd, indicating that the deity appeared to be amiable. However, the wise one began to perspire profusely. Yet, Lord Beerus has a penchant for exquisite cuisine. Should the food not satisfy his palate, your planet may no longer need to exist. Wiss added, his words somewhat chilling. Instantly, the faces of all turned pale, and some impulsive individuals considered taking action. Did you hear that? Hurry and fetch food for Lord Beerus. The wise one struck the ground with his staff, and in an instant, everyone snapped out of their fury in a flash. All the yard rat people vanished from Zhao Yi's sight. You are quite impressive to make the right choice. I have another purpose for my visit. I have heard that you possess numerous super abilities that I have already witnessed your prophetic and instantaneous movement skills. What are the others? Zhao Yi remarked, idly fiddling with his nails. Chapter 13. Lord Beerus. Divine One, this is the compilation of all the abilities of the yard rat people that I have summarized for your review. The wise one, without a hint of hesitation, offered the scroll to Zhao Yi. Had Zhao Yi been a villain like Frieza, he would never have surrendered such information. But Zhao Yi was evidently a deity, a magnificent one, akin to the high officials of a past life. When a high official seeks your possession, one certainly acquiesces, for doing so would garner their favor, greatly benefiting the development of one's race. Indeed, Zhao Yi nodded slightly, then with a gentle flick of his wrist, the scroll in the wise one's hand floated gracefully into Zhao Yi's grasp. Very well. Since you were so perceptive, I shall inform the Kaioshin, and upon your demise, you may enter the afterlife for further enlightenment. Having taken the wise one's possession, Zhao Yi felt it only right to offer some form of advantage in return, for he was indeed a deity, albeit a destroyer, yet still a figure of righteousness. Was he not? Just as Zhao Yi finished speaking, he heard Lord Beerus's voice. Fear not, I shall ensure that the wise one of Yardrat is well taken care of after his demise. A sycophantic voice echoed in Zhao Yi's ear. Is this the North Kaioshin? Zhao Yi peered through the endless void, spotting a short, portly figure bowing and scraping on a small planet. Is this truly the voice of the Kaioshin? How can someone of such stature show such deference to this deity? The wise one, while suspecting Zhao Yi's divine nature, had only ever heard of the Kaioshins, with the Grand Kaioshin being the highest he was aware of. North Kaioshin? Have you been monitoring me since my arrival? Who gave you the audacity? Zhao Yi regarded the obsequious North Kaioshin, intending to tease him as expected. Upon hearing this, the North Kaioshin's forehead erupted with beads of sweat. Lord Beerus, I did not mean to. Please, spare me, the North Kaioshin lamented, having recently received orders from the Grand Kaioshin to diligently fulfill his duties without a moment's negligence. Lest he face dismissal, all traces back to Zhao Yi's commands. Enough, focus on your duties. Zhao Yi observed the North Kaishin, whose face had turned as red as a shrimp, and to prevent him from suffering a heart attack, Zhao Yi refrained from further jesting. Yes, yes, of course. The North Realm King wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming in frustration, "What manner of deity is this Beerus?" Just one glance sends tremors coursing through my entire being. He concluded that he must seek out Beerus for a thorough massage to soothe his fragile heart. It was lamentable that Beerus, barely born into existence, had already been relegated to the role of the North Realm King's master. At this juncture, he resolved to inquire with the Grand Kai about the true nature of Lord Beerus. Humiliated by Zhao Yi's jests, the North Realm King slinked away to seek solace from the Grand Kai. Meanwhile, the wise sage of the Yadrit people found himself utterly bewildered, realizing that what he had deemed the supreme cosmic deity was merely trash in the eyes of this esteemed individual. May the heavens protect my race, he thought, feeling fortunate to have aligned himself with the right patron. The aged sage's face quivered with excitement, his wrinkles dancing in the moment. However, just then, Zhao Yi spoke up, and the sage immediately tuned in, for this was a divine prophecy. Goodness gracious, I've been here for so long. Where's the food? Zhao Yi bellowed, clutching his stomach, having gone without sustenance for over 2 millennia. This was an intolerable situation for someone like Zhao Yi, who had been a glutton in his past life and remained one in this new existence. If Lord Beerus's hunger is not satisfied, or if the food is subpar, he may unleash his wrath. Weiss chuckled softly behind his hand. Indeed, I shall hasten to provide. The sage, drenched in sweat, hurriedly tapped his staff upon the ground, and a massive wooden table and chairs slowly emerged from the earth. After inviting Zhao Yi to sit, the sage promptly vanished before him in an instant. Bored, Zhao Yi unfurled a scroll in his hands. Instantaneous movement. Sense another's aura and use it as a coordinate to tear through space and arrive at their location. He mused, recognizing that without a modicum of strength, one could scarcely master such a technique. It was no wonder that among tens of thousands of Yadrit people, only a few dozen could perform instantaneous movement. As a divine skill, it was not something that could be learned casually. Zhao Yi surmised that at least a battle power of 1,000 was requisite to acquire this ability, and the stronger one was the farther one could travel. Astoundingly, Zhao Yi grasped the technique almost instantaneously, somewhat surprising himself. Although he understood the principles and found it simple, the rapidity of his mastery seemed excessive. The transformation he had undergone since arriving in this world had fundamentally altered Beerus' very being. 2 millennia ago, while learning combat techniques, he had not found them nearly as easy to acquire as he did now. Indeed, travelers are bestowed with privileges. No wonder most of them become exceptional individuals. Zhao Yi smiled wryly. "Is Lord Beerus finding something amusing?" Zhao Yi inquired, noticing Weiss's overly effeminate voice, which disrupted the atmosphere. "I shall focus on my training, aiming to first deliver a thorough thrashing to Weiss." Upon awakening, Zhao Yi suddenly realized that Weiss's battle power had inexplicably increased. While not as formidable as his own, it had doubled nonetheless. However, Zhao Yi understood that once he comprehended the second level of the ultimate instinct, he could easily subdue Weiss. Chapter 14. Time Reversal. Victory is within reach. It was clear he could not afford to be idle any longer. He steeled himself to prepare for the impending confrontation with Weiss. After a moment of reflection, he began to explore other super abilities imprisonment. Not as refined as my own mastery. Pass. Manipulation. Similar to puppetry. Quite appealing. I shall learn it. Telekinesis. Oh, how sophisticated. Learning it, he continued to peruse the abilities, noting the potential of telepathy. Pondering whether he could foresee Weiss's thoughts point one by one, he absorbed the superpowers as his gaze swept over them. Zhao Yi favored transformation and the grand prophecy technique most of all. Yet, presently, these were not his primary concerns. "Weiss, you dare to pilfer my cake." Zhao Yi fumed, his mouth stuffed with food as he glared at Weiss, whose stomach appeared to be an abyss. "Nonsense. Lord Beerus clearly eats more than I do." Weiss retorted, his face twisted in disdain. "You eat daily, while I have not feasted in 2 millennia. How dare you compete with me?" In an instant, the two were embroiled in a heated argument, while the sage and the towering Yggdrasian tirelessly served dishes. Being a race capable of instantaneous movement, the Hydration had teleported to distant planets thousands of light years away to procure the most exquisite delicacies within proximity. Weiss, return my chicken leg. Zhao, he could no longer contain himself. Realizing that Weiss was up to no good by stealing his chicken leg. This is not just any chicken leg. It is the leg of the ice firebird, a delicacy that can only be savored once every few centuries. Weiss protested, clutching a massive chicken leg as he ascended into the sky. Fearful of Zhao Yi's theft. You have the audacity. Zhao Yi spat, vanishing in a flash. Where did he go? Weiss exclaimed, suddenly feeling a lightness in his grip. Looking down, he discovered that the chicken leg had vanished. Zhao Yi was now nearby, grinning while holding the ice firebird's leg. Lord Beerus, you are cheating. You used ultimate instinct to snatch the chicken leg. Weiss lamented, gazing at Zhao Yi, who radiated a white light. In terms of pure strength. Weiss could not contend with Zhao Yi, but under the influence of ultimate instinct, Weiss found himself rendered utterly incapable of response. After all, he could not maintain ultimate instinct at all times. Zhao Yi, indifferent to Weiss's plight, took a hearty bite. Crack! The sound of teeth meeting bone echoed, and Zhao Yi's expression darkened immediately. Weiss! Zhao Yi roared, emanating a terrifying purple glow, causing the entire Yadrit planet to tremble. Countless spatial rifts appeared around them as the planet began to fracture inch by inch. Lord Beerus, please quell your fury. Rescind your powers. The sage implored, spare us, Divine One. At that moment, both the sage and the towering Hydration wished they could slap themselves for having prepared only a single ice fire bird leg. Alas, in a flash of purple light, the entire Yadrit planet vanished from the cosmos. Zhao Yi paid no heed to the chaos. In an instant, his golden aura transformed to white, a massive white flame erupting from his being. Weiss attempted to flee with the chicken leg in hand. He suddenly felt a sharp pain, instinctively dropping the leg. Humph! A cold snort echoed from behind. Weiss turned to see Lord Beerus. Is it truly necessary to resort to such extremes for a mere chicken leg? Weiss chuckled weakly, adopting a serious demeanor to avoid punishment. Lord Beerus, you must quickly dispel your ultimate instinct. You have yet to fully master it, and it will deplete your divine power rapidly. Weiss's words elicited a dismissive smile from Zhao Yi. What schemes do you harbor that I would be unaware of? You merely wish to steal my chicken leg once I release my ultimate instinct. Zhao Yi, utilizing his telepathy, discerned Weiss's intentions with ease. With that, Zhao Yi devoured the ice firebird's colossal leg in a few bites. Delicious. Indeed, perhaps I shall indulge again when the opportunity arises. Licking his lips, Zhao Yi savored the sensation of his already full belly. By the way, could someone rewind time a few minutes? It seems I inadvertently obliterated Yadarat's star just now. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Yi cast a nonchalant glance at Weiss. Lord Beerus, how unkind. Not only do you deny them sustenance, but you also make them toil like mere laborers. My existence is truly pitiable. Sob, sob, sob. Weiss's tearful visage elicited a moment of discomfort for Zhao Yi. However, under the shadow of Zhao Yi's imposing presence, Weiss dutifully made his way to the skies above Yadarat's star. With a slight gesture of his staff, a verdant glow enveloped the starlit expanse in an instant. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow at the sight of this emerald radiance. What profound energy! Not a trace could I decipher. He had initially hoped that his current talents might offer some insight. Lord Beerus, there's no need to speculate. As the god of destruction, you wield destructive energy, while I, as the angel, command time energy. It is implausible for you to master both simultaneously unless you relinquish your destructive prowess. Weiss's words struck Zhao Yi with clarity. These two forms of energy seemed akin to the laws described in the novels of his past life. Yet there was still a possibility. Weiss smiled and said, Chapter 15. Is someone playing with time travel? Damn it, why does that turtle smile feel so untrustworthy? Zhao Yi squinted at Weiss. What method do you propose? Zhao Yi's intense gaze made Weiss somewhat uneasy, a hint of trepidation lurking within him. Recently, Lord Beerus appeared increasingly irritable. He couldn't afford to let Lord Beerus surpass him after 2 millennia of diligent cultivation. Whis, well aware of Zhao Yi's peculiar stares, understood his intentions. If Lord Beerus wishes to comprehend time energy, you merely need to invest 10,000 times more effort than I did. Our order has been attuned to time energy since birth. Indeed, Wis's revelation instantly darkened Zhao Yi's countenance. Oh my knowledge, you must be several billion years old. Are you suggesting I devote 10,000 times your years? Zhao Yi scoffed. Precisely. As an angel, Wis's birth coincided with the inception of the seventh universe, rendering him over several billion years old. Oh, I'm not that ancient. Among angels, I am one of the youngest, Wis replied, feigning modesty. Zhao Yi merely rolled his eyes in response, saying nothing further. Their conversation continued. The surrounding scenery began to shift rapidly. The previously shattered ruins slowly reassembled from afar. Countless flying stones gradually merged, ultimately coalescing into a brownish-yellow planet. The laws of time are indeed terrifying. If I were to master the ability to halt time, even those far more powerful than I would pose no threat. In that moment, Zhao Yi once again felt the chasm between himself and Wis. It was evident that if Wis desired to eliminate him, it could be accomplished in an instant. Decision made, he resolved to learn the laws of time. There was no turning back. Zhao Yi's unwavering gaze went unnoticed by Wis, who would certainly lament the reduction of his leisure time. The countless Yatarat inhabitants who perished in Zhao Yi's fury were all revived. Zhao Yi, feeling satiated, declared, "Let us move on to explore other realms." With that, he and Wis transformed into beams of light, vanishing above Yatarat's star. Meanwhile, the memories of the sage and the giant remained rooted in the events of 3 minutes prior when Zhao Yi and Wis had battled. Sage Lord, where has Lord Beerus gone? The giant questioned in confusion. The sage shot him an exasperated glance. I possess prophetic abilities, but I am not a search engine. How could I possibly know everything? Can't you use your imagination? Yet, to maintain his lofty image, the sage sighed with an air of mystery. Alas, the deity has departed. It seems that humanity and divinity are destined to remain largely disconnected, perhaps leading to calamity. The sage's words would echo through the ages, causing future generations of Yatarat inhabitants to regard the divine with trepidation, ultimately missing many opportunities to ally with celestial beings. Some even rejected invitations to cultivate on the Grand Kaishin's planet after their demise. The sage waited countless years on the Grand Kaishin's planet, only to be left disappointed when he eventually learned the truth, resulting in his spirit being shattered with rage. Of course, Zhao Yi had no time to dwell on such matters. Wis, is there a race known as the Scions in this universe? Zhao Yi inquired as they soared through the cosmos. Oh, is Lord Beerus interested in this race? Wis replied with a smile. Indeed. What makes them so intriguing? You'll understand once you meet them, Wis said. Knowing that Zhao Yi's curiosity would compel him to seek them out, he adjusted their course toward the Scion homeworld. Minutes later, Zhao Yi arrived on a planet riddled with craters. This world, significantly larger than Earth, bore sparse vegetation, yet Zhao Yi sensed only a faint aura. There truly only one race here. Are there no other creatures? It was hard to fathom a planet devoid of life apart from humanity. Excluding the scarce flora, Lord Beerus observed, the Scions have consumed every other species on this planet, including the indigenous inhabitants. They now survive solely on the remnants of these plants, Wis explained, leaving Zhao Yi bewildered. Consumed everything? How terrifying. A single race devoured an entire planet. Zhao Yi, who considered himself a gourmand, was astounded to learn of a race that surpassed him in voracity. Perhaps Goku and his companions' appetites were indeed hereditary, if not diminished. That moment, the previously jovial Wis suddenly furrowed his brow. What troubles you? Zhao Yi asked solemnly, realizing that whatever had caused Wis's concern was significant. Someone has breached the temporal barrier. Traveling from a distant future, Wis stated, causing Zhao Yi to frown. When they crossed over, a vivid image of a formidable figure flashed through Zhao Yi's mind. I am not entirely certain, but it is likely at least 800 or 900 years ago. Wis's words solidified Zhao Yi's suspicions regarding the identity of the traveler. Their whereabouts? Let us investigate. Yes, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, waving his staff as the two sped off toward a destination millions of light years away. Chapter 16, Bardock. In a desolate cave, a muscular man lay at its deepest recess, adorned with a red scarf and bearing a cross-shaped scar on his face. The man suddenly opened his eyes wide. Where am I? Was I not dead? He recalled the crimson sphere of light, under which survival seemed impossible. You are awake. At that moment, a child's voice resonated from the cave's entrance. The man abruptly turned his gaze towards the opening, where he beheld a diminutive creature resembling a pink frog standing at the threshold. This little being appeared quite delectable, albeit slightly undersized, instantly frightened by the man's penetrating stare. The creature trembled in fear. What a terrifying individual! Could he possibly be the legendary exploding rear monster my father spoke of? The small creature instinctively shielded its backside and pondered. Where is this place? How did I end up here? The man was none other than Bedak, the father of Dog Kong. Slowly rising, Bedak approached the little creature, his hands concealed behind him, already plotting to feast upon this tiny being once he dealt with it. Sensing the palpable malice, the creature, still covering its rear, retreated while stammering, "This is Planet Plant, and my name is Bailey." Bedak was momentarily taken aback by Bailey's words. Planet Plant? Isn't that the original name of Planet Vegeta? With determined strides, Bedak ventured outside the cave, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The child's appearance unmistakably identified him as a Planteon. Had he somehow returned to the past? At this moment, Bedak's appetite had vanished, replaced by deep contemplation. "You are awake. How splendid!" A voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Frowning, Bedak turned to see a larger Planteon approaching from the other side of the mountain. Little Bailey, spotting his father, quickly dashed behind him for cover. "Greetings, I am Bailey's father. Your injuries have yet to heal. Please refrain from movement." The father of Bailey approached with a smile, producing a vial of blue liquid and gently pouring it over Bedak's arm. This sensation was reminiscent of the healing pod's medicinal fluid. Could it be that he truly had returned to the past? Bedak's skepticism regarding this situation intensified. "Here, keep this vial. Once you use it, you shall fully recover," Bailey's father said with a warm smile directed at Bedak. Without hesitation, Bedak seized the medicine, though he dismissed any thoughts of feasting upon the two plantains that, "Oh, by the way, you haven't eaten in quite some time. Have you? This is a small token of our goodwill. Look." Bailey's father gestured toward a table nearby, laden with fruits. Without a second thought, Bedak snatched the food and strode outside, ignoring Bailey's father's calls for him to return. "Father, let it be. He seems disinclined to trouble us," little Bailey urged his father. "What do you know? There are only 2 baskets at home, and he has taken one of them. How infuriating!" Bailey was left speechless by his father's grievances. Realizing that it was all about the baskets, in the days that followed, Bailey's father dispatched his son daily to deliver food in an attempt to reclaim the cherished basket. Regrettably, timid Bailey would drop off the food and flee, leaving the basket behind in the cave, discovered by Bedak. "Father, I cannot bear it. That man is so fearsome. I was terrified just taking a glance." One day, little Bailey returned home with an empty basket, bursting into tears upon seeing his father. "Useless child. Allow me to demonstrate how to outsmart him," Bailey's father scoffed before grabbing a basket and some food, setting out. Upon his arrival, Bailey's father was met with the sight of Bedak roasting frogs, though not plantains. They were still unsettling enough to leave him pale with fear. Minutes later, Bailey spotted his father stumbling back home, breathless. It was terrifying. "Bailey, you should take over the food deliveries from now on." At that moment, he had completely abandoned any thoughts of retrieving the basket. The simple-minded Bailey was unaware that the truth behind his father's cowardice, having been frightened to the point of losing control upon witnessing Bedak's frog feast, would shatter his Na'vi worldview. In the subsequent days, little Bailey continued to bring food to Bedak. Gradually, Bedak began conversing with him about various matters, including events in the universe. During this time, Bedak finally confirmed that he had indeed been thrown back into the past. Although he could not ascertain how many years had passed, he understood it was certainly not just a century or 2. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from afar. Bedak rushed outside to witness several extraterrestrials clad in battle attire wreaking havoc in the distance. with countless plantions perishing in the chaos. Upon spotting the approaching spaceship, Badak's fury ignited to Frieza's ship. How despicable! As one of the most formidable lower-class warriors, Badak possessed a combat power exceeding 18,000, which had surged to 30,000 since his temporal displacement. In an instant, he confronted the extraterrestrials. After a swift and decisive battle, all the invaders were vanquished. In that moment, Badak emerged as a hero among the plantions. However, he knew these foes were merely the vanguard. Knowing Frieza's nature, reinforcements would undoubtedly follow. Just as Badak returned to his cave, two figures suddenly descended from the sky. Chapter 17. Indeed, the divine can act with impunity. Are you the one who traverses time? As the two figures landed, the majestic feline before him addressed Badak directly. What the devil? Cats can talk now. Badak gazed curiously at Zhao Yi, yet was most astonished by the implications of what had been said. What? I truly returned to the past. Initially, upon seeing Frieza's spaceship, Badak had assumed he was merely transported to a planet resembling the former planet Vegeta. However, upon rejecting that notion, he was confronted with the startling truth. Who are you? How do you know I am from the future? Badak regarded Zhao Yi and Weiss with suspicion. Not going to speak? Weiss, delve into his memories. Zhao Yi, disinterested in further dialogue, understood that Badak was utterly clueless. It would be a miracle if he could extract any useful information. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Weiss smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Badak, noticing the disregard with which Zhao Yi treated him, felt his pride wounded. I am the esteemed leader of lower-class warriors. You dare to disregard me. Even Frieza would not dare to treat me so. Who do you think you are? As Badak prepared to retaliate, he suddenly found Weiss had inexplicably appeared before him. And for reasons unknown, his body had become immobile. Curse be this! What on earth is happening? Badak glared at Weiss, who had placed his staff atop Badak's head. Strange. There is nothing here. Impossible. Weiss was taken aback. Having found nothing within Badak's mind, that it was a known fact that even newborns possessed memories worth examining. Is that so? Zhao Yi also appeared momentarily astonished, but his expression soon turned serious. The inability of Weiss to probe Badak's consciousness suggested that his arrival was no mere accident. It seems the world of Dragon Ball is far more intricate than anticipated. Zhao Yi's gaze sharpened. Weiss slowly withdrew his hand from Badak's head and returned behind Zhao Yi. Naturally, Zhao Yi understood that Weiss was now contacting the Grand Priest to report this incident. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi regarded the immobilized Badak with a smile. You are a scion, are you not? Zhao Yi's words left Bardock momentarily stunned. Indeed, who are you? Why can I not move? Bardock spoke to Zhao Yi with a hint of anger. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi gently flicked his fingers, and with a cracking sound, Bardock suddenly felt the ability to move his body return. Speak. What is your purpose for coming here? Bardock realized that he was no match for his opponents, yet the pride of a scion was not something they could trample upon. Lord Beerus is the highest deity in this universe, and your arrival from a future has violated the cosmic law of time travel. Thus, you have two choices, was said with a smile directed at Bardock. What choices? Bardock thought, his heart racing. The highest deity of the universe. That sounded incredibly grand. No wonder they were so formidable. However, Wiz simply smiled at Bardock's words, gesturing toward Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was momentarily bewildered, thinking, what the hell? How would I know about this so-called choice? Moreover, Zhao Yi recalled from his memories that this punishment had no definitive conclusion. Under Wiss's indication, Bardock quickly turned his gaze to Zhao Yi. Ahem. The choice is simple. One is that I will obliterate you, causing all traces of your existence in this world to vanish. Zhao Yi certainly could not admit ignorance of the punishment's nature. He had to devise the punishment himself. What? Obliteration? Are you jesting with me? The highest deity can do as they please? Bardock was instantly enraged, nearly lashing out at Zhao Yi. Seeing Bardock's attitude, Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled, pleased. Indeed, the highest deity is remarkable. The highest deity can do as they please. After Zhao Yi's laughter, he glanced at Whis, who was smiling beside him, and continued, we shall not only annihilate your physical form, but also your very soul. So you shall understand that a deity can do as they wish. Bardock was momentarily speechless, fully aware that Zhao Yi's words were no exaggeration. Damn it, these two are not gods. They are nothing but thugs, utterly unreasonable. Bardock clenched his fists but ultimately refrained from acting impulsively. Speak, what is the second choice? Bardock spat, recognizing the strength of the situation, as long as they did not insult him. Conceding to them was not out of the question. Zhao, he was momentarily taken aback. What the hell, I only intended to tease him, and now I don't even know how to proceed. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao. This universe is plagued by the Frozen Demon Clan. I offer you a choice. Eliminate their current leader, King Zielder, and I shall no longer interfere with you. Zhao Yi's suggestion left Whis momentarily stunned. Why was Lord Beerus always seeking trouble with the Frozen Demon Clan? Was it because he desired to witness their transformation performance? Lord Beerus was rather petty. Of course, Whis dared not voice such thoughts, for if Zhao Yi were to rage and challenge him to a duel, it would be disastrous. The Frozen Demon Clan? What are they? Humph. Is it not merely killing a person? I, Bardock, have killed plenty. Chapter 18. King Zielder is impressive on a mountain peak of Planet Plant. A weary man sat atop the summit, his dull eyes fixated on the sky. 3 days, damn it. I've been stuck here for 3 days. Where the hell is that accursed Zielder? This man was none other than Bardock, who felt he had been deceived by Zhao Yi. The reason for his feeling of being tricked was simple. After Bardock confidently proclaimed he would kill Zielder, Zhao Yi brought him to this mountain, claiming Zielder would fly through the sky above. Rest assured, I will wait here and will not leave a single step. Bardock's solemn vow had irritated Zhao Yi, prompting the god of destruction to flick his fingers, instantly immobilizing Bardock. What the hell? Why have you frozen me again? Bardock roared in frustration. Relax, it's merely to prevent your escape. After all, think about it. We just met, and you haven't provided any sort of deposit. If you were to flee, I would be left with an unfinished job and face reprimand from my superiors. Zhao Yi explained earnestly, leading Bardock to nod slightly. Ah, you make a valid point. Thus, after positioning Bardock to gaze skyward, Zhao Yi departed. Wow, Bardock is so diligent. He has gone 3 days without food or drink for the sake of our Planet Plant. I must aspire to be a hero like Bardock. Indeed, me too. What truly drove Bardock to despair was the group of little brats below him who incessantly pointed and chattered about him, though they claimed to idolize him. Bardock, as a proud scion, had no need for such a ridiculous title of hero. Zielder, if you don't show up soon, I swear I'll lose my mind. Just as Bardock was on the verge of breaking down, his peripheral vision caught a glimmered, oh my god, it's coming. Bardock excitedly fixed his gaze on the circular spaceship flying towards him. However, his initial excitement waned as he noticed the ship's trajectory. Damn it, can you even pilot a spaceship? Can't you see there's a mountain here? Bardock gazed in terror as the ship drew closer. Boom! Finally, with a resounding crash, the mountain peak was sheared off, the spaceship embedding itself within the mountain, while Bardock was sent flying, bloodied and landing amidst the rubble. Cough, cough. Damn Zielder. I swear I'll take you down even if I have to fight without my manhood. Amidst the debris, Bardock applied healing ointment to himself, his injuries rapidly mending. Just then, the hatch of the spaceship embedded in the mountain opened, and a cocky child emerged, followed by a few lackeys. How was my braking skill? Impressive, right? The underdeveloped Zielder stood with hands on hips, laughing heartily. Long live King Zielder! Long live King Zielder! The lackeys, merely echoing, cheered in unison. Oh, you know what this technique is called? Zielder asked mysteriously. Upon hearing this, the lackeys shook their heads in unison. I knew you wouldn't know. This move is called the Iron-Headed Kid's wall crash brake technique. Zielder's infectious smile spread across thousands of meters. Long live King Zielder! Long live King Zielder! At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. While Zielder was still laughing, he suddenly felt someone lock his throat. In a whirlwind, Bardock appeared out of nowhere, executing a shoulder throw that slammed Zielder down to the ground. Following this, Bardock relentlessly kicked him in the head. The onlooking lackeys were left dumbfounded. Iron-Headed Kid, is it crashing into walls? How does it feel? Bardock shouted angrily while kicking. Boom! Just then, tremors emanated from the ground, causing Bardock's expression to change as he quickly took to the skies. Boom! After a resounding roar, a terrifying mushroom cloud erupted from the very spot where Bardock had just kicked a student. Zerd, emanating a crimson glow, surged forth from the depths of the earth. Upon witnessing that their elder was unscathed, a group of lethargic onlookers erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Zerd the Great is magnificent! Zerd the Great is magnificent!" However, upon hearing this, Zerd's expression darkened instantaneously as a stream of red energy coalesced in his palm. And with a swift motion, it struck the bewildered minion in the midst of the group. Following a deafening explosion, countless dismembered limbs flew in every direction. "You wretched fools! Where were you when I was being assaulted?" After spitting at the fallen, Zerd angrily turned his gaze towards Bardock, who was not far off and could see that moment. Bardock finally discerned Zerd's true appearance. "Frieza, it's you." Chapter 19. Super Saiyan Bardock. "Frieza? Who is Frieza?" "I am Zerd the Great, so pay attention," Zerd proclaimed, his fiery aura growing increasingly violent, as if it were on the verge of igniting. Upon closer inspection, Bardock mused that Zerd bore no resemblance to Frieza. Although he certainly belonged to the race of the Frost Demons, Bardock concealed his right hand behind his back, gathering a sphere of light. "So you are aware of our Frost Demon lineage. You possess a modicum of culture," Zerd retorted, hands on hips, boasting arrogantly. Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminated the sky, causing Zerd's eyes to ache. "What on earth is that?" Rubbing his eyes, Zerd quickly looked up and saw a glowing sphere hovering in the heavens. "For heaven's sake, it's broad daylight. Why the illumination?" He spat. With a thunderous roar, a colossal foot descended from the sky, causing Zerd's countenance to turn pale from several dozen meters away. What a tremendous stench! Zerd sensed the overwhelming aura of the gigantic hand and hastily dodged aside. "Humph, so you are Zerd? Huh. Currently, my power is tenfold what it once was. No matter how formidable you may be, you cannot contend with me." Bardock, now transformed into a giant ape, cackled as he stomped towards Zerd. The latter could only flee in a state of disarray. "Curse you! Who are you?" Zerd had never encountered such a terrifying race, capable of transformation. "Ha ha, remember this. The one who will end your life is a scion, and my name is Bardock." Bardock erupted in laughter as he unleashed a massive sphere of light from his mouth. "How dare you underestimate me?" Zerd seethed, his muscles suddenly bulging, transforming his form into that of a towering figure. As his combat power surged from 200,000 to 400,000, "You think you're the only one who can transform." Zerd roared as he charged at Bardock, swiftly reversing the tide of battle. In a fortunate turn of events, Zerd managed to sever Bardock's tail, leading to Bardock's ultimate defeat, just as Zerd was about to relish in his victory over Bardock. The father and son duo, Bailey and his child, arrived, delivering 2 heads as tribute. Bardock, already in a furious state, ignited into a blazing inferno, his fury gradually dyeing his fur a vibrant yellow. "What kind of hair dye is this? So potent." After uttering this last remark, Zerd was sent flying into the cosmos by the Super Saiyan Bardock. However, Zerd did not perish immediately. He was rescued by his kin days later, lacking healing elixirs. They could only watch helplessly as Zerd met his demise. Before his death, Zerd's eyes widened in terror as he warned his descendants, "Beware, beware, beware of the golden-haired, flamboyant Scions." With that, Zerd concluded his brief yet audacious existence. Meanwhile, Bardock, having just vanquished Zerd, approached the injured Bailey and his son. Under the effects of a healing elixir, the two gradually began to recover. I could see that moment. 2 figures radiating a cataclysmic aura descended slowly from the heavens. "Lord Beerus, does this display of grandeur seem appropriate?" Whis inquired softly. "Rest assured, these mortals must be intimidated to comprehend my divinity," Beerus replied, drawing upon the wisdom acquired from his previous existence. "How terrifying! The cat demon has arrived." Little Bailey, upon seeing Beerus, turned pale with fear and cried out, hiding behind his father's back, "Do you not fear? We have, Bardock." Bailey's father quaked in terror, his legs trembling. Their exchange left Beerus's expression darkened. "Hey kid!" Beerus's cold voice sent Bailey into a panic. "Ah, Lord Beerus, your ferocity is overwhelming. Look at how terrified the child is, Whis remarked gleefully, causing Beerus to roll his eyes in exasperation. All right, Bardock, our deal is concluded, as long as you refrain from causing chaos in the universe. I shall ignore you, Beerus stated expressionlessly. However, Bardock's gaze towards Beerus was somewhat peculiar. Unaware of Bardock's intentions, Beerus raised his right hand slightly, conjuring a terrifying purple light that surged towards Bardock. What? Bardock hastily concentrated a golden energy sphere in his hand and hurled it at Beerus's purple beam. However, the purple light shattered the golden sphere effortlessly, halting ominously at Bardock's forehead. Cold sweat dripped from Bardock's brow as the overwhelming aura of death nearly suffocated him. Damn it, how could you be so powerful? I am already a Super Saiyan, Bardock exclaimed, his face contorted with concern that if you wish to compete with me, first attain the realm of the gods. Otherwise, you will never touch even a finger of mine. Beerus replied with an indifferent glance at Bardock. Should Bardock reach the divine realm, Beerus thought he might actually have a worthy opponent. By the way, here's a friendly tip. Not far from this planet lies the gathering place of the Saiyans. With that, Beerus provided Bardock with a coordinate. Bardock, unable to conceal his excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you." As Bardock sincerely expressed his gratitude, Beerus departed from Planet Plant with Whis. There are Saiyans nearby. Ha ha ha. Let's see what the Saiyans of this era are like. Bardock said as he bid farewell to Bailey and his son, boarding Zerd's spaceship and setting course for Planet Saiyan. Chapter 20. I must learn the laws of time. Whis, do you know what Bardock just mentioned about Super Saiyans? Whis and Beerus were currently soaring towards the realm of destruction. Along the way, Zhao inquired of Whis, Super Saiyan. Indeed, I have heard of it. It is said that among the Saiyans, Super Saiyan appears once every 1,000 years. With a gentle smile, Whis began to elucidate the matter to Beerus. The phenomenon of Super Saiyan originated with the Saiyan race. Every millennium, a Saiyan is born with inherently immense power, even without training. Their growth rate surpasses that of ordinary Saiyans by hundreds of times. Upon reaching adulthood, this Saiyan gains the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, resulting in a significant surge in strength. Typically, even a Kaishin would struggle against an adult Super Saiyan. However, it is said that all legendary Super Saiyans perished before being discovered by the Kaishin. That Whis' final statement caused Beerus's pupils to constrict sharply. Perished? What on earth happened? He asked gravely. The reasons are quite intricate. Let me put it this way. Legendary Super Saiyans are born with a fiery temper. Each time one is born, calamity befalls planet Vegeta. Either the race faces extinction, or the planet itself is obliterated. This has resulted in the Saiyan race, despite its ancient origins, failing to develop significantly. Whis' explanation reminded Zhao of the destruction of planet Vegeta shortly after Broly's birth in the original tale. However, if the planets were destroyed, how could any Saiyans have survived? Zhao found it hard to believe that the legendary Super Saiyans, known for their volatility, would leave any survivors. This brings us to Bardock, whom you just imitated. To be honest, I was quite astonished to see Bardock transform into a Super Saiyan. Among the Saiyans, every 1,000 years a royal would train to become an ordinary Golden Super Saiyan. While these Super Saiyans may not be extraordinarily powerful, they can become remarkably strong in battles against legendary Super Saiyans. Historically, nearly all legendary Super Saiyans were slain by ordinary Saiyans. That a great secret indeed. It is astonishing that not a single one of the legendary Super Saiyans, once idolized in my past life, managed to survive until the end, all falling to the hands of ordinary Super Saiyans. But wait, you mentioned that ordinary Super Saiyans emerge only from the royal lineage. Is Bardock a royal? Beerus distinctly remembered Bardock as merely an ordinary low-class Saiyan. Now, that I cannot say that in all my memories. Only the descendants of royalty can transform into Super Saiyans, Whis replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Beerus fell into deep contemplation. That a few minutes later, the two returned to the realm of destruction. Well then, Lord Beerus, what will you be training this time? Your current power level is such that no other god of destruction stand a chance against you, Whis inquired with a smile by the pond. To be honest, Whis had never encountered such a formidable god of destruction since the inception of the 7th universe. Perhaps this sort of god of destruction only appeared before the 7th universe was born. However, was Beerus content merely with being able to defeat other gods of destruction? Absolutely not. I am destined to punch the Grand Minister and kick Zeno, the child. Is such a meager power sufficient? Of course, Beerus could not voice such thoughts aloud, for doing so would invite the Grand Minister to share tea with him. Even Zeno would engage him in a game of destruction. One must have dreams. Without dreams, what distinguishes one from salted fish? I truly do not understand how you attained your position as a minister, Beerus remarked disdainfully at making feel as though he were indeed a salted fish. Indeed, Lord Beerus, what has come over you? Why are you so intent on training every day? Is Kampa's punch truly that effective? Pondered, wishing to give Kampa peace of his mind, as the well-behaved Beerus had been thoroughly compromised by a single punch. Enough of this nonsense. From today on, I shall learn to manipulate time energy, Beerus declared, hands clasped behind his back, commanding Learning time energy. Lord Beerus, are you feeling unwell? Rushed to Beerus's side, checking his forehead. You do not have a fever. Why utter such nonsense? Wiss's actions left Beerus speechless. Are you belittling my talent? There is no reason I cannot learn what you can learn. Have you forgotten I was the champion in the God of Destruction IQ assessment? Beerus declared proudly. While Beerus might have been lazy, his intellect was indeed commendable. But Lord Beerus, I have already informed you that you possess destruction energy. If you wish to learn time energy, the effort required would be 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. Are you certain you want to proceed? Wiss appealed earnestly, causing Zhao Yi to narrow his eyes again, that he stared silently at Wiss, instilling a growing sense of dread within him. All right, Lord Beerus, please do not stare at me like that. It is quite bothersome. I will teach you. If you insist, Wiss pouted playfully. Beerus took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rising temper to know, I cannot lose my composure. Tio better deal with this brat in the future. I must remain calm. He reassured himself internally. Chapter 21. Commencing training in temporal energy, Wiss observed the resolute Beerus, his expression turning serious, since Lord Beerus wishes to learn the manipulation of time energy. He must be prepared for some hardships, as the laws of time are not easily mastered. Wiss's grave tone instilled no fear in Beerus. Let us proceed to the alternate dimension, Wiss exclaimed, striking his staff against the void. With a melodic chime, the fabric of space suddenly fractured, revealing a white alternate dimension before Beerus. This space was quite familiar to him. In the centuries past, when he had not yet attained great power, he would often inadvertently shatter the fabric of space, only for Wiss to restore it. However, Beerus had also entered this alternate dimension many times in fact, these alternate spaces were akin to the rooms within the hyperbolic time chamber, each possessing different flow rates if Lord Beerus seeks to comprehend time energy, the optimal method is to train within various temporal dimensions, allowing for a deeper understanding of time itself. However, some areas within these alternate dimensions are perilously dangerous. I will do my utmost to keep you safe, but should you disregard my warnings and fall into peril, it will be your own responsibility, Wiss said earnestly, capturing Beerus's attention and indicating that he was not jesting. I understand. Do I look like someone timid to you? Zhao, he spat at Wiss. No. In my eyes, Lord Beerus is the mightiest, Wiss quickly complimented. Very well, let us begin. With that, the two stepped into the alternate dimension together. As they arrived, the rift behind them slowly sealed shut. This alternate dimension is the most suitable space I could find for Lord Beerus to train among the tens of millions closest to us. Here, 10 days within equates to 1 day outside, Wiss explained, moving to a vacant area and marking a boundary with his staff. Beerus gazed around at the pure white expanse, lost in thought, in such sweltering conditions. Where does his energy originate from? According to the law of conservation of energy, where does the light and heat come from without a source? However, Zhao Yi's concerns lay elsewhere. Wiss, what are you up to? As Wiss observed Wiss, who was nearby, twisting his body while drawing circles with his staff, he couldn't help but voice his confusion. However, Wiss paid no heed to Wiss and continued his meticulous task. Watching him take a full minute to trace just a centimeter left Wiss feeling quite exasperated. Yet he refrained from interrupting. Finally, Wiss proclaimed, at last, it is complete. The space-time formation is truly a hassle. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wiss turned to Wiss with a smile. saying, Lord Vis, this is my original space-time formation. IT will greatly enhance the comprehension of space-time energy. Wiss's proud declaration left Vis puzzled. You actually delve into formations? Is that reliable? Noticing the skepticism in Vis's gaze, Wiss's rare anger flared. Lord Vis, no matter what, I'm a genius of the angel race. You think it's easy to spend billions of years crafting a formation? How dare you doubt me? As he spoke, Wiss began to sob. Come on, I was just asking. Vis thought, bemused by Wiss's unexpected fragility. Seeing Wiss in tears, Vis could only fly over and pat his shoulder. All right, I was merely jesting. I meant no offense. Upon hearing Vis's words, Wiss slowly lifted his head, only to find that he had shed not a single tear. Ha ha ha. Lord Vis can still coax others. The grin on Wiss's face made Vis feel like a foolish donkey. Enough. I need to train. Quickly tell me the method of comprehension. With a swift kick, Vis sent Wiss aside and settled down within the so-called space-time formation. Crossing his legs in meditation, rubbing his sore backside, Wiss approached Vis and began to explain the method to comprehend space-time energy. There is but one way. You must feel the passage of time. During this process, you must not allow your mind to wander even for a moment. This practice has the added benefit of allowing you to simultaneously cultivate the ultimate freedom technique. Once Wiss finished speaking, Vis closed his eyes and embarked on his journey of understanding, while Wiss sat beside him, attentively observing Vis's progress. Years turned into centuries, and one day, after sitting in silence for hundreds of years, Vis suddenly furrowed his brow. Wiss, having been daydreaming, snapped back to reality. This sensation is its space-time energy. Lord Vis's talent is astonishing. He has grasped it in just a few centuries. It took me tens of thousands of years. Astonished, Wiss set down the cake he was holding and moved to Vis's side. I could see that moment. Vis slowly opened his eyes. Lord Vis, you have finally awakened. I thought I would go mad from missing you. Before Wiss could finish his sentence, he saw a fist glowing with white light hurtling towards his face. Again, Wiss thought, recognizing the silver pupils of Vis and realizing that his centuries of meditation had allowed Vis to fully master the second stage of the ultimate freedom technique. Not only that, but Vis's combat power had also surged during those years. Summarizing this, Wiss realized he was about to be attacked. Space-time confinement. Fortunately, Wiss still had his ultimate trump card. As he unleashed the space-time energy, time froze instantly. Yet, cold sweat dripped from Wiss's brow as he noticed Vis's fist was already inches from his eye, meaning that a moment's delay would result in a slap to the face. Lord Vis is terrifying. After this, I must never provoke him again. Wiss hurriedly darted behind Vis, adjusting his posture. Time flows. Boom! As the space-time confinement was lifted, the alternate dimension was shattered by Vis's fist. Chapter 22. 1,000 years ago. The legendary Super Saiyan. Gazing at the collapsing alternate dimension, Vis disdainfully curled his lips. That little thief has even begun to use space-time energy. It seems he can no longer withstand my attacks with the ultimate freedom technique. With this thought, Vis smiled. Lord Vis is truly violent. It appears I shall need to redraw a space-time formation. Wiss, feeling helpless, rubbed his forehead. Hold on, how much time did I spend meditating? Vis halted Wiss, who was about to open a second alternate dimension. Wiss paused, then began to contemplate seriously in that alternate dimension. Lord Vis spent approximately 240 years, which translates to about 24 years in the real world. Upon realizing this, Wiss was taken aback. What? Lord Vis grasped space-time energy in just 24 years. It then dawned on Wiss that Vis had already possessed the power of destruction. Logically, Vis's talent should be thousands of times superior to his own, and thus his comprehension speed should match Wiss's. However, it had taken Wiss tens of millions of years to comprehend space-time energy. Why this calculation, Vis's innate talent was not merely several 100 billion times greater than his own. With your meager talent, you dare to compare with me, Vis? How naive. Vis proudly lifted his chin. Lord Vis, your nose is pointing to the sky, but don't celebrate too early. The subsequent training is the key. At your current speed, to truly comprehend the laws of space-time as I have, it will take at least 1,000,000 years. After all, I'm already trillions of years old. Oops, my apologies. Wiss's giggling demeanor only fueled Viss's urge to retaliate. Regardless of how many years you've lived, I'm starving. Quickly prepare some food for me. Tugging at the fabric of space, Viss returned to the realm of the god of destruction, clutching his stomach and shouting at Wiss. All right, coming right up. Wiss hastily jogged over, waving his staff to conjure a massive table, 100 meters in diameter, which appeared in the clearing. The table was laden with a plethora of delicacies, easily numbering in the tens of thousands. What? Is this all? Stingy Wiss. After a brief complaint, Viss finally enjoyed his first meal in centuries. By the way, what happened to that stowaway? Is he dead? Viss referred to Bardock, pondering whether a time-traveling individual would undertake earth-shattering actions. Bardock, he is living quite well now. He is the king of the Scions, and he has led the Scions to migrate from planet Vegeta to planet Plant, coexisting peacefully with the inhabitants of planet Plant. As Wiss spoke, he activated a visual feed displaying planet Plant, which had transformed remarkably over the years that IT had rapidly developed into a technological utopia, with skyscrapers dotting the landscape. Such rapid development. They must have greatly benefited from using the ships of the Zild race. Viss wiped his mouth with a napkin. By the way, Lord Viss, there is something you might find intriguing. Wiss smiled and gestured to the projection in the void. Instantly, the scene shifted to a luxurious room within a tall building, where a small bed cradled a rosy-cheeked infant. What is this? Upon noticing the tail protruding from the child's backside, Viss furrowed his brow. Isn't this just an ordinary Scion child? Lord Viss, this child is Bardock's son. He was born with a battle power exceeding 10,000, and at just a year and a half old, he already possesses a battle power of 50,000. Wiss's words made Viss's pupils constrict. The legendary Super Scion? He is Bardock's son. Does this mean he is Goku's brother? How intriguing. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Beerus's mouth. However, Lord Beerus, there is one matter that perplexes me greatly. The age-old legend that all Super Scions are descended from common Scions. While ordinary Super Scions hail from the royal lineage, this child appears rather unique. Ditto. So, he is an anomaly then? Haha, how delightful. Let us go and observe this little one. As Beerus finished speaking, the countless delicacies before him had already been devoured. I too wish to see. Let us proceed, Lord Beerus. With that, the two transformed into beams of light, vanishing from the realm of the destroyers. Bardock, what are you planning to do about your son? A long-haired female Scion stood beside the legendary Super Scion's crib. Addressing Bardock, who now was no longer the impoverished fool he had been 40 years prior, the king of the Scions, he basked in glory, having attained the second level of Super Scion, his combat power soaring into the tens of billions after unlocking this transformation. He had even found a new wife. This legendary Super Scion was the offspring of him and Goku's stepmother. One could only wonder how Goku and Raditz would react upon learning this news. Florenza has been a part of Scion lore for millennia. According to ancient texts, the emergence of the Super Scion marked a monumental shift for our race. I believe he will undoubtedly lead our people to greatness. Bardock had long harbored ambitions that his child must be a high-level warrior, perhaps even a super warrior, determined not to let his past misfortunes befall his son. This was why he had been so enraged at the birth of Kakarot and Raditz. Although having traveled back 1,000 years, and after battling Chilled, his ambitions had waned, yet upon Florenza's birth, that desire was reignited. Chapter 23. Florenza. Does this mean you intend to let him develop unchecked? The female Scion frowned slightly. Just over a year old, Florenza had already surpassed her in strength. Indeed, only Bardock himself could defeat the current Florenza among the entire Scion race. However, Bardock's mere oversight would inevitably lead to Florenza's rampage. The consequence of such a rampage would be catastrophic. Their concern was not for Florenza's indiscriminate killings, but rather the fear of becoming his targets. You needn't worry about that. I've devised a plan that I will take Florenza to another planet and will personally train him until he reaches adulthood. Planet Plant shall be entrusted to you. With that, Bardock picked up Florenza and strode toward the exit. Minutes later, a spaceship roared into the sky. Yet, as Bardock flew out of the planet's atmosphere with the child, the ship suddenly shook violently. Boom! A tremendous sound accompanied by intense vibrations enveloped the vessel, and then all fell silent. What is happening? Bardock furrowed his brow. addressing the ship's AI. Beep, beep, beep. The ship has arrived at its destination. Beep, beep, beep. The ship has arrived at its destination. Beep, beep, beep. The ship has arrived at its destination. The series of urgent alerts left Bardock looking grim. What on earth is going on? Glancing back at the sleeping Florenza, Bardock approached the viewport. Before him lay a vast meteor crater, while the control panel indicated they had indeed reached their destination. Bardock, it has been a long time. At that moment, a calm yet unforgettable voice echoed from behind him. He quickly turned to find Beerus and Whis, whom he had encountered decades ago upon first arriving on this planet. So, it was you behind this. At this juncture, Bardock was fully aware of the situation's unfolding. However, the thought that Beerus could transport him across hundreds of thousands of light years in an instant filled him with unease that you're not planning to destroy me again. Are you? Bardock sneered, his muscles tensing, ready to unleash his full power at a moment's notice. You remain as violent as ever. Beerus yawned, then strolled toward the compartment. Halt! You cannot. Bardock's anger flared at Beerus's actions. Ready to explode, when a terrifying realization struck him that I am unable to move again. The same despair, the same paralysis. Damn it, Bardock, have trained for decades to defeat this so-called god of destruction. Why do I face the same outcome? Filled with rage, Bardock cast a sidelong glance at Beerus, who had already taken hold of Florenza by the tail and emerged from the compartment. This child sleeps too deeply. He is lazier than I am. Beerus remarked, carrying Florenza to Whis with an exasperated expression. That ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, you're overthinking it. Who could possibly rival your love for sleep? This little one just recently lost control of his power and rampaged. So he is currently exhausted and in deep slumber. As for you, if you were to fall asleep, even if I were to tug your tail or slap your face, you wouldn't awaken. Whis' words caused Beerus' face to redden. Am I truly that exaggerated? Whis, wake this child up. Beerus lacked the patience to wait for the boy to rouse slowly, with a flick of his wrist. He tossed Florenza into Whis' arms, causing Whis to fumble awkwardly. Lord Beerus, you are being rather unkind, tossing such a small child around. Whis cast a disdainful look at Beerus. Enough with the chatter, just do as I say. Your words are excessive. Beerus noted that ever since he began training, Whis had been constantly berating him, making him increasingly desire to retaliate. Lord Beerus, once your power surpasses mine, I shall no longer dare to confront you. While I can still do so, I shall take every opportunity to challenge you. Given Beerus's growth rate, Whis understood that it might only be a few thousand years before Beerus exceeded him. A few thousand years is merely a beauty sleep away. Amidst Beerus's scolding, Whis swiftly placed his fingertip on the forehead of the child in his arms, that a flash of green light enveloped Florenza. And he slowly opened his eyes that a green light flickered through his youthful form, yet upon encountering Whis' divine power, it gradually subsided. Where is this? Oh, who are you? Wow, Daddy, there's a big kitty here. Florenza's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Beerus and exclaimed excitedly at his father, standing nearby. In an instant, Bardock's expression shifted. What the hell, little ancestor? Can't you see your old man is playing statue here? If you anger him, you'll have more than enough reasons to fear for your life. Ignoring Bardock's cold sweat, Beerus' expression darkened, a vein pulsing on his forehead. Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, this child is utterly adorable. Let us take him with us. Whis' eyes sparkled as he beheld Florenza, who resembled a porcelain doll. Oh, big sister, you're so pretty, just a bit less than Mama. At that moment, Florenza finally caught sight of Whis, who was embracing her. His words instantly brought a radiant smile to Whis' face. Children have an eye for beauty, but do remember that I am a male, Whis said with a grin. Goodness gracious! Hearing someone call me beautiful has made even my tail perk up. Observing Whis' beaming expression directed at Florenza, Beerus internally scoffed. Kid, your father thinks you are too troublesome. You keep accidentally demolishing buildings, so he decided to send you to me as a pet. From now on, you belong to me. Chapter 24. The Legend of the Transcendent. The cross-dressing master. Beerus' words left not only Bardock and the little brat Florenza in shock, but even Whis was taken aback. Whis abruptly broke free from Florenza's embrace and hurried to Beerus. reaching out to touch his forehead. Ah, how odd. You seem perfectly fine. Why have you suddenly lost your wits? Whis murmured in confusion. Smack. You're the one who's lost it. Your entire family is foolish. Beerus swatted Wiss's hand away, visibly irritated. After reprimanding him, Beerus turned to the bewildered Florencia, who was slowly rising from the ground. You needn't be surprised. Look, your father is nodded in agreement. Isn't that right, Mr. Bardock? As Beerus's words fell, Florencia gazed at his father with tear-filled eyes, while Bardock, his expression dark, reluctantly nodded that of course. His acquiescence was entirely due to Beerus's exerted power, forcing him into compliance. Should he resist any further, his head would surely be at risk of being twisted off by Beerus. Wow! Florencia burst into tears. With an innate intelligence surpassing that of an ordinary child, he understood all too well that Bardock's implication was a relinquishment of his son. Lord Beerus, you are truly despicable. Look at how frightened the child is, Whis whispered into Beerus's ear. What do you understand? This is for the good of both father and son, Beerus retorted. He had his own considerations. He was eager to see if the legendary Super Saiyan he had nurtured could still be outmatched by the so-called Royal Super Saiyans. With talent vastly superior to theirs, there was no reason he should falter against them. Bardock, since you have consented, we shall take Florencia with you. By the way, I advise you not to return a Planet Vegeta. Otherwise, we will not take responsibility if your wife inquires. Beerus grinned wickedly as he swiftly lifted the sobbing Florencia from the ground, vanishing into the spaceship in an instant. Mr. Bardock, we shall meet again. Whis nodded at Bardock before disappearing into the spaceship as well. Crack! Just as they vanished, the sound of breaking chains reached Bardock's ears. Beerus, I will make you pay for this. Following a furious roar, a flash of golden light swept across the planet, which then erupted into a magnificent display of fireworks in the cosmos. Amidst the pyrotechnics, a spaceship darted by. Swish! In the realm of destruction, 3 figures suddenly appeared above the lake's surface. Oh dear, let me go. I'm the Prince of the Scions. Release me. Florencia, being held by his tail by Beerus, kicked his little legs in a futile attempt to escape, but alas, his short stature left him a full leg's distance away from Beerus. Enough already, kid. If you keep this up, I will toss you to the fish, Beerus warned, lowering the child slightly to frighten him. As Florencia's feet flailed desperately toward the approaching lake, he feared Beerus might indeed drop him. Listen well, from today onwards, you shall be a hired child laborer in this realm of destruction. In return, you may train alongside Whis. You understand? Beerus stated, casually tossing Florencia in Whis's direction, with his powers bound. Florencia screamed as he fell into Whis's embrace. I leave him in your care. I shall return in 30 years, Beerus remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the frightened Florencia, who was hiding in Whis's arms. Lord Beerus, you have gone too far. I have raised you, and now you want me to care for another? He is an angel, not a mere nanny, Whis protested, though his words did not stir any reaction from Beerus, who simply tore open a rift in space and vanished from the realm of destruction. Nanny, Lord Beerus, are you serious? Whis despaired, rubbing his forehead. Don't worry, big sister. When I grow up, I will defeat the big cat and avenge you, Florencia declared, shaking his tiny fist with determination. Upon hearing this, Whis's eyes brightened. What a good boy. Come here, and Whis will give you a lollipop. After ruffling Florencia's hair, Whis was struck by a bold idea. If he were to nurture Florencia properly, enabling him to defeat Lord Beerus, it would surely astonish him. Oh ho ho ho, how clever I am. Of course, he couldn't forget the task Beerus had assigned before leaving. Placing his hand on young Florencia's head, a radiant light enveloped him, and in an instant his attire transformed into a maid outfit. How adorable, Whis exclaimed, gleefully arranging Florencia's hair into twin ponytails. What is this? Whis sister, I feel so awkward, Florencia protested, confusion etched across his face, coupled with a hint of distaste. This is your work attire. Remember not to take it off. It won't get dirty. Whis gazed lovingly at Florencia. If Bardock were to discover that his precious son had been transformed into a cross-dressing master by Whis, he would undoubtedly rage, unleashing his Super Saiyan transformations in fury. Even Beerus would likely be left in shock. All right, this is your working tool. Remember, You must keep the entire realm of destruction spotless. Whis cheerfully handed Florencia a broom before affectionately patting his little head and vanishing, leaving behind a bewildered Florencia. Chapter 25. Who is this woman? In the boundless expanse of alternate dimensions, amidst a tumult of dimensional turbulence, Beerus sat cross-legged within a circular formation, a construct meticulously devised by Whis over the course of billions of years. Its sole purpose was to significantly curtail the passage of time during the comprehension of temporal and spatial energies, for time is, after all, synonymous with lifespan. Throughout his several centuries of study on temporal energies, Beerus had come to realize a profound truth. If he could initially grasp the principles of time and space, enabling time to flow backwards, his lifespan could potentially attain eternity. That it seemed that to liberate himself from the constraints of his divine role, he must first master these temporal principles. Perhaps this would also serve as his foundation to surpass the Grand Minister in the future. Beerus classified his understanding of temporal energy into tiers. Should he manage to reverse time, it would equate to a complete understanding of temporal laws, an accomplishment Whis had achieved to the extent of 300%. In contrast, Beerus calculated his own comprehension to be a mere 0.001. Indeed, the disparity was staggering. Nevertheless, Beerus remained undaunted. After all, he had only practiced for a few decades, while that old coot Whis had been honing his skills for 1,000,000,000,000 years. If it were him, he would have already ascended to the position of the Omni-King. His utmost ambition was to attain the realm of the Grand Minister in his understanding of temporal energy before the commencement of the original power tournament. Failure to do so could spell doom for him should the seventh universe falter this day. Beerus remained uncertain whether the Grand Minister was indeed superior to the Omni-King. The intricacies of that old bird's design were inscrutable. This alternate dimension no longer suited him. It appeared that he would need to take drastic measures. Slowly, Beerus rose to his feet and unleashed a punch into the void. Boom! 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 Thousands of layered spatial rifts materialized before him. Had the subsequent Dog Kong witnessed this, he would surely have been petrified. That it is known that shattering a single spatial barrier is fundamentally different from breaking two. Even Super Saiyan 3rd Stage Dog Kong could barely breach one, while Beerus effortlessly unleashed thousands with a mere flick of his fist. According to combat power calculations, even a billion-fold stronger Super Saiyan would not stand a chance against a casual strike from Beerus. Che only managed to shatter a few. Beerus spat disdainfully. Whis, utilizing spatial powers, could sift through countless dimensions to locate one suitable for himself. The spatial rifts began to slowly mend themselves as Beerus refrained from further action. For this particular direction harbored no alternate dimension he sought. Boom! 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 With another casual punch, countless more spaces shattered, yet Beerus still could not find the desired realm. After obliterating millions of alternate dimensions, Beerus suddenly halted his relentless assault. He had finally found it. A faint smile graced his lips as he tore open a portal into a dazzling alternate space. The flow rate here was remarkable. A mere 10 years within this realm would translate to only a single day in the outside world. Such a terrifyingly rapid space was a rarity among the nearby dimensions, boasting a flow rate exceeding 3,000 times. Most crucially, Beerus could train here without any temporal constraints, after inscribing Whis' formation upon the ground. Beerus settled into a meditative position, embarking on an endless journey of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years had elapsed. Awakening from his reverie, Beerus beheld Whis standing before him, prompting a sudden tightening in his core. "What are you doing here?" Beerus exclaimed, hastily checking himself to confirm that he remained unscathed. "Lord Beerus, why do you regard me with such eyes?" "It frightens me," Whis remarked, patting his own heart. "Get out. Speak quickly. What brings you here?" Beerus demanded, unimpressed by Whis' antics. "Did you forget, my lord? Was it not agreed that I would come to retrieve you after 30 years? "It has indeed been 30 years, Whis reproached. "Oh, I forgot. I've been here for 100,000 years. How could I possibly remember?" After providing himself with this explanation, Beerus gestured with his hand, shattering countless spaces in an instant as he stepped out of the alternate dimension. Whis hurried to follow. Upon his emergence, Beerus's first order of business was, of course, to eat. "Whis, hurry and bring the food." "What are you dawdling for?" Sitting at the enormous dining table, Beerus glared at Whis, who remained unfazed in the distance. Lord Beerus, preparing the food this time is not my responsibility, Whis replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Then, with a wave of his finger, Whis pointed toward Beerus's back. Beerus turned in confusion, only to be taken aback. A girl with waist-length hair, rosy lips, and delicate brows approached, carrying a large platter of food. To his astonishment, she was clad in a maid outfit. Whis, who is she? How did she end up in the Destroyer realm? Beerus queried, bewildered by the maid diligently serving food. Could it be that Whis had changed his ways and learned to woo women? Chapter 26. My hand instantly lifts the skirt. The thought of Whis possibly having a change of heart filled Beerus with excitement, to the point that he momentarily lost his appetite. If this were true, he would no longer need to worry about being taken advantage of. Lord Beerus, truly this forgetful. Have you not met her before? You brought her to the Destroyer realm, Whis said, his tone laced with curiosity. Caught off guard by Whis's words, Beerus found himself momentarily speechless. Sensing an underlying malice, he immediately teleported behind the maid, suddenly, before Whis's astonished gaze. Beerus lifted the maid's skirt. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the Destroyer realm. With a dark expression, Beerus sauntered over to the table and took a seat. Whis, I demand an explanation, he bellowed, fury radiating from him. At the moment he lifted the skirt, a fluffy tail appeared before him. In that instant, Beerus realized that this so-called beautiful maid was none other than Florenza. Humph! Lord Beerus, how reckless of you! A young lady's skirt is not something a man should lift without consent. Look how frightened you have made her, Whis reprimanded as he comforted the weeping Florenza in his arms. Damn it! It appears I have irrevocably forged an enmity with Bardos. Turn a perfectly fine scion prince into a cross-dressing individual, let alone Florenza, who held immense hope from Bardock. It's enough to make even Beerus want to beat Whis to a pulp. However, it was too late to change what had transpired. After all, was Beerus truly afraid of a mere Bardock? By the way, Whis, how strong is this fellow? Beerus inquired, his mouth full as he addressed Whis. Once Whis had soothed Florenza, he smiled and gestured to her. After some initial resistance, she eventually acquiesced. A delicate shout escaped Florenza's lips, sending chills down Beerus's spine. However, upon realizing the sound originated from a cross-dressing individual, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Boom! 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 At Florenza's exclamation, the entire Destroyer realm trembled. That moment, Beerus furrowed his brow. Had she truly reached the realm of the divine? Whis, what on earth are you up to? As Beerus sensed the familiar energy, he furrowed his brow slightly. Drink! An infinite surge of green energy erupted from Florenzia's form. And simultaneously, this boundless green aura began to gradually transform into an ominous black. The divine essence slowly emanated from Florenzia's body. Lord Beerus, this is the legendary Super Scion God, whom I shall refer to as the Super Scion Black. Ha ha ha! Whis chuckled with pride, reflecting on the arduous 30 years he had invested in shaping Florencia into this formidable being. Super Scion Black? Intriguing. Beerus smirked slightly, sensing that the forthcoming events would be entertaining. Suddenly, the force emanating from Florencia surged exponentially, the originally black flames transforming instantly back to green. A tremendous beastly roar erupted from Florencia's mouth. Had he lost all reason? Even Whis could not resolve this predicament. The singular flaw of a Super Scion was that in moments of explosive power, they would descend into utter madness, a complete disregard for kin. Moreover, their strength would continue to escalate, the greater the power. The higher the likelihood of a rampage. In essence, if left unchecked, the Super Scion's ultimate fate would be to devolve into a mindless killing machine. Alarmingly, the Super Scion possessed the strength to survive in the cosmos, meaning that aside from the Kais and the gods of destruction, no one could impede him. There was, however, one caveat. The legendary Super Scion would instinctively seek out ordinary Super Scions, offering them their own precious heads. Just as Beerus pondered this, a knock resounded at the door. That moment, Florencia lay unconscious on the ground, a massive lump swelling on his head. Oh dear, what a blunder! It's all your fault, Lord Beerus. Whis huffed, glaring indignantly at Beerus. What does this have to do with me? You were the one who instructed him to perform, weren't you? Beerus retorted, taken aback that Whis was throwing the blame upon him. How dare you? Why did you provoke him in the first place? Look at how frightened the poor girl is. Whis's words momentarily silenced Beerus. Get lost. You dressing up as a woman is one thing. But dragging an innocent child into this? Is this how a scion prince should conduct himself? Beerus spat, by the way. Bardock seemed to have mentioned that he would like to meet this lad once he grew up. What will you do about that? Though Beerus was not afraid of Bardock, he felt uneasy about presenting his son in such a deplorable state. Ha ha ha. I've already devised a plan. When the time comes, I shall send little Luan back and let him explain things to his parents. Whis said with a smile that sent shivers down Beerus's spine that Whis's cold-heartedness suggested that if they returned, Bardock might not hesitate to take severe action against them. For the sake of universal peace and stability, Beerus had made his decision. Good idea. Let us proceed as you propose. With that, Beerus quickly feigned a desire for a meal, while Whis lifted the maid-clad Florencia, a flash of light enveloping them as they vanished from the realm of destruction that a few minutes later, a beam of light accompanied Whis back to the realm of destruction. Chapter 27. The Legendary Super Scion God. By the lakeside of the God of Destruction's realm, Beerus and Whis stealthily observed the scene within Whis's crystal ball. Lord Beerus, do you think those two will come to blows? Whis inquired, watching Florencia soar homeward. How should I know? Have you forgotten how we deceived Florencia? He must be seething with hatred for Bardock, who abandoned him, Beerus replied, clearly remembering the mischief they had orchestrated. I almost forgot that this was your doing, Lord Beerus. Why are you attempting to drag me into this mess? Whis shot a disdainful glance at Beerus. Enough of your prattling. Look, he's entering. Beerus snapped, his excitement palpable as he pointed at Florencia, who was stepping into the unchanging castle of his family after decades. The two orchestrators of the chaos watched eagerly, reveling in the unfolding drama. Moments later, an explosion resounded, and a golden figure emerged from the castle's ruins. Cradling a female scion, it was none other than the aged Bardock. Florencia, I am your father. You must listen to me, Bardock pleaded, gazing helplessly at Florencia, who radiated a green aura amidst the wreckage. When you sent me away, did you ever consider that you were my father? Florencia retorted with a furious tone. Had Florencia been in a more rational state, Bardock would not have been so incensed. Presently, however, Florencia donned makeup, a dress, and high heels, resembling a debauched courtesan. The noble scion prince, if the world were to learn of such a son, would be the laughingstock of the universe. Nevertheless, feeling a pang of guilt, Bardock refrained from chastising him, but offered no kindness either. Nor did he feel inclined to explain the past. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, did you see that? This is what scion dignity looks like. Just look at how furious our little Lin is, was exclaimed indignantly, pointing at Bardock's image. What do you know? Bardock is clearing our names. Look how furious Florencia is. He noticed that we deceived him. The sight of Bardock serving as a perfect distraction brought a smile to Beerus's face. Indeed, ha ha ha. Bardock isn't entirely without merit. Whis nodded in agreement. However, with Bardock refusing to elaborate and the two at odds, the outcome could only be one that after abandoning his wife, Bardock and Florencia instantly clashed. The power of the Super Scion was terrifyingly formidable, having grown exponentially since the days when the likes of Gogeta faced Broly. Of course, Bardock was no slouch either. Decades of training had allowed him to break through his limits, achieving the legendary third form of Super Scion, his golden hair shining brilliantly. This left the bald Beerus in a fit of frustration. Florencia, strike him, pull his hair, gouge his eyes, Beerus shouted, his impatience evident. Whis broke into a cold sweat. Realizing how deep Beerus's resentment towards long hair and it appeared that Beerus had long harbored envy over Whis's own luxurious locks. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the seasoned Bardock, with his wealth of combat experience and raw power, proved significantly stronger than Florencia, who had merely activated the ordinary Super Scion form that a thunderous collision echoed as the two were thrust apart. Ha ha ha. No doubt, you are my son. Your fighting prowess is indeed remarkable. Bardock laughed heartily, marveling that his son, who was several decades younger, could surpass him. Who is your son? I am a woman, and do you think my combat strength is limited to this? Florencia scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Bardock furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were about to take a turn for the worse. Florencia slowly closed her eyes, fiery black flames beginning to swirl around her. The previously furious aura inexplicably calmed. What is happening? Bardock was taken aback. Ha! A delicate shout erupted. Florence's eyes instantaneously transformed, with even the whites becoming a deep, pure black. It seemed that the Black God mode was now comparable to the somber depths of the tragic tower's dark blue. Whis, in silent contemplation, noted that the combat prowess of the Black God had reached the level of a typical destroyer candidate. This assessment echoed the original description of the dark blue tragic tower by Whis. Prepare to meet your doom. Upon becoming the Black God, Florence exhibited a pronounced ferocity. In an instant, she materialized behind Bardock, seizing his long hair with a fierce grip. This spectacle brought a sense of exhilaration to Whis. Letting you flaunt your long hair. Splendid work, Florence. I'll have you teach your father a lesson. Yet, even in this moment, Florence did not relent. Despite Bardock activating his Super Saiyan 3 form, he was still vastly outmatched by Florence in her Black God mode. Thus began a journey of torment, as Florence unleashed techniques akin to the infamous tortures of the Qing dynasty upon her father's body. In a matter of moments, Bardock was left battered and bruised, reverting from his Super Saiyan form. Splendid, truly splendid. The aged Bardock, panting heavily, leaned against the rubble, gazing with pride at his remarkable daughter before him. This scene was not unfamiliar to him. He had seen it before. But at that time, he had not known that the terrifying girl in his mind was indeed his child. The future of the Science rests in your hands. I am proud of you. After uttering these words, the elderly Bardock slowly collapsed to the ground, while Florence remained still, refraining from further attacks. As expected, Sister Whis was right. Men are nothing but a bunch of liars. Florence found it hard to believe Bardock's last words. Raising her hand, she prepared to deliver a fatal blow to her father. Meanwhile, billions of light years away, Beerus suddenly recalled something. Whis, do you know what the Bloods waves are? As he spoke, a sinister smile crept across Beerus's face. Bloods waves? Aren't those the lunar reflective rays that Scions require to transform into great apes? Whis, having raised Florence since childhood, was well aware of what Bloods waves entailed. That's good to know, since you were aware. Then bombard Bardock with 1,000,000 times the Bloods waves. Beerus was eager to ascertain whether the Super Saiyan 4 from Dragon Ball GT truly existed. If it did, Bardock, with his current power, would undoubtedly be able to transform. Lord Beerus wishes to see a great ape transform, but wouldn't a single dose suffice? 1,000,000 times seems excessive. They understood that Bloods waves were a type of radiation. If 1,000,000 times were directed at Bardock, who was barely hanging on, it could prove fatal. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and fire. If you don't, he's going to die. Observing Florence about to kill her father, Beerus barked out an order, was promptly complied, teleporting to the skies above Planet Plant. In an instant, an invisible ray shot down towards the ground. Florence felt a chill in the air and quickly darted to the side. Yet nothing appeared to happen. Still, she sensed a terrifying presence near her dying father. Once Whis retracted the Bloods waves, that icy aura vanished. Just as Florence exhaled in relief, a sudden, thunderous heartbeat resonated in her ears. Her expression shifted as she witnessed her father's body undergoing a rapid transformation. Within mere seconds, he had ballooned in size. Fortunately, his specially made clothing held firm amidst this expansion. Thump, 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 thump. The sound as heartbeat intensified, growing louder, a great ape transformation. Humph! Is it effective? Florence scoffed, watching Bardock's rapid metamorphosis with keen interest. Roar! With a mighty bellow, a colossal golden great ape emerged before Florence and Beerus. The color? A shade of fecal brown? Indeed, it was so, and laughter erupted. Super Saiyan 4 truly exists. It seems there will be many more toys to play with. Beerus chuckled with satisfaction, for prior to the advent of Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball GT had always been regarded as the original in his heart. Oh my. Lord Beerus, do you feel that? Bardock seems to be undergoing a significant change. Whis, brimming with excitement, tugged at Beerus's sleeve, pointing at the golden great ape on the screen. Stop tugging at me. I can see, just find out, by the way, have you never witnessed this form of a scion before? Beerus swatted Whiss's hand away. Puzzled. No. Since ancient times, scions have only had two forms: golden short hair and golden long hair. The long-haired form is a rarity for me, but this golden great ape is a first. Whiss's words prompted a slight nod from Beerus. The golden great apes in GT had always been a product of serendipity. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was no trivial matter, as two conditions were required. First, the Scion's power must reach Super Saiyan 3. And second, the Super Saiyan must be unable to resist the transformation. Otherwise, a Super Saiyan strength could easily counter the change, for the primal nature of the great ape was hardly befitting of their image. Of course, there was an exception. Using an exceedingly high dose of Blood's waves could forcibly trigger the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Naturally, the recipient's power could not be too weak. They would at least need to be at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. This is my first time witnessing it. You're quite fortunate. This transformation will continue. Beerus remarked with a hint of intrigue. Oh, it will continue to change. Could it possibly enter a divine mode? Whis inquired, astonished as he scrutinized the golden great ape on the screen. Roar! Another furious roar erupted from Bardock, his power surging uncontrollably. Yet the Black God Florence remained unperturbed, for her divine mode had already eclipsed Super Saiyan 3 by tens of thousands of times. Even the current great ape posed little threat. Just as Florence contemplated ending this farce, the previously rampaging great ape suddenly halted, as he regained consciousness. This could be interesting. Beerus observed the scene with a smile. In an instant, he teleported to hover above Planet Plant. One must always witness the spectacle in person. Amidst the starry sky, Beerus, hands clasped behind his back, observed the father-daughter duel below, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Entirely devoid of remorse for instigating the chaos on the ground, Florence began to furrow her brow. She sensed something was amiss the moment Bardock regained consciousness. Florence, your power is indeed commendable, but how long can you maintain this form? The golden great ape grinned widely, releasing a cloud of white smoke from its body. In an instant, Bardock's form began to shrink dramatically. However, to Florence's astonishment, Bardock's previously amplified strength began to escalate exponentially. In just 10 seconds, his power surged by hundreds of times. Coupled with the golden great ape's tenfold increase, Bardock's Super Saiyan 4 strength now exceeded that of a typical form by several thousand times. The Scions possess such transformations. Florence, taken aback, frowned slightly. Impressive power! At this moment, Bardock bore an uncanny resemblance to the Super Saiyan 4 form of Sun Wukong from the original text, with his entire body cloaked in fiery crimson fur. Vivid scarlet eyeshadow, a robust tail, and long hair cascading over his shoulders, giving him the appearance of a formidable beast. Humph! What does it matter if you have grown powerful? Do you truly believe your prior strength was formidable? Florenza scoffed disdainfully. A mere Super Saiyan 4. What significance does that hold? With his right fist clenched, Florenza unleashed a punch into the void. Boom! Bardock, who had been standing imperiously in place, was suddenly sent hurtling backward as if struck by a truck, soaring hundreds of miles before crashing violently against the mountains, which crumbled like paper, shattering dozens of peaks. Chapter 29. The Dual Demise. This new form, while indeed impressive, seems to hold no advantage against the God mode. Whis smiled as he floated beside Beerus, addressing him with a grin. However, Whis couldn't help but feel puzzled by Beerus's demeanor. Could it be that Lord Beerus has spent the last 100,000 years in the void honing his prophetic abilities? How could he possibly be aware of such matters? Recently, Lord Beerus has become increasingly enigmatic, to the point where even Whis began to suspect whether Beerus had been secretly training without him. Indeed, the enhancements of God mode surpassed this form significantly. Yet, this form appeared to be merely a preliminary stage. Perhaps further advancements awaited. Beerus contemplated the Super Saiyan 5 and 6 from the fan works of his previous life, feeling a flicker of excitement. However, to explore these concepts, one prerequisite remained. His own strength must meet the standard. Should he fall behind and allow the Scions to surpass him, it would be a disgrace. After all, he was a god of destruction. How could he be overshadowed by such trivial beings? Beerus resolved that upon his return, he would challenge himself with even more arduous training. Meanwhile, on the ground, Florenza commenced yet another journey of tormenting his father. However, this time, Florenza was puzzled. Bardock's attacks were not particularly fierce, on the contrary. They felt quite gentle. What does this mean? Does he think I will show him mercy? Florenza felt a wave of indignation wash over him, and his onslaught intensified. Bardock, on the other hand, could only lament in silence. Damn it, how can this brat possess such boundless energy? By all accounts, he should be on the verge of a berserk transformation. Given Florenza's history, such ferocious attacks should have pushed him over the edge long ago. Could be due to insufficient rage, as Bardock sensed the sudden weight of Florenza's fist striking his face. He resolved to take a gamble. Ha ha! Suddenly, Bardock erupted into laughter without warning, causing Florenza to furrow his brow. What are you laughing at? Florenza inquired, perplexed. Huh, I laugh at your pathetic state? I've tossed you aside. Yet here you are, scurrying back like a fool. How can I, Bardock, the king of the Scions, have such a wretched son? Bardock spat a mouthful of saliva, landing squarely on Florenza's face, instantly darkening his expression. How dare you? In a fit of rage, Florenza raised his fist and struck Bardock squarely in the face. The previously imperceptible aura erupted violently. How dare you? With another furious exclamation, Florenza's foot came crashing down upon the prostrate Bardock. His eyes gradually turned pure white, and his aura shifted to a vibrant green as he slowly raised his right hand that a green energy sphere coalesced within Florenza's palm. Yet, Bardock felt no fear. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. Yes, just like that. Let loose. Once you lose control, your body will succumb to chaos. This was the outcome Bardock desired. I could see that moment. He silently admired his own eloquence, having driven his son to madness with just a few words. Though he had endured countless blows for several minutes, it was all worth it. However, Florenza's next words nearly caused Bardock to spit blood in fury. How dare you ruin my makeup? The instant Florenza bellowed this, he completely lost control. Yet, the strength coursing through him was rapidly diminishing in his Super Saiyan form. He was no match for Bardock. Die! Tenfold Kamehameha! Bardock, lying on the ground, unleashed a crimson beam of light with both hands. Florenza, already in a berserk state, had no room for evasion. He was sent hurtling skyward, crashing into a nearby star close to Planet Plant. In an instant, the star, far larger than the sun, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, disintegrating into fragments. Meanwhile, Florenza was reduced to ash at the moment of the star's detonation on the ground. Bardock glanced at the remnants of the star, a sharp pain piercing his heart, though he betrayed no outward sign. Suddenly, he spat out a copious amount of blood, staining the ground crimson. Now in his late 80s, Bardock had entered the twilight of his Scion's life, and a forced elevation to Super Saiyan 4 had shattered his already failing body. Before his demise, fleeting images filled his mind. Visions of a day prior when he had foreseen Florenza being thrust into the sun, turning to ashes. The second vision revealed Florenza alongside Kakarot and the others. Ha ha, I was curious about that girl. It turns out she is this little brat's companion. But this is all a father can do for you. After a sorrowful smile, Bardock slowly closed his eyes. The fur that had once adorned his body gradually retracted into him, in the vast cosmos. Lord Beerus, my little sister has perished. What shall I do? Was feigned sorrow as he wept before Beerus. Yet Beerus merely shot him a disdainful glance. Oh, angels possess such emotions. Spare me the jest. Wis. With his endless lifespan, Florenza was akin to an ant he had inadvertently found. Now that the ant had been extinguished, there was no reason for him to mourn. How could he let her die when she was such a painstakingly nurtured little sister? With a wave of his hand, was forcibly summoned a spectral form from the underworld. Even the king of hell, knowing the consequences, dared not utter a word in the presence of such power. Unfortunate indeed. To reconstruct a divine physique would require at least a millennium in the macrocosm. And it seemed Whis had much work ahead of him. With a resigned sigh, Whis returned his sister's soul to his staff. Chapter 30. The God of Destruction Conference. Tisich, you possess such awareness? Well then, Time is of the essence. Let us commence. Whiss's words elicited a profound disdain from Beerus. Observing Bardock's demise, Beerus furrowed his brow slightly. Who is this Bardock, and who is so bored as to summon him from the past? Alas, as a god of destruction, he could not traverse time with the time rings. Otherwise, he could have directly visited a millennium hence to uncover any insights. After Beerus let out a sigh, he and Whis transformed into a radiant beam of light, vanishing into the starry sky. The duty of the god of destruction entails obliterating aging planets or those inhabited by malevolent beings. This serves to ensure the tranquility of the universe, and once a planet is destroyed, the Supreme Kai can gather its remnants to form a new, vibrant world. Such actions contribute to the perfection of the cosmos, which is precisely why the Omni King intimidates Beerus into compliance upon discovering his sloth. Lord Beerus, after accumulating energy for millennia, you will need to work continuously for over a decade to complete these tasks. Upon finishing his statement, Whis elegantly waved his staff, conjuring a list that spanned hundreds of meters into his hands. Damn it, as a dignified god of destruction, I still have to toil for work. This is utterly tragic. Beerus became increasingly resolute in his desire to reprimand the Omni King. Let us proceed with destruction this time. Without seeking any delicacies, in his eagerness to expedite his duties, Beerus reluctantly abandoned his fondness for gourmet cuisine. Nanny, Lord Beerus, you cannot do this. The longer you work, the more time I have to buy cosmetics. Whiss's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Beerus's words, his makeup visibly flaking away. Get lost. After all these years of training, have I not shopped enough? How dare you claim you want cosmetics? After receiving a scathing rebuke from Beerus, Whis sulkily turned his head away. Time is of the essence. Beerus, feeling exasperated, urged Whis along. Unfortunately, Whis merely shot him a glance before ignoring him entirely. Fine, just a little bit will suffice, with no other choice. Beerus conceded that he couldn't go without Whis, but he recognized that Whis had nurtured him, and thus deserved some consideration. Indeed, as soon as Beerus relented, Whiss's face broke into a radiant smile. Lord Beerus is the best. I promise, just a tiny bit. Whis gestured with his hands, a mischievous smile playing on his lips that I hope you remember this. Time passed swiftly. It had been thousands of years since Beerus had arrived in this world. With less than a century spent awake, the remainder was consumed by slumber or training. Fortunately, Beerus had now fully grasped the second stage of the Ultra Instinct technique, enabling his divine powers to recover continuously and at an accelerated pace. Thus, even when exerting full force in his training, his destructive energy would never deplete. Whis, you great deceiver! You promised only to buy a little, yet look around. This entire realm of destruction is filled with your cosmetics. Can one person possibly use all of this? A century had elapsed since they began their tasks, and what should have taken a few decades was extended several-fold due to Whiss's shopping spree. The realm of destruction was now half consumed by Whiss's cosmetics. Lord Beerus, how can you criticize me? Just look at the other half of the realm, filled to the brim with your delectable treats. If it weren't for me providing a preservation mechanism, your food would have spoiled long ago. Whis stuck out his tongue at Beerus. Upon hearing this, Beerus's face flushed with embarrassment. While it was true, he still felt that Whis was lacking in courtesy. All right, I must return to my training. Pack up all my food. I intend to take it with me. Quickly shifting the topic, Beerus realized he had no time to bicker with Whis. The original story was only 800 years away from commencing. Understood, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, slightly exasperated. With a wave of his staff, all the food in the Supreme Kai realm transformed into a ring. Here, Lord Beerus, this is your food. He tossed the ring to Beerus at a storage ring capable of holding an entire galaxy's worth of items, truly befitting one who could annihilate the universe. Beerus slipped the ring onto his finger. Just then, Whiss's staff suddenly glowed, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The beam of light shot forth from the staff, materializing into a small blue figure. Greetings, Grand Minister. Whis greeted the figure with a smile and a bow. Beerus furrowed his brow. The Grand Minister. It has been a while. He offered a polite greeting as well. Lord Beerus, you've grown so much. It truly has been a long time. The Grand Minister's smile was infectious, even eliciting a fondness from Beerus. Yet, this only heightened Beerus's wariness. Why would the Grand Minister take the time to chat with me? Is there something to discuss? Beerus inquired directly, aware that the Grand Minister would not contact Whis unless it were urgent. Indeed, there's a matter at hand. The Omni King feels it has been a while since the God of Destruction meeting was held. He has decided to convene one tomorrow at the Omni King Palace, and your presence is requested. The Grand Minister conveyed his purpose, causing Beerus's expression to shift dramatically. The Omni King intended to hold a God of Destruction meeting. This mischievous little being could be capricious. If he were to carelessly incur his wrath, who would he turn to for justice? However, Beerus had no option but to attend. To refuse would be tantamount to courting death. Very well. I shall see you then. Chapter 31. The Elementary School Student Omni King. Whis, what do you suppose the Omni King is up to this time? Beerus asked solemnly. The Omni King perhaps is simply bored and desires Lord Beerus and the others to join him for some games. Whis speculated, recalling the fates of previous gods of destruction with a somber gaze directed at Beerus. Please, do not regard me with such morbid eyes, Beerus retorted, his irritation flaring. How could the strongest god of destruction in history ever fall to a child like the Omni King? It seemed he would have to resort to some underhanded tactics. Rubbing his chin, a sly smile crept across Beerus's face that on the second day of the universe, bright and early, Beerus dressed, and alongside Whis, boarded a square vessel bound for the Omni King's domain. Along the way, Beerus employed his powers to conjure various discs and toys. Lord Beerus, are you really planning to gift these childish toys to the Omni King? Whis inquired, disbelief etched on his face. What do you know? The Omni King isn't he just a child? Watch and see. As soon as he wishes for our company, these distractions will do the trick. As he spoke, Beerus grinned mischievously. However, Whis remained unconvinced that the omnipotent being who had existed since the dawn of time could be so easily swayed by such trivialities. Yet he refrained from voicing his skepticism, recognizing that Beerus was resolute in his decision. Lord Beerus, we have arrived, Whis announced as they approached the Omni King's realm. With a resounding boom, they landed near the Omni King's palace. Well, who do we have here? Is that Beerus? This time, you didn't bring your chubby brother along? Just as Beerus touched down, a voice more irritating than that of a mosquito echoed through the air. Damn it, get lost, without turning his head. Beerus casually hurled a purple sphere of light toward the source of the sound, his eyes gleaming a brilliant white at the moment he unleashed his attack. Not far from him stood a mouse-like god of destruction alongside his attendant. Ha ha, Beerus, you're doomed. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Omni King? The mouse god of destruction, Chitaishu, laughed heartily upon witnessing Beerus's audacity to attack him. He extended his hand, intending to block Beerus's strike, while his attendant exchanged knowing glances with Whis. Nodding slightly as if sensing something, boom! With a resounding explosion, Chitaishu was instantly enveloped by the purple radiance, a colossal mushroom cloud rising from the ground. As the smoke cleared, the Omni King realm remained unscathed, but Chitaishu lay severely wounded on the ground. Humph, with such meager skills, you dare to challenge me. Beerus scoffed disdainfully. This moment, he had surpassed the realm of a mere god of destruction, even if his attendant refrained from wielding time manipulation. Only the Grand Priest could hope to defeat him. Curse you, Beerus! I will see you dead! Chitaishu roared, unleashing a terrifying aura that illuminated the entire Omni King realm. Lord Chitaishu, this is the Omni King realm. Combat is strictly prohibited. At that moment, a captivating voice echoed from afar. The Grand Priest descended gracefully from the heavens. Beerus's eyes widened in alarm, realizing he had been unaware of the Grand Priest's arrival. His power was indeed formidable. Yet Beerus maintained a composed demeanor. I have seen the Grand Priest. Both Whis and the attendant from Universe 4 greeted the Grand Priest respectfully. Chitaishu begrudgingly dissipated the destructive energy surrounding him. I have seen the Grand Priest. Chitaishu echoed, saluting the Grand Priest. The Omni King despises disturbances. This is your first and last warning. The Grand Priest smiled at Chitaishu, causing his face to turn a shade of purple. Was it not I who struck first? It was clearly Beerus. Chitaishu inwardly seethed, but he could only nod submissively on the surface. All right, the other gods of destruction have arrived. Let us proceed inside. The Grand Priest smiled and turned away, soaring toward the Omni King's palace. As he turned, his gaze flickered briefly toward Beerus. Beerus frowned slightly, but said nothing, striding toward the palace with purpose. How could Beerus have grown so powerful? Can Konik truly perceive his strength? Chitaishu bitterly inquired of his attendant. The burly Konik, you really wish to know? I wouldn't want to discourage you, but I fear you may not withstand even a single punch from him now. Konik's words, though intended to be gentle, dripped with sarcasm. What? Is he truly that formidable? Has Beerus genuinely been training seriously? Chitaishu's expression soured as he grappled with the reality that a god of destruction who once seemed his equal now overshadowed him. This won't do. It seems I have but one option left. Chitaishu smirked coldly, realizing that with Beerus's recent actions, their rivalry had been solidified. Contemplating how to deal with Beerus, he hurried toward the Omni King's palace. Beerus and Whis traversed the grand hall and arrived at a large round table. At the head of the table sat a small child with an oval-shaped head, the words Omni King emblazoned on his attire. The child fixed his gaze intently on Beerus, his hollow eyes causing Beerus to wonder if the boy was asleep. Oh, Beerus, you've become quite formidable. It seems you surpass everyone else. At that moment, the Omni King's astonished words left all the gods of destruction seated at the table in shock. What? Beerus is stronger than all of us. How is that possible? Isn't he younger than Kampa? How could he surpass us? The Omni King's words must hold truth. It appears Beerus has genuinely grown stronger, one by one. The gods of destruction regarded the nonchalant Beerus with grave expressions. Ha! You flatter me, Omni King. It's nothing extraordinary. Chapter 32. Peppa Pig? Beerus's relaxed remark startled everyone. Even the usually calm was quickly shot a suspicious glance at Beerus. However, Beerus offered no response to, "Oh, Beerus, what do you have in that ring?" Just as everyone anticipated the Omni King's outburst, he seemed to discover something new, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he inquired about Beerus. What is this? Beerus pondered, intrigued by the Omni King's reaction to whatever he held that it must be something extraordinary, perhaps even a pet. The gods of destruction began to murmur amongst themselves. "Hey, Bados, what do you think Beerus is up to?" Kampa asked, looking perplexed at Bados, who stood behind him. "I have no idea. Lord Beerus seems quite mysterious lately. Even Whis claims he can't see through him." Bados's words widened Kampa's eyes in disbelief. That moment. Beerus finally spoke. "I wonder what the Omni King is referring to. I possess many items." With a slight smile, Beerus waved his ring. The Omni King's eyes shone brighter with anticipation. "It's that pink thing. What is it?" The Omni King excitedly flew in front of Beerus. Circling him, two guards, resembling oversized pens, rushed over to ensure the Omni King's safety. "Oh, you mean this? Here." Beerus grinned mischievously and retrieved a plush toy from his ring. The toy unmistakably resembled Peppa Pig. "Wow, how adorable." The Omni King's eyes lit up as he hugged the Peppa Pig plush, laughing joyfully in that moment. Not only the gods of destruction and angels, but even the two guards and the Grand Priest stood frozen in disbelief. This was simply unbelievable. Such a small item could bring such joy to the Omni King. Where on earth did Beerus acquire this pink treasure? Did he wield some form of magic? The gods of destruction felt a pang of envy. It was infuriating that something so simple could amuse the Omni King to such an extent. Haha, it has been ages since I've seen the Omni King so delighted. Beerus, you have done exceptionally well. The Grand Priest nodded at Beerus with a smile. "You flatter me, Grand Priest. It's merely a trinket," Beerus replied, shaking his head. "By the way, Omni King, I also have a matching DVD for you to watch." With that, Beerus produced a DVD, simultaneously retrieving a monitor. Although Beerus could have projected the image in thin air, he chose to use a player to captivate the child's curiosity. "Hey, what is this? Why does it have a picture of that doll on it?" The Omni King, with a naive expression, pointed at the disc and inquired of Beerus. This little one is called Peppa Pig. This is the story of Peppa Pig. Allow me to show you today." He spoke. Beerus inserted the disc, and the screen began to play the animated series of Peppa Pig. "Hello, everyone. I am Peppa." The moment the sly-eyed Peppa Pig appeared on screen, the Omni King's attention was utterly captivated. As an episode concluded, the expressions of everyone present, including the Grand Minister, darkened significantly. How could the Omni King, of all beings, finds such a ridiculous thing so engrossing? Indeed, what with the muddy rolling and those absurd pig squeals. How did Beerus even conceive of such nonsense? Lower your voices. Look, the Omni King is already watching the second episode, they whispered. Time and again, the same episode of Peppa Pig was watched over 10 times before the Omni King finally diverted his gaze. Exclaiming, "What a delight! It's simply more enjoyable than obliterating several universes. Beerus, do you have more?" The Omni King gazed at Beerus with eyes filled with longing. "Well, there is more, but you'll have to wait 1,000 years for the next episode. However, I do have a sticker. Would you like it?" Beerus said, pulling out a piece of paper adorned with Peppa Pig from his ring. Initially disheartened by the prospect of waiting a millennium, the Omni King's face brightened upon seeing the sticker. "Oh, what is this for? It has a picture of Peppa Pig." His eager demeanor left everyone around utterly impressed by Beerus. Only he could evoke such a reaction from the Omni King. The Grand Minister sighed softly. "Indeed, Father, perhaps you alone lack such an ability." Vados smiled at the Grand Minister. "Huh. Vados, you know very well that my father's stubbornness could stifle any joke." As Vados approached, covering her mouth to stifle laughter at the Grand Minister, she chided, "You, at your age, still behave this way." The Grand Minister cast a helpless glance at Vados, aware that only she dared to speak to him in such a manner, given the absence of destruction in the universe. "Father, it is indeed your indulgence that has allowed them to behave so," he remarked, gesturing at Vados. "Look at Vados. Her makeup is so intense it would frighten women." A serious-faced, slick-haired Choran approached with grave expression, admonishing his brother, Vados, that, in response, Vados merely made a face. Just as the Grand Minister's family was engaging in light-hearted banter, an action from Beerus caused the two guards to erupt in outrage. "How dare you? Beerus, do you think you can pull on the Omni King's sleeve?" At that moment, Beerus was indeed tugging at the Omni King's small hand, rolling up his sleeve. Upon hearing the guard's outburst, a glint of coldness flickered across Beerus's face. "Halt! Did I permit you to speak? Stand properly. Beerus will not harm me." The Omni King's previously joyous expression vanished, and an aura of immense authority emanated from his calm visage. The guards' faces paled, and they hurriedly positioned themselves beside the Omni King's throne, standing as rigid as iron pillars. "What cowards!" Beerus scoffed, tearing the sticker and pressing it onto the Omni King's arm. Chapter 33. The Socialite. The Omni King. Once the sticker was affixed to the Omni King's small arm, all present held their breath. Rip! When Beerus tore the sticker away, a brand new Peppa Pig tattoo adorned the Omni King's arm. "Wow! How kawaii!" the Omni King exclaimed, embracing his arm with delight. In Peppa Pig's homeland, there's a saying, "Tattooed Peppa Pig, let the applause be heard for the socialite." With this Peppa Pig sticker, you, Omni King, are now a socialite, Beerus proclaimed mysteriously, hands behind his back. A socialite? Everyone was taken aback. What manner of being is this? Indeed, a socialite is someone who stands at the pinnacle of society, much like the Omni King. Thus, after much contemplation, only the Omni King can truly be called a socialite. Beerus's words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. They had never encountered such a term before. "Yes, a socialite. It certainly sounds mighty," the little Omni King exclaimed, raising his hand in excitement. "From today onwards, I'm a socialite. Ha! How delightful." Beerus stood by, stifling a laugh. By the way, socialites have another characteristic. Whenever they reveal their tattoos, everyone who sees them must applaud, Beerus declared, promptly clapping his hands. Upon hearing this, everyone else quickly joined in enthusiastic applause. The sound of clapping resonated throughout the Omni King's palace, and at that moment, the Omni King experienced an unparalleled joy. His previously barren spiritual world was suddenly filled with delight from Beerus's simple gestures. "Ha! Splendid! I'm exceedingly happy. By the way, Beerus, thanks to you, feel free to request anything from me in the future. Also, do expedite the release of Peppa Pig's second episode. I can hardly wait." The Omni King's words ignited envy among all the destruction gods. While the mouse, Chita, wore a sullen expression that if Beerus were to provoke the Omni King to annihilate him at this moment, Chita believed that the elated Omni King would show no mercy. "Thank you for the generous gift. Omni King, I do have a request, and I wonder if you could grant it." Beerus smiled gently at the Omni King, revealing that he had indeed come prepared. What could he possibly want? Yet, one could surmise that someone might be in trouble, especially since just moments ago, that very person had been cursing Beerus. With that, all the destruction gods and angels turned their gazes toward Chita. Haha, if Beerus intend for you to vanish, I wholeheartedly support it. The cheerful demeanor of Zampa prompted everyone to shake their heads. Indeed, Chita had often bullied Zampa and Beerus in his youth, taking advantage of his seniority. It seemed that today, Chita was destined for downfall. I wish to cultivate in the alternate dimensions surrounding the Omni King's realm for a period, but with my current strength, I cannot access these spaces. Therefore, I hope you can assist me by finding someone to help. Beerus explained, having spent 100,000 years cultivating in the alternate dimensions surrounding the destruction realm, only to find his progress stagnating. Simply accelerating time yielded little benefit, for the intensity of the alternate dimensions was fixed, and his strength could not fully manifest. However, upon arriving in the Omni King's realm, he discovered the alternate dimensions were remarkably powerful. Even his full strength barely stirred them. Beerus, you enjoy cultivating? Very well. No problem, Grand Minister. I entrust Beerus's request to you. The Omni King, in high spirits, realized that Beerus's request was quite reasonable. Yes, my lord. The Grand Minister smiled and nodded. By the way, I almost forgot the main agenda. It's time for the meeting. The Omni King finally remembered that he had summoned them for a meeting. Beerus took a seat beside Zampa, observing the envious gazes of the other destruction gods, and sneered, "You can't even handle, child. You've squandered all these years." At that moment, the little Omni King suddenly raised his arm, showcasing his dazzling Peppa Pig tattoo. The expressions of all the destruction gods shifted dramatically, and they erupted into frenzied applause. Wow, Beerus, you weren't lying. They really are clapping. The Omni King beamed at the sight of everyone applauding, his laughter growing even more joyful. Of course. I said it plainly. Who would dare not applaud? That would be courting death. As Beerus indulged in his chaotic musings, the Grand Priest spoke up. The purpose of summoning everyone was to announce an important matter. After a brief pause, the Grand Priest continued, Lord Zeno believes that many gods of destruction have been somewhat negligent in their duties. Therefore, he has decided that this time, Zeno will tally the number of planets in each universe that have reached the threshold for destruction yet remain intact. Ultimately, the universe with the highest count will face annihilation at the hands of Lord Zeno. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's proclamation, the expressions of all the gods of destruction and their attendants changed dramatically. Only Beerus, after listening, exchanged a meaningful glance with Whis, the son of the Grand Priest. Whis had suddenly forced himself to obliterate all planets recently, indicating he had received some advance warning. Indeed, having connections certainly brings its perks. Beerus sighed with relief. Wow, my efforts over the past few millennia to shed weight have finally paid off. Bados, I am certain I won't be eliminated this time. Haha. Beside him, Kampa laughed heartily. Ever since Beerus had given him a beating, Kampa had been compelled by Bados to lose weight, although it proved futile. At least all tasks were completed. However, while Kampa reveled in his amusement, the other gods of destruction wore grim expressions. All right, Lord Zeno is about to commence the tally. Chapter 34. Universe 9. Annihilation. Now let the counting begin. The Grand Priest had little concern for the fates of others. Even when it came to attendance, he only cared for his own as his words echoed. A new image materialized at the center of the grand round table. 12 enormous orbs of light encircled in a circle. I will display the remaining unshattered planets of each universe above their respective spheres, allowing you to ascertain the figures for yourselves. The Grand Priest's announcement caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down the brows of all present. After all, no one knew whether the other gods of destruction had been diligently performing their duties. Amidst the anxious gazes, numbers began to materialize above each universe's orb. Beerus observed the figure of 58 displayed for Universe 7 and let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that in just one day, the count of planets would increase so significantly. Indeed, the role of a god of destruction was no easy task. However, Beerus could assert with confidence that if he were to claim the second position, no other god of destruction would dare to contest him for the first. I only have 1,000 planets. Who among you can compete with me? At that moment, Kappa erupted into laughter, pointing at the 1086 displayed for Universe 6. The gods of destruction from Universe 1, 12, and 11 cast disdainful glances at him, gesturing mockingly towards their own figures, which numbered in the hundreds. Just as Kampa attempted to boast, he was swiftly met with a reality check. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, deliberately casting a glance at the fourth universe of Chatra, where a vast array of numbers indicating several millions appeared. Meanwhile, Chatra was sweating bullets in anxiety. Alas, it appears I must bid farewell to everyone this time. At that moment, the god of destruction from Universe 9 sighed. Everyone turned to gaze at the billions displayed above Universe 9, falling into a heavy silence. Billions of planets, for a single universe, could almost be disregarded. However, if so many had reached the standard for destruction, yet remained unscathed, that was indeed a significant issue. Siddhartha, beside him, the god of destruction from Universe 11 sighed. Siddhartha was all too aware of the reasons behind the non-destruction of these planets. The two of them held opposing philosophies, one intolerant of any evil, the other reluctant to harm any good. Logically, their work ethic should have been comparable, yet their methodologies were worlds apart. In the universe where the god of destruction from Universe 11 resided. Any planet requiring destruction that harbored even a single evil individual would be immediately obliterated. Even planets deemed unnecessary for destruction would face the same fate if the evil population was excessive, leading to frequent conflicts with the Supreme Kai of Universe 11. Conversely, Universe 9 Siddhartha spared these planets solely due to the presence of good beings. Over time, as these planets accumulated for several 100,000 years, they multiplied into the current vast numbers. I have long warned you that your indecisiveness would ultimately doom Universe 9. That the attendant of Universe 9, a proud individual, observed the predicament of being dragged down by this indecisive god of destruction with a troubled expression. I thought I could simply accept my punishment when the time came. I never anticipated it would drag the entire Universe 9 down with me. The bearded Siddhartha sighed, his despondent demeanor silencing the other gods of destruction. While many would revel in the obliteration of other gods, Siddhartha commanded a degree of respect among them. Naturally, there were those who found him excessively rigid, with Chatra being one of them, as two contrasting universes. Chatra had consistently viewed Siddhartha as the primary obstacle to his growth. Once Siddhartha is gone, my Universe 4 will flourish rapidly. He could not fathom how such a useless individual had attained the position of god of destruction. Chatra refrained from expressing his disdain, especially since he seemed to be second to last. Should Zeno's wrath befall him, there would be no recourse for argument that, has a decision been made? It appears to be Siddhartha's Universe 9. At that moment, Zeno, having emerged from his stupor, displayed a naive expression. Beerus could only shake his head in bemusement. Perhaps this child was utterly oblivious to the implications of annihilating Universe 9. For him, it was merely a source of amusement. Indeed, Lord Zeno, it is true that Siddhartha's efforts have been somewhat lax. The Grand Priest smiled in response. Then let Universe 9 vanish. Zeno stood, hands clasped behind his back, while the 12 gods of destruction rose solemnly. Zeno raised his right hand, the tip of his finger shimmering with radiant white light. In an instant, the light spread from Zeno's temple to the Zeno realm, and then to the 12 universes. Simultaneously, the orb representing Universe 9 on the grand round table gradually became transparent. With each passing moment, it completely faded from view. Farewell, everyone, Siddhartha smiled at the gathered assembly just before he slowly vanished. Grand Priest, I shall take my leave. The attendant of Universe 9 cast a cold glance at the spot where Siddhartha had disappeared before addressing the Grand Priest. Very well, go ahead. The Grand Priest smiled slightly. And soon, the attendant of Universe 9 also vanished without a trace. However, Beerus furrowed his brow. It seems the attendant of Universe 9 has not perished. Where has he gone? Beerus inquired with curiosity. Lord Beerus, you may not be aware that when a universe under our jurisdiction ceases to exist, the attendant returns to their place of origin until a new universe is born or the universe is revived. Whis explained with a smile, and oh wonder the attendants of universes obliterated years ago had never reappeared. Beerus nodded slightly. All right, today's meeting concludes here. Everyone may return, and remember to work diligently. Chapter 35. The Black Cat Sheriff? Though the meeting was brief, it left a heavy weight on everyone's hearts. Observing the king of all darting to the side to watch the first episode of Peppa Pig, Beerus spat in annoyance. How infuriating it was that his fate would be dictated by such a foolish little brat. As Beerus's obsession with becoming stronger grew, especially during the disappearance of Sidera, he felt an intensified determination. Beerus, I shall take my leave now. Do come over play sometime, but be sure to bring some delicacies, Xiangpa called out as he hastily exited this place of disputes. Ha! Xiangpa actually greeted Lord Beerus. Truly a rare occurrence, Whis remarked with a smile. Humph. It's merely fear of being struck. It seems this brat has finally come to terms with reality, Beerus scoffed. Beerus, do visit when you have the time. The goddess of destruction, resembling Cleopatra, suddenly appeared before Beerus and blew him a kiss, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Not only her, but many other deities of destruction also approached Beerus to greet him before departing, indicating that, in their eyes, Beerus had become quite the popular figure by keeping the king of all entertained. Indeed, I shall, Beerus replied dismissively, for he had little desire to socialize with the majority of these barbaric deities. However, one exception was Chitara, who shot a venomous glance at Beerus before leaving that he had formulated a scheme against Beerus, but it had yet to unfold, and now it seemed thwarted. Still trying to jump? Since time immemorial, it has been cats chasing mice. Do you, a mere little mouse, think you can act as you please just because you are older? Hee, I shall eliminate you in the blink of an eye. Beerus coldly smirked as he regarded Chitara's retreating figure, then approached the still engrossed king of all. Beerus, you haven't left yet. Would you like to watch Peppa Pig with me? Himph, the king exclaimed, even imitating pig sounds. Much to the dismay of the two guards, who realized that their sovereign had been led astray. If the forces behind the king discovered this, they might very well end their lives. However, Beerus was currently in the king's favor, and any misstep on their part would surely result in dire consequences for the duo. They exchanged glances, both arriving at the same conclusion. It was time to admonish Beerus that I shall not watch anymore. By the way, this is from another animated series. There were too many people earlier, so now I present it to you, Beerus said with a wicked grin, producing a disc and handing it to the king. Wow, Beerus, you are so kind. What is this called? The king eagerly inquired, clutching the disc. This? It's titled Black Cat Detective, and it's a limited edition animation. Beerus's mischievous expression did not go unnoticed by the Grand Minister and Whis, who immediately sensed that someone might be in for a rough time. Black Cat Detective? Quickly, let me see it. The king's eyes sparkled with excitement. Soon, the animated series commenced. Grand Minister, I must trouble you to open the dimensional space for me. Beerus, observing the king completely captivated, turned to the Grand Minister. Lord Beerus, are you abandoning me? Whis feigned a sorrowful expression, leaving the Grand Minister speechless. How could I, the esteemed Grand Minister, have such a son? Feeling his dignity tarnished, the Grand Minister waved his hand, sending Whis back to Universe 7. Thank you, Grand Minister. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to manage Whis. Beerus chuckled heartily. Not at all. Let us proceed. Lord Beerus, the Grand Minister smiled faintly before tearing open a void, revealing the pitch-black dimensional space inside. As Beerus stepped in, he felt an immense pressure that nearly toppled him. The dimensional space surrounding the King of All was generally unsuitable for training due to its overwhelming gravity. In fact, aside from myself, very few among the ministers can stand straight here, the Grand Minister noted, observing Beerus, who stood tall despite his trembling legs. Indeed, excellent gravity. I appreciate your assistance. Grand Minister, Beerus had learned from Whis that there was but one-dimensional space surrounding the King of All. Yet this space was infinitely expansive, one that even the Grand Minister's father had taken eons to explore without finding an end, which should have informed you by now. It is best not to wander too far. Should you wish to leave, just contact me with this communicator, the Grand Minister stated, tossing a small button to Beerus before exiting the dimensional space and sealing the rift with a wave of his hand. With a time ratio of 10,000 to 1, if I cannot unlock this space within a millennium, I might as well live stream my demise, Beerus self-deprecatingly remarked as he crushed the button in his hand and discarded it. He then found an open area to commence his arduous training in the King of All's palace. The Grand Minister, having just sealed the rift, seemed to sense something, a smile creeping onto his lips. Beerus, you have truly changed. I only wonder if you can break free from this confinement. The Grand Minister's gaze was profound as he glanced at the King of All, who was still engrossed in the animated series. Along with the two guards, Chapter 36, A Single Ear, Chitara, 5th Update. In the vastness of Universe 9, Chitara, seething with rage, was wreaking havoc among the stars. Lord Chitara, should you continue to destroy wantonly, the King of All will surely punish you if he learns of it. The minister from Universe 4, a strikingly coiffed giant, smiled as he addressed the rampaging Chitara. Damn it, always the King of All, day in and day out. He is but a child. Chitara retorted defiantly, yet his actions betrayed him as he ceased his destruction. Enough with the antics, Lord Chitara. Shouldn't you be hastening to complete your tasks? You still have millions of planets awaiting your annihilation. The minister promptly produced a list, one that was several hundred meters longer than the one Beerus had once received. So many. When am I supposed to finish this? Chitara gasped, trembling at the sheer volume. Not much time left, just a few hundred years or so. Remember, the slower you go, the greater your workload will become. The giant minister urged that moment. A conical object streaked across the cosmos, striking Chitara's ear with a resounding smack. He felt a sharp pain and, upon touching his ear, realized one of them was missing. To make matters worse, he discovered that his divine power could not restore it. What is happening? What has happened to Conic? Furious and bewildered, he shouted at the minister, Conic, I did not see it either. Conic replied, his expression grave, as he had begun to suspect who was behind the incident. What? Even you did not see it? This is impossible, Chitara exclaimed in disbelief. While it was one thing for him, a novice, to miss it, the fact that even Conic had not seen it indicated the seriousness of the situation. Meanwhile, within the palace of the King of All, the king was joyfully brandishing a firearm-like object in a particular direction. Ha ha! I hit it! I hit that wretched ear! The king bounced in delight, his gaze fixed on the moment the black cat detective shot off an ear. Lord King of All, your marksmanship is divine. You struck true with a single shot, the Grand Minister remarked, smiling quietly. Encouraged by the Grand Minister's praise, the King of All proudly raised his right hand, showcasing his Peppa Pig. Clap, clap, clap. Two guards and the Grand Priest hurriedly applauded. In that moment, the Omni King felt a sense of reverence surpassing that of his own title. However, after all was said and done, the Omni King's gaze shifted back to the remaining Black Cat police chief. This time, he witnessed a figure with ears resembling his own maternal uncle burst into the police station, mercilessly slaying the White Cat police chief. Instantly, the Omni King, who had fully immersed himself in the role of the Black Cat police chief, was consumed by fury. The audacity of the figure with ears was truly intolerable. If that were the case, let him vanish. The Omni King donned an expression of righteous indignation, leaving the two guards and the Grand Priest speechless. This was even more terrifying than Beerus. Such a trivial video had incited such fervor in the Omni-King. It appeared that Chitara was doomed this time, a thought shared by all three. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction within the fourth universe, Chitara, still expending his godly power to expel the lingering essence of the ears in order to regrow his own, suddenly felt his god of destruction essence begin to fracture. Immediately, Chitara was engulfed in dread. The god of destruction essence had been personally bestowed upon him by the Omni King at the time of his selection. The complete shattering of this essence meant that his prolonged lifespan was nearing its end, and the consequence of such an end was to be reduced to mere dust. Conic, please, save me, he cried out in sheer panic. However, this time, Conic seemed to have received some command, remaining utterly unmoved by Chitara's pleas for help. Crack! The sound of breaking resonated in Chitara's ears, and in the midst of his terror, he watched as his feet began to disintegrate into dust. Those who had not comprehended the energy of time could ultimately not withstand its erosion. Chitara, you've crossed paths with someone you shouldn't have. Conic's words echoed in Chitara's ears as he reluctantly transformed into ash. Simultaneously, the Supreme Kai of the Fourth Universe stared in bewilderment at his slowly vanishing form. Chitara is dead. He could hardly believe it. The being who stood at the pinnacle of the universe had perished. Yet, no matter how incredulous he felt, he too was destined to dissolve into dust alongside Chitara. In the realm of destruction, the Grand Priest descended from the heavens following Chitara's demise. "I have witnessed the Grand Priest," Konnik reverently addressed him. "And oh need for formalities that I have come to discuss the selection of the next god of destruction. Currently, the Omni King has no suitable candidates, and your fourth universe lacks any gifted individuals. Thus, the position of god of destruction will remain vacant until the Omni King appoints a new candidate," the Grand Priest elaborated slowly. "Understood that in that case, I shall temporarily assume the duties of the god of destruction during this interval and will personally visit the Kaishin star to seek out potential candidates," Konnik responded. The Grand Priest nodded slightly before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the news of Chitara's death spread to all gods of destruction, leading everyone to place Beerus at the top of their list of individuals not to be trifled with. Time swiftly passed, and hundreds of years flew by. Chapter 37. I simply dislike you. Oh dear Lord Beerus, it has been several hundred years, and you still haven't returned to check on me that I've been waiting here. Growing old, Whis lamented, idly playing with his staff by a small lake. Humph, as if you ever thought of me. Just then, a cold voice came from behind Whis. He was startled, having sensed no indication of the other's arrival. Yet upon recognizing the familiar voice, he turned around with excitement. "Ah, it is Lord Beerus. I thought you had forgotten about me. Look at me, waiting here every day, and I've even developed wrinkles," Whis exclaimed, bursting into tears. "Get away from me. I never said I wanted you. Go as far away as possible," Beerus replied, exasperated as he kicked at Whis. Whis, who had intended to flee, suddenly found himself unable to move and was struck squarely on the backside by Beerus' kick. "Ouch, Lord Beerus. Why did you kick me?" Whis complained, rubbing his sore rear while casting a resentful glance at Beerus. Yet, internally, he was astounded. Beerus had not even employed a fraction of his ultra instinct, yet he had managed to kick him without any reaction. Even the energy of time had lost its efficacy against Beerus, indicating that Beerus had mastered it to a degree far superior to his own. "Haha, it's purely because I find you unsightly." Beerus laughed heartily that he had long desired to kick Whis, but unfortunately, the latter had initially used Ultra Instinct. After Beerus had finally grasped the second tier of Ultra Instinct, Whis had begun utilizing time energy. And this time, Beerus had successfully emerged from the otherworldly space of the Omni King, relying solely on his strength. Whis was no longer his match. Today felt particularly satisfying. He had decided to destroy 2 planets for fun. A faint smile tugged at Beerus' lips as he had planned this moment perfectly, coinciding with the birth of Frieza, a fellow destroyer. How could Beerus possibly miss the opportunity to meet the young tyrant? Indeed, Lord Beerus has changed. You never used to hit me, and now you kick without mercy, Whis lamented, still rubbing his backside. "Oh, Whis, you've misunderstood me." Beerus sighed at Whis' eyes brightened. "Oh, is Lord Beerus trying to appease me? No, I must remain composed and not be swayed by his sweet words." As Whis reveled in his internal joy, Beerus' voice interrupted again. "You truly have misunderstood. I never held back before." You know, Beerus chuckled sinisterly, causing Whis, who rarely got angry, to finally erupt. You Lord Beerus, you are too much." "Boo-hoo," Whis cried, covering his face in despair. "Enough with the whining. Stop crying and let us get to work," Beerus exclaimed. Feeling overwhelmed, he regretted teasing Whis, but this time, Whis still did not recover. All right, stop crying. How about we go find some delicious food?" Defeated, Beerus resorted to actually comforting Whis. Upon hearing the mention of food, Whis paused momentarily, but then seemed dissatisfied with the prospect, leading him to resume his weeping. Seeing this, Beerus broke into a cold sweat. Fine. I'll at least steal 2 planets' worth of cosmetics for you." "Will that suffice?" Beerus said loudly, deliberately emphasizing the word cosmetics to ensure Whis heard him. Sure enough, Whis' diminished immediately 0.3 planets. Whis gasped, his cries softening further 0.10 planets. "If you want more, you can steal them yourself," Beerus declared, angered as he revealed his final offer. He once Whis dropped his hands, beaming with delight as he rushed towards Beerus, attempting to embrace him. Fortunately, Beerus reacted swiftly, moving behind Whis in an instant. "Ah, Lord Beerus, you keep your promises. I'll remember this. Let us go shopping," Whis exclaimed, pulling Beerus along as they transformed into a beam of light. departing the realm of destruction. Only Beerus' irritated shouts echoed through the void and the vastness of the starry sky. Upon a planet eternally encased in ice, a tall horned man anxiously gazed at a massive iceberg before him, accompanied by a young child. "Daddy, when will my brother come out? I've been waiting for 100 years, and he is still inside." The child curiously asked his father. Chapter 38. Frieza at that moment. A resounding crack echoed from the colossal iceberg before the father and son. Kurt's expression instantly transformed into one of intense excitement, for he sensed the presence of the mutated ice demon clan emanating from the glacier. This was a scent known only to him and his eldest son, Gula. Indeed, it is my lineage. The Kurd family is about to welcome another formidable scion, and one understands better than he the might of the mutated ice demons. Unlike ordinary ice demons, the mutated ones possess boundless potential. Through training, they can perpetually grow stronger, while the ordinary ice demons are constrained by their innate abilities. I asked my younger brother about to emerge. I'm truly curious about what he will look like. The young Gula, blissfully unaware of the fierce battles that would later ensue with Frieza, found joy in the anticipation of his brother's birth. Boom! At that moment, the iceberg shattered explosively, and a diminutive figure soared into the sky. Old Frieza, am here. After performing several somersaults in midair, Frieza plummeted toward the ground like a meteor. My son Zild indeed possesses remarkable talent. He can fly just moments after his birth. Zild laughed heartily as he beheld Frieza's rapid descent. That my brother is amazing. Gula clapped his hands in joy. Meanwhile, Frieza hurtled towards the earth at an alarming speed. The two were engulfed in laughter, praising Frieza's innate abilities, until that laughter was abruptly cut short by a tremendous crash. Frieza landed directly on the ground, leaving only his tail visible. Kurd and his son were momentarily stunned. What the hell? Wasn't he supposed to be gifted, capable of flying upon birth? What is happening? Kurd's lips twitched in disbelief. Wow! A loud wail suddenly jolted Kurd and Gula from their stupor. They hurriedly rushed over to excavate the battered Frieza from the ice. Observing Frieza's bruised and battered state, Kurd and Gula exchanged awkward smiles, scratching their heads. Dad, should we take brother to the healing pod for treatment? Gula, still holding on to Frieza and grinning foolishly, finally broke the silence. Oh, right. Kurd hastily retrieved the controller and summoned the hovering spaceship. After placing Frieza in the nutrient pod, Kurd quickly took out the power level tester. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 50,000. Upon seeing this reading, Kurd fell silent. This was merely the level of an ordinary ice demon infant. Not much different at all. Wow, brother is so weak. Gula's comment caused Kurd's expression to darken. It seems to be a failure. I never expected to be so elated for nothing. Kurd disdainfully spat at Frieza, who resembled a little old man, completely losing the excitement he had just felt. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 100,000. Suddenly, the power level tester emitted a sound, causing Kurd to raise an eyebrow in surprise. 100,000? What is going on? Could it be that Frieza has mastered the ability to conceal his energy? Kurd furrowed his brow slightly. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 130,000. Another alarm rang out, indicating a further increase. A smile crept onto Kurd's lips. Beep. The series of notifications reached Kurd's ears, and before long, Frieza's power level soared to 200,000. At that moment, Frieza suddenly radiated a dazzling light. Once the brilliance faded, a slightly larger Frieza appeared before the two, showcasing his final form. Transformation. To master a form at such a young age, no wonder his power was so low. It was evidently concealed. Kurd felt a surge of excitement, knowing that his ancestors had dedicated several generations to researching the transformation ability. Had Kurd known that the initial reason his ancestors pursued this research was merely to amuse Beerus, hoping to curry favor with him, he would have realized that for thousands of years they had tirelessly studied this phenomenon, ultimately leading to the current form, which offered no enhancement to strength, but merely sealed their own power away. Chapter 39. The raucous child faces a man's wrath before the ice mountain. What are you? Just as Kurd was reveling in his thoughts, the young Frieza pointed at Kurd and Gula and asked, Kurd and Gula were instantly taken aback, as Frieza stood with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance while regarding his elder brother. Dad, why does brother say we are things? We are not things, Gula innocently inquired. Damn it, what do you mean we are things? We are indeed things. No, wait, your brother just deserves a beating, you know that. Kurd was immediately enraged, astonished that this little brat dared to insult him. He was the Cosmic Emperor. After all, Gula, meanwhile, firmly etched Frieza's insolence into his memory, leading to many beatings of Frieza thereafter. Whoosh! Suddenly, Kurd appeared behind Frieza, yanking his tail upward. Aw, let go of me, you little brat. Do you want to die? Frieza flailed his legs wildly. Gula, witnessing this scene, gleefully rushed over, only for Frieza to suddenly smirk coldly. In a swift motion, he kicked Gula squarely in the face. Instantly, Gula's expression contorted as he was sent crashing backward into the iceberg. Boom! Haha, do you think you can challenge me? Frieza hung upside down with his hands on his hips, looking smugly at Gula, who was slowly emerging from the ice. You're pretty bold, aren't you? Just then, Frieza felt a firm grip on his tail and heard a deep voice behind him. Spare me, brave warrior. I was young and foolish, and my bottom is still quite loose. Look, the one I just sent flying surely has a fine rear. That Frieza's obsequious demeanor left Kurd utterly speechless. Damn it. Are children these days so lewd? Even I would never utter such crude words. This is not right. Something feels off. This kid reincarnated without drinking the soup of forgetfulness. Kurd finally sensed something amiss. This child, just born, could not possibly be this astute. Even if he were exceptionally gifted, kid, tell me, who exactly are you? How can a newborn possess such intelligence? Kurd's words caused Frieza to pause. Damn it, am I not innately clever? Just look at you two, bulky and brutish. It's evident you are simple-minded, while I possess extraordinary talents that you cannot compare to. The young Frieza sneered, and Kurd began to question his own intelligence. No, I'm the first mutant of the Ice Demon clan in history. How can my intelligence be lacking? The only possibility is... Saying this, Kurd hastily set Frieza down. As expected of my son, your intellect is exceptional. From now on, you shall assist your father in conquering the world. Remember, your name is Frieza. Kurd felt that his superior genes must have produced such an exceptionally intelligent child. Observing Kurd's demeanor, Frieza scoffed with disdain. What a foolish man. How could I have such a father? The young Frieza looked at the arrogant Kurd with contempt. You wretched Frieza, I will make you pay. At that very moment, Gula dashed forth from the icy mountain. Fists clenched, charging towards Frieza. My goodness, is this brother truly that fierce? Frieza was taken aback, hastily seeking refuge behind Kurd. All right, Gula, how old are you now? You ought to focus on your training. Just look at yourself. Even your younger brother can confront you. Kurd waved his hand, halting Gula, who was intent on bullying the smaller Frieza. Gula's demeanor soured instantly, glaring at Frieza with fury, yet out of respect for Kurd's authority. He refrained from uttering a word. Frieza, observing Gula's livid face, made a silly grimace, which nearly caused Gula to lose consciousness from rage. Meanwhile, Frieza, emboldened by Gula's inaction, began to provoke him further, with both hands gripping Kurd's thigh. One foot lifted to deliver a playful kick at Gula, taunting him. This mischievous display even caused Kurd to frown slightly. Gula looked down at Frieza, who continued to kick at his legs, his body trembling with mounting frustration. Frieza, I will have your head. Gula exploded in anger, transforming into a violet streak of light that instantaneously appeared before Frieza, executing a shoulder throw that sent Frieza crashing to the ground. Following that, he unleashed a torrent of kicks upon Frieza's head. Boom! 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 The resounding echoes reverberated throughout the frozen star. Chapter 40. Is this service acceptable? In the boundless expanse of the starry sky, a streak of light flashed by, revealing the figures of Beerus and Whis, who soon laid eyes upon Frieza, being mercilessly kicked. Oh dear, this frozen demon clan is exceedingly violent, not even sparing the young ones, Whis remarked with a smile, discreetly covering his mouth. What is it? Beerus, noticing the grin on Whis' face, realized he was not advocating for Frieza's plight. How adorable! Just look at this poor wretch being beaten. Is he not reminiscent of Lord Beerus's youthful self? Always seeking a fight. Ho ho ho. Whis chuckled mischievously. Instantly, Beerus's expression darkened. Whis, are you perhaps eager to experience the thrill of a shoulder throw too? Perhaps a 1,000-year kill would suit you well. I think you would excel at that. Beerus grinned wickedly at Whis, whose face paled at the ominous tone. Lord Beerus, please, you mustn't. I was merely jesting. A 1,000-year kill is absolutely not for me. With that, Whis hastily covered his rear and scurried away. Enough chatter. Let us proceed to see if the Frozen Demon clan has made any progress. With a cold huff, Beerus clasped his hands behind his back and sped downward. Whis sighed in relief and dove after him. After delivering dozens of kicks, Gula finally raised his foot with a sense of satisfaction. Pah! Pathetic, spitting at the motionless Frieza, he then stood beside Kurter. Before them lay a massive pit and Frieza, feigning unconsciousness at the bottom. Sigh, your brother is so inept, just dispose of him. Keeping him around is a waste of resources, Kurter said with a cold smirk, eyeing the still frustrated Frieza. In an instant, Frieza found himself at the edge of the pit, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Huh? Who's your brother? My dear brother. Seeing you so dashing, surely your sibling is also a paragon of elegance. Of course, you're far more handsome than he. But we're all brothers. Why must we turn against one another? Frieza's expression was one of insincere flattery, starkly contrasting the charming cosmic emperor he would become centuries later, resembling more a petty thug who preys on the weak. Gula, who had once hoped for an admirable brother, now felt utterly disillusioned. With a snort, he ceased speaking and turned his head away from Frieza. Just then, two figures drifted down from the skies, upon their arrival. Kurter's brow furrowed, but it deepened further as he recognized Beerus's form. A cat-like figure with golden eyes, accompanied by a flamboyant attendant. Recalling the ominous information inscribed in ancient texts, a cold sweat broke out on Kurter's brow. You are the god of destruction, Beerus. Kurter's exclamation stunned young Frieza, who quickly looked up to see Whis and Beerus floating above him. What? Daring to hover over me, Frieza the Great? Behold my deadly blossom punch. Frieza leapt, aiming a punch at Whis's rear. Instantly, Whis's face turned a deep shade of purple. There's something about my rear that draws such attention. Everyone seems eager to embrace it. Of course, Whis was not struck. He would not need to intervene. Just as Frieza's fist approached Whis, a white figure suddenly obstructed his path and seized Frieza's head. Experiencing an immense force, Frieza writhed in pain as he was sent soaring between Gula and Kurter, who treated him like a mere ball to be kicked. The intensity of their kicks showed no mercy due to familial ties. Lord Beerus, do you see? Is this force acceptable? Kurter smiled ingratiatingly at Beerus, his expression mirroring that of the battered Frieza moments this juncture. Gula finally understood why his brother was so despicable. It seemed that such traits were indeed hereditary. Not too shabby. A bit more intensity would elevate it further. Chapter 41. The infamous Frieza, indeed. Not too shabby. A bit more intensity would elevate it further. Beerus smirked, disregarding Frieza's terrified gaze as he lay battered like a true dead dog. All right, Gula, let us increase the pressure. Kurter nodded at Gula, and together they accelerated their assault, unleashing hundreds of kicks upon Frieza in an instant. Mama, save me, I'm perishing, Frieza cried out, initially unfazed, yet the escalating fervor of Kurter and Gula's kicks soon became unbearable. Each kick bore down with increasing force, and Gula, seeking vengeance, targeted Frieza's delicate toes with every blow. His icy clan's toes were akin to daggers. My foolish brother, our mother and father are the same. Oh, Gula taunted, secretly intensifying his strength, while Kurter, sensing the change, instinctively followed suit. If we keep this up, this kid will surely meet his end. Beerus observed Frieza, who was foaming at the mouth, realizing the prince could not endure much longer. It appeared that the Frozen Demon clan lacked any semblance of familial bonds, a truth that rang painfully clear when one could treat their own kin with such cruelty. Yes, whatever Lord Beerus says is true. After speaking, Kurd did not forget to lift the lifeless Frieza, now resembling a dead dog. He wondered what business Lord Beerus had with my Frozen clan this time. Kurd swallowed nervously. After all, the last time Beerus visited, the entire race of frost demons had dwindled from hundreds to a mere rarity represented by himself. If this time resulted in another calamity for his family, it could spell their extinction. Ah, I have heard that you have been proclaiming yourself the ruler of the universe lately, Beerus remarked with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. It's he once. Cold sweat streamed down Kurd's brow. Lord Beerus, you mustn't accuse me. I have never uttered such words. I am but a humble servant of the destroyer. Kurd insisted, self-deprecatingly belittling his own visage, which he considered flawless, to ensure his survival. Ditto. Is that so? Beerus inquired, his smile unwavering as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Kurd, causing his complexion to pale. I swear, everything my father said is true. He holds you in the highest regard. At that moment, Frieza, still held by Kurd, opened his eyes and weakly spoke. Kurd trembled, glancing at the frightened Gula, who resembled a timid dog, then at the resilient Frieza, who, despite being beaten, was determined to protect him. Kurd's heart quivered slightly. My dear son, you must treat him well from now on, Beerus observed Frieza, suspended in the air, with a look of intrigue. Pray tell, how does your father show me respect? Beerus asked nonchalantly, as Kurd released Frieza. The latter landed on the ground, dusting himself off before slowly approaching Beerus. Why father speaks of you daily, Lord Beerus, and even uses a special liquid to polish your name. Frieza's words momentarily stunned everyone. However, even the dimmest among them could sense that Frieza was not merely praising his father. He was up to mischief. When Beerus inquired about the nature of this liquid, Frieza replied, what else could it be but urine? After saying this, Frieza quickly scurried behind Beerus for cover. You despicable Frieza, come out here. I shall have your head. Kurd roared at the cowardly Frieza hiding behind Beerus. Lord Beerus, look, this rascal intends to silence me. His heart is filled with treachery. He must be eliminated. Frieza's shameless demeanor belied the fact that he was but a mere child. Chapter 42. Who is worse off than I? Come here. Kurd seethed as he watched Frieza, who was taunting him with a playful gesture, wishing he could return to the moment of Frieza's birth and snuff him out then and there, just as Frieza reveled in his mischief. Whis, standing behind Beerus, caught sight of Frieza's exposed rear and smirked wickedly. With a flick of his wrist, a wooden stick materialized in his hand. Come at me, Kurd. Dare to treat me like a ball? You've lost your mind. Frieza's smug expression quickly morphed into sheer terror as he turned to see Whis approaching with the stick aimed at his behind. Tears streamed down Frieza's face. That I am but an innocent child. Why must everyone conspire against me? He erupted into a wail, lamenting his fate, from being born and promptly mishandled to suffering beatings from his brother and now facing the wrath of his father. Is everything all right, Whis? You ought to leave a child be. And Kurd, are you courting death? I have taken a liking to this child. Anyone who dares harm him shall face my wrath. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out beside Frieza. He looked up, squinting in the sunlight, to find Beerus chastising others. This is my savior, my grand savior. I shall no longer face punishment. Frieza felt a surge of hope, a newfound sense of protection, and an urge to provoke Kurd once more. Meanwhile, Kurd's expression shifted, and he quickly began to flatter Beerus. Yes, you're absolutely right, Lord Beerus. We could never harm Frieza. He is my precious little gem. Kurd's insincere words would have left others incredulous, considering he had just been the one to beat Frieza mercilessly. Dad, didn't you say little brother needed a lesson? Gula chimed in, causing Kurd's smile to freeze. Why must I have given birth to such dim-witted offspring? Are you conspiring to drive me to my grave? Kurd regretted his impulsive decision to sire children, wishing he could return to a solitary life. Enough of your family squabbles. Take good care of this child. Ensure he does not perish. Beerus kicked Frieza, who lay on the ground, and found little amusement in the child's antics. Of course, I shall see to his well-being. Kurd wiped the cold sweat from his brow. By the way, I need your assistance with something. Suddenly, Beerus seemed to have a thought. Please, command me. I shall fulfill your wishes. Kurd promised earnestly. Just procure some cosmetics for me for a few weeks. And destroy the planets listed here, Beerus said with a smile, presenting a lengthy list that made Kurd's complexion turn pale. Good heavens, how could I possibly destroy all of these? It would take me countless years. Kurd felt the world spinning around him. If he were to undertake this task, what would become of his vast dominion? What's the matter? Inconvenient. If so, I shall find another. The Beerus' calm words sent a chill down Kurd's spine. No, no. It is not inconvenient at all. I would be honored to serve you, Lord Beerus. After securing Kurd's promise, Beerus nodded slightly and soared into the sky, disappearing before Kurd's ship. Finally, he is gone. Lord Beerus is indeed formidable. I tremble in his presence. Kurd mused as he strode into his ship. Ah, my foot! Suddenly, Kurd felt something beneath his foot and looked down to find Frieza's hand. To his horror, he noticed a large, dark stick protruding from Frieza's backside. I almost forgot about you. Kurd quickly lifted his foot and grasped the stick, pulling it out with force. Another piercing scream erupted as Frieza rolled on the ground. Clutching his behind, Dad, Frieza is so unfortunate. Should we take him to the medical bay? Gula, noticing Kurd's dazed expression, hastily reminded him. Oh, Kurd quickly reacted, swiftly lifting Frieza and rushing him into the spaceship, where he unceremoniously tossed him into the medical chamber. Kurd then commanded the ship to head towards the nearest planet on the list provided by Beerus. From that moment on, Kurd embarked on a life of labor, and rather notably, one devoid of remuneration. Meanwhile, Gula and Frieza gradually matured, each inheriting half of Kurd's territory, while a small remaining fragment was occupied by an Namekian named Shalagu, as Kurd began his daily grind, during which the young Frieza brothers occupied their time. Time flew by, until one day, a relatively powerful race caught Frieza's attention. This was a race that prided itself on being a warrior civilization, and its description mirrored that of the Scions from Frieza's ancestral lineage. Interesting, Scions, you say? Chapter 43. Be My Woman. Since the demise of Bardock a millennium ago, Bardock's wife, who is also the mother of Florencia, endeavored to re-establish a small tribe of Scions alongside Florencia's younger brother. However, due to the catastrophic battle between Bardock and Florencia, the Scions were nearly obliterated overnight, leaving their civilization in ruins. To exacerbate matters, an alien species known as the Civilians arrived, annihilating the native Plantians in a single night. While the Scions, through desperate resistance, managed to survive, albeit reduced to the status of slaves and savages. This period of degradation lasted a century, during which the Scions grew increasingly volatile. 100 years later, the Scion population surged once more, culminating in the complete extermination of the Zivulians on a moonlit night. Harnessing the advanced technology of the Zivulians, they ventured into the cosmos, never to linger on that small planet again. Subsequently, the Scions expanded their dominion, and eventually, the grandson of Florencia's brother declared himself King Vegeta, naming the plant planet after himself. Each generation of princes was designated as Vegeta, and this supreme royal lineage governed the entire Scion race. Centuries later, on this day, King Vegeta, upon the passing of the old king, finally ascended to the throne of the Scion kingdom. Just as he sought to extend his realm, a figure destined to alter the fate of the Scions descended upon planet Vegeta. Why are the Scions so irascible? Just look at what they have done to the once pristine planet plant. As Beerus and Whis strolled through the streets of the Scions, surrounded by shops manned by aliens offering food and weapons. Beerus mused, relying on the Scions for commerce is a fool's errand. Indeed, Lord Beerus, this planet's lifespan is dwindling in a few decades. It shall be utterly ravaged. Should we intervene preemptively? Whis suggested with a smile. Never mind that. I pride myself on my benevolence. Have you not noticed that I have refrained from indiscriminate killing for hundreds of years? I aspire to be a paragon of morality, Beerus replied dismissively. How can you speak of morality, Lord Beerus? Just look at how exhausted Kurd appears, spending centuries annihilating planets, causing even the cosmos to forget the true cosmic overlord of your. Whis' words flushed Beerus's face with embarrassment. Seeing him idle, it was only natural to assume dominance. Just look at how fulfilled he seems now. Beerus chuckled wickedly, his gaze suddenly falling upon a familiar figure. Whis, look? Isn't that Bardock? Whis turned to see the youthful Bardock purchasing battle attire at a nearby shop. Why, that's little Lurin's father. I thought he was dead. How can he appear so youthful? Whis exclaimed with an adorably bewildered expression, just as Bardock, having completed his shopping, spotted Whis. Without hesitation, Bardock approached Whis, declaring, "Woman, be my wife." In an instant, the air froze to ha ha ha. "Whis, he just called you a woman. This is too hilarious." Beerus's laughter echoed throughout planet Vegeta. Whis's face turned a shade of deep crimson, despite his somewhat effeminate demeanor. His sexual orientation remained steadfast, or else Beerus would have long since cast him aside. Suddenly, Whis seized Bardock, delivering a series of playful punches to his chest, each thud resonating through the street. Bardock coughed up blood, exclaiming, "I am a man. How dare you confess to me? I'll end you." Whis, infuriated yet mindful of his restraint, did not unleash his full wrath upon Bardock. After a moment of cold disdain, he relinquished Bardock back to the ground. "Oh dear, how tragic!" Beerus guffawed, nearly in tears from laughter, as he observed Whis's flustered demeanor, reminiscent of Florence. In that moment, Beerus pondered whether Whis had foreseen this encounter long ago, which led to the birth of Florencia. Truly, the wheel of fate turns in mysterious ways. After a brief reflection, Beerus instructed Whis to revive the nearly lifeless Bardos. As Bardock slowly opened his eyes, he beheld Whis coming to his aid. "Indeed, the goddess has not rejected me, that I knew it. I, Bardock, am dashing and charming. How could I be spurned? The only explanation is..." With that thought, Bardock cast a resentful glance towards Beerus. "Damn cat, you seek to steal my woman. Perish." Chapter 44. Power is the true path. As Bardock charged towards him, Beerus's expression soured, akin to having swallowed a fly. "Did you truly believe I had an affection for Whis? Have you lost your senses?" Beerus smirked at the unblemished Bardock, summoning a flicker of energy at his fingertip. Suddenly, Bardock, still consumed by rage, felt a sharp pain across his face, his pupils dilating in disbelief. "What?" Bardock gaped, incredulously touching his cheek to find blood. "Consider this a lesson. Not everyone is to be trifled with," Beerus remarked coolly, his words resonating deeply within Bardock's heart. What a powerful man! How infuriating! When did planet Vegeta harbor such strength? At that moment, Bardock was merely 17 or 18, and his strength was among the lowest on planet Vegeta. Even Beerus had not anticipated that Bardock would be so weak at this juncture. "Humph, Lord Beerus, let us depart. The existence of this planet is of little consequence." Whis's icy demeanor suggests he is genuinely irked, even instilling a hint of trepidation in Beerus. Calm down, I have already devised a plan for this desolate planet. Do not dwell on this moment," Beerus hastily reassured Whis. Only with Beerus's guarantee did Whis begin to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Bardock clenched his fists tightly as he listened to the two strategize about the obliteration of planet Vegeta. "Damn it! I must inform King Vegeta. I cannot allow these two to succeed." After wiping the blood from his face, Bardock cast a cold glance at Whis and Beerus before sprinting towards the royal palace of Vegeta. His objective was unmistakably clear: to expose the malicious intentions of Beerus and Whis. At that moment, Bardock was merely an ordinary low-ranking warrior. His encounter with the king was destined to end in failure. Bardock shouted about the impending destruction of planet Vegeta, only to be seized by the palace guards. In the prison, he endured relentless torment, and it was only due to the small population of Scions that he was ultimately released. Upon his release, he was dispatched to the front lines, where he engaged in ceaseless battles. The repeated brushes with death awakened a realization within Bardock. In this world, everything is ephemeral. Only strength reigns supreme. Though he remained perplexed as to why those two had spared planet Vegeta in the past, he no longer had the luxury of pondering such matters. His battles grew increasingly frenzied, each time narrowly escaping death, which propelled his combat prowess to astonishing heights. In a mere 5 years, he achieved a battle power of 10,000 that countless low-ranking warriors emulated Bardock's reckless fighting style, with only two possible outcomes. Either they succumbed under the pressure and surrendered, or they perished in battle. Yet, some thrived under this brutal methodology, joining Bardock's ranks as companions. They dubbed themselves the Bardock Squad, whose reputation on planet Vegeta rivaled that of the Ginyu Force under Frieza, marking them as an elite unit. Each victory of the Bardock Squad not only failed to please King Vegeta, but also instilled a sense of unease within him. However, He had no time to concern himself with Bardock. "Are you Frieza?" King Vegeta emerged from the rubble of the palace, blood trickling from his lips, his expression grim as he faced the diminutive figure seated in a hovering chair. Frieza's infamy had spread throughout the universe following King Cold's retirement from labor. Yet initially, Vegeta believed Frieza to be of comparable power, merely older in age. However, in a recent encounter, a mere pink, rotund subordinate of Frieza had bested him effortlessly. In that instant, he comprehended the vast chasm separating him from Frieza. "Ha ha! Mr. Dodoria, did you strike a tad too hard? Look at how you've treated King Vegeta. What a display of rudeness!" Frieza jested with a smile directed toward Dodoria. "Indeed, I may have been a bit heavy-handed, but I never anticipated that the so-called universe's strongest warriors, the Scions, would be so feeble," Dodoria replied, though his tone belied a sense of disdain. "How dare you insult me? You will pay for this." The young and impetuous King Vegeta, unaccustomed to such humiliation, roared before soaring into the sky, leaving Dodoria and the others in stunned silence. With a thunderous roar, a colossal foot shattered the rooftop, descending rapidly toward the trio. Chapter 45. I, King Vegeta, shall never submit, even in death. As Dodoria prepared to gauge the power of the descending limb, his battle power scouter exploded unexpectedly. "What? This is the latest device, capable of measuring up to 30,000. Dodoria's complexion darkened. Even Shambo, who had felt little before, grew pale upon witnessing Dodoria's scouter exceed its limits. "Damn it, I cannot allow this to devolve into that dreadful scenario again. Frieza, I must confront him." Shambo's expression hardened as he launched into the air, transforming from a handsome man into a grotesque creature with a frog-like mouth. However, the enormous foot accelerated suddenly, catching Shambo off guard and slamming him beneath its sole. With a resounding crash, Shambo was sent deep into the ground. Dodoria trembled at the sight. Can Shambo not withstand a single blow? What manner of creature are these Scion wild monkeys? Meanwhile, Frieza's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Could this be the legendary Super Scion? No, it cannot be. The ancient text spoke of a golden-haired Scion, not this gorilla-like brute. Nevertheless, even if he is not a Super Scion, his battle power exceeding 100,000 is indeed formidable. "Ha ha! An impressive Scion! You shall serve under me." Frieza's sinister laughter would surely resonate with Whis if he were to hear it, as it mirrored Whis's own demeanor. Clearly, the haunting memory of that incident from long ago still lingered in Frieza's psyche. "Ha ha! Me, the king of the Scions, serve you? You must be out of your mind." King Vegeta scoffed, raising his colossal foot high to crush Frieza. The ensuing tempest of energy decimated the royal palace. Yet, Frieza merely lifted a finger, directing it forward, unleashing a blinding beam across the sky. Boom! With an ear-splitting explosion and a harrowing scream, King Vegeta collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding right leg. It seems your foot lacks sufficient strength." "King Vegeta," Frieza taunted as he hovered above the incapacitated king, whose leg was rendered entirely useless. Despite Frieza's seemingly diminutive stature, he emanated an overwhelming aura that rendered King Vegeta immobile. "Damn it, what is happening?" King Vegeta roared in frustration, pounding the earth in vain as veins bulged across his body. Do you wish to rise? Very well, arise." Frieza smiled slightly, dissipating the terrifying aura enveloping him. In an instant, King Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury. Yet the recollection of how Frieza had subdued him without lifting a finger quelled his resolve. With a series of changing expressions, King Vegeta gradually withdrew his own aura. "If you wish for me to be your subordinate, what benefits do I receive?" He recognized his inability to defeat Frieza, and even with reinforcements, the outcome would remain unchanged. Benefits. There are several. By serving under Frieza, you shall enjoy unparalleled status throughout the universe, as well as access to the most advanced technological power available. This technology will enable you Scions to escape this meager star system and conquer the vast universe beyond. Observing King Vegeta's capitulation, Dodoria eagerly chimed in with pride. "What? Escape this star system?" The words of Dodoria ignited a spark in King Vegeta's mind. At this juncture, The Scion was ensnared in a period of stagnation, as the pace of technological advancement was lamentably slow. The expansion of the Scion race had nearly come to a standstill within a radius of merely 1 light-year. Such a minuscule area is nothing more than a grain of sand in the vast expanse of the universe. Not only is it a challenge to step beyond this star system, but even in the entirety of the cosmos, as long as one possesses strength, one could conquer other regions of the universe. And King Frieza would not utter a word of reproach. Dodoria's chilling smirk did not incite King Vegeta's ire. Rather, it stirred his ambition. Very well, as long as you promise to provide us with sufficient technological prowess. I, representing the Scions, stand ready to heed your command, proclaimed King Vegeta as he dissipated the artificial moon floating in the sky. Ho ho ho. King Vegeta, you shall come to rejoice in your decision. Frieza replied, nodding with an affable smile, for he favored those who understood the currents of fate. After all, he had suffered greatly from those who failed to grasp it in the past. Come, Mr. Dodoria, and do not forget to bring Mr. Bashambo. With a beaming smile, Frieza soared back to his throne, then flew into the starry sky. However, upon the announcement of King Vegeta's decision, the entire populace of planet Vegeta erupted in collective outrage, converging upon the under-construction royal palace to protest. Yet a single utterance from King Vegeta silenced the crowd. Foolish beings, do you think the king of the Scions would yield to a cosmic pirate? This is an opportunity for the Scions, a gateway to the cosmos. While Frieza is merely a stepping stone. Chapter 46. A most fortuitous embrace. Ever since the Scions latched onto Frieza's coattails, they began to expand at an unprecedented rate. That be why this time, they had already been integrated into Frieza's army as the Scion contingent. Within just a few years, this force spread rapidly throughout the universe. It was during this period that the Scions established a tradition of sending newly born low-class warriors to desolate planets to battle. This not only allowed for the sharing of resources with the newly emerged mid- and upper-class warriors, but also alleviated the population pressure. As the Scions were fervently procreating, as Frieza delved deeper into his understanding of the Scions, he grew increasingly disdainful of the Super Scions, perhaps merely a lingering delusion stemming from the defeat of his ancestors at the hands of the gorilla-like Scions. This perspective of Frieza shifted slightly upon the birth of an infant in the premier nursery of Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta paced anxiously outside the delivery room. Wah wah wah. A baby's wail echoed, and a peculiar-looking alien emerged, cradling a small child with a tail protruding from its rear. Congratulations, King Vegeta. It is a prince. The doctor's words did not elate King Vegeta. Instead, he activated the power level scouter affixed his eye. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 1314. Instantly, the atmosphere in the nursery fell silent. 1300. How is this possible? King Vegeta fought to suppress his excitement and pressed the scouter once more. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 1314. Indeed, it was no mistake. King Vegeta was ecstatically jubilant as he took the child from the doctor's hands. Never in Scion history has a warrior been born with a power level exceeding 1,000. Undoubtedly, my son is the legendary Super Scion. He laughed heartily, trembling with exhilaration. He reveled in his joy. The door to the adjacent delivery room swung open. An obstetrician emerged, cradling a newborn with an exceptionally thick head of hair. Mr. Bardock, congratulations, it is a son. The preference for males was prevalent in many cultures, particularly among the Scions, where only male warriors were regarded as true combatants, while females were typically sidelined. Let me take a look. Bardock, his expression darkening, activated the power level scouter in his hand, having just overheard King Vegeta's raucous laughter. Representatives of the affluent elite and the lower class. King Vegeta and Bardock harbored mutual disdain. Yet neither possessed the strength to vanquish the other. Their rivalry could only be settled through their offspring. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 45. Instantly, Bardock's countenance soured. Oh, this child bears little resemblance to you, Bardock. Could it be that you've been cuckolded? Let me take a look. King Vegeta strutted over to Bardock, gazing at the doctor holding Raditz, whose hair flowed down to his waist and erupted into laughter. What? A power level of 45. Such an impressive figure for a low-class warrior. Ha ha! King Vegeta laughed triumphantly, oblivious to Bardock's ashen face. Humph. Send him to battle on distant planets. Whether he survives is a matter of fate. With a disdainful snort, Bardock issued orders to the doctor. While King Vegeta coldly watched Bardock storm away, pondering how a lowly warrior dared to challenge him, utterly bemused by his audacity. After spitting in disdain, King Vegeta departed the nursery with young Vegeta in his arms. Years later, at the tender age of 5, Vegeta's power level reached an astounding 5,000, a growth rate that finally instilled a modicum of trepidation in Frieza. However, he was more intrigued to witness the fabled Super Saiyan. Moreover, the Saiyans proved to be of considerable assistance in his territorial expansion. Thus he harbored no desire to annihilate them. One fateful day, two figures that made Frieza's heart race with trepidation suddenly descended upon planet Frieza. Long time no see. Frieza, leisurely sipping wine in his palace and enjoying the view, was suddenly greeted by a calm voice. Crack! The wine glass shattered in Frieza's trembling hand as he stiffly turned his head toward the source of the voice. Before him stood two figures he would never forget. Lord Beerus. What brings you here? Frieza's pupils dilated in terror, and he hastily descended from his throne. However, upon noticing what was behind Beerus, he stealthily retreated a few steps. Do I need to report to you? Beerus cast a disinterested glance at Frieza, causing him to stammer incoherently. Very well. The reason for my visit is to request your assistance in a matter. I've recently grown weary of the Saiyans. Dismantle planet Vegeta for me. Beerus wasted no time, stating his purpose directly. Originally, he had intended to wait for Frieza to act independently, but it appeared Frieza wished to utilize the Saiyans for a few more years. From Beerus's analysis, today marked the birth of Kakarot. Chapter 47. Sacrificing Frieza. What? Destroy planet Vegeta. Frieza was momentarily stunned. Should that occur, his grand design for cultivating Super Saiyans would be thwarted, as long as I have planet Vegeta destroyed. You may retain whatever else you desire, Beerus added, allowing Frieza to breathe a sigh of relief. He could not abandon his ambitions for self-destruction so easily. Absolutely. I shall see to it that your wishes are fulfilled. Lord Beerus, by when do you require the destruction of planet Vegeta? Frieza assured confidently. 3 days hence. I expect not to see planet Vegeta again. And should anyone inquire, you know how to respond. Correct? Beerus spoke calmly, for he did not wish to be regarded as a parasital enemy by Vegeta and his fellow Saiyans in the future. These wild monkeys truly were too reckless to maintain the peace of the universe. I shall personally eradicate them. Frieza, with an air of righteous indignation, rendered Beerus speechless. This lad had always been exceptionally skilled in his acting. By the way, that Bardock, make sure to give him a thorough beating. Suddenly recalling something, was hastily addressed Frieza. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Ho ho ho, whatever the Grand Priest commands shall be done. Frieza, realizing that the deity he dreaded most was now troubling him, saw no reason to refuse. The two, having reached a consensus, could not help but burst into laughter, sending shivers down Beerus's spine. Enough, Whis. Don't you have other matters to attend to? Hurry along. At Whis's urging, he waved his staff lightly, and the two instantly transformed into beams of light, vanishing from Frieza's palace. After Beerus departed, Frieza let out a sigh of relief, but his expression remained, I see why use me as a pawn. One day, you shall pay dearly for this, Frieza snorted coldly. Yet he harbored no intention of training. His father had cautioned him before taking on labor, urging him to practice diligently in hopes of one day rescuing him from the clutches of evil. Naturally, Frieza paid no heed to the pitiful Cordeli. In the next moment, he completely forgot about the situation. Training was not an option. It would be impossible in this lifetime. Unable to fight back, he would have to learn to speak like others to maintain his current lifestyle. In the boundless cosmos, Whis inquired, Lord Beerus, why do you desire the destruction of planet Vegeta? Should Frieza be the one to take action? You wouldn't understand. As the god of destruction, I destroy hundreds of thousands of planets each year. If some genius emerges from any of those planets and comes to disturb me daily, what then? If they are weak, it's manageable, but if they are strong, wouldn't that be quite awkward? Beerus's words were, of course, mere bluster, The limit of this universe was the god of destruction, and achieving divine status was exceedingly difficult, let alone becoming a god of destruction. Moreover, Beerus was the strongest among them, his power second only to the Grand Priest. No matter how many geniuses appeared, there would be no match for him. That ho ho ho, Lord Beerus certainly knows how to jest, was thought, well aware that Beerus was merely deflecting his questions. However, he paid it no mind, as the nature of angels dictated that he would not strive for anything too fiercely. Now, let us get to the main topic. Is your little admirer about to be revived? Beerus suddenly remembered Wiss's deeply mournful Florenza. Ho ho ho, of course. I've been busy reconstructing her soul for 1,000 years. Once she is revived, she must cook for me every day. Wiss's words left Beerus momentarily stunned. Cooking? Could it be that all those delectable dishes I enjoyed upon my return were prepared solely by her? Beerus's eyes widened. Of course. Did you think I spent these 30 years training her for nothing? Wiss's smug demeanor nearly provoked Beerus to throw a punch. Enough chatter. Even if she is revived, it must wait until planet Vegeta is destroyed. By the way, 1,000 years have passed. A new generation of legendary Super Saiyans has emerged. Are you not going to arrange for your little admirer to have a brother or sister? The thought of gender-bent Broly stirred excitement within Beerus. How did I not think of that? What a splendid idea! Wiss's eyes sparkled as he envisioned a series of calamities befalling unsuspecting young men. Enough dreaming. Look, here comes Frieza. Just then, a large army began to encircle planet Vegeta. King Vegeta trembled with rage as he gazed at the forces in the sky. Damn it, what does Frieza intend to do? Does he wish for us to rebel? King Vegeta's words resonated with the high-ranking officers of the Saiyan planet. Your Majesty, I believe the time has come for us Saiyans to dominate the universe. Frieza can be cast aside once he has served his purpose. Indeed, Frieza has gone too far. This time, we shall annihilate his fleet and see how arrogant he remains. Let alone the fleet. We shall kill Frieza himself. The fervor of his subordinates left King Vegeta momentarily at a loss for words. All right, today, we shall slay Frieza as a tribute. In the vastness of the cosmos, within a circular spaceship, King Vegeta let out a final scream before meeting his demise at Frieza's hands. Mere moments prior, in a fit of rage, King Vegeta had stormed into Frieza's palace with his minions, intent on assassinating the tyrant. The outcome in such a confined space was, of course, predictable. Humph, you think you can kill me now when you couldn't even do so when transformed into a great ape? Frieza scoffed disdainfully. Meanwhile, in another room where Frieza had slain King Vegeta, a young Saiyan was locked against the wall. This was Vegeta, taken hostage by Frieza not long to this moment. Vegeta's mind resonated with his father's words before he was sent here. Vegeta, you are the prince of the Saiyans. You must shoulder certain responsibilities that by sending you to Frieza, I aim to preserve the last flicker of hope. When you discover that planet Vegeta has been destroyed, do not be enraged, for the entire planet is not as important as you alone. As long as you live, Frieza will ultimately be vanquished. The steadfast visage of King Vegeta lingered in Vegeta's heart, though his face betrayed no extraneous expression. Suddenly, a mouse spotted the locked-up Vegeta and attempted to gnaw at him. In an instant, a flash of silvery light erupted. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion. Only a roasted mouse remained in place. Overreaching, Vegeta's disdainful expression could apply to either the deceased mouse or the foolish King Vegeta next door. Everything had been part of King Vegeta's plan, using the destruction of planet Vegeta to safeguard his son's life. Though it was a gamble, to him, winning would mean a substantial profit. Even in defeat, what of it? Saiyans never surrendered. Ho ho ho, I was just pondering how to respond if King Vegeta begged for mercy. Yet this little fool delivered himself right to me. Frieza smiled at Chamber, who had just avenged himself against King Vegeta. Your words ring true, my Lord Frieza, but these Saiyans are truly foolish, not even comprehending the disparity in strength before daring to provoke you. Before Chamber could speak, Dodoria interjected. However, his self-proclaimed humorous quip did not resonate with either Dodoria or Chamber, receiving only disdainful glances in return. Ho ho ho, since King Vegeta has wagered planet Vegeta, how could we allow him to lose? Now, let us enjoy the most beautiful fireworks. Frieza understood that King Vegeta was fully aware of his own strength. Such crude acting could hardly be considered a performance in the presence of the master actor. Frieza, along with Chamber and Dodoria, soared into the cosmos. Chamber and Dodoria wore glass domes upon their heads, while Frieza remained exposed in the celestial expanse. The explosion of planets indeed offered a splendid display of fireworks. Ho 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 ho! Amidst the echoes of a hauntingly maniacal laughter, a crimson sphere of light emerged from Frieza's fingertips. Concurrently, on planet Vegeta, Bardock, struck by the Phantom Fist, witnessed the cataclysmic destruction of his homeworld through a veil of illusions. Despite being ridiculed for his attempts to warn others, he hastily made his way to the nursery. Inside, a sleeping child with a wild, explosive hairstyle and a tail, Kakarot, lay unaware. "Remember, you are my son, Bardock, now and forever," he murmured with a fleeting smile, which quickly faded into cold resolve. "Send him to this coordinates on Earth. This planet possesses little power and is situated far away." Under ordinary circumstances, the doctor might have thought Bardock had abandoned Kakarot. But the ominous army looming in the sky made it clear that escape was futile. After a flurry of operations, the small spacecraft, representing hope, soared into the heavens, Bardock following closely behind. "Perish, you worthless scum!" he roared, unleashing his wrath upon the airborne vessels, bringing down countless ships of Frieza's army. Each devastating attack, if it merely grazed an enemy, would reduce them to ashes, while lifeless bodies and dismembered limbs rained down amidst the cacophony of destruction. Bardock's ferocity did not go unnoticed by Frieza. Well, this ion monkey is quite impressive," Dodoria sneered, activating his battle power scanner. Beep, beep, battle power, 19,000 Chapter 49. The annihilation of planet Vegeta. Bardock's power exceeded that of King Vegeta. Yet against Frieza and his cohorts, it was of no consequence. "Frieza, allow me to take the lead in teaching him a lesson," Dodoria grinned, eager to engage. No, Dodoria, this time I shall handle it myself," Frieza interjected, his pupils narrowing as he beheld Bardock's visage. The revelation shifted Dodoria and Chamber's expressions. Could this warrior truly pose such a threat? The moment Frieza broke through the atmosphere, transforming into a fireball, he hurtled toward Bardock, who was still clashing with the Frieza forces. Suddenly feeling an icy dread, Bardock turned to see a monstrous foot descending upon him. In an instant, he felt the weight of that foot upon his face, and with terrifying force, he plummeted towards the ground like a missile. With a thunderous crash, the impact created a massive crater several miles deep on planet Vegeta. As the dust settled, Frieza stood atop the deformed face of Bardock with a malevolent grin. "So, you are Bardock. Consider yourself fortunate. I have been entrusted with the task of delivering a thorough beating before your demise." Spitting disdainfully, Frieza continued, "Of course, you can no longer muster the strength to speak. Can you? After such prolonged combat, you have exhausted your energy. Have survived such a fall from thousands of meters is a stroke of luck." Frieza felt no pity for Bardock, who would spare a thought for him. Gradually lifting his leg, he transformed it into a phantom, mercilessly trampling Bardock beneath a massive foot. Blood gushed from Bardock's mouth as he struggled to breathe. Minutes later, observing Bardock on the brink of death, Frieza contemptuously lifted his foot. "Were it not for my promise to leave you a mangled wreck before your planet's destruction, you would have perished already." With a slight smile, Frieza ascended into the sky, remarking, "These unruly monkeys are a nuisance. It saves me the trouble of keeping an eye on their potential rebellion." With a flick of his finger, a sphere of light materialized in his hand. "Farewell, wild monkeys!" The immense energy ball plummeted toward the ground, engulfing everything in its path. Simultaneously, a spherical spacecraft shot up from the surface, narrowly escaping Frieza's wrath and soaring into the cosmos. It appears to be Bardock's son. "I wonder if he possesses his father's strength," Frieza mused, indifferent to the fleeing vessel. With a resounding boom, planet Vegeta was obliterated. Reduced to cosmic dust, a green sphere of light escaped the planet's explosion, flying into the vastness of space. "Ha! Frieza, this time the Scions have been exterminated," Dodoria cackled, approaching Frieza. "Not quite. Many Scions still survive in the universe, Frieza. Should we not?" Chamber suggested, making a slicing motion across his throat. No, no, no. We are upstanding citizens of the universe. We cannot resort to such actions. Besides, keeping some scions alive may prove beneficial. Frieza replied with an enigmatic smile. His true intention was to cultivate a super scion for his amusement, to later mock the legends that had instilled fear in the Frost Demon clan for millennia. The intricacies of Frieza's scheme remained obscured from all, while in the boundless cosmos, Whis held a scion infant, whose melancholic gaze caused Beerus considerable discomfort. Whis, do you believe this little one is overly sentimental? Beerus remarked, observing Broly, who dangled by his tail. Who knows? He likely bears the weight of many worries. After all, he was just born and has already lost his home. Can you blame him for his sorrow? Whis pondered, stroking his chin. What a pity, he sighed, shaking his head. What? Does this child lack potential to become a pretty boy? Beerus shot Whis a skeptical glance. Indeed, Lord Beerus has surmised correctly. This child's rugged appearance lacks refinement and potential, Whis replied. Were Broly able to comprehend, he would vehemently protest, declaring himself a true man. However, at that moment, Broly simply swung his tail back and forth, giggling merrily, no potential. Let him fend for himself, Beerus declared, swiftly kicking Broly's rear end. Instantly, Broly's energy detected the danger, manifesting as a protective sphere of light. In Beerus's deliberate use of restraint, Broly soared into the cosmos like a bouncing ball. Chapter 50. Temporal Transmission. After casting Broly aside, Beerus's expression grew somber as he gazed at the recently annihilated planet Vegeta. Whis, do you sense it? Beerus inquired, his brow furrowing. Whis, shaking his head in resignation, reflected on the reason for his visit, to observe whether the one who had sent Bardock back a millennium would intervene. Regrettably, he had not witnessed Bardock's disappearance. Lord Beerus, I have discovered Bardock's status in the underworld. It appears he has perished, Whis announced cheerfully, causing Beerus to frown in concern. Dead? Does that mean Bardock did not traverse time? Sitting cross-legged, Beerus pondered. If Bardock is deceased, then who was the Bardock from a millennium ago? Could it be a variant from another parallel universe? Beerus recalled the setting of the time-space ring from the original work. No, this Bardock is undoubtedly the same Bardock I sensed. Even the souls from parallel worlds are not identical. There must be some error. With this thought, Beerus slowly rose to his feet. Suddenly, he extended a finger and gently pointed into the void. A surge of blue-purple light instantly enveloped Whis and himself. Oh, time-space energy. Is Lord Beerus attempting to reverse time? Whis gazed in astonishment at the temporal forces surrounding him. Bardock had perished an hour ago. Could it be that Beerus wished to return to that moment? Indeed, as was speculated, time around them began to accelerate rapidly that a green orb soon flew back into view, transforming into a child. Everything unfolded so naturally. As time progressed, the shattered debris of the starry sky instantly coalesced. Everything restored itself to the state before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Ha! Bardock, let planet Vegeta turn into smoke. Frieza laughed heartily amidst the cosmos as he sent forth the orb of light from his fingertip. Damn it, Frieza! Bardock, struggling to rise from the ground, gazed with frustration at the massive light sphere plummeting from the heavens. Countless members of Frieza's army and the Scions stood in shock as the orb merged with the planet. Planet Vegeta transformed into a light sphere and subsequently exploded, vanishing from the universe. No, still nothing. What on earth is happening? Beerus stood at the center of the explosion, his expression cold and puzzled, unwilling to accept this. He again enveloped Whis and himself in time-space energy. Lord Beerus, why are you so impatient? It was merely an accidental time traveler from millennium ago. ISNT, he already dead, Whis urged, trying to calm Beerus. Enough of your nonsense. Aren't you the one who just wanted to go back and apply a face mask? What business do you have with a face mask, you old coot? Beerus retorted angrily, dismissing Whis's concerns. Time once again rewound to the moment when the light sphere was about to strike. Damn it, Frieza! Boom! The destruction of the planet echoed through time. Again, time flowed backward again and again. Beads of cold sweat began to flow from Beerus' brow. Yet each outcome remained unchanged. Could it be that the direction was wrong? Or was it because I was here that he dared not come? Yet my power now is 1,000 times stronger than it was a millennium ago. He surely wouldn't dare confront me. Beerus thought smugly that he could tee that moment. His expression suddenly shifted. Now, I'm 1,000 times stronger than I was a millennium ago. This revelation flashed through Beerus's mind. Ha, so that's how it is. Such a mundane task could only be accomplished by me. Beerus chuckled wickedly. Whis, where the hell have you gone? Beerus shouted towards the cosmos. Moments later, Whis appeared like a beam of light before Beerus. A skewer of meat dangling from his mouth, with a plethora of delicacies in his staff. You only know how to eat. Can't you see I am busy? Beerus snatched the food from Whis's hands, transferring all edible items from his staff into his ring, leaving Whis empty-handed. Whis was initially dumbfounded, but a few moments later his expression turned dark. What do you mean you? I need to replenish my strength. You should find more food. Under Beerus's insistence, Whis had no choice but to leave the ruins in search of sustenance on other planets. After Whis's efforts for 10 long hours, Beerus finally filled his belly. Keep an eye on me. This time I'm going to do something grand. Beerus grinned wickedly. Boom! Suddenly, an immense surge of destructive energy erupted from Beerus's body, the sky igniting in a brilliant shade of red. All life forms in the universe could not help but prostrate themselves in submission. In the Xeno's palace. What a powerful aura! The Grand Priest furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing the gravity of the situation. Wowie, Lord Beerus is so impressive. He actually trembles the destruction of the 7th universe. Little Xeno exclaimed gleefully. Indeed, as the king says, however, the god of destruction cannot annihilate the universe. Chapter 51. The Door of Time and Space. A millennial journey through time. Clearly, Beerus' strength had reached a level that even the Grand Priest had to take seriously. I wonder if Beerus' newfound strength will expedite the production of Peppa Pig. I've been waiting a millennium for the 3rd episode. Little Xeno's lament elicited an amused smile from the Grand Priest. He was aware that Beerus was merely teasing Xeno, but he could not voice this. As Xeno had not inquired, Ancestor, is Lord Beerus truly that formidable? Does that mean my 1,000 years of training were for naught? Jebbet, trembling on the ground, gazing credulously at the terrifying power emanating from Beerus in the crystal ball held by the old Kaishin. The old Kaishin looked at Jebbet with disappointment. Alas, a waste of effort. After 1,000 years of training, you have not only gained nothing, but have lost much of your original strength, that I truly cannot fathom how this Kaishin was brought forth. The old Kaishin, now entirely disheartened by Jebbet, envisioned the supreme Kai of the West. Sigh, Layla possessed both talent and temperament, but the last incident seemed to have dealt her a heavy blow that I wonder if she can recover this time. Meanwhile, the 7th universe gradually calmed after several minutes of trembling. The purple sphere that was Beerus shifted to a green hue that, oh dear, Lord Beerus possesses such formidable time-space energy. But what does he intend to do? Whis gazed in astonishment at the time-space energy surrounding Beerus, which was hundreds of times more potent than his own. The once playful little cat had grown immensely. Humph, you'll find out soon enough what I intend to do. Beerus chuckled wickedly, then waved his hand. Boom! A rift in time and space suddenly appeared in the cosmos. With a sweep of his hand, Beerus pulled forth a figure from within. Bardock from over an hour ago. What does Lord Beerus intend to do with this Bardock from that time? Whis asked, casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious Bardock. Just watch, Beerus replied with a slight smile, then pressed his right hand against Bardock's head, instantly erasing all memories of himself and Whis from Bardock's mind, sealing away his origins as well. Once this was accomplished, Whis seemed to grasp Beerus's intention, but oh, I see. No wonder when Father searched Bardock's memories. He looked at me with that strange smile. Was finished speaking. Beerus clenched his right fist, channeling all his time-space energy into it. Door of time and space. Open. With a sudden punch, Beerus struck forth. Boom! With a dull thud, the small rift in time shattered, transforming into a colossal portal. Countless torrents of violent energy surged forth, striking any celestial body in their path, causing them either to begin disintegrating or to be reborn anew. Lush and vibrant. Crack! Suddenly, a colossal portal emerged amidst the rift of the cosmos, sealing countless temporal fractures within, with not a whisper of escape. Hee hee, It's done. Bardock, return to your royal existence. Beerus cast a satisfied glance at the time portal he had conjured, then swiftly seized Bardock and flung him into the portal's depths. With a thunderous roar, the time portal gradually closed, vanishing into the starry expanse, while a flicker of exhaustion crossed Beerus's visage. "Ha, Lord Beerus. You look as weary as a lifeless hound. It's been ages since I've seen you in such a state." Whis approached Beerus with a mocking expression. "Damn it, are you a pest? Do you think sending someone back 1,000 years is a trivial task? Why don't you give it a try?" Beerus retorted angrily at Whis. Although sending someone to the past does not consume energy like reversing time, transporting them a millennium back is a feat that even the Grand Minister would struggle to accomplish without expending significant power. "Oh dear, it seems you are unable to manage. Given this, might it be that Lord Beerus should take a moment to rest? You appear quite spent." With that, was prepared to depart. "Wait, take me to this location. And once we arrive, conceal my identity. I shall rest there for a while." Upon finishing his words, Beerus collapsed into a deep slumber. "Oh dear, Lord Beerus, truly, you fall asleep at the drop of a hat, not even bothering to brush your teeth." Whis, with a sense of helplessness, summoned forth a radiant light and transformed into a beam, soaring toward the planet Beerus had mentioned before dozing off to in the West capital. Within a modest little building, Whis found himself gazing vacantly at a small orb of light before him. Crack! Suddenly, with a sound of shattering, the orb burst open, revealing a little girl. "Huh, at last, you have emerged. After a millennium, you have finally awoken." Whis smiled as he regarded the child, who appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years of age. "Sister Whis, how have you grown so much?" The newly awakened Florencia wore a befuddled expression, struggling to comprehend the situation. It was only after Whis's explanation that Florencia began to accept her transformation into a child. Chapter 52. You are a girl. At the entrance of the West Capital's premier kindergarten, a blue-haired little girl joyfully bounced about, humming a nursery rhyme. Behind her, an elderly man with a white beard, dressed in a lab coat, smiled as he reminded the girl to be cautious. "I found a penny on the road. I gave it to the police uncle in his hand." "Uncle." Suddenly, as she reached the doorway, she halted. "Papa, look at that beautiful big sister over there," the little girl exclaimed, pointing at Whis, who was escorting another girl into the kindergarten. Indeed. Bulma speaks true," Cliff replied with a dismissive smile. Thinking a little child knows nothing of beauty, feeling slighted by his indifference, Bulma stormed into the school. Upon her arrival, she soon realized that she had gained a new classmate, and they would share a desk. What delighted Bulma most was that this new companion brought a delightful array of food she had never tasted before, and, astonishingly, it was prepared by her very own deskmate. Thus, the 2 years spent in kindergarten became the happiest of Bulma's life, primarily due to the delectable meals. Additionally, her exceptional intelligence far surpassed that of her peers, and only Florencia could engage her in meaningful conversation, often revealing things Bulma had yet to discover. Alas, the blissful days eventually came to an end, and after kindergarten, the two friends were separated. Bulma gazed at the unappetizing food in her lunchbox, noting its poor taste, while observing classmates around her shouting and picking their noses. Ultimately, she resolved she would change schools. Utilizing the formidable connections of the Brief family, Bulma sought out her friend Florencia, and at long last, the two reunited. Time flowed slowly, and a decade passed in the blink of an eye. One day, as Beerus was nearly restored to his full strength, he suddenly sensed someone tugging at his ear, and he vaguely heard whispers of being lifted. "Wow, little Florencia even keeps a big kitty, but it's so heavy. How does she manage to carry it?" The intense tugging finally roused Beerus from his slumber. "What the hell? Who is it pulling my ear early in the morning?" Beerus bellowed, blinking his bleary eyes in annoyance. Meanwhile, Bulma, who had just attempted to lift Beerus, was taken aback. "Mamma mia, this cat can talk. Little Florencia? Little Florencia, your kitty is speaking." Beerus, witnessing Bulma's panicked retreat, felt speechless. Was it not normal for animals to converse in the Dragon Ball world? Wait a moment, I am a god of destruction. How could I be associated with a mere cat that only eats and sleeps? Shaking his head, Beerus donned his god of destruction attire and strolled out of the room. Ha ha, Lord Beerus, you have finally awakened. We have missed you dearly. The moment he stepped outside, Whis enveloped him in a warm embrace, attempting to smudge his meticulously groomed face against Beerus's. Damn it, did you just eat excrement? Beerus shuddered in disgust, hastily pushing Whis away and escaping his grasp. Instantly, Whis's expression turned melancholy. Lord Beerus, you have changed. You have indeed changed. Enough. If you continue this way, I might truly unleash my wrath, Beerus threatened, his face darkening. Upon hearing Beerus's warning, Whis immediately ceased his incessant chatter. Wow, little Florencia, your kitty is quite fierce. Look, it even hits women. At that moment, Bulma, who was hiding nearby, quickly turned to Florencia. What? You mean they're girls? Beerus was momentarily taken aback. That can't you see? Such a beautiful big sister must surely be a girl. Bulma shot a disdainful glance at Beerus. At that moment, Beerus scrutinized Whis and Florencia, both adorned in dresses, their hair flowing gracefully, their faces adorned with subtle makeup. Good heavens, this is outrageous. Beerus was utterly astonished. These two, dressed as women, appeared exceedingly lovely. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of mingling with them daily. Fearing he might become a victim of their feminine charm, no, I must find someone suitable for them to marry off. Otherwise, I shall be the one to suffer in the end. With this resolution in mind, Beerus smirked mischievously. Lord Beerus, your grin is rather lewd. One wonders what your thoughts entail. How utterly detestable. Huh. Whis's infectious laughter sent shivers down Bulma's spine as she remained concealed. Just you two old geezers. I fear you may grow chicken eyes. Beerus's disdainful voice pierced through the air, causing the faces of the three to shift dramatically, particularly Bulma's, who had spent her childhood alongside Florencia, often comparing their physiques. You little Florencia, you're a boy. Bulma stammered, finally grasping the situation, pointing incredulously at Florencia. Chapter 53. Call me Lord Beerus. It seems trouble has arisen. Beerus observed the exquisite expressions of the three individuals before him, and a malicious smile crept across his face. Lord Beerus, you truly have a way with words, one of them remarked. Though I am in a man's body, I can't help but feel that I must have been born into the wrong life. When I find the time, I shall certainly settle the score with that old king of hell. De Florencia's face was a mask of fury, directed, of course, at the king of hell. Goodness, this is not about being born into the wrong life. It is about associating with the wrong crowd. Beerus wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, silently mourning for the king of hell for 30 seconds. I could see that moment. Whis, whose expression had slightly altered, suddenly retrieved a long and used staff from the void. Is this some sort of magic? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had encountered Whis countless times, yet Beerus's sudden appearance had completely upended her worldview. Memory erasure. Whis shot a glare at Beerus before tapping Bulma's head with his staff. Thud. With the sharp sound, a scream echoed. Ouch! Who hit me on the head? Bulma clutched her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at those around her. Fear not, Bulma. You merely bumped your head on the table, remember? You haven't lost your mind, have you? Ha ha ha. Florencia chuckled, covering her mouth that you're the one who's lost their mind. I'm perfectly fine. Oh, this big cat is so adorable. Is it your pet? Bulma, having had her memory wiped by Whis, could only recall that she had recently arrived at Florencia's home. Upon hearing the girl's name was Bulma, Beerus paused momentarily, but he exploded at her next words. What? I am a pet. You are the pet. Your entire family are pets. Let me tell you, I am the dashing and sophisticated Lord Beerus. He struck a pose, hands on his hips, puffing out his gaunt chest. Ha ha! This cat is quite amusing, and it can talk. Bulma, no longer fearful, rushed over to examine the oddly dressed Beerus with curiosity. What are you staring at? Go away. I have to pay. He waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly, before striding to the fridge in search of food. Oh dear, this cat is truly not cute. Bulma sighed helplessly. By the way, Bulma, what brings you here? Florencia, noticing Beerus's lack of anger, wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly changed the subject, fearful that Bulma might provoke Beerus again. Oh, right. I almost forgot. I'm here for something important. Take a look at this. With that, Bulma pulled out a book from her bag. flipping to a page and presenting it to Whis and Florencia. Beerus, with a mouth full of chicken leg, turned his head in curiosity. Inside the book was information regarding the Dragon Balls. Long, long ago, a deity created 7 Dragon Balls and scattered them throughout the mortal realm to save those in peril. Once humanity overcame its tribulations, the Dragon Balls were used by many to exert power. Consequently, the deity distributed the Dragon Balls across the universe. Gathering all 7 would summon the eternal dragon, who could grant any wish. Bulma gazed dreamily, envisioning the day she would find the Dragon Balls and meet her destined partner. Do I really need to search for something like this? I have no interest. Beerus scoffed, chewing on his food. After all, the things that the Dragon Balls could accomplish were almost all within his power now. Whether it was resurrecting the dead or whatnot, of course, he would find the Super Dragon Balls somewhat intriguing, but considering that this world even had Super Science, it was inevitable that there would also be evil dragons. When the evil dragon of Earth appeared, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if the Super Divine Dragon were to transform into a Super Evil Dragon, even he might not stand a chance against it. Ha ha ha! Lord Beerus seems to have no interest at all, except for training and indulging in good food. This Dragon Ball seems truly of no use to you, Whis remarked with a smile. A hint of resignation in his tone. Wait, you all refer to the cat as Lord Beerus? Is that a title? Bulma questioned, puzzled by the notion of a cat being addressed with such an honorific. Bulma, you need not concern yourself with that. You may as well call him that from now on, Florencia said, wiping his brow, wary of provoking Beerus. Thankfully, Beerus seemed indifferent to whether a young girl respected him or not. Oh, all right then. However, the purpose of my visit today is to invite you to help me find the Dragon Balls. If we have any wishes, you can voice them first. Bulma's generous offer moved Florencia. As he recognized the sincerity behind her words, ha ha ha. Little Lin, you have made a wonderful friend. Whis affectionately patted Florencia's head, their camaraderie exuding a beautiful essence. Puffed, unable to contain himself any longer. Beerus spat the chicken leg from his mouth, splattering Whis in the process. Lord Beerus, what on earth are you doing? That's so disgusting. Whis gazed at Beerus with an air of reproach that, my mistake. My emotions got the better of me. Beerus replied, somewhat awkwardly. Honestly, Lord Beerus is so bothersome, Whis thought, unfazed by being splattered, knowing he could simply change into another outfit. However, the most pressing concern was that his makeup had been ruined, which was simply intolerable. I couldn't help it. Beerus chuckled sheepishly. I'm ignoring you. Whis shot Beerus a glare before turning to Bulma and Florencia. All right, if you wish to seek the Dragon Balls, then go ahead. However, if you have any wishes, you may discuss them later. The journey is what truly matters, understood? With Whis's approval, Florencia nodded, well aware of Whis's intent. Wait, can we bring the big cat along? I feel like if he stays home with Sister Whis, she might be bullied. Just then, Bulma's voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression darkened immediately. Am I bullying Whis? Do you even need to think about it? Of course I would, but to say it so outright is rather disrespectful. Don't you think? Beerus retorted, causing Bulma to chuckle awkwardly. Big cat, you're just too straightforward, without any semblance of subtlety. Bulma's words only solidified her determination to have Beerus accompany her, as she felt that the gentle Whis was far too vulnerable. Do I need to be subtle? But you say you want me to follow you? Absolutely not. My hobbies consist of basking in the sun, teasing Whis and the others, and indulging in delicious food. You want me to traipse around in the wind and sun? Not a chance. In his past life, Beerus had been a recluse, unwilling to leave his comfort zone. Ha ha ha. Lord Beerus, you may be disappointed this time, for your duties have been neglected for far too long. Either you go to work, or I shall assist you in your tasks, and in return, I will change my cosmetics. Meanwhile, you can remain at home eating instant noodles. For Florencia is the only one who can cook, and without him, there will be no food. Whis's cheeky grin instantly darkened Beerus's expression. Where's Cordelia? Where has that little rascal disappeared to? Beerus inquired, his face blackened. Was Cordelia slacking off? Of course, that little rascal wouldn't dare. However, last year he happened to encounter that Broly fellow and was left in a state of disrepair. IT will take him decades to recover. Most importantly, I'm going to buy cosmetics, and no one can stop me. Whis' words made Beerus feel as if he was about to spit blood. How could such a thing happen? Goodness gracious. Have you truly decided my fate? Fine, I'll go. It's just a search for the Dragon Balls. After all, since there's nothing else to do, Beerus spat and then stepped forward with a swagger, making his way toward the entrance. Hey. Big kitty, how can you just leave like that? Aren't you taking anything with you? Bulma, observing Beerus's bare departure while she remained behind, could only shake her head in disbelief. Take anything. Do I need to? Whatever you desire, I can procure it for you. Let's not waste time, Beerus retorted, opening the grand door and stepping outside. Let us also depart, lest we keep Lord Beerus waiting. Otherwise, dire consequences may ensue. Florence chuckled helplessly, promptly taking Bulma, who wore a bewildered expression, by the hand and dashing outside. Thus, the trio embarked on their hasty journey to seek the Dragon Balls, or vacation. The Bulma's home housed a Dragon Ball, which instilled in her the belief of their existence, prompting this adventure. Their initial destination was a valley in the north, a mere 100 kilometers from West Capital. On just their first day, they arrived at the valley. Wow, this desolate place, how could there possibly be a Dragon Ball here? Lady Bulma exclaimed, her countenance falling as she surveyed the valley, littered with dust and debris. Just as Bulma finished her lament, the cawing of crows echoed overhead. Suddenly, she felt something land on her head and instinctively reached up to grab it. It's bird droppings. Hours later, having just washed her hair, Bulma drove along in a huff. How outrageous. That damn crow just had to relieve itself on me. She fumed, gnawing on a small roasted chicken as she drove. Seriously, you're still upset about that? Just let it go, Beerus remarked, eyeing the barely intact remains of the crow, silently mourning its unfortunate fate. With Bulma's annoyance still palpable, the trio set off once more. Beerus, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out the window, lost in thought. This feels oddly reminiscent of my past life, yet something remains fundamentally different, no matter how similar. It's simply isn't the same. The peculiar expression on Beerus's face sparked curiosity in Bulma. Big kitty, you're not pining for Sister Whis, are you? Did she raise you? Bulma inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Her question caught Beerus off guard. Haha, you've hit the nail on the head. In fact, I was indeed raised by Whis, he replied with a wry smile. From the recesses of his memory, Beerus recalled every moment from his birth to his arrival in this new world. The first being he had laid eyes on was Whis, while Kampa had only made his acquaintance during their first God of Destruction meeting that time. Beerus had been rather frail and had even had his beloved lollipop snatched away by Kampa. Thus, it could be said that Whis was the closest being to Beerus in this universe, regardless of her motives or the commands issued by the Grand Priest or the Omni King. Who would have thought Lord Beerus would utter such words? I wonder if Sister Whis would be pleased to hear that, Florence mused, newly enlightened. Indeed, for someone who has been so kind to you, to think you would bully her is quite wicked. Bulma chimed in, earning an eye roll from Beerus. Where do you see me bullying Whis? I treat her exceptionally well. Keep talking like that, and I might just accuse you of slander, Beerus vehemently denied, though his words elicited only eye rolls from the two. Time passed as their conversation continued. Since arriving in this world, Beerus had been consumed with training, slumbering, and working, rarely allowing himself such relaxation. It seemed that perhaps more leisure time was in order, as it might yield unexpected rewards. With this thought in mind, the three continued their journey. A week later, at the foot of a hill resembling a bun, Bulma joyfully observed a Dragon Ball marker on her radar, mere meters away. Wah! We've already found a third one. Just 4 more and we can summon the Dragon Balls, and then I can wish for a handsome guy, a plethora of handsome guys, as she daydreamed. Drool began to trickle down her chin. Monster, let go of my grandpa. No, move aside. At that moment, a childish voice interrupted Bulma's laughter. Awakening from his nap, Beerus squinted to see a miniature Bardock clutching a large fish. Gazing nervously at the sea, that's Son Goku. He really resembles Bardock. Bardock, you're still alive. Just then a furious voice erupted from the backseat of the car. Bardock? What's that? Can it be eaten? Little Goku scratched his head, puzzled. Suddenly, a fist the size of a cooking pot appeared before him, startling Goku into retreat. All right, you've mistaken me for someone else. He is not Bardock. A calm voice reached Goku's ears. As he prepared to retaliate, only to turn and see a striking figure glaring back at him. Their fierce expression sending shivers down his spine like a tea that moment. A purple feline approached, grabbing Florence's hand and urging him to let go. "Wow, big kitty, you look delectable." The gluttonous Goku, unaware of his impropriety, blurted out a comment he would soon regret. In an instant, Beerus's expression darkened. This kid is Bardock's son. Just give him a good thrashing, but don't kill him. With a wicked grin, Beerus turned and retreated into the car, beginning to hum a tune. Florence wasted no time, launching an attack as Goku licked his lips. "You're hitting me. How dare you? I'll take my revenge." "No, don't hit my face." I'm sorry. Don't pull my tail." "Grandpa, help. I'm going to die." From within the car, Beerus relished Goku's screams, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The common folk. Truly, I am delighted. Meanwhile, Bulma watched in silent sympathy as Goku was mercilessly tormented. After spending a few days with Beerus, she had realized the extent of his immense power. One day, when they encountered a colossal T-Rex, she had thought they were doomed, only to witness Beerus effortlessly reduce it to ashes with a mere flick. "Lord Beerus, it seems this child is on the verge of death. Could you perhaps ask little Lewin to cease his antics?" Bulma, observing Goku's plight, felt a twinge of fear. She had never seen her friend display such brutality before. Relax. Little Lewin knows his limits," Beerus replied with a casual wave of his hand, shutting his eyes once more. Upon hearing this, Bulma's mind raced with disbelief that, "Oh my goodness, you call that restraint? Just look at the ground splitting beneath him. How is it that this child is coughing up blood?" Just as Bulma believed that little Goku was on the verge of defeat, the seemingly motionless boy suddenly clenched his fist tightly. Under the astonished gaze of Florenza, little Goku soared into the air and landed a punch squarely on Florenza's cheek. A crisp sound echoed, causing Beerus, who had been resting with his eyes closed, to slightly furrow his brow before relaxing again. "How intriguing. It appears you were testing your opponent. You must have a general understanding of the truth behind those events." Beerus opened his eyes with interest, observing Florenza, who wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. "Humph. After you've struck me so many times, it's only fair that I retaliate." Little Goku, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, beamed with delight. This radiant smile momentarily stunned Florenza, who had turned back. "You bear no resemblance to him at all." Florenza scoffed, causing little Goku to tense up. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated beating did not ensue. Instead, the terrifying figure before him emitted a green light from his fingertips, enveloping little Goku in an instant. The green light swiftly began to heal little Goku's injuries that, "I'm all better. I'm really better." Little Goku exclaimed joyfully, bouncing in place, his strength having increased slightly after such a brutal encounter. "Humph, take care of yourself." Florenza disregarded little Goku further, striding towards the back of the vehicle and sitting down with a thud. "Wow, a monster is eating people." Little Goku was puzzled, finding it hard to believe that such a fearsome individual would willingly step into the mouth of a monster. "Kid, did you come from the deep mountains? You don't even know what a car is," Bulma exclaimed in exasperation at little Goku. "Huh, how did you know that?" Little Goku's innocent demeanor left the three in the vehicle speechless. The ensuing conversation between Bulma and little Goku revolved around the distinctions between men and women, as well as the purpose of a car. Meanwhile, little Goku's low intelligence successfully reset Beerus's expectations to new lows. "Damn, if I have to teach such a kid, I might just wear myself out," Beerus muttered to himself, while Florenza beside him seemed poised to speak, but hesitated several times. "You wish to inquire about your father. Don't you?" Beerus yawned out of boredom, addressing Florenza. "Yes, indeed, a millennium ago, just before my demise, I witnessed the tears in Bardock's eyes. I've always been curious as to why he wept for me." Florenza was certain he had not misjudged the situation. "What? This kid actually cried?" Beerus was momentarily taken aback. Unaware of this detail, he began to recall the circumstances from that time, his memories flashing like scenes from a film. And he focused on the moments just seconds before Florenza's demise, that, in his recollection, Bardock was yelling as he unleashed a powerful attack that struck the already enraged Florenza. Suddenly, the ground shook from Bardock's shockwave, sending dust swirling into the air. while Florenza ascended into the sky, slowly descending afterward. Ironically, Bardock found himself beneath the cloud of dust. My eyes are stinging. Bardock's words left Beerus speechless. Damn, it really was dust getting in his eyes. Observing Florenza's hopeful expression, Beerus refrained from crushing his spirits. Yes, indeed, he cried, because you were destined to perish. Certainly not due to sand irritating his eyes. That Beerus's remarks relieved Florenza, confirming that Bardock had indeed been compelled to abandon him. So it was you, Lord Beerus, who orchestrated this. PFFFF. Florenza's assertion caused Beerus to spit out a mouthful of blood. The audacity of connecting the dots was impressive. It seems that may indeed be the case. However, considering that my sister Whis has guided me to find the meaning of life, I shall overlook this, Florenza continued, eliciting laughter from Beerus, who clutched his stomach. Finding the meaning of life? Your purpose is to become a cross-dresser? Beerus mused with a mischievous grin. Yet he understood the implication behind Florenza's words. To ensure he did not bring harm to his brother, I have no desire to bicker with this child, nor to lower my own intelligence. Beerus smirked dismissively. He couldn't engage in conversation with a preschooler like Goku. Shaolin, Meow me. I've discovered the whereabouts of the third Dragon Ball. It's at this kid's house. Just then, Bulma's excited voice rang out from the vehicle. That a few minutes later, the group had arrived at little Goku's home, successfully retrieving the 4-star ball. To persuade little Goku to hand over the 4-star ball, Bulma skillfully coaxed him into joining Beerus and the others in their vehicle. Ironically, he ended up seated right next to Florenza. Will this person take a dislike to me and beat me again? Little Goku gulped nervously, glancing at Florenza, whose expression had grown somewhat frosty since their first meeting. The vehicle soon set off once more. Little Goku curiously gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery, filled with wonder. After scanning the surroundings, he turned his inquisitive gaze towards Florenza seated beside him. Excuse me, brave warrior, are you male or female? Little Goku's question rendered the air utterly silent. You can't, you see, for yourself, Florenza replied, his face cold and each word articulated with precision. Ha ha, Goku is truly amusing. Asking such a question. Bulma laughed joyfully, fully aware of Goku's inability to distinguish between genders. Meanwhile, Beerus, recalling something, couldn't help but wear an intriguing expression. Indeed, within the depths of Beerus's secretive probing, little Goku extended his mischievous right hand. Slap, slap, slap. Under Florenza's incredulous gaze, little Goku patted his lower region. You are male. Upon hearing this, Beerus could no longer contain himself. Ha 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 ha. Goku, you're truly a remarkable individual. Not only was Beerus doubled over with laughter, but Bulma was also shaking with mirth. Ha ha, Goku, didn't I just tell you that those below, like you, are male, while those who lack anything are female? Bulma chuckled as she offered a playful reminder. Yes, just like me down there. I'm not mistaken. In that moment, little Goku proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, Florenza silently reached out, grasping the back of Goku's neck. Shaolin, what are you doing? Little Goku, still unaware of the impending danger, uttered his words just as he felt the world spin around him. Florenza opened the car door and effortlessly tossed little Goku into the sky. Shortly after, he too vanished from the vehicle. What is Shaolin up to? Bulma questioned Beerus, puzzled. Sigh, nothing much, just a bit of domestic discipline for a troublesome child. Sure enough, not long after, the sky was filled with little Goku's piercing screams. A few minutes later, Florenza returned to the vehicle with little Goku, who appeared completely unharmed. Were it not for the earlier screams, Bulma would have doubted that Florenza had done anything to little Goku at all. However, little Goku was exceedingly exhilarated, for after enduring a thorough beating and subsequently restoring his body, his strength had significantly increased. If I could have a few rounds like this every day, would I not soon be able to defeat the gorilla monster? Wukong nearly drooled in the following days. The little Wukong intentionally and unintentionally provoked Florencia, displaying a reckless demeanor that left Bulma and Beerus quite exasperated. After several attempts, they remained oblivious to Wukong's intentions. And as the encounters multiplied, even Florencia grew weary of it. After delivering a final thrashing to Wukong, who lay on the ground groaning. He felt a surge of satisfaction within. Hee, this time I can grow stronger again. Yet, his cunning plan fell through. Florencia effortlessly lifted the severely injured little Wukong and unceremoniously tossed him into the trunk. Wukong was instantly bewildered. Shaolin, have you forgotten something? The weak little Wukong weakly reminded Florencia. What? Do you feel unsatisfied since I didn't kick you where it hurts today? Florencia's ethereal voice promptly silenced Wukong. Realizing his scheme had been thwarted, Wukong could only hide in the trunk. Applying medicine to himself, suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt, flinging Wukong, who was bandaging his wounds, out of the trunk. He tumbled several times on the ground, pain etched across his face as he stood up. What just happened? Dazed, Wukong rubbed his aching head and turned to look at the car, noticing its occupants seemed unaware that he had fallen. What a huge rock! Thankfully, I braked quickly. Bulma's relieved voice came from within. Realizing it was merely a rock, Wukong breathed a sigh of relief and made his way toward the vehicle. Boom! Just as little Wukong was about to reach the car, it roared to life and sped away, leaving him in utter confusion. I haven't even gotten in yet. Little Wukong hastily limped after the car, a distant black, chasing a small jeep across the boundless desert. Moments turned into hours. The injured and hungry little Wukong grew slower with each step until he finally collapsed in the desert. And oh, more chasing. This is too unfair. I might starve to death. Having given up on himself, little Wukong lay down and drifted into a hazy sleep, becoming gradually buried beneath the relentless winds and sands. After an indeterminate time, the familiar sound of a vehicle stirred little Wukong from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes to see a car approaching him. That it's Bulma and the others. How wonderful. I'm saved. A smile crept across little Wukong's face as he envisioned what he would eat next. I must get Lord Beerus to prepare a large fish for me. No, make it two. However, just as little Wukong was lost in his fantasies, the car rolled over him without a moment's hesitation. Shaolin, didn't you say little Wukong was nearby? How come we still haven't seen him? Bulma questioned, perplexed as she drove Dada. At that moment, a familiar scream echoed, prompting Bulma to slam on the brakes. It's Wukong. He must be nearby. Excitedly, Bulma flung open the car door. No, Bulma, don't. Beerus attempted to stop her, but it was too late. On the ground, little Wukong struggled in pain beneath the weight of the car tires. Just as he was about to call for Bulma's help, the door swung open. Little Wukong had yet to savor his moment of joy when he saw a shoe descending towards his face. Bulma's foot pressing him into the ground. Why is there no sound? Bulma queried, puzzled. Meanwhile, Beerus and Florencia exchanged dark glances. Sigh. Shaolin, do help Wukong out. Beerus sighed heavily. Minutes later, fully recovered, Wukong sat with an expression of utter indignation, devouring his meal as Bulma incessantly apologized until he finally forgave her. 2 days later, the group arrived at a valley and found the old sea turtle, after which little Wukong decided to return him to the seaside. In gratitude, the sea turtle summoned Master Roshi. Hello everyone, and I'm Master Roshi. As Master Roshi stepped ashore atop the turtle, his gaze was immediately captivated by the exquisitely adorned Florencia. Chapter 57. The Gathering of Dragon Balls. The dragon appears. Miss, may I inquire your name? Originally perched atop his shell, Master Roshi suddenly appeared before Florencia, his expression lecherous, prompting an exasperated eye roll from Beerus in the vehicle. This old man is the Master Roshi you mentioned? Bulma cast a disdainful glance at the seemingly untrustworthy Master Roshi, questioning the old sea turtle. Well, Master Roshi may seem a bit unreliable, but he is quite good, the old turtle weakly defended. If you keep staring at me like that. Beware that I might poke your eyes out. Florencia's words startled Master Roshi, as he sensed a faint aura emanating from him. This lady is rather fierce, he thought, averting his supposedly profound gaze to be by the way. You re the one who saved the old sea turtle. Aren't you? A commendable young man indeed. In that case, I shall present you with a gift. Master Roshi straightened his back, attempting to adopt an air of a transcendent sage. A gift? What kind of gift? Little Wukong inquired with curiosity. Ah, of course, it's something wonderful. Master Roshi replied mysteriously, then approached the sea's edge, raising his staff skyward and shouting, "Come forth, the Phoenix of Immortality." His call stirred excitement among Bulma, Little Wukong, and the others. The Phoenix of Immortality. What an impressive name. However, minutes passed without a single sign from the sky that, Master Roshi, didn't the Phoenix perish from food poisoning over a year ago? The old turtle's words rendered Master Roshi awkwardly chuckling. Huh, how could I forget that? My mistake, he scratched his head. Isn't it called the Phoenix of Immortality? How could it possibly die? Bulma teased. I merely hoped it wouldn't die. Hence the name. Since that's the case, I shall bestow upon you something else. With that, Master Roshi shouted once more, Nimbus. Suddenly, a cotton candy-like cloud floated down from the sky. Inside the vehicle, Beerus, yawning, recognized that this cloud was merely the yellow cloud from the Snake Way in the underworld. After showcasing a rather embarrassing display, Master Roshi's already shaky reputation plummeted further. All right, I've given you the gift. Now you may leave. Realizing he had lost face enough, Master Roshi hurriedly ushered them away. At that moment, Bulma's gaze fell upon the Dragon Ball hanging around Master Roshi's neck. What? You want this ball? As Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, a glimmer of light flickered across them. Yes, indeed. After all, we rescued this old sea turtle too, Bulma boldly claimed. Absolutely not. You still wish to turn me into soup. The old turtle's dismissal swiftly rebutted Bulma's audacity. Well then, it seems there's no way around it. Master Roshi remarked, his tone tinged with disappointment. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on Master Roshi's face. Unless what? Bulma, filled with excitement, eagerly inquired, unless one of you shows me your underwear. Just a glance, just a tiny peek will suffice. The turtle hermit, blushing and lewd, responded, what? Just as the turtle hermit finished his statement, a chilling voice startled him greatly. Upon meeting the icy gaze of Frieza, the turtle hermit cowered. I was just joking. There's absolutely nothing to it. Recognizing the situation, the turtle hermit swiftly removed the Dragon Ball from around his neck and hurriedly pressed it into Frieza's hands. This is for you. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. With that, the turtle hermit hopped onto Old Turtle and swiftly departed from the scene. Humph, at least he knows his place. After a disdainful huff from Frieza, they set off again. Having secured the 2-star Dragon Ball in the following months, they encountered the alluring Oolong, who was swiftly dealt with by Frieza, nearly falling victim to a wash from Goku. Following the path outlined in the original tale, they successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. However, this time, many differences arose. Oolong did not join their ranks. He fell in love with the splendid Frieza the moment he laid eyes on her, while Chi-Chi swore to marry the one who had attacked her. Bulma, on the other hand, continued her quest for a handsome prince, as she found T's resemblance to Frieza to be quite unappealing. Roar! With a mighty roar, a colossal dragon spiraled into the heavens, gatherers of the Dragon Balls. What is your wish? Any wish can be granted, but only one. The majestic and imposing presence of the dragon left Goku and his companions momentarily stunned. Humph, a bunch of insignificant beings, merely awed by my formidable exterior. Ah, the life of the invincible is indeed lonely as snow. The dragon, bored, surveyed the surroundings with a sidelong glance. Suddenly, a figure caught its attention, causing it to freeze in surprise. Beerus, arms crossed, with golden eyes fixed upon it, held the dragon in rapt attention. The dragon, who was nearly omniscient about the universe, immediately recognized the individual before it. Beerus, what brings you here? The stuttering of the dragon left those below, still debating who would voice their wish. Utterly dumbfounded. Nanny, even the dragon is addressing Beerus. What is going on? Questions erupted from Bulma and to their astonishment. Their once revered dragon was now bowing to Beerus, this usually taciturn figure, to whom everyone deferred, possessed a status far beyond their comprehension. You need not concern yourself with why I am here. I have but one inquiry. What is the seal within your body? Beerus's pale, golden eyes radiated immense intimidation. Under his gaze, the dragon trembled, unable to conceal the truth. Reporting to you, Beerus. These are ancient demons. The emergence of each dragon signifies that several demons sealed within the dragon realm are transferred into the dragon as a source of energy. Each of these demons is incredibly powerful, and should a wish granted by the dragon be malevolent, it generates immense negative energy that erodes the seal within the dragon, ultimately releasing these demons. The dragon's halting explanation caused Beerus to frown slightly. This dragon of Earth could be deemed the most inferior of all dragons, yet even so, the most formidable demon sealed within it reached a staggering level of power under Beerus' scrutiny. Ha ha ha! Are you intimidated, Beerus? At that moment, Whis' voice reached Beerus' ears. Chapter 58. Haven't you already been killed by him once? Whis, now restored to his divine form, descended from the sky. Weren't you out buying cosmetics? What brings you back? Beerus raised an eyebrow at the descending Whis. Ha ha ha. Of course, I had matters to attend to. Come, Beerus, we have affairs to address in the realm of destruction. Whis smiled at Beerus. Very well. I've had enough of leisure. Beerus smirked wickedly. In an instant, he erupted in a burst of purple light. As the light dissipated, Beerus' casual attire transformed into that of a god of destruction, and the overwhelming aura emanating from him nearly brought the deities in the heavenly realm to their knees, unaware of the great figure that had just arrived. What a powerful presence! Mr. Popo, do you know the identity of this Beerus? The deity had been observing the lower realm since the dragon's appearance. Oh my! From the words of this newly arrived individual, it is evident that Beerus is the highest deity of destruction in the universe. Mr. Popo, usually calm, found it difficult to maintain his composure, a god of destruction. I wonder how he compares to Lord Kaioshin. The grave tone of the deity caused Mr. Popo to break into a cold sweat. Comparing a god to the Kaioshin? You must be joking. The Kaioshin cannot possibly be compared to a god of destruction. Yet Mr. Popo refrained from informing the deity, as sometimes ignorance serves as a blessing. Come, Whis, this outfit is far more comfortable. Beerus yawned, hand behind his back, as he approached Whis. Whis, how could you? Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. She was no fool. It was evident that Whis was a male. Ha ha ha. Little Bulma, we must be off. I trust you to look after little Lin. Perhaps we shall return in a few years, Whis said, nodding at Florenza. Yes, yes. I will take good care of little Lin, still perplexed. Bulma could only nod vacantly. Meanwhile, Goku was genuinely bewildered, as he had only recently begun to distinguish between genders, and Whis' appearance left him dumbfounded. He had initially thought Whis was male, only to realize Bulma had referred to him as sister. It seemed he needed to investigate further. Goku stroked his chin and stealthily circled around the dragon to approach Whis from behind. Little brat, what are you up to? The dragon sensed Goku's intentions and quickly intervened, fearing that angering the divine would result in the annihilation of both himself and the earth. The dragon's words caused everyone's attention to shift towards Goku, who was attempting to sneak up behind Whis. He caught red-handed. Goku scratched his head awkwardly. Goku, what are you doing over there? Come back here. Bulma rushed over and yanked Goku back. Ha ha ha. This little fellow is quite amusing. Whis smiled slightly. Indeed, very amusing. He was about to make a move on your private parts. Beerus thought wickedly. Enough chatter. We are leaving. Perhaps we shall meet again. With that, the two vanished into a beam of light, leaving the stunned T and his companions in disbelief. Now, what is your wish? Speak it, for I must depart. The dragon's grand voice snapped them back to reality. I almost forgot. Little Lin, what is your wish? Bulma had now abandoned her quest for a princely figure, but the reasons for her change of heart could be explained later. As for my wish, very well, I shall pose a single question. As Florence's gaze flickered, she took a slight step forward. Shenlong, I yearn to know whether my father truly wished to end my life all those years ago. The turmoil of this question had long haunted Florence, yet Whis remained silent, bound by his connection to Beerus. Her words left those around her momentarily stunned. The crimson light in Shenlong's eyes flickered slightly. Has he not already taken your life once? The dragon's words sent a shiver through everyone present. The Bulma's complexion turned pallid. Little Florence, are you a ghost? Not only Bulma, but even the robust Yamcha took a step back in fright. Have I truly developed feelings for a ghost? Yamcha swallowed nervously. However, Florence disregarded the reactions of those around her. Shenlong's words darkened her expression. Yet, Bardock has foreseen your demise, and your fate has been sealed. The sudden proclamation from Shenlong caused Florence's brow to furrow slightly. My fate? What fate? She inquired, perplexed. Shenlong then recounted the legendary clash between the Super Saiyan and the ordinary Super Saiyan. Upon hearing that the ordinary Super Saiyan was destined to slay the legendary Super Saiyan, Florence's demeanor grew grave, and Bardock foresaw that a millennium hence, you would unite with Kakarot. Thus he resolved to perish alongside you, believing it would break your curse. After Shenlong's revelation, Florence fell into silence. Who wishes for his salvation? How presumptuous! Florence scoffed dismissively, though those nearby could perceive the sorrow etched upon her features. Well then, I have fulfilled your wish. Until we meet again. With that, Shenlong transformed into 7 beams of light and vanished into the cosmos. Grandpa has flown away. Little Goku was momentarily bewildered, a sensation of having been deceived washing over him. Bulma, did you not promise to return my grandpa after it was over? Now he has departed. Little Goku, in his naive charm, complained to Bulma that, I did not foresee this outcome. However, I recall reading that the Dragon Balls will regain their luster in a year's time, and you'll be able to seek them out again. Bulma replied with an awkward smile. Young Yamcha, Bulma is quite the deceiver. She knows that the Dragon Balls will scatter after a wish is made, yet she feigns ignorance to little Goku, Poor remarked disdainfully as he observed Bulma's antics. The disappearance of Shenlong signified the conclusion of this Dragon Ball venture. Little Goku bid farewell to his companions and returned to the Turtle Hermit's abode, where he began training with the newly arrived Krillin. Florence, meanwhile, returned to West City with Bulma to continue her studies, as it was Whis' directive before his departure. Yamcha, having expended considerable resources, embedded himself in Bulma's school as Florence's personal bodyguard, in the depths of the boundless cosmos. Within the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus found himself grappling with a most troubling predicament. Chapter 59, A Frantic Decision. Whis, do you think this Xeno character is up to no good? He claims that the overall strength of our 7th universe is insufficient. Upon being summoned back by Whis, Beerus was presented with an urgent notification. Essentially, the message echoed the original narrative, due to the 7th universe's inadequate overall strength. Xeno intended to obliterate it in 50 years if improvements were not made. Naturally, other universes were included in this decree. Alas, poor Lord Beerus, it seems you have but 50 years left to enjoy. Whis remarked with a grin, observing Beerus's furrowed brow. Get lost, you and your incessant gloating. If I perish, I shall drag you down with me. Beerus spat at Whis. It appeared that this matter required discussion with the Supreme Kai and the others. Beerus stroked his chin, recognizing that such decisions could not rest solely upon his shoulders. Let us proceed to the Supreme Kai's realm. In the Supreme Kai's realm, a man with red skin and long hair was struggling to perform push-ups on a patch of ground. 108, 109, 110. Come on, is a mere 1,000 times gravity too much for you? How pathetic! Beside him sat an elderly figure who was engrossed in a small yellow book. Occasionally taunting the struggling in the original narrative, the Kai's strength equaled that of Vegeta and the others in their Super Saiyan 2 forms, though his situation differed as he possessed this power in his normal state. Thus, the present Kai could maneuver effortlessly under 1,000 times gravity, while in the original tale, even Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, could only manage below 500 times the ancestor. I am a noble Supreme Kai. Why must I engage in such brutish training? The Kai lamented to the old Supreme Kai, though he dared not cease his exertions to even have the audacity to complain. Do you know how many generations ago the Supreme Kais were? While they may not have been on par with the gods of destruction, they certainly were not as weak as you lot. Look at yourselves, reduced to 1 after being annihilated by a Majin Buu whose power had not even fully returned. How can you still complain? Today's punishment is a 10-fold increase in your training quota. Utter one more word, and it will double. The old Supreme Kai scolded the lamenting Kai before returning to his reading. Oh, the Supreme Kaisavir were that formidable? Just then, Beerus's voice echoed from above, startling the old Supreme Kai into hastily hiding his yellow book. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? The old Supreme Kai hurriedly approached Beerus. Bowing respectfully, I am honored to see you, Lord Beerus. The Kai, drenched in sweat, stood up and bowed in reverence. Your strength has increased significantly. It seems these past millennia of training have not been in vain. Beerus remarked, casting a casual glance at the Kai, whose power had reached around Super Saiyan 3 levels. The Supreme Kai shows promise. He simply needs to shed his laziness. Indeed, this race is born with considerable strength and can grow powerful even without training. Why would one toil to cultivate when such gifts are bestowed? Lord Beerus, you jest. If it were not for my constant prodding, this lad would surely still be at his previous level, the old Supreme Kai lamented. Glaring at the Kai, who was basking in Beerus's praise. Now, I have come to discuss an important matter. Beerus interjected, cutting off the old Supreme Kai. Oh, please speak, Lord Beerus. The old Supreme Kai responded, puzzled. Beerus then conveyed Zeno's message to the old Supreme Kai. What? Are you saying we only have 50 years left to live? Then what is the point of training at all? I shall cease my efforts, upon hearing that he had but 50 years left. The Kai abruptly threw down his training equipment. Nanny, at such a critical juncture, you choose to abandon your training. Have you forgotten how the Supreme Kai sacrificed himself to save you? The old Supreme Kai scolded the Kai. Exasperated, I was merely expressing my thoughts. No need to take it so seriously. Jebbet, scratching his head and grinning widely, remarked, this is how things stand. It must be said that you, the Kais of the universe, are indeed exceedingly lazy. The former Grand Kai was like this, and you continue in the same vein. The tasks assigned by the Omni King have long been made clear. The role of the Kais is not merely to safeguard the stability of the universe, but also to foster its growth. The calm words of Beerus caused Jebbet to feel a slight embarrassment, as he was acutely aware of his own laziness, one that even he could scarcely fathom. He had previously spent his days indulging in food and slumber, utterly disinclined to engage in any work, even as Kurd reigned over the cosmos without lifting a finger to eliminate his foes. The level of his lethargy was indeed evident. Yes, Lord Beerus is correct. I shall certainly strive to instruct this young one diligently. The old Grand Kai hastily interjected to ease the tension. How can you even speak? You're not so young yourself, and what interest do you have in such trivial literature? Jebbet shot a disdainful glance at the old Grand Kai. With a flick of his hand, the old Grand Kai's hidden little book was summoned forth from the void. Instantly reddening his countenance, I have made my decision. Starting today, you are to issue commands across the universe. Inform them that from this moment forth, I shall conduct an evaluation of the strength of every planet and faction annually. Any entity that shows an increase of less than 50% in strength each year shall be subject to annihilation. Beerus's icy pronouncement sent shivers through the old Grand Kai and Jebbet, both exchanging incredulous glances. Even Whis regarded Beerus with astonishment. My Lord Beerus, are you certain? Could there possibly be a misunderstanding? The old Grand Kai stammered, fully aware that if Beerus's words were to be enacted, he could confidently predict that 99% of planets would face destruction within a year. Oh, you think I jest? There is one more detail to mention. The evaluations will only involve mature, intelligent species of various races. Beerus understood that should all races undergo assessment, some with low intelligence, incapable of grasping the implications of their utterances, would face immediate extermination. Likewise, races with a predominance of juveniles would be eradicated due to the burden of their young population. Hence his decision. Gulp. The two Kais exchanged a knowing look, resignedly swallowing hard. It seemed that Beerus was indeed serious. My message still unclear. Beerus scoffed at the two, still lost in thought. Yes, we shall attend to it immediately. Please, Lord Destroyer, grant us a moment. The Kais, startled, vanished in an instant through teleportation, eager to comply. Whether they could meet the standard of survival within 50 years would depend entirely on their own efforts. Beerus gazed coldly at the heavens. Chapter 60. The Demon Realm. Lord Beerus, are you certain about this course of action? The repercussions could be dire, Whis remarked with a smile, appearing calm on the surface while harboring a sense of urgency within. After all, should the seventh universe face annihilation, he would be forced to return to the place of the angel's birth and await the emergence of the next universe. a span that would certainly stretch over billions of years. I am fully aware of my intentions. Humanity possesses an inherent inertia that is unlikely to change. Only under immense pressure does motivation arise, Beerus retorted coldly, subsequently ignoring the matter as he teleported directly to the realm of the Omni King. Ah, Beerus, you've arrived. Did you bring the next episode of Peppa Pig for me? Upon entering the realm of the Omni King, Beerus was greeted by the sight of the Omni King rolling in the mud. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Da-da. I have come, but I do not have Peppa Pig. Instead, here is the Calabash brothers. You can watch this for now, feeling it necessary to properly educate the young Omni King. Beerus was not inclined to offer him Peppa Pig. Calabash brothers? What is this? The Omni King inquired curiously, examining the disc in his hand. Well, this time I am merely passing through the Omni King's realm. Enjoy yourself. I shall take my leave now, Beerus said, addressing the enthusiastic Omni King as he turned to depart. Ah, Beerus, didn't you come to discuss the universe's power assessments? The Omni King blinked innocently at Beerus. If you wish to avoid the assessments, I can simply exclude the seventh universe, thus sparing you from any concerns of annihilation. The intent behind the Omni King's words was clear. He was offering a favor, knowing that if he truly desired to destroy any of the 12 universes, he could obliterate them all without consequence, as everything lay within his grasp. That one be necessary. We could discuss this later. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, refusing the Omni King's offer, for he would not accept charity. If in the end the standards were not met, he would return to the Omni King to negotiate. Really not needed? Then so be it, the Omni King said, tilting his little head in confusion. Very well then, I must visit the demon realm. We shall address subsequent matters afterward. With that, Beerus vanished in an instant after exchanging a few words with the Omni King. His visit to the Omni King's realm was primarily to gauge the latter's disposition. After all, he harbored some concern that the denizens of the seventh universe might prove to be disappointments, ultimately failing to meet the Omni King's expectations. Within the 12 universes, each was paired with a corresponding demon realm, inhabited not only by the formidable demon clan, but also by the demon kings and demon kais who had defected from the universe. The demon kings and demon kais were originally kais or kaiashins who, after succumbing to the darkness or experiencing inner corruption, transformed into new demonic beings. There were also those among the kais who, in pursuit of power, voluntarily embraced the dark path, for their strength could increase exponentially, by dozens or even hundreds of times, post-transformation. However, these demon kings and kais held themselves in such high regard that they scorned their fellow demons and established a realm for themselves. Lord Demon Grand Kai, our spies in the human realm have reported that Lord Destroyer Beerus seems to have issued a universal proclamation. Any planet that fails to achieve a 50% increase in strength annually shall face annihilation. In the Grand Hall of the Demon Kai realm, a burly figure sat upon the throne, listening to a report from a creature adorned with tentacles atop its head. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this so-called Demon Grand Kai bore a striking resemblance to the Kais, save for his towering stature and dark hair. Did Lord Beerus truly say such a thing? It seems a significant event is unfolding in a human realm. The Demon Grand Kai furrowed his brow, aware that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Indeed, something is afoot in the human realm. That moment, a cataclysmic figure descended slowly from the skies, causing the previously tranquil Kai realm to tremble as if on the brink of destruction. What is happening? What troubles the Demon Kai realm? Such immense power. Can you feel it? The source seems to be within the Demon Grand Kai's palace. That aura feels so familiar. Yes, it is the energy of Lord Destroyer. Among the Demon Kais, some had previously worked alongside Beerus, yet after their transformation, they had allied with others, and a mere instant, Beerus's presence was recognized by them. What brings Lord Beerus to the Demon Kai realm? Sighing, the Demon Kais felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping it was not a harbinger of ill fortune. Had a dozen or so Demon Kais, accompanied by their underlings, teleported to the Demon Grand Kai's palace, their hearts filled with trepidation. The darkening of the Demon Kais was merely a shift in approach. Aside from the Kais who would scrutinize the matter, the Omni King and his cohort would pay no heed. With a flurry of movement, They appeared in the Demon Grand Kai's palace, where they found Beerus leisurely sipping a drink while the Demon Grand Kai stood respectfully to the side. "Greetings, Lord Beerus." The trembling assembly of Demon Realm Kings hastily bowed to Beerus that he truly is Lord Beerus. What could he possibly want? Isn't it customary for destroyers to refrain from entering the Demon Realm? Has someone dared to provoke Lord Beerus? As they gazed upon the silent Beerus, anxiety gripped their hearts. That moment, Beerus was beset by a troubling thought. The wine here lacks any trace of alcohol. What is going on? This is clearly just fruit juice. As the Demon Realm Kings observed Beerus's furrowed brow deepening, their hearts began to race faster. Suddenly, an ancient king, aged over 10,000 years, clutched his chest and slowly collapsed to the ground. Unlike the kings of the realms, the kings have a limited lifespan. Quick, dispose of him. We cannot spoil Lord Beerus's mood. The great Demon King waved his hand, sending the terrified old king out of the demon realm. Beerus coldly watched this scene, feeling utterly bewildered. Am I truly that terrifying? Is it necessary to frighten someone to death? Are they trying to provoke me? Nevertheless, Beerus understood that the pressure he exerted was indeed considerable. Well then, since everyone is here, I shall begin. Beerus's indifferent words prompted everyone to straighten their backs and listen intently. From this day forth, I shall take control of the demon realm of the seventh universe. A chilling aura emanated from Beerus's eyes. Instantly, all the demon realm kings widened their eyes. Lord Beerus, are you serious? Cold sweat trickled down the brow of the great demon king. The reasons he had embraced the darkness were twofold: the pursuit of immense power and the unwillingness to relinquish his exalted status as the great king after his term ended, only to return to the core human star to nurture the next generation of kings. That if Beerus was indeed serious, he, the ruler of the demon realm, would suffer the greatest loss of rights among those present. What? Do you have objections? Beerus smirked as he gazed at the wine cup in his hand, lightly tapping his fingertip. In an instant, the entire cup disintegrated into dust, scattering across the ground. This scene caused the great demon king standing nearby to furrow his brow slightly, as he felt not the slightest hint of energy. However, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, he could achieve such a feat as well. Yet Beerus's next action left all the demon realm kings pale with fear. With his right hand outstretched, the dust from the ground flew back into Beerus's hand, slowly reassembling into the shattered wine cup. Hiss! All the demon realm kings gasped in shock. Time-space energy. This is the unique ability of angels. Those who had once been kings of realms knew that the noblest existence in this universe was Whis, and his nobility stemmed from his mastery of time-space energy. Lord Beerus, you jest. If you wish to take control of our demon realm, we would be overjoyed. How could there be any objections? Indeed, with your immense strength, we are most honored to have you overseeing us. Flattering voices echoed among the demon realm kings, while the great demon king beside Beerus turned a shade resembling that of liver. What? Are you feeling a bit discontented, Mr. Great King from 14 generations ago? Beerus squinted his golden eyes, speaking coolly to the trembling great demon king beside him. The great demon king shuddered slightly, but managed to regain his composure. I dare not. Whatever Lord Beerus says goes. However, I wonder if Lord Whis is aware of your actions. The great demon king's nonchalant words caused the faces of the other demon realm kings to change subtly. They understood that while Whis appeared to support the destroyers, he primarily monitored them. Should a destroyer engage in mischief behind the back of the angel possessed the authority to punish the destroyer. Seeing Beerus remain silent, the great demon king assumed he was intimidated and couldn't help but sneered. It seems I must go kill that little Braddockson. This way, Beerus would disappear, and he would no longer seek to usurp my dominion over the demon realm. Such a foolish endeavor. Suddenly, Beerus raised an eyelid, causing the heart of the great demon king to plummet. You talk too much. Beerus's icy words sent the great demon king into a panic. Not good. I must flee. The great demon king instantaneously teleported hundreds of billions of light years away. Still feeling insecure, he hastily opened a portal to escape the demon realm. Unfortunately, his vision blurred, and upon regaining clarity, he found himself back in the great demon king's palace. You think you can escape from me? How Navi! Beerus's voice came from behind him, sending chills down the spine of the great demon king. Slap! Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. The great demon king barely registered a moment of pain before losing consciousness. The other demon realm kings watched in horror as the great demon king instantly turned to ashes. Having completed all this, Beerus strolled back to the central throne with his hands behind his back. You need not worry. I am quite amiable. If you behave and perform your duties, I shall not harm you. Beerus casually crossed his legs. However, the demon realm kings below hardly believed Beerus's words. He had just killed the highest ruler of the demon realm upon their first meeting. And yet he claimed to be easy to deal with. Ridiculous. Nonetheless, they dared not voice any objections, all nodding fervently, willing to humble themselves to preserve their lives. Since that is the case, I shall outline my purpose for being here. From today onward, you will lead the demon race into the human realm and establish demon populations on every life-bearing planet. Your objective is to compel the human race to grow rapidly. Of course, for those who are unambitious and as useless as mud, you may handle them as you see fit. Beerus's words sent shivers down the spines of the demon realm kings, who had already descended into darkness. Is Lord Beerus intending to annihilate the human realm? The demon race is immensely powerful. Had it not been for the destroyers and kings blocking them, they would have long since conquered the human realm. Does Lord Beerus not fear that Lord Whis will come after him? Although each of the kings had fallen into darkness, they still held a concern for the human realm. Otherwise, if they all joined the ranks of the demon race, the kings would have perished long ago, and the corresponding destroyers would not escape death. Yet, they merely observed the conflict between the human realm and the demon race from a neutral standpoint. Of course, Beerus paid no mind to their thoughts. You need not worry. This decision has the support of that little brat Whis. He currently has no inclination to concern himself with such trivialities. From today, you shall begin your journey that I expect to see the demon race's presence throughout the universe in 2 years. Otherwise, you know the consequences. With that, a purple aura radiated from Beerus, instantly overwhelming the trembling demon realm kings, forcing them to the ground. All right, get to work. Remember my words. Suddenly, all the demon realm kings felt the pressure weighing upon them dissipate entirely. When they lifted their heads, all they saw was an empty throne. Beerus's figure had long since vanished. What shall we do now? Came a bewildered voice. What else can we do? Unless you wish to meet your demise, it would be prudent to heed Lord Beerus's commands. Indeed, it appears that a significant shift is imminent within this universe. After deliberation, the demon realm's deities have reluctantly resolved to unite and launch an offensive towards the human realm. The demon kin shall serve as the vanguard, transported to various planets within the human realm via the instantaneous movement of the demon king god. Naturally, this endeavor was met with formidable resistance from the demon king. However, under the terrifying prowess of the demon king god, the demon king Depura was ultimately vanquished and cast into the core of demon king star, never to rise again. His vassals, upon the demon king god's incursion into the human realm, sought to rescue him. Yet Depura's whereabouts had become a mystery. Chapter 62. The destruction of the universe commences. Lord Beerus, have you truly resolved to proceed in this manner, in the boundless expanse of the cosmos? Whis and Beerus stood amidst the stars, gazing down at a planet that had been decimated by the demon kin, its surface now a mere shadow of its former self. With a grave expression, Whis addressed Beerus. Humph, I have my own plans. You need not concern yourself. What is it? Do you deem my actions excessively ruthless? Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Whis, whose countenance bore an uncharacteristic frown. Indeed, it is somewhat concerning that I vividly recall when you first destroyed a planet, you were utterly reluctant to take such action. How have you changed so drastically? Whis's smile had vanished, replaced by a somber acknowledgement of Beerus's alarming escalation. Lord Beerus is truly insufferable, having obliterated so many planets. It will become increasingly difficult to procure cosmetics in the future. Whis's petty thoughts eluded Beerus's comprehension, who mistakenly assumed Whis was experiencing a moral awakening. People are ever-changing that if you have objections, voice them instead of keeping them hidden. I have no inclination to engage in a game of charades. Beerus scoffed, though a flicker of conflict danced in the depths of his eyes. Ha ha, Lord Beerus, you jest. I unconditionally support your decision. In light of this, might I suggest that you assess which planet have failed to meet the standards this year? Whiss's earlier solemnity vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Whiss's sudden shift in demeanor caused Beerus to twitch slightly. Yes, the King of Worlds has surely disseminated all pertinent information. Please analyze the overall progress over the past year. It had been a year since Beerus and the gods of destruction had issued their commands. Throughout this time, the King of Worlds had incessantly broadcast Beerus's edicts within his dominion. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. It could be said that fewer than 100 million planets across the universe had genuinely embraced the call to cultivate their strength. I am well aware they have been dismissive. I did not anticipate so many planets would disregard my words as mere whispers of the wind. Given this, let us seize the opportunity and administer a measure of punishment to all planets before it is too late. Beerus had foreseen this eventuality and had long since prepared a solution. It seems Lord Beerus's charisma is lacking. Observe how the denizens of the human realm appear indifferent to the king's notifications. I wonder how you intend to address this. Whis remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Let us begin by obliterating 1/4 of each planet. Otherwise, if all are destroyed, there will be nothing left to enjoy. Beerus smiled slightly, emanating an aura of purple-black destructive energy. With a thunderous roar, a violet orb erupted from where Beerus stood, instantaneously expanding to encompass millions of kilometers of the cosmos. Bang! In an instant, the entire orb detonated, unleashing torrents of purple lightning that cascaded through the universe like rain. The speed of the violet particles exceeded light speed by millions of times, covering all life-bearing planets within a single day. Grandfather, what do you think of my level 8 collapse fist? On a cerulean planet, amidst vast oceans, a small island harbored a young boy who excitedly called out to his grandfather nearby. Splendid. You truly are the grandson of the great heavenly combat emperor. You have grasped the 4th technique with such swiftness. The elderly man, bearing an ethereal and otherworldly demeanor, spoke with an air of profound wisdom. Grandfather, could you demonstrate the 5th technique for me? The child eagerly requested of his grandfather. Very well. I shall show you the unparalleled skill of the great heavenly combat emperor, the supreme combat technique. As he spoke, the elder unraveled the bandages wrapped around his arm, revealing a blood-red limb. With piercing eyes, the elder unleashed an overwhelming aura. Supreme combat technique, 5th technique, flame-splitting wave palm. As a bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, the azure sea before them was instantaneously carved open, revealing a bottomless chasm. Douc. This is one of the 108 techniques we have revered for countless years. The elder gazed skyward, exuding an air of profound melancholy. Just as the child clapped in awe, a sudden flash of violet light streaked across the distant sky. The brilliance momentarily blinded both the grandfather and grandson. Suddenly, a scream escaped the elder's lips as the violet light enveloped them. When the purple glow dissipated, the scene before the child left him in a state of shock, causing him to kneel in terror. What was happening? The child gazed in disbelief at the vast ocean before him, which, to his astonishment, transformed from an endless expanse into an unfathomable abyss right at his feet. What instilled fear within him was the realization that, despite the mere width of a hair separating the abyss from the unchanged sea, the water seemed to be held at bay by an invisible force confined to the side of the abyss. This day would be forever etched in the memory of the Sancheong star, for on this day, 1/4 of its celestial body vanished from the starry sky, and its sole Do Emperor lost an arm, diminishing his former grandeur. Similarly, a multitude of such occurrences transpired throughout the cosmos, as countless individuals vanished without a trace amidst the purple rain of light, while innumerable others found themselves homeless. Yet, due to the destructive energy unleashed, these planets experienced little alteration, merely shrinking to 3/4 of their original size, continuing to operate in a manner that defied the laws of nature. Only a handful of celestial bodies emerged unscathed. Earth, for instance, under the swift guidance of a celestial deity, coupled with the martial fervor instigated by Florence, the disciple and sister of Wasi, along with Master Turtle, witnessed nearly half of its inhabitants embrace the philosophy that strength could be attained through cultivation. The remainder harbored a sense of skepticism. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament had truly transformed into the most anticipated competitive spectacle across the globe. Although the average skill level had not drastically improved, it consistently met the standards set by Beerus. Another planet, one familiar to Beerus, was the Frozen Heart, the stronghold of the Frozen Demon Clan. Upon receiving Beerus, Kurter was immediately intimidated, hastily summoning his 3 sons back to their home planet. Back on their native soil, Kurter, nursing his grievous injuries, commenced an arduous training regimen. Under his relentless pressure, the brothers Frieza and Cooler could only engage in lackluster training. However, Frieza's prodigious talent was undeniable. After a day of earnest practice, his strength surged, only for him to subsequently abandon further cultivation, while Cooler persevered through grueling efforts. Yet, neither of them experienced any notable enhancement in strength. How could I have such a foolish father? Chapter 63. The terrifying Broly a year ago, on the Frozen Star, Frieza observed Cooler and Kurter, who were still encased in solid ice, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. After a day's training, his power had doubled. Though not overwhelmingly formidable, it far exceeded the targets set by Beerus. You 2 weaklings, when you fail to meet the objective, I shall relish the sight of you being obliterated by Beerus. Spitting in contempt, Frieza summoned his spaceship, intending to depart from the Frozen Star. Ding, ding, ding! Reporting to King Frieza, the spaceship has detected the presence of a mysterious individual who severely injured King Kurter several years ago. Suddenly, an urgent alert echoed from Frieza's headquarters, causing him to pause in surprise at a mysterious individual. To injure that dog Kurter, their power must be at least 500 million. Why would I go? Am I to walk into my own demise? Frieza promptly silenced the alert and set course for Frieza Planet. Unbeknownst to him, his trajectory led him perilously close to Broly's location. As Frieza's spaceship swiftly passed by a desolate planet, a brilliant green light surged skyward from its surface, hurtling directly towards Frieza's vessel. Something's amiss. Frieza furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Boom! In an instant, Frieza's spaceship erupted in a spectacular explosion amidst the cosmos, emerging from the fiery wreckage. Frieza's expression darkened as he felt an overwhelming aura of death looming near. Had he not been his ultimate form, that strike would have surely claimed his life. Damn it! What is happening? Who dares to assault me? Frieza. Seeking death are we. Frieza seethed with rage, scanning the starry expanse, his gaze landing on the barren planet he had just traversed. A lurking coward. Frieza sneered, gathering a deep crimson energy sphere at his fingertip, which continued to swell in size. Die. Destruction sphere. Frieza cackled maniacally as he hurled the crimson energy orb towards the planet. Just as it was about to strike, a terrifying green beam erupted from the surface, annihilating Frieza's attack with ease. Not only that, but the explosion of the red sphere transformed into countless strands of green energy, ensnaring Frieza within their grasp. A mere trivial skill. Underestimating me, Frieza, will be your folly. Frieza declared, extending his arm to unleash a series of devastating blasts in every direction. The cosmos reverberated with the sounds of countless explosions, illuminating the void with a spectacle of fireworks. Ha! Such feeble power dares to challenge me. Frieza! Laughable! Amidst the smoke, Frieza guffawed, oblivious to the green silhouette that surged through the haze towards him. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air. What the hell? Who just slapped my face? Frieza's furious voice erupted from the mist. But no one responded. Instead, he was bombarded by an unrelenting onslaught of attacks. Stop hitting below the belt. If you have the guts, face me in a fair duel. Hiding and striking like a coward is no hero. Countless assaults rained down upon Frieza, each blow causing him to spew forth blood. Oh, you think I am merely a punching bag? Perish! Frieza could no longer contain himself, unleashing a blinding white light that erupted from his body, dispersing the encroaching smoke for hundreds of miles. Daha! As the smoke cleared, a furious howl, reminiscent of a jilted lover, pierced the air, sending chills down Frieza's spine. He turned to the source of the voice and beheld a towering muscle-bound figure standing nearby. encased in a green energy sphere that shielded him from all attacks and sealed the air around him. "Who are you, kid?" Frieza demanded. Jealousy surged within him upon witnessing the imposing physique of the muscular youth. "Damn it, he's taller than me, and even more handsome. I absolutely cannot let this slide." In that moment, Frieza had already sentenced Broly to death in his mind. Meanwhile, Broly, with a melancholic expression, merely observed Frieza in silence. Still not having transformed into his Super Saiyan form, he had yet to lose consciousness. The traumatic memory of nearly being killed by Frieza in his youth lingered painfully in his heart, compelling him to strike as Frieza passed by, destroying his spaceship. Silence. Then prepare to die. Frieza roared, his aura surging exponentially. In an instant, his combat power escalated from a mere 10 million to a staggering 120 million. Reaching the pinnacle of his confrontation with Goku in the original tale, Death Ray, Frieza unleashed 10 formidable rays of energy from his fingertips, hurtling towards Broly. Sensing the terrifying power emanating from Frieza, Broly's green energy surged, and his eyes gradually turned white. Roar! A primal roar erupted from Broly, generating shockwaves that obliterated Frieza's death rays instantaneously. What? Frieza's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to unleash his signature technique, a feat that required strength at least 2 or 3 times greater than his own. With a furious roar, Broly, nearly losing consciousness, suddenly appeared beside Frieza and seized his head in a vice-like grip. "Die!" Broly growled. The increasing pressure from Broly's hand contorted Frieza's face with rage. In that moment, the terror of death drove Frieza nearly to madness. "Damn it! Perish!" Like a rag doll caught in midair, Frieza unleashed a sphere of light from his hands, striking Broly squarely in the chest. Boom! Following a violent tremor in the cosmos, Frieza's form shot out of the explosion's radius, hurtling into the boundless expanse of stars. Roar! Just as Frieza soared away, he heard a furious bellow. And an instant later, a green beam of energy enveloped him. "Damn it!" Frieza bellowed in fury, only to be sent reeling deep into the cosmos by the force of the green energy blast. Emerging from the smoke, the rampaging Broly glanced at the starry sky before gradually returning to the desolate planet he had once occupied a year later, on Planet Cold. Within a laboratory, King Cold beamed at the fully modified Frieza. "My child, awaken!" Chapter 64. "I am the Prince of Science, awaken, my child." At King Cold summons, Frieza abruptly opened his eyes. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the medical pod shattered, sending countless fragments piercing through the surrounding medical personnel like a swarm of bees. "Hee hee, you remain as volatile as ever." King Cold smirked, shaking his head. "Humph, try being trapped in such a small contraption for a year." The mechanized Frieza scoffed disdainfully at King Cold. "Well, there's something I must discuss with you." As Frieza adjusted to his new body, King Cold began, "What is it?" "I'm not interested in idle chatter. I simply wish to know the whereabouts of the little brat who left me in this state." Frieza's face darkened as he clenched his fists, exuding an aura that made the entire planet Cold tremble. 980 to hee. "How fortuitous! I was just about to inform you of the one who injured both of us. However, I must admit, I am quite surprised that you sought him out for revenge. In truth, King Cold's relentless efforts to save Frieza stemmed from the fact that Frieza had taken it upon himself to avenge his father. Though he had failed, King Cold felt a twinge of pride. "Pooh!" Frieza nearly choked on his own spit. "Damn it, I never intended to seek revenge for you. Must you be so self-absorbed?" Though he simmered with indignation, Frieza held his tongue, his primary concern now being the identity of this mysterious figure. Under Frieza's expectant gaze, King Cold pressed a button nearby. Instantly, a green figure appeared on the display screen. Crack! Frieza felt an involuntary surge of power beneath him as the floor splintered under the weight of his newfound strength. "He is the one who injured us both, as you already know, but there is one detail that may pique your interest." With that, King Cold enlarged the image, revealing Broly's tail prominently behind him. "Scion, this brat is a Scion." Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the image before him. "Indeed, he is a Scion, and interestingly enough, he was born the day before you obliterated Planet Vegeta. His name is Broly, the son of Paragus, a captain among the Scions. After the destruction of planet Vegeta, they should have vanished into the cosmic dust. King Cold's unfinished sentence left Frieza's eyes wide with astonishment. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza's icy voice trembled with a hint of fear, a terror not of his own making, but rather an instinctive dread passed down through his lineage. Indeed, while he may not match the descriptions from our ancestral records, he is undeniably a Super Saiyan, evident in both his power and transformation. King Cold's words prompted a nod of agreement from Frieza. "Where is he now?" Frieza inquired gravely. "That remains unknown. This is the last image we have of him. This Super Saiyan seems to possess the strength to survive in the cosmos." King Cold's statement chilled Frieza's countenance further. Without coordinates, your words are meaningless. That I shall enter seclusion. I have no time for idle banter. Frieza, having received such scant information, turned and departed, leaving King Cold in a state of bewilderment. "Damn it, here I am, diligently gathering information for you, having slaved over this presentation for half a year, and you don't even express gratitude before walking away?" King Cold fumed, smashing the device in his hand. Following the incident with Broly, Frieza finally began to contemplate training in a secluded chamber. He trained relentlessly for over 10 days, propelling his power from around 200 million to 2 billion. Frieza's potential was not as extraordinary as one might think. Rather, he had accumulated sufficient potential during his centuries-long hibernation, a potential that remained dormant within him. Each training session gradually unlocked a portion of this potential. The Golden Frieza from Dragon Ball Super represented the culmination of this potential. Often regarded as Frieza's ultimate form, after 10 days of rigorous training, Frieza could no longer contain himself. He broke through the training chamber and boarded a spaceship, returning to his home planet. From that day forward, Frieza's singular objective was to track down Broly's whereabouts. "Vegeta, who do you think this Saiyan Frieza is searching for on a desolate planet?" The bald Nappa questioned a young boy with a serious expression. "I've told you countless times, call me Prince Vegeta, or do you wish for death?" The young Vegeta glared coldly at Nappa, issuing a warning. Yes, my mind must be slipping. I just forgot." Nappa stammered, cold sweat streaming down his face as he hastily apologized to Vegeta. "However, this matter requires thorough investigation. I suspect there is more to it than meets the eye." Young Prince Vegeta stroked his chin, deep in thought that I've seen this person before. Just then, a long-haired youth roasting a massive beast chimed in. Raditz, do you even have a say in this matter? Focus on cooking your meat." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Nappa felt a pang of anxiety. Should Raditz truly possess crucial information, he would be at a disadvantage. "Silence, Nappa! Did I grant you permission to speak?" Vegeta's command silenced Nappa, who could only glare at Raditz with resentment while bowing his head in defeat. "Raditz, do enlighten us. Who is this person?" Vegeta, with a keen sense of curiosity, inquired of Raditz, his interest piqued particularly by Raditz's hair. Truth be told, he had long been fascinated by the length of Raditz's locks, as such lengthy hair on male warriors had never been documented in Saiyan history. Save for the females. Indeed, many Saiyans were bald. Under Vegeta's questioning, Raditz recounted the tale of his childhood visit to the infant capsule, where he had encountered Broly while observing Kakarot, given that Saiyans exhibit little change from childhood to adulthood. Vegeta found no reason to doubt Raditz's account. It appeared that they had finally located a fellow Saiyan. Upon learning that this individual was the son of a high-ranking warrior, Vegeta's spirits soared. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans, hailed by his father as the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly would undoubtedly become a formidable ally under his command. Vegeta could already envision the scene of Broly rushing to kneel before him in reverence. From that day forward, Vegeta's fervor for conquering other planets waned. As he embarked on a quest to find Broly on the 4th day of Vegeta's pursuit, the cosmos was suddenly filled with countless purple lights. Simultaneously, a significant portion of the universe either disregarded Beerus's warnings or were too inept to take action, leading to the instantaneous destruction of a quarter of the planets. Following this day, the entire universe descended into a frenzied epoch of rapid advancement. Chapter 65. The Destruction of Earth. On a bustling street on Earth, two figures abruptly materialized amidst the throngs of people. Extra! Extra! The grandest event in the world, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, is set to take place tomorrow. Our esteemed Valkyrie, Lady Florencia, will be present as a judge. The streets of West City were inundated with promotional flyers for the tournament, suggesting that this year's event would be unprecedented. Ha ha ha. Lord Beerus, I've been here for decades, yet this is the first time I've witnessed martial arts thriving to such an extent that it seems that Little Lin is genuinely striving to enhance Earth's prowess. Remarked Whis, alongside Beerus, who had unleashed cataclysmic chaos upon a universe. Can one individual achieve such a feat? Surely it must be due to the influence of the Bulma family. Beerus scoffed, unable to fathom that Florencia could attain such heights without Bulma's assistance. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, why must you undermine our own? Whis replied with a hint of exasperation. Perhaps so. Come, let us see how they fare now. A faint smile graced Beerus's face. Although this Earth was not the one from his reality, its tectonic structure remained unchanged. The only distinctions lay in its governance and inhabitants. Many cultures persisted, including the presence of Chinese civilization and European heritage. Most pleasing to Beerus was the availability of familiar ingredients, which sparked his appetite immensely. Very well, let us indulge in every culinary delight this Earth has to offer before we depart. Whis, equally exhilarated, produced a small wallet from his staff and eagerly pulled Beerus into a restaurant. Owner, bring me one of everything from your menu, he bellowed upon entering, instantly drawing the attention of the patrons within. Initially, the staff feared that trouble was brewing, but when Whis revealed a card from his wallet, the owner's demeanor shifted dramatically to a Red Ribbon member. Please wait a moment, I'll have your dishes right out. The proprietor hurried into the kitchen, urgently instructing the dozen chefs inside. Whis, when did you become affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army? Beerus inquired, fully aware of the organization's reputation for producing beings nearing the divine. That's so. Did Little Lin not mention it to you? The Red Ribbon Army was established out of boredom. By the way, there's a young man named Garo who seems quite promising that I provided him with some android technology from the third universe. I wonder how far he's progressed, Whis replied cheerfully, awaiting his feast while divulging his clandestine endeavors. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression darkened. I thought Garo, an ordinary earthling, could never produce such powerful beings as androids 17 and 18. Turns out it was you, Whis, who undertook this endeavor behind my back. Nevertheless, with matters as they stood, Beerus felt no inclination to dwell on trivialities. His primary focus remained on the meal. Yet as moments turned into an hour, the food had yet to arrive. Hey, owner, where's our food? Do you intend to keep operating? Beerus's frustration echoed throughout West City, causing a stir. That was Lord Beerus's voice. In the heart of West City, Florencia furrowed her brow and instantly teleported to Bulma's residence. Upon her arrival, she found the restaurant owner apologizing profusely to Beerus. My lord, I sincerely apologize. Your dishes were accidentally served to the disciples of the recently arrived Valkyrie. I dare not offend them. The proprietor was at a loss, caught between two formidable forces, one wielding the majority of the world's military might, and the other commanding the pinnacle of combat prowess. Are you implying that our meal has been lost? Beerus's expression darkened ominously, and the owner broke into a cold sweat. After all this, you only noticed that our food was gone. At this moment, even Whis's demeanor cooled. For them, having their meal stolen was an egregious affront. Dear esteemed guests, how about this? The restaurant is working diligently to prepare your dishes. This meal is on the house. And I shall also offer you 10 complimentary meals in the future. What do you think? The owner, sweating profusely, elicited envious glances from the surrounding diners. However, despite his discomfort, he had no choice. The Red Ribbon Army's influence was such that even a mere soldier was beyond his capability to handle. There's no need for your concern, if that's the case. Then this establishment shouldn't exist any longer, Beerus declared coldly, his countenance resembling that of a man who had toiled for years to acquire a home and a vehicle, only to have them snatched away by a petty thug. Not good. Florencia's complexion drained of color upon hearing Beerus's words. She quickly dashed towards his location. Lord Beerus, let us discuss this calmly. There must be some misunderstanding. Florencia urged anxiously. Though her words did little to quell Beerus's ire, a small orb of light materialized at his fingertip, which he promptly thrust into the ground. Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, and the entire planet shook with ferocity. What is happening, Mr. Popo? In the celestial realm, the divine beings were struck with disbelief as they sensed the tremors that reverberated throughout the heavens. Despite their many years of divinity, they had never encountered such a formidable dilemma. My esteemed Lord of the Gods, Earth is on the brink of a significant transformation. Mr. Bobo, whose countenance had been composed, finally displayed signs of trepidation. What in the world is happening, Mr. Bobo? I feel my divine power dissipating at an alarming rate. The divine power of a god is entirely contingent upon the strength of the planet. However, this power does not equate to combat prowess, but rather signifies the god's realm of existence. Should a god's divine power be entirely exhausted, they cease to be a god. For instance, if Beerus had depleted his divine energy before comprehending the energies of time and space, he would lose his vast lifespan and ultimately fade into oblivion. Oh heavens, Earth is destined to shatter. As Mr. Bobo's proclamation echoed, half of the land suddenly erupted, obliterating entire cities and mountains in the Western Hemisphere in an instant. Chapter 66. Am I the illustrious Beerus to be taken for a fool? What? You forgot your money. A thunderous roar resonated across the entire Earth. When satellites from various nations beheld the scene from above, they observed that the Northern Hemisphere had vanished without a trace. Yet, under the miraculous, destructive energy of the god of destruction, the remaining half of the planet continued to function with stability. Lord Beerus, have you gone too far? Florence stood at the entrance of her establishment, witnessing a stark divide emerging from the center of her shop, with the land on the other side completely erased from her sight. This sight rendered Florence trembling with fear. I require your guidance in my endeavors. Beerus, with his cold, pale golden eyes, regarded Florence indifferently on this occasion. Even Whis refrained from interjecting on Florence's behalf. Despite their smiles, the chilling expressions of the two divine beings reminded Florence of their formidable identities, one being the supreme god of destruction, and the other a deity born alongside the cosmos. Upon this realization, a flicker of relief coursed through Florence's heart. Thank you, Lord of Destruction, for not annihilating the entirety of Earth. My earlier actions were indeed reckless. The patrons, who had been paralyzed with fear, were astounded to witness their beloved Valkyrie express gratitude towards the one responsible for such devastation. The restaurant owner, upon witnessing this scene, dared not delay any further and hurriedly urged the chefs to bring forth the dishes. Wait, how could the Valkyrie express gratitude to him? He is a demon. Indeed, he is the one who created this enormous pit. Why should the Valkyrie thank him? Are they not in league with one another? Voices of doubt resonated from within the establishment as those aware of the instigator's presence gathered outside, demanding accountability from Beerus and Whis, the architects of this calamity. As Florence listened to the escalating clamor outside, her expression grew increasingly grave. Lord Beerus, they are unaware of the full circumstances. Please do not stoop to their level, she implored, her deep affection for the planet evident in her tone. Fear not, they shall soon fall silent. Beerus remarked casually, continuing to savor his meal while flicking a purple energy sphere with his fingertip. Florence's complexion shifted dramatically, yet she dared not intervene, fully aware that provoking Beerus could lead to the demise of not just the onlookers but the entire planet. Boom! 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 Ah! Help! The demon is about to kill again! Run! The sounds of muffled explosions and anguished cries echoed within the restaurant, while Beerus and Whis remained unfazed, leisurely enjoying their meal as if the massacre of millions was of no consequence. The surrounding patrons, paralyzed with terror, hastily fled the establishment, oblivious to the fact that their survival was not due to Beerus's mercy, but rather his desire to preserve his dining venue. It suddenly struck Florence that the instigator of this chaos was none other than her own disciple. Enraged, she swiftly teleported to the second floor, where the soundproofing ensured the occupants remained oblivious to the turmoil outside. Boom! With a resounding crash, the door to the compartment shattered, and the occupants, on the verge of voicing their outrage, were instantly plunged into darkness, losing consciousness. ceaselessly engaging in frivolous activities under my banner. It seems I have erred gravely. Florence finally grasped Beerus's rationale for obliterating half the planet. He was imparting a crucial lesson to herself and the inhabitants of Earth, reminding them of the formidable forces they dared not provoke. Above all, it was an affront to a god of destruction to have his possessions taken on such a minuscule planet. The annihilation of this galaxy was a mere trifle compared to the offense of killing so many. Returning to the restaurant below, Florence discovered that Beerus and Whis had finished their meal unbeknownst to her. "Owner, this dish is quite commendable. I shall return in the future," Beerus remarked with a satisfied smile directed at the trembling proprietor. "Why, yes. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed sir. You are welcome to return any time. This humble establishment is at your service free of charge." The owner, surprisingly audacious, did not faint under the pressure. "That is not how it works. Am I the sort to dine without payment?" Whis, settle the bill and reimburse the damages incurred by the restaurant," Beerus remarked while picking his teeth, directing his command at Whis, whose expression suddenly shifted to one of embarrassment. Lord Beerus, I seem to have forgotten my wallet." Upon hearing this, Beerus's countenance turned a shade of green. "Are you jesting? You invite me to dine, yet come unprepared." Beerus fumed, envisioning the ridicule he would face should it become known that even a god of destruction dined for free. "Oh dear, Lord Beerus, I do possess a card, though it appears to be devoid of funds. However, my subordinate claimed it allows for dining free of charge worldwide," Whis explained awkwardly while producing his card with a nervous smile. "Is there any difference from dining without paying? Are you mocking me?" Beerus spat in exasperation. Observing this exchange, Florence's eyes brightened. "Lord Beerus, allow me to cover the expenses." Without hesitation, Florence retrieved her wallet and instructed the owner to process the payment. Naturally, she refrained from suggesting it was a treat, aware that such an implication could offend Beerus. This gesture rendered Beerus somewhat bashful. "Thank you. I shall return the favor later. Whis and I will take our leave for now," he stated, his face flushed as he quickly exited the restaurant with Whis and Toad. "Oh, by the way, I have not obliterated the Dragon Balls. If you require them, seek them out yourself." Just as Beerus was about to exit the establishment, he turned back to address Florence, then departed without a backward glance. Initially taken aback by his words, Florence soon erupted with joy, bowing deeply to the retreating figure of Beerus. "Thank you, Lord Beerus." In an instant, Florence teleported back to Bulma's residence. By the way, Lord Beerus, why did you inform Shaolin about the use of the Dragon Balls? Wouldn't that undermine your intimidation of the Earthlings? On the street, Whis, enjoying a takeout ice cream, inquired curiously of Beerus. "What do you know? Am I the sort to be unreasonable? Those who require intimidation will naturally be intimidated. Those who do not will remain unscathed, even if I were to eradicate them once." Chapter 67. Klein's egg is cracked. What do you understand? Am I the kind of person who is unreasonable? Those who ought to be intimidated will naturally feel the fear. As for those who remain unafraid, even should I slay them multiple times, they will still not tremble. Beerus scoffed, fully aware of humanity's inherent flaws from his past life. "Ha ha ha. Let us see how many times I can kill them. I refuse to believe they will remain so resolute." Whis covered his mouth, beginning to chuckle. "Goodness, you appear so cheerful, yet your heart is quite wicked. Forget it. I shall first find a jewelry store to acquire some funds. Otherwise, it would be utterly disgraceful for me, the mighty god of destruction Beerus, to still be in debt." After saying this, Beerus and Whis sought out the largest jewelry store, casually creating a few trinkets with divine power. Under the owner's gaze, which resembled that of a grandfather, they procured a gemstone from Beerus for merely a tenth of its value. Upon exiting the store, Beerus casually tossed his bank card into the air. "Lord Beerus, do you think this amount of money will suffice?" Whis asked with concern, fearing for his master's dignity should it prove inadequate. "How should I know? They said I could buy a dozen restaurants with this." "Whatever, let us repay the debt first," Beerus replied with exasperation, and the two vanished from the street in an instant. In the next 393 seconds, they found themselves at Bulma's residence, where they noticed Bulma and others preparing to search for the Dragon Balls. Among them was little Goku, who had also been summoned, along with Krillin, who was pulled along by Goku. However, Yamcha was absent, presumably off pursuing some young lady. There are quite a few people here, Beerus remarked cheerfully. With no sense of guilt for his previous actions I asked that Lord Beerus, how did you come here? Goku, who was nearest and had nothing to do, immediately spotted Beerus. What? Beerus, how dare he show his face here? The moment little Goku uttered these words, a furious voice erupted from the aircraft, and Bulma rushed out of the cockpit, confronting Beerus directly. Well, Beerus, we Haven Tea come looking for you. Yet here you are, presenting yourself at our doorstep. Bulma, hands on her hips, unabashedly criticized Beerus. Florence, who had just emerged from a room with some items, suddenly turned pale. Bulma, what are you blabbering about? Apologize at once. Florence's words elicited a cold snort from Bulma, who remained unfazed Are you done? If so, hurry and find your Dragon Balls up by the way. Here's your money. Take it. Beerus yawned and tossed the card to Florence, completely disregarding Bulma's offense. Florence quickly caught the card and tucked it away. All right, if you're going to find the Dragon Balls, do it quickly. I want to watch the World Martial Arts Tournament on time tomorrow. Beerus's haughty prompt made the others hasten their actions. Florence grabbed the Dragon Ball radar and vanished in an instant, while little Goku took another radar and soared into the sky on his flying Nimbus towards the nearest Dragon Ball. Hey, Beerus, we Haven Tea finished our conversation. Bulma, seeing her allies leave, suddenly felt a twinge of fear. Bulma, Lord Beerus is quite gentle. You need not worry in fact, he is doing this for the good of Earth. Whis chimed in, attempting to ease the tension. He has already destroyed half of Earth, and still claims to be benevolent. Bulma scoffed. What? This great cat has caused the destruction of Earth. Very well, I shall become a demon slayer. At that moment, Krillin, who had been quiet due to unfamiliarity, suddenly leaped and kicked towards Beerus. My year of hard training is finally paying off. Krillin sneered at is this person out of his mind? Even Bulma was taken aback, closing her eyes at the sight of Krillin charging at Beerus. Oh, the little bald head has some guts. Beerus smirked and swiftly caught Krillin's incoming foot. What? A startled Krillin's expression changed as he attempted to kick with his other leg. Suddenly, Beerus made his move. He clenched his right fist and delivered a punch to Krillin's lower region. Smack! A sound akin to shattered eggs echoed in Bulma's ears, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Krillin lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Wow, Beerus, that was a bit too harsh, don't you think? Look, you've knocked him out, Bulma exclaimed, causing Whis to stifle his laughter with a hand over his mouth. All right, I'm hungry. Fetch me something to eat quickly. Beerus rubbed his stomach, completely oblivious to the fact that he had just had a large meal. Understood. I truly wonder if you and Goku are brothers. All you think about is food, Bulma replied, shooting Beerus an annoyed glance before hastily calling for a rescue robot for Krillin and instructing the robotic chef to prepare a meal. Poor Krillin convulsed on the cold robot stretcher. In the center of the courtyard, Florence appeared intermittently, placing down Dragon Balls before leaving. After enduring numerous hardships, little Goku finally returned to Bulma's backyard, disheveled. I got 1 star ball. Little Goku jumped down from the air, joyfully holding up the 1 star ball. Oh, little Lewin has already finished. We were just waiting for you. Unfortunately, no one cheered for him. When he took a closer look, he discovered that the other 6 Dragon Balls were already shimmering on the ground. Wow, Grandpa is here too. Fantastic. Little Goku tossed the 1 star ball aside and dashed towards the 4 star ball. Realizing the situation was dire, Bulma shouted towards the Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shenron, grant my wish. Little Goku was unaware as the 7 Dragon Balls began to emit a blinding light, still happily running towards his grandfather. Boom! A tremendous roar resonated across half the earth. Roar! Following this was the immense roar of Shenron, catching little Goku off guard as he was lifted into the sky by the ascending dragon. It seemed Shenron sensed something above him and, with a flick of his head, sent little Goku soaring like a meteor into the clouds. After this, Shenron grinned wickedly and revealed most of his body, previously sealed within the Dragon Balls. Gathered humans, speak your wish. Any desire can be fulfilled. Shenron's booming voice echoed throughout West City, and as his cold, piercing gaze fell upon Beerus, who was happily eating in a pavilion below. A cold sweat trickled down Shenron's face. Damn it. Why is my luck so terrible? I keep encountering the god of destruction. Chapter 68. Bulma's Airport, Lord Beerus. How have you been lately? The once mighty and imposing expression of Shenron instantly vanished, replaced by a sycophantic, lecherous smile. Fortunately, Bulma and her companions were no longer surprised. Shenron had long been fixed in their minds as a figure of ridicule. Naturally, Shenron paid no heed to Bulma and her friends' opinions. He was still contemplating whether his humble demeanor would win Beerus' favor. Enough with the nonsense. Can't you see I'm eating? What should one do? Who would have known that rather than winning favor, one would only incur the wrath of Beerus with scornful insults? The dragon's countenance immediately stiffened, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, save for his master, the super dragon, who possessed the audacity to confront the god of destruction and even the priests. Yes, I shall get to work right away. The dragon, with a hurried demeanor, positioned himself before Bulma and her companions, softly reiterating his initial request. Dragon, restore the earth to its state from 3 days ago. Due to the singularity of their wish, Bulma and her group were left to engage in a game of semantics. The dragon lifted his head, a flash of crimson light igniting in his eyes, and a cascade of information flooded his mind. In an instant, his expression turned awkward at you might want to consult Lord Beerus to see if he permits me to proceed with your wish. Otherwise, even if I restore the earth, it would still be subject to Lord Beerus' destruction, and I too would face repercussions. Indeed, the dragon was somewhat cowardly, for the destruction wrought by Beerus was far more final than the death inflicted by Piccolo. Once obliterated by Beerus, he would truly cease to exist. Even if revived, he would not be the same entity as before. What? I need to ask him. Would he dare refuse? Just do as you're told. Rest assured, I will protect you, Bulma assured, glancing at Beerus, who was enjoying his meal, patting her own chest in confidence. Yet, the dragon was not convinced by Bulma's bravado. Very well, I shall follow your instructions. Just as the dragon was caught in his dilemma, Beerus, having finished his meal unbeknownst to the others, stood beside Bulma, his voice startling her. Little dragon, at your service. With Beerus' consent, the dragon exhaled in relief and soared upwards, spiraling through the starry sky. A radiant light cascaded down upon the earth, and the half of the planet that had been destroyed by Beerus swelled rapidly, akin to dough rising. Every few seconds, the earth restored itself, and the once deceased humans emerged from the ground as if molded by the hands of Nuwa herself. After completing this monumental task, the dragon circled back to hover above Bulma's residence in West City. Your wish has been fulfilled, and now I must take my leave, the dragon declared to a composed Bulma. However, upon finishing his statement, his initially majestic demeanor shifted to one of absurdity. Lord Beerus, I shall take my leave now. Please enjoy your time here, and call for me, should you require anything in the future. The dragon's sudden shift to a comical appearance dissipated the noble air he had previously exuded. With that, he transformed into 7 beams of light and vanished into the sky. Finally, it was over. Bulma smiled faintly. At that moment, she could be regarded as Earth's savior, for it was she who had created the dragon radar. Without it, Florencia might have taken an entire year to locate the 7 Dragon Balls. And thus, the resurrection of the Earthlings would have been impossible. Now that I'm full, I feel sleepy. Thank you for your hospitality. Whis, we shall return home. Now, as the dragon disappeared, Beerus astutely noted that a significant portion of the seal upon the dragon had seemingly dissipated. Beerus, aren't you going to wait here for tomorrow's tournament together? Bulma inquired, perplexed. Ho, Lord Beerus intends to take a nap in another dimension. Otherwise, by the time he wakes up, you will all have aged significantly. Whis explained with a chuckle. However, had Bulma been observant, she would have noticed the sizable piece of cake concealed behind Whis's back. Well, Whis, you may head off first. I can manage things here. After a brief exchange of glances, Florencia and Whis nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Beerus and Whis transformed into beams of light and disappeared from the ground. Excellent. This way, we can adequately prepare for the other martial artists tomorrow, Florencia said with a slight smile. While she was unconcerned about the other martial artists, her disciples and Goku were participating in such a tournament for the very first time. Suddenly, Florencia froze. Wait, wasn't Goku flying just now? Where has he gone? Her words instantly bewildered Bulma. And where's Krillin as well? Florencia's follow-up question only added to Bulma's embarrassment. Ah! At that moment, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing down towards the ground. Startled, Bulma hurriedly sidestepped. Boom! The ground erupted with a tremendous roar as Goku created a massive crater upon impact, leaving only his tail visible at the bottom of the pit. Here, Goku is here. As for Krillin, it seems he tried to defeat Beerus and got knocked out, Bulma said, raising her hands in exasperation. These two are always looking for trouble. Florencia shook her head helplessly, pulling her brother Kakarot from the pit before heading to the medical room. Upon hearing the diagnosis from the medical robot, her expression soured. Crushed testicles? With current medical technology, it cannot be repaired. Florencia and Bulma fell into contemplation, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual bewilderment. Who would have thought that Lord Beerus had such a peculiar inclination? Poor child. After instructing the medical robot to do its utmost in treatment, they sighed and exited the medical room. Meanwhile, Beerus, who had mentioned wanting to sleep, was far from resting. Lord Beerus, where are you planning to roam this time? Whis, understanding Beerus's true intentions, knew he did not genuinely wish to return to sleep. Let us put that aside for now, Whis. How have I treated you in the past? Beerus suddenly fixed his gaze intently on Whis, causing him to feel a twinge of fear out of course. Quite well, something the matter. Lord Beerus, despite his ominous premonition, was felt compelled to respond affirmatively. Well then, since that is settled, don't you think the milkshake cake you pilfered from Bulma's home should be shared? Beerus' golden-hued eyes were locked onto Whis' hands, which were still hidden behind his back. What? I don't understand what you're talking about, Lord Beerus. Where could I have procured any food? What is a milkshake cake? I know nothing. Whis hastily shook his head in denial. In that case, I shall seize it now. Beerus sneered, causing Whis to pale instantly. Suddenly, Whis' eyes brightened, and he swiftly produced the cake from behind his back, licking it eagerly. Instantly, Beerus' expression shifted wildly. Whis, you're courting death. The cosmos erupted into chaos as the two engaged in their antics. Meanwhile, on a distant green planet, an urgent cry echoed. Neru, run. I'll hold them off. Chapter 69, Ultimate Technique, Assimilation. Planet Namek, a planet brimming with hope and love, once flourishing, faced catastrophic devastation due to the reckless exploitation by the Namekians centuries ago. Eventually, on a fateful day, disaster struck, and the Namekians perished in that calamity, leaving only the Grand Elder alive. Gazing upon the ravaged Namek, the Grand Elder, burdened by sorrow, summoned the eternal dragon Purunga to restore the environment of Namek. Due to Purunga's nature, which allowed for the revival of only one individual at a time, the Grand Elder ultimately chose not to resurrect anyone, bearing the weight of infinite grief alone. Through his relentless efforts over the centuries, Namek has returned to a state of unparalleled beauty. However, just days ago, another calamity befell the planet. While the Grand Elder was recuperating atop Elder Rock, he suddenly sensed an aura of unparalleled nobility, one far more exalted than that of the celestial beings of Namek who had fallen in the previous disaster. Just as he believed the divine was favoring Namek, a horde of demons from the abyss descended upon them. Though these demons were not overwhelmingly powerful, their numbers dwarfed that of the average Namekian. More critically, they appeared to be ravenous, as if they had not eaten in millennia, attacking with reckless abandon and no regard for their own safety. Within mere days, the Namekians suffered grievous casualties in one of Namek's villages. A grotesque cadre of demons wreaked havoc, slaughtering the Namekians with impunity. Any Namekian caught in battle faced the grim specter of death. The children were encircled tightly, preventing the demons from breaking through. Suddenly, a weary adult Namekian fell victim to a demon's brutal strike, his skull shattered. Hills. With the death of this Namekian, the previously tenuous resistance of the Namekians unraveled into chaos. Run, take the children, and flee. I will hold them back, cried a towering Namekian, unleashing a gusting punch that sent the children flying several dozen meters away. Damnable monsters, perish, roared the giant, charging forward to grapple one of the more formidable demons. No, stop it at once. The other Namekians, sensing his intentions, shouted in alarm. Boom! Alas, the giant had no time to heed their cries. as he transformed into a colossal burst of light, engulfing hundreds of demons within its radiance. A cacophony of screams erupted from the blast zone. Not only the demons, but even other Namekians sustained varying degrees of injury. "Cursed wretches, you've slain so many of us." At that moment, a towering demon, over 20 meters tall, soared in from a distance, its icy gaze fixated upon the massive crater. "Cursed beings, it is you who shall die." Just then, a young Namekian child dashed from the crowd toward the towering demon. Though young, the child possessed strength comparable to that of an average Namekian. Unfortunately, the behemoth before him was the commander of this invasion. A child so fervent. The giant demon sneered, flicking its finger to unleash a small energy projectile that instantly shattered the child's arm, sending him hurtling back into the throng of children. "Damn it, Nelu, come back quickly." The surrounding adult Namekians, their eyes aflame with fury, watched helplessly as Nelu's arm was broken. Yet the defiant Nelu merely glared with hatred at the towering demon. "Good eyes, child. Were you a demon? I might have taken you as my adopted son. But alas," the giant demon shook its head in resignation, then conjured an even larger sphere of light in its hand. "Friends, I need your assistance." Nelu's youthful eyes brimmed with resolve. "Nelu, do you intend to use that technique?" But the elder warned us that some children may hesitate. In such dire times, should we still heed the elder's words? "We stand at the precipice of life and death." Nelu's demeanor belied his tender years. "Very well. We shall support you." "Yes, we will too. I shall join as well." The Namekian children reached a unanimous accord, placing their arms upon Nelu's shoulders. "Friends, we shall fight side by side from this day forth." Nelu smiled gently, unaware that the other children exchanged knowing glances behind him. A bunch of children think they can alter the tide of battle. "How Navi, all of you shall perish," the giant demon scoffed, flinging the orb of light toward the children. "Now, assimilate," Nelu shouted, his eyes ablaze as dozens of children transformed into a dazzling radiance. This brilliance erupted. Almost all Namekians on the planet turned their gaze toward it. The giant demon's projectile vanished into this blinding light as though it had sunk into the ocean. "What?" The giant demon gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. "Cursed be our ineptitude. Otherwise, Nelu would not have to." "Damnable demons, perish!" The adult Namekians, their eyes aflame with rage, surged toward the demons with all their might. Alas, as time wore on, they too would falter. Yet the giant demon felt no joy, for the radiant sphere before him had shrunk to the size of a single person. Regardless of the power he unleashed, it was all absorbed into the great orb. Crack! Suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning erupted from within the sphere, striking the ground before the giant demon, causing it to stumble back in alarm. Boom! 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 Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon the giant demon, and in its frantic retreat, its minions were obliterated by the onslaught. "What is happening? You little wretches, come out and face me." The giant demon bellowed in exasperation, directing its ire at the unmoving sphere. Yet, just as it finished cursing, the sphere began to contract violently. Bang! The sphere erupted, scattering innumerable shards of light toward the giant demon. "Underestimate me? Die!" The giant demon roared, unleashing a wave of energy to dissolve the fragments. "Oh, not bad. You managed to withstand that." Just then, a mocking voice reached the giant demon's ears. Chapter 70. The strongest Namekian in history. What? The sudden voice caused the giant demon's expression to shift drastically. It hastily summoned a shield to protect itself. "Die!" Boom! Yet upon hearing that frigid voice, the giant demon's consciousness plunged into darkness. Its body exploded into countless pieces, vanishing from existence. In the very next moment, a green glow, akin to threads, pierced through the remnants of each demon, binding them together. Once the last demon was pierced, a young Namekian appeared before the gathered Namekians. "Vanish!" The young Namekian spoke softly, and in an instant, a cacophony of explosions resonated in the ears of all present. In that fleeting moment, the terrifying demons that had instilled fear in the hearts of every Namekian vanished from the earth. "Are you Nero? Or someone else?" A severely injured Namekian said, clutching his arm, his voice tinged with pain. Assimilation signifies that other members of the tribe have permanently disappeared from the mortal realm. It is not merely the physical annihilation of their bodies, but the very essence of their souls has been extinguished. I am Neru. They have concentrated all their power within me. The countenance of the young Neru also bore an expression of distress. The combat prowess of the colossal demons had reached a staggering 10,000, far exceeding the average strength of the Namekians. Although his power prior to assimilation was merely 2,000, post-assimilation, it soared to over 1,000,000. Yet, each time he contemplated that such strength was achieved at the cost of his brethren's lives, Neru felt a profound sorrow. Alas, their sacrifice holds value. At the very least, we need no longer fear these demons slaughtering our kin. With matters thus, there was little left to be said. In that case, I shall first eliminate the remaining demons, and afterward, we shall rebuild our homeland. With that, Neru prepared to take flight. I advise against such actions. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the heavens that Neru's pupils constricted violently as he hastily turned to the source of the figure. The other Namekians also braced themselves for confrontation. Descending from the sky were a purple figure and a white-haired, blue-eyed individual. What weighed heavily on Neru's mind was that he could not discern the combat power of either. Might I inquire as to your purpose for visiting Namek? Why do you assert that we cannot eradicate the demons? Neru refrained from making any rash movements. The assimilation of numerous beings not only bestowed upon him formidable strength, but also granted him unparalleled intelligence. Ha! This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. We merely passed by out of boredom to take a look at AS for your inability to eliminate the demons. Are you foolish? They were sent here, and if you eradicate them, they will simply dispatch a stronger batch. And your demise will be even more tragic. Beerus could hardly be bothered to elaborate. After all, his purpose for this visit was to seek out Purunga, not to indulge in the trivialities of the Namekians' games. What? Such a thing exists. Everyone instinctively overlooked what the god of destruction was, but it was understandable, for they were faced with matters of life and death. Well, I have conveyed the situation to you. I merely wish to inquire if you might relinquish the Dragon Balls to us. We have some questions for Purunga. Beerus interrupted the Namekians, who were eager to ask more. What? You desire the Dragon Balls. Who are you, and what are your intentions? Indeed, upon hearing Beerus's words, the expressions of all transformed drastically, for sometimes the value of the Dragon Balls outweighed their very lives. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, look at you. You possess no conversational finesse at all. See how you frighten these little ones. Was cast a disdainful glance at Beerus. Let me put it this way. We wish to ask a few questions about the Dragon Balls, and once that is complete, we will take our leave. There are no ulterior motives. Whis explained with a smile. Absolutely not. Unless you reveal your identities, we shall categorically refuse to relinquish the Dragon Balls to you. However, Neru's words rendered Whis momentarily speechless. Oh my, I am speaking to you civilly. Are you intent on causing trouble? We have already stated that this is the god of destruction, and I am his attendant. Whis's frustration reached a boiling point. No, we cannot ascertain the veracity of your identities, so I must regrettably decline. Yet Neru, undeterred, brazenly rejected the sensitive Whis once more. Lord Beerus, I wish to strike someone. Do you concur? The twitching smile on Whis's face instantly put the Namekians on high alert. If a fight is to occur, why not simply obliterate them? Beerus scoffed dismissively, but chose not to intervene. Ha! Very well. I'm a civilized being. Whis's veiled remarks caused Beerus's expression to darken. However, in the presence of others, he refrained from retorting to Whis. He raised a finger and gave it a slight flick. An invisible energy enveloped the entirety of Namek in the terrified gazes of Namekians across the globe. The Dragon Balls soared into the sky, converging towards Beerus's location. Sensing the disturbance, the Namekians were preoccupied with their own safety. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly pursued. However, some demons, curious about the unfolding events, followed suit. Boom! 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 7 resounding explosions echoed as 7 colossal Dragon Balls plummeted before Beerus and his companions. What? This is the Dragon Balls. Impossible. The Dragon Balls cannot be transported using supernatural abilities. How could the energy extend over such a distance? The injured Namekians, under the care of the medical-type Namekians, had begun to recover. "My lord, please relinquish the Dragon Balls, or we shall be compelled to take action," Neru threatened coldly, facing Beerus and Whis. Yet the two were hardly inclined to heed the words of a mere child. "Whis, do you speak Namekian?" "Of course, such a simple language is easily mastered upon encountering them," Whis replied with an air of superiority. The disregard exhibited by the two directly soured the countenance of the proud Namekians nearby. "If that is the case, then we have no choice but to engage in battle." Boom! Before Neru could finish his sentence, an immense force struck his face, sending him, the self-proclaimed strongest Namekian in history, hurtling through the air, his teeth scattering in every direction. "Neru, are you all right?" The exclamations of concern reached Neru's dazed ears, and it was only then that he realized he had been struck. Instantly, his eyes blazed with fury, and he rose to exact vengeance. Not far away, Beerus, indifferent, waved his hand carelessly. Boom! Chapter 71. The Ancient Demons Within the Dragon. Neru spat blood, his body hurtling like a broken sack, crashing heavily into the ground several meters away. After completing this act, Beerus yawned. Indeed, it is most enjoyable to toy with children. Beerus grinned mischievously. Speaking of which, since arriving in this world, Beerus had frequently bullied 3- or 4-year-old children, each time with increasing severity. The Neru before him, resembling someone on steroids, was merely 4 or 5 years old. However, due to the early maturity and higher intelligence of the Namekians, Neru appeared quite mature. In that case, I shall summon Porunga first. Whis smiled as he glanced at the distant Dragon Balls, then began to chant a peculiar incantation. "Come forth, Dragon Porunga, and fulfill my wish." Namekian language, boom! As Whis's voice fell, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a blaze of brilliant light. Roar! With a thunderous roar, a dragon resembling the one from Aladdin's lamp surged forth from the 7 Dragon Balls, spiraling majestically in the sky. Observing Porunga's reluctance to descend, Beerus could only sweat in exasperation. Finally, after a minute, Porunga concluded his antics and descended grandly before the assembly of Namekians and Beerus. "Oh, tiny mortals, what is your wish?" "Any wish can be granted 3 times. The mighty Porunga's words sent waves of excitement among the Namekians on the ground. "Oh, guardian deity Porunga, great God, please save us Namekians. Indeed, Porunga, we beseech you to expel the demons from our planet. Yes, our singular desire is to banish these fiends one by one." The Namekians hurriedly began to voice their wishes. "All right, I understand," Porunga acknowledged, lifting his head, his eyes flashing with a faint crimson light. In that very moment, all the demons still engaged in battle on Namek vanished without a trace. "Your first wish has been granted. Now, speak forth your second wish." Such a wish was trivial for Porunga, as it merely required transporting these individuals to another planet. "Wait, there are still 2 demons remaining. Have you forgotten Porunga?" "Ah, yes, those 2, the Namekians, who initially rejoiced at Porunga's declaration, suddenly realized that Beerus and Whis were still standing nearby. Beerus, with his pale golden pupils, fixated intently on Porunga in the sky. "There are still demons?" Porunga paused, slowly directing his gaze towards Beerus and Whis, who were pointed out by the Namekians. Instantly, beads of sweat began to trickle down Porunga's forehead. Beerus, what brings you here?" Porunga's previously imposing demeanor deflated, with a fawning expression reminiscent of Earth-esque Shinron. The Namekians below stared in astonishment. They had never heard of Porunga behaving in such a manner towards anyone. It is worth noting that even the Grand Elder of Namek, Porunga's creator, was met with disdain when he first encountered Porunga. "What? I specifically came to meet you, and you're not pleased?" Beerus's casual remark caused Porunga's expression to shift dramatically. "And no, little dragon absolutely harbors no such intentions, as you say." Porunga fervently shook his head, terrified of inciting Beerus's wrath. "Well, I have a matter to discuss with you." Beerus suddenly levitated, positioning himself alongside Porunga. Gulp, Porunga swallowed nervously and cautiously inquired, "Is there something you wish for me to do?" Lord Beerus, his subservient demeanor left the Namekians feeling disheartened. However, the dragon paid little heed to the thoughts of these insignificant beings. It's nothing much. I just want to play inside your body." Beerus suddenly grinned wickedly. In the next instant, amidst Purunga's terror-stricken gaze, he grasped the void. Clang. After a sound of confinement echoed, Purunga realized he could no longer move. "To enter my body. Is Lord Beerus gay? This is unacceptable," Purunga thought, attempting to wriggle his form. But alas, his power was but a mere insect in comparison to Beerus. "No, I am a dignified dragon." In despair, Purunga shut his eyes as Beerus surged towards him like a beam of light. Closing his eyes in hopelessness, Purunga anticipated the imagined pain, but felt instead a massive breach in the seal within his being. Oh no! Oh no! Lord Beerus has entered the seal. If he inadvertently releases the demons, I am doomed. Purunga was now more anxious than if he were to be violated, for his very existence was to contain the ancient demons within. These demons were truly formidable, each possessing immense strength. Yet, his greatest fear lay not in their power, but in the thought that should they be released, his own existence would vanish from the cosmos. Desperate to survive, he could only pray that Beerus would show mercy and refrain from unleashing these ancient demons. "Ho ho ho! Are you worried for your little life?" At that moment, Whis, standing on the ground, chuckled and spoke. "You need not fret. As long as I am here, no demon can escape. However, there is something you must accept." Whiss's mischievous tone set off alarm bells in Purunga's mind. "What is it that you speak of, Lord Whis?" Purunga swallowed hard. "Ho ho ho! Lord Beerus simply adores a good fight. If you were to clash with the beings within, and you were caught in the crossfire, you cannot blame us." Whiss's smirk sent shivers down Purunga's spine. "Oh no, it seems I am doomed." In utter despair, he closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Beerus, having breached the seal and entered Purunga's body, immediately discerned the structure of the seals within the dragon. Thud. Upon landing in the sealed space, Beerus found himself in a realm akin to the room of spirit and time, vast as a sun. The conditions here were exceedingly harsh, but they posed no challenge to Beerus. In the distance, towering iron chains loomed within this infernal space, binding massive cocoons, 7 in total, presumably housing the 7 ancient demons. Sensing the tremendous power within, Beerus smirked and approached one of the more concealed cocoons. Raising his right hand, he effortlessly severed the cocoon from its chains. Thud, 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 thud. Suddenly, the fallen cocoon began to pulse violently, akin to a beating heart. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the massive cocoon erupted. Chapter 72. Purunga, whose body feels hollow. As the light cocoon shattered, a bird-like figure with enormous wings emerged before Beerus. Wait, isn't this the angel of legend? Though, it is rather grotesque, Beerus thought, unable to suppress his disdain for the distorted features of the faux angel. Nevertheless, the being's power was undeniable, already reaching the 10 quintillion mark. If the story of Dragon Ball GT were to unfold, Goku would undoubtedly find himself on his knees. A destroyer god. Upon seeing Beerus, the faux angel's expression shifted dramatically. Regardless of Beerus' perceived strength, even a mediocre destroyer possessed several hundred quintillion in pure combat power, augmented by destructive energy. Thus, encountering the strongest sealed entity within Purunga would surely lead to demise. "Might I inquire what you wish to summon me for?" "O destroyer god." The faux angel, aware of its inferiority, quickly bowed before Beerus, relieved it had not acted rashly. "You know who I am, the destroyer god? It seems you possess a degree of insight that Beerus' statement is not one of arrogance. Rather, it reflects the existence of a god of destruction, whose nature occasionally eludes even the Kais. This ignorance is primarily due to the foolishness of Kaioshin, who knows nothing. Despite the formidable origins of the adversary, reaching the level of a god of destruction remains a considerable challenge." Beerus, in a jesting tone, remarked that our demon clan once served under the great lord of destruction, but we strayed, following the old demon king into folly, resulting in our sealing in 797. The faux angel chuckled awkwardly. Yet his evasive remarks elicited merely a disdainful smirk from Beerus, who would not be swayed by the other's fabrications. These ancient demons had, under the leadership of the ancient demon king millions of years ago, slain countless gods of destruction. The universes obliterated by the Omni King were due to the ancient demon's occupation, prompting the Omni King to eradicate them entirely. Ultimately, the dragon god intervened, sealing all ancient demons within the super dragon. Each time a new set of Dragon Balls is created, a portion of the demons within is expelled into these dragons to serve as energy sources. I have summoned you today due to a lack of manpower among my subordinates. I require your assistance. Are you amenable to this proposal? Beerus candidly expressed his thoughts. Although these demons collectively would not suffice for a mere slap from him, each possesses exceptional strength, capable of overpowering 95 individuals in the tournament of power. To serve under you, the foe angel was momentarily taken aback by Beerus's words. What? You are unwilling. Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an aura that made the foe angel tremble. No. How could I possibly refuse? I long to escape this wretched place. However, Lord of Destruction, should you proceed thus, the Kai and your superiors may pursue inquiries. The foe angel's seemingly concerned words were, in truth, a test of Beerus's genuine strength. Questioning whether he could disregard the Kai. The Kai you speak of is right beside Porunga. Do you believe he would allow me entry if he had objections? Beerus scoffed, his words causing the foe angel to breathe a sigh of relief. In that case, at this juncture, the foe angel, with gravity in his demeanor, knelt on one knee, his wings gently fluttering, emanating radiant light from his being. Subsequently, a cascade of golden feathers fell from his wings. I, Lucifer, the king of the fallen angel clan, pay homage to the Lord of Destruction. Henceforth, your brilliance shall shine alongside mine. Lucifer's solemnity prompted a slight nod from Beerus. The golden feathers of the angelic clan are akin to a person's soul. Offering them signifies an unwavering loyalty for a lifetime. Excellent. You shall find yourself fortunate for this choice today. The glory of your angelic clan I shall assist you in restoring, given that the other party has declared their stance. Beerus would certainly not shortchange them. By the way, as far as I know, the angelic clan is known for its beauty. How is it that you are so unappealing? In a moment that shifted from solemnity, Beerus's next words rendered Lucifer exceedingly awkward. Well, my father is not of the angelic clan, but rather the leader of the fallen angels. Although I belong to the light angels. Lucifer's admission clarified for Beerus that not all hybrids are commendable. Nonetheless, Beerus chose not to dwell on this matter further. Subsequently, he severed the cocoons from the chains, and the newly reborn demons, who had feared being slain by the god of destruction upon their exit, unanimously agreed to serve Beerus upon learning his identity and intentions. However, two among them sought to employ cunning tactics. These two were immediately sealed within Porunga's confinement space by Beerus using several iron chains from Sky, serving as energy sources for Porunga. This display left the other demons trembling slightly, as being sealed within would subject them to intense suffering, exacerbated by the increasing number of chains, since you have all resolved to follow me. Remember well, do not engage in any underhanded schemes behind my back, or you may find yourselves returning here to eternal imprisonment. After issuing his warning, Beerus broke through the sealing space and appeared before Porunga. As the five figures emerged alongside Beerus, the confined Porunga deflated like a punctured balloon, his body shrinking by half. Porunga, you made a part. You are no longer needed. Once he lifted the constraints on Porunga, Beerus ordered him to leave. Feeling utterly drained, Porunga could only ascend into the heavens, transforming into a beam of light that vanished before Beerus and the others. Who are these individuals? Such a terrifying aura. They emerged from Porunga's very being. Could they be the deities controlling him? The Namekians, startled by the faint energy emitted by several demons, speculated wildly. Lord Beerus, have you concluded your business? With smiled at Beerus and the demons behind him. Each demon bore an orb resembling a Dragon Ball affixed to their heads due to the Dragon Ball's influence. It is done. I shall assign these individuals to coordinate with the other demons and the Demon King of the Demon Realm. Most importantly, they must be marked with the insignia of the seventh universe, elevating the overall standard of our cosmos. Beerus's intentions were straightforward, to incorporate these individuals into the seventh universe, thereby enhancing the collective strength. As the number of strong beings is crucial for the universe's evaluation, leave these matters to me. I shall relay everything. Lord Beerus, you ought to proceed to witness the Earth's Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Should you not? Whis suggested, waving his hand to envelop the 5 ancient demons within his staff, employing the essence of the universe alongside the marking. Indeed, the first grand martial arts tournament in the anime. It would be remiss not to attend. Beerus smiled slightly, vanishing into the starry expanse above Namek with a single instant transmission. Chapter 73. The Era of Weaklings. West City. Earth that, as the most prosperous metropolis at present. West City has become the epicenter of global commerce and trade in this era, where martial prowess is mandated by the divine. The Valkyrie Hall in West City has emerged as the pinnacle of aspiration for martial artists on Earth. Here, one can find the legendary Master Wutian, who has lived for centuries, serving as the chief instructor, alongside renowned martial artists from around the globe as guest instructors. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was successfully held at the Valkyrie Hall's arena. The already crowded streets swelled with even more people that day oh my, this little girl's waist is so slender. Wow, this young lady's legs are so long and fair. I can't handle it. Oh my. Oh my, this mature woman's bosom is simply, amidst the thronging crowd, a diminutive, lecherous old man weaved through, his eyes gleaming with desire as he fixated on the legs of every beautiful girl he encountered. Suddenly, while engrossed in his observations, he felt a sharp pain in his ear. Ah, you old pervert! I wonder where you've been. No wonder you're so captivated here. As the old man contemplated voicing his grievances, a cold female voice rendered him instantly subdued. Lan Shi, this is hardly my fault. These young ladies are simply too beautiful, Master Rashi insisted, declaring he would never relinquish his peeping pursuits, even in death. What? Are you implying you have a right to complain? Just wait until I deal with you, you decrepit old man. Hearing Master Rashi's feeble defense, Lan Shi's fury ignited. She brandished a Gatling gun seemingly from nowhere. Ah, someone's armed. In an instant, the entire street erupted into chaos, the already tumultuous thoroughfare becoming even more disorderly. The sound of gunfire rang out as Lan Shi, unfazed by the pandemonium, pulled the trigger of her Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets that erupted like blue flames, as if they were free of cost. Ha! Perish, old man! She cackled, aiming the weapon at Master Rashi, who could only flee in a flustered panic. Suddenly, a figure appeared between them, startling Lan Shi, who instinctively swept her Gatling gun towards the newcomer. The sharp clang of metal echoed as bullets ricocheted off the figure, spent casings clattering to the ground. Beerus, freshly arrived from Namek, felt an unsettling vibe. Just moments after landing, he found himself under assault by a lunatic wielding a Gatling gun spewing blue flames. Even his sensitive parts had been struck. Luckily, such weaponry hardly stirred his sensory nerves. Hey, crazy lady, are you ever going to stop? He remarked, irritation creeping into his expression as Lan Shi, startled for a moment, resumed her barrage. How dare you, you foul cat! You startled me. Lan Shi, her golden hair gleaming, produced a rocket launcher from seemingly nowhere, intent on ending Beerus's life. Humph, you ungrateful madwoman. If that's your attitude, you might as well stay cooped up. At that moment, Beerus felt that her behavior had crossed a line in the original tale. Lan Shi was notorious for her disregard for others, ready to whip out her gun and shoot indiscriminately. Had her targets been ordinary folk instead of Goku and his allies, countless lives would have been lost. With a flick of his finger, Beerus unleashed an intangible beam of light that struck Lan Shi squarely on her forehead. Achoo! A sudden sneeze erupted, transforming her golden hair into a cascade of blue locks. Exuding an unusual allure that Lan Shi's adorably confused expression captivated Master Rashi, who stood behind Beerus, his eyes wide with astonishment. Remarkable, indeed. Blue-haired Lan Shi is far more enchanting. He mused with a where am I? How did I end up here? Lan Shi exclaimed, discarding her Gatling gun, utterly oblivious to the recent events. Her bewilderment left Beerus speechless. Was it not normal to be startled upon arriving in an unfamiliar environment? He couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of her reaction. Yet he was not here to concern himself with such trivialities. Lan Shi was effectively imprisoned within him and would not be emerging for several months. Hey, are you Lord Beerus, as Bulma and the others mentioned? At that moment, Master Rashi finally recognized Beerus's identity. Beerus turned his head slightly, offering a dispassionate nod. Yes, I am the esteemed Master Rashi, also known as the Turtle Hermit. We've met before, though you may not recall. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Lord Beerus. Master Rashi grinned, fully aware that he stood before a deity. Aligning himself with such an entity might grant him unimpeded access to whatever he wished to observe. Even if the king of all were to appear. Damn it, why is Master Rashi grinning like a lecher? Where's the spirited old man from the original tale? Beerus rolled his eyes that, oh right, Bulma and the others are awaiting us at the martial arts tournament. Come along, old turtle, Master Rashi said, leaning on his cane as he beckoned Lan Shi and led Beerus towards the venue. With Master Rashi as their guide, they navigated the path effortlessly, arriving at the tournament grounds. Lord Beerus, you must know that Earth has grown significantly stronger in recent years. Under Little Luin's leadership, my status as an old relic has diminished, Master Rashi proclaimed with pride, while also poking fun at himself. Yet, Beerus merely surveyed his surroundings with indifference. This Earth was no longer the planet where mere gun-wielders were considered weaklings. Didn't you say your strength has multiplied several times since last year? You rightly bear the title of Master Rashi, Beerus teased, noting that Rashi's power level had reached 800. Lord Beerus, please spare me the mockery. With my current power, you could extinguish me with a mere breath. Rashi replied awkwardly, perhaps. Beerus mused non-committally at a breath. Did he even need to exert himself? Even the legendary Florencia would struggle to withstand his might. Curiously, Lan Shi gazed at Beerus, wondering why the seemingly formidable Master Rashi appeared so intimidated by the feline deity. I wish I could pet that big kitty's head, she thought, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Why is this girl looking at me like that? Is she truly that peculiar? Not even sparing a cat. Beerus felt the weight of her gaze but remained oblivious, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Old man, quit the chatter and hurry up, Lan Shi urged, her eyes fixed on Beerus, who was now drenched in cold sweat. Reluctantly, he prompted Master Rashi to quicken his pace. Yes, yes. Rashi hastily complied, believing Beerus to be impatient, and sped towards the guest quarters. After settling Beerus, Rashi wiped the sweat from his brow. This year's World Martial Arts Tournament had attracted far more participants than in the original tale, indicating that at least part of his goal had been realized on this planet. In the guest room, Beerus sat cross-legged on the bed, using his divine power to scan the entire planet. However, he soon stumbled upon something intriguing. Deep in the Atlantic Ocean, a submarine was plunging ever deeper. Lord Pilaf, is the Demon King Piccolo truly located here? This place seems rather eerie, I remarked, eyeing the dark depths. Of course, I purchased this intel from a fisherman for a mere $10. It cannot be wrong, Pilaf declared, exasperated after a fruitless day of searching. What? Lord Pilaf, are you jesting? You bought intel for $10 from a fisherman. A nearby Asu retorted angrily. His tone struck a nerve with Pilaf, who felt his dignity was insulted. Asu, are you mocking me? Do you want to fight? Pilaf threatened, raising his fist. Asu, frightened, scampered away, leading to a playful chase within the submarine as Mai shook her head in resignation. Even Beerus, miles away, couldn't help but feel that Pilaf was truly the most foolish villain in Dragon Ball. At this rate, it might take these three several years to locate Piccolo. Perhaps it was time to expedite their search. Beerus was eager to see Piccolo's reaction upon encountering so many strong warriors on Earth. Bored, Mai began searching for any abandoned shipwrecks in the surrounding area. Suddenly, a region of anomalous signals appeared on the display screen. What is this? She exclaimed, quickly activating the high-definition monitor. To her astonishment, a rice cooker appeared on the screen. What? A rice cooker? And it's brand new. How unfortunate. In pursuit of frugality for Pilaf, Xiao Wu retrieved a seemingly new rice cooker, which had languished in the sea for an indeterminate number of years, from the salt water into the ship's cabin to, oh dear, Pilaf, please cease your antics. Look here, we have stumbled upon a pot, appearing quite new. I wonder if it is still functional. Xiao Wu interjected, halting the two raucous Pilafs engaged in playful quarrels. What is this? It even bears a seal. Could it possibly be contraband? Pilaf pondered, extending a hand to feel the rice cooker. Wait, Pilaf, this seal resembles the kind found in films. Surely, their hyacinth is zombie inside? Xiao Wu exclaimed, quickly stopping Pilaf from peering inside. Startled, Pilaf withdrew his arm but, regaining his composure, remarked, "Oh, you are all far too sensitive. Even if there were a zombie in such a confined space, it could hardly move. Why the panic?" Casting a disdainful glance at his inept subordinates, Pilaf reflected on his own dashing demeanor and charisma. Lamenting the inadequacy of his companions, with great care, Pilaf peeled away the seal from the rice cooker. Yet after several moments of anticipation, nothing transpired. "Ha! I told you so. Zombies are surely a fabrication. How could I, the great Pilaf, be frightened by such nonsense?" He sighed in relief, reveling in his own cleverness. "Indeed, Pilaf, you are the wisest of us all. We have underestimated you." His two sycophants hastily flattered him. Suddenly, a wisp of green gas began to emanate from the rice cooker, causing the faces of the two subordinates to turn a shade of green. Pilaf, Xiao Wu's trembling voice startled him. "What is it? Did I not say to remain calm and composed? Such trivial matters." Just then, Pilaf sensed a shadow looming over him on the deck. The towering figure rendered him momentarily speechless, and as he slowly turned his stiff neck, he beheld a green apparition clad in attire reminiscent of Eastern horror films. "Good heavens, there truly is a zombie!" Pilaf collapsed to the ground with a thud, a yellow liquid seeping from beneath him. Humans are indeed despicable. The green figure was none other than King Piccolo, who cast a disdainful glance at the quivering Pilaf and his companions, who were cowering in the corner. "Why you are King Piccolo?" Pilaf stammered, suddenly recalling the purpose of his presence here, noting the character embroidered on the individual's clothing. You three possess some knowledge. It seems my legend has endured despite my absence for centuries," King Piccolo declared, feeling a swell of pride at the thought of having left an indelible impression on humanity. No. I learned of your tale from a comic book," Pilaf quickly countered, rummaging through his belongings to produce the comic he had read. Curious, Piccolo examined the pages of the comic titled Hero vs. Demon, only to find the portrayal of himself as a perverted demon who delighted in stealing people's underwear. His expression darkened with fury. "Cursed be the author of this disgraceful book. I shall annihilate their entire lineage." With a hiss, Piccolo tore the comic to shreds, unleashing a tremendous aura that caused the entire ocean to tremble. "My lord, please calm your wrath. We shall serve as your loyal subordinates. We earnestly hope you will accept us into your fold," Pilaf pleaded, kneeling before Piccolo, eager to join his panty-stealing alliance. "Since you are so insistent, I shall reluctantly accept you. From this day forth, you shall be my vassals," Piccolo decreed, his neck suddenly expanding as a massive egg erupted from his mouth. "Ugh, how repulsive!" The trio nearly retched at the sight. The sound of cracking shells echoed in their ears, and moments later, a demon with green wings and a large sausage-like mouth emerged before them. "From this day forth, your name shall be Damberin." Chapter 75. A Premature Demise. In a small coastal village, within a newly constructed training ground, children, drenched in sweat, trained vigorously under the guidance of a burly man with thick eyebrows. Young ones, strive onward. Youth is boundless, and only through sweat can we sanctify our adolescence. The man, clad in a green bodysuit, inspired the children to push themselves further. "I shall become a formidable instructor like you and marry the village beauty." One child declared, "I am the strongest in this village. I will defeat Xiao Ming and restore my family's honor." Another shouted, "I am destined to be the village chief. No one can thwart my ambition." They all bellowed as they persevered through arduous training. Just then, the coach's brows furrowed, and as he lifted his head, he noticed a green figure with wings descending from the sky. "Oh, a fellow practitioner. Brother, where did you acquire that green bat suit? I must procure one for myself." The thick-browed man grinned at the descending Damberin. "Ugh, encountering an idiot on my first outing. It seems my journey will be fraught with difficulties." Damberin thought, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Cut the chatter. I have one question. Are you a martial artist?" Damberin inquired directly. However, as soon as Damberin posed his question, the frog-skinned man's expression shifted dramatically. "A martial artist? Ha! You have indeed asked the right person. I'm the strongest in this village, known as the Azure Beast, Meikai," Meikai proclaimed proudly, causing Damberin to break into a cold sweat once more. I have truly encountered a fool. How naive. It seems I must seek out the larger city, Damberin thought, dismissing Mate Kai and preparing to take flight. Hey, brother! You're searching for martial arts too, right? So am I. Don T. Leave, Mate Kai shouted, eager to prove his prowess. Humph, get lost, Damberin scoffed, flapping his wings and creating a gust that sent Mate Kai flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Oh dear! Mate Kai tumbled several times before rising, rubbing his head. Humph, pathetic, Damberin sneered, preparing to depart. Hey, just then, Mate Kai let out a furious roar. The sudden outburst startled Damberin. Did you just eat shit? Why are you yelling? Damberin retorted angrily, gathering energy in his hands to obliterate Mate Kai. Dare to underestimate me. I shall show you the ultimate technique of martial arts. The 8 gates, Mate Kai proclaimed, assuming a stance as low growls emanated from him. What on earth? Damberin was taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding events. 5th gate, the gate of view, open. A surge of blue energy exploded from Matakai's body. Sensing the impending danger, Damberin attempted to react, but before he could, a blue figure had already appeared behind him. Lotus Flower. What on earth? The chilling figure of Mate Kai reached Damberin's ears, and suddenly, bandages ensnared Damberin. In an instant, Mate Kai propelled himself off the ground, and the two ascended to several hundred meters in the sky. Underestimate me. Meet your demise and witness youth. Mate Kai shouted with exhilaration, plummeting towards the ground with Damberin like a meteor. Boom! After a deafening explosion, silence enveloped the entire village. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away aboard the sky battleship, the King Piccolo's expression darkened. Damberin, is he truly dead? The cup in his hand shattered instantly. He could hardly believe that his first offspring had perished so swiftly. Under normal circumstances, with Damberin's combat power exceeding 100, he should not have succumbed so quickly. You lot, do you know in which direction Damberin was headed? King Piccolo coldly addressed the trembling Pilaf trio below. That we know, we're heading there immediately. Pilaf, with keen eyesight, hastily maneuvered the sky battleship towards the direction of Damberin's demise. Minutes later, the sky battleship hovered above a massive crater. Gazing down at the crater, which spanned hundreds of meters in diameter, Pilaf and the others swallowed hard. I can sense Damberin's presence. He must be right here. King Piccolo, with a sullen expression, stood up and flew down to the ground. Once King Piccolo departed, the Pilaf trio exhaled in relief. Do you think we really have a future following King Piccolo? Little Wu wiped her cold sweat and asked Pilaf uncertainly. What does it matter if we have a future? What can we do? We have no choice but to proceed this way. Pilaf replied, exasperatedly glancing at Little Wu. They had no path of retreat at this point. But King Pilaf, why don't we run away? Go back and safely reign as your king, and we can serve as your loyal subordinates instead. Wouldn't that be better? The words of the great yellow dog, Ashu, momentarily stunned Pilaf. His heart wavered, yet upon recalling King Piccolo's terror, he dared not gamble. Being caught could lead to dire consequences. Sigh. Let us wait and see. If someone could kill him, that would be splendid, Pilaf said helplessly. However, upon uttering this statement, the three of them suddenly froze as a purple figure flashed in their minds, and they exchanged glances, each displaying a cunning smile. Meanwhile, King Piccolo had arrived at the ground, in the crater. A man clad in frog skin was poking at the disfigured Damberin with a stick that a group of children chattered nearby. Teacher Kai, aren't you being excessive? He merely angered you. And look, you've thrown him to his death. Exactly. Teacher Kai is too ruthless. The children's complaints left Kai on the verge of tears. How was he to know this individual was so fragile? At this moment, King Piccolo, hovering in the sky, was fully aware that his child had been slain by the very Kai before him. You kill my child? An icy voice escaped King Piccolo's lips, causing the air to thicken with tension. Enraged and uncertain of the opponent's strength, King Piccolo refrained from striking immediately. This is bad. The parents have come looking. Teacher Kai, take care. We're off. Yes, we're just kids who know nothing. The surrounding children fled in a panic, leaving a bewildered Mate Kai standing in shock before the furious King Piccolo. Chapter 76. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. The death gate? Open. My dear brother, I accidentally ended your son's life. How about this? I'll give my life in exchange. Let us consider this matter settled, shall we? Meikai declared resolutely, causing King Piccolo's eyes to narrow down. A life for a life. Huh, that's laughable. Your wretched life cannot compare to my child's. Humph. I demand your life and the lives of everyone in your village in recompense for my child. King Piccolo's unapologetic proclamation caused Madakai's expression to shift. Is there no room for negotiation? Kai attempted to plead once more. Humph, spare me your chatter. Let us fight. King Piccolo scoffed, casting aside his cloak and transforming into a green beam that surged toward Meikai. If words fail, then let it be a conflict. Meikai erupted with the seventh gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, a deep blue radiance soaring into the sky. King Piccolo sneered dismissively, his hand moving with the swiftness of lightning to meet Madakai's punch. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as Kai's arm twisted grotesquely. Fortunately, Kai's vast combat experience allowed him to slightly shift his body, dodging the punch aimed at his chest. Not only that, but he countered with a fist that struck King Piccolo squarely in the back. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as King Piccolo's aged body was sent hurtling forward, unable to withstand the impact. Searing marks, stretching for hundreds of meters, were left in his wake. Cough, cough, cough. The sounds of coughing emerged from his mouth, accompanied by a glint of terror in his eyes. Why was there such a powerful individual on Earth? King Piccolo could hardly fathom. Prior to his sealing, he had effortlessly defeated the world's strongest warrior, Teto, but had narrowly escaped with his life due to the emergence of a magic sealing wave that imprisoned him in a rice cooker. With his strength, I acknowledge you. In a century, none who have faced me could match your prowess. I, Piccolo, am willing to call you the strongest. Trembling, King Piccolo rose to his feet, his expression grave as he addressed the Kai before him. If that's the case, do not blame me for showing no mercy. His chilling words caused Kai to furrow his brow slightly. Demon Clan's secret technique, demonization. King Piccolo rooted himself, and a black-purple aura began to emanate from his body. As the demonic energy manifested, a purple figure appeared above them. Demonic aura? No wonder the Demon King did not summon his kin to this planet. It seems there was a plan in place. Beerus observed indifferently as King Piccolo transformed under the influence of demonic energy. Understanding that with the 7th gate open, Kai was likely to be defeated. After all, Kai's original power was merely over 20. With the 7th gate, it surged to around 300. Yet, it seemed that a year had allowed Kai to break through to the 8th gate. Observing the boundless strength hidden within Kai, Beerus smiled subtly. To test whether the 8 gates of Duanjia would be effective in this world, Beerus had traveled back a year in time to find a brawny man who yearned for martial arts but lacked the talent to rise above the level of an ordinary person. Beerus inscribed the 8 gates of Duanjia into his soul, enabling him to wield its power. Then he returned to the present time. Humph, it seems that individual did not deceive me. After fully embracing the demonic, one becomes incredibly formidable. Ha ha! King Piccolo cackled with wicked delight, witnessing his body rapidly regain its former vigor. Not only was his strength restored to its peak, but even the wrinkles upon his skin were vanishing swiftly. Instantly, his power surged threefold. It seemed Kai was in dire straits. Come forth, Kai, and let me see if the 8 gates of Duanjia truly possess their merit in this world. Beerus' eyes narrowed with anticipation as he observed the battle below. Kid, I acknowledge your strength, but now you have but one choice: death. Under the erosion of malevolent energy, Bik's eyes had turned pitch black. Enough with the nonsense, come on. Kai roared as he charged towards Bik. In response, Bik propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, transforming into a streak of black light that rushed towards Kai. Given that Kai's right hand was already fractured, he could not possibly engage Bik in a direct confrontation. Instead, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful spinning kick aimed at Bik, his strength magnified to over twice its previous might. However, Bik merely smirked at the corner of his mouth, his right hand unhesitatingly reaching for Kai's foot. Simultaneously, his left hand formed a sphere of light. Bik, whose power had surged, was aware that if his attack landed, Kai would surely meet his demise. Suddenly, As Kai soared through the air, he let out a chilling laugh. Eighth gate of the 8 gates. Death gate. Open. His roar reverberated across the entire planet, followed by a tremendous explosion that echoed for hundreds of kilometers. A colossal mushroom cloud billowed into the sky. The strongest beings in the world turned their solemn gazes towards this phenomenon, astonished that such an individual with a battle power of 2,000 could exist on Earth. What a pity. Far away, in preparation for the world's #1 martial arts tournament, Florinia cast a reflective glance towards the direction of the explosion, but chose not to investigate further. Indeed, the laws of various realms are interconnected. Beerus mused as he observed Kai gradually collapsing to the ground, a smile gracing his lips. Satisfied, Beerus instantaneously teleported beside the fallen Kai, unleashing a beam of green light that enveloped him, slowly restoring his body, which had been half destroyed by flames, to its former state. However, Beerus then reached out, grasping Kai's consciousness and extracting all memories and training experiences related to the 8 gates technique. If you yearn not to be ordinary, then strive diligently. Your talent has multiplied exponentially. Beerus would never allow such a potent technique to remain in the mind of a novice as a form of recompense. He granted Kai the conditions to become a formidable warrior. After completing this, Beerus vanished once more into the ruins. Minutes later, Kai slowly opened his eyes, devoid of any recollection of his recent actions. Bewildered, he glanced around before hastily returning to the village, where the villagers who had witnessed the entire ordeal had inexplicably forgotten what had transpired. This was merely a fleeting episode, as the village returned to its former tranquility. Meanwhile, in a deep pit, a mass resembling a heart writhed rapidly, its size increasing with each movement. Yet, as the dark energy continued to encroach upon it, its writhing quickened, and within a mere 2 hours, it had assumed the dimensions of an average human. After another transformation, the rejuvenated Bick, coated in slime and panting heavily, rose from the ground. Damn it, such a powerful being. Why does Earth possess such an incredible individual? Bick roared in frustration, but he dared not confront Kai again. This time had been mere fortune, and next time could spell his doom. Humph, it seems I must first comprehend the strength of the people in this world. Chapter 77. A different world's #1 martial arts tournament. It seems I heard Pilaf and the others mention that the world's #1 martial arts tournament is to be held tomorrow. If I want to gauge the combat prowess of this era, attending such an event is essential. Having narrowly escaped death, the great demon king Bick took to the skies. However, upon searching the heavens, he discovered that the skyship had long since vanished. Pilaf and his companions had fled after witnessing Bick's humiliation. I initially considered sparing your lives out of gratitude for releasing me, but it seems unnecessary now. The next time we meet will be your demise. With a cold snort, Bick erupted with dark energy and shot off into the distance. Along his journey, he inquired of many, and finally, before the registration deadline, the following day, he arrived in West Capital. Throughout his travels, he sensed that the combat power of individuals in this era had remarkably escalated to 7, 8, or even 10 points. Some had even reached battle powers of 20 or 30 points. To think that in just a few hundred years, Earth had developed so rapidly. This Valkyrie truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Enveloped in white cloth, the great demon king Bick walked through the streets, astonished by the formidable civilians surrounding him. Hey, Master Rashi, look at that person. They seem so peculiar, wrapped so tightly that aren't they hot? As Bick approached the registration venue for the tournament, a youthful voice caught his attention, causing him to furrow his brow. Young man, could you refrain from speaking so much? What if you provoke someone and end up getting beaten? Goku's words prompted Master Rashi to frown, recalling how Krillin had offended someone and now faced dire consequences. If Goku were to offend another, he would have no disciple left to showcase. Sir, my disciple means no harm. Please forgive us. Master Rashi smiled apologetically at Bick, who turned his head to glance back. His pupils narrowing slightly to his astonishment. It was the disciple of that old rascal, Mateto. Instantly, Bick felt a surge of wariness. Being Mateto's disciple undoubtedly implied a high likelihood of mastering the devil containment wave. Although his own strength had surged tremendously, The aura radiating from the hunched old man before him was not inferior to his own. Humph. I shall be more cautious next time. Bick chose not to say much more, turning away with a cold snort. However, Master Roshi scratched his bald head in confusion. That voice sounded oddly familiar. After registering, Mateto arrived with Goku in the waiting room, BCD. The surrounding staff greeted him respectfully, calling him chief instructor. They were also impressed by Master Roshi's integrity, as he had not resorted to underhanded tactics even to register. Good morning, dear audience. Do you still remember me? I am your most beloved host. And once again, I shall be your MC for this event. With sunglasses perched on his nose and his hair slicked back impeccably, the flamboyant host stepped onto the stage. This year's world's #1 martial arts tournament was unprecedentedly grand, with a significantly larger arena than ever before. Those of lesser strength who stepped onto the platform found themselves gasping for breath. This time, we can say that the world's #1 martial arts tournament is the largest gathering in history, with participants numbering over 100 times that of the last event. The host's words ignited fervor among the tens of thousands of spectators below. Indeed, this time, the total number of participants has reached 12,354. To save everyone's time, we will utilize the strength testing devices personally crafted by our Valkyrie to select the top 100 among these thousands of contestants. As the host spoke, towering machines were gradually lowered onto the stage via cranes. A quick count revealed exactly 100 devices. Now, let us invite our contestants to the stage. The host shouted excitedly, and the numerous doors of the waiting area swung open with a series of clicks. A throng of participants poured out, eliciting great excitement from the surrounding audience. Following the host's command, each contestant began to test their strength on the devices. The great Demon King Bick cast a disdainful glance at the testing apparatus before him. Such worthless junk. I could obliterate it with a single punch. It seems the Valkyrie's intellect is rather lacking. With a mocking smile, he unleashed a mere tenth of his power in a single punch. Boom! Beep, beep, beep. Power. 13,000 kg. The display of 13 tons of force left the testers momentarily stunned. The IT didn't break. Bick's eyes narrowed slightly. This device was sturdier than he had anticipated. You require me to continue. The testers seemed to have discerned that Piccolo was not exerting his full strength, prompting him to inquire once more. Once more. Unfazed, Piccolo thought to himself, if he couldn't even destroy an object created by a Valkyrie, how could he hope to defeat his opponent? With that, he harnessed all of his power, leaping into the air and delivering a spinning kick that struck the target with precision. Boom! The resulting thunderous sound caused all the surrounding competitors to turn in astonishment. Beep, beep, beep. Power, 130,000 kg. The instant the announcement echoed through the air, the expressions of those nearby transformed dramatically. Such immense strength alone was astounding. When combined with combat techniques, this power could surely reach astronomical heights. Yet, Piccolo felt no joy. The Valkyrie truly lived up to her reputation. With a cold snort, Piccolo returned to the waiting area. Wow, that person is incredibly formidable. In the original story, Goku was accompanied by Krillin. But now he stood alone, pondering. Just then, an elderly man with white hair approached Goku from behind, his hands clasped behind his back, intently observing Piccolo's departing figure, his brow furrowed in thought. Who could this person be? Why did he feel so familiar, particularly his tone of voice? Meanwhile, Goku had completed his test, achieving a score of 33,000 kg. The power emanating from his youthful frame left everyone astounded. His combat power had reached 330 points, making him, apart from Master Roshi, the most formidable of Earth's inhabitants. However, he still fell short when compared to the 800 combat power of the demonic Piccolo. Next, Jackie Chan. With the tester's call, the transformed Master Roshi stepped forward to face the testing device. Boom! Another resounding explosion drew everyone's attention once more. Beep, beep, beep. Power, 110,000 kg. Jackie Chan frowned as he stepped down from the platform, ignoring the astonished competitors around him. After this initial selection, what had once been a sea of contestants dwindled to a mere 100. This 100 represented the pinnacle of Earth's power, with each individual boasting a combat power exceeding 50 points, all of whom were significantly stronger than the Goku who had just entered. Among them, the mightiest was the 8-arm fist King Chiba, whose strength reached an astonishing 200 plus. Thus, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was officially underway. Chapter 78, Demon Sealing Wave. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament marked the first transformation of Earth following its rejuvenation. With the Valkyrie's restoration of Earth's energy and the announcement of advanced training methods, the combat power of humanity skyrocketed. Naturally, this batch of Earth Strong, unless they were lazy, foul-smelling brutes, kept pace with the evolutionary surge and grew even stronger. Round after round of fierce battles left the arena in disarray. However, with each concluded match, a beam of light would descend from the sky, restoring the venue to its original state. Ultimately, the top 8 contenders emerged. Jackie Chan, Goku, Piccolo, the 8-arm fist King Chiba, the Skycross Fist Namu, the self-proclaimed Dragon Clan member Kirin, the werewolf who transformed during a full moon, and finally, a young wrestler who was the world champion. These 8 individuals faced off in the final showdown. In the first match, Piccolo battled Namu. Despite Namu's valiant efforts, he succumbed to Piccolo's overwhelming strength and was knocked unconscious. Due to the rules, Piccolo refrained from delivering a fatal blow, and throughout the match, he only revealed a fraction of his true power. The second match featured Goku against Jackie Chan, a pairing that left Jackie bewildered. However, in his quest to uncover Piccolo's identity, Jackie chose to remain silent. This battle, under Master Roshi's deliberate leniency, was fiercely contested, culminating in a near catastrophe when Goku, transformed by the sight of the full moon, nearly trampled Roshi. Ultimately, Roshi obliterated the moon, sending Goku off the stage and securing the victory. The third match pitted Chiba against Kirin. Despite the annoyance posed by Kirin's sticky saliva, Chiba's formidable 8-arm fist forced Kirin to exit the arena, battered and bruised. The fourth match proved embarrassing, as the werewolf, upon seeing the full moon, reverted to his human form and was subsequently pummeled by the wrestler, leaving him with a battered visage as he was carried off the stage. The flamboyant laughter of the wrestler, sporting an exaggerated afro, caused beads of sweat to trickle down Beerus, who sat in the VIP section. Why did this character appear now? However, it was indeed the pinnacle of his strength. It seemed this tournament was going to be quite entertaining. The wrestler's victory propelled the competition into its next phase, the final 4 vying for the championship. The first match was set between Piccolo and Jackie Chan. There was no denying that Piccolo's strength at that moment did not surpass Master Roshi's. However, he possessed a unique skill, demon transformation. Upon his initial transformation, Piccolo's power surged to twice its usual level. And since it was his first transformation, this newfound strength became a permanent aspect of his abilities, rather than dissipating once the transformation ended. Conversely, subsequent transformations would not yield such significant increases. Nonetheless, this allowed the Demon King Piccolo to attain a staggering combat power of 1,000 after a fierce battle. Jackie Chan gradually found himself at a disadvantage, and Piccolo's identity was soon revealed. This was none other than the notorious underpants thief, the Demon King Piccolo. As chronicled in the ancient texts, one couldn't help but wonder if their underpants had been pilfered. Indeed, thankfully I haven't done laundry in a few days, another person remarked with relief. Wait, why do I smell something foul? May I inquire how long it has been since you last washed your underpants? Questioned an individual, scrunching his face in distaste. A few days? Not long at all. Just 2 days ago I pulled them out from the wardrobe, another responded, scratching his head. Then why does your body odor seem so pronounced? The growing unease of the inquirer led to further questioning. It might be because I've changed these a few times already. Is it not customary to leave soiled underpants aside to air out for a few days before rummaging through them again? This person gazed at the others as if he had discovered a new continent. Suddenly, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere, and of course, it was at this moment that the battles in the sky escalated to a fever pitch. Countless remnants of the fights rained down like droplets upon the ground. However, under the protective energy shield, all dissipated harmlessly within its confines. Boom! With a resounding crash, Jackie Chan was struck to the ground by Piccolo's energy blast, creating a deep crater. Not only that, but the Demon King Piccolo continued to rain energy blasts down into the pit like torrential rain. Boom, 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 boom. The cacophony of explosions left the audience's hearts racing. This fiend was utterly shameless, even targeting an elderly gentleman. Indeed, Mr. Jackie Chan is a man of great martial virtue. How could he be treated this way? The outcries of discontent meant nothing to Piccolo, who merely scoffed. Ha ha ha. Gasping for breath in the air, Piccolo sneered, thinking that if Jackie survived this, he would surely be cheating. Yet, when the smoke cleared, the crater was devoid of Jackie Chan's presence, causing Piccolo to furrow his brow. Are you searching for me? At that moment, the voice of Jackie Chan unexpectedly emerged from behind Piccolo. Just as Piccolo sensed impending danger, a sudden searing pain shot through his back, and he plummeted to the ground like a missile. Subsequently, Jackie Chan, covered in blood, gently descended to the earth. Ever since Shaolin had told me about the demons lurking on other planets, I had been prepared for this moment. I originally thought it would not be necessary, but it seems I have no choice but to take action. Jackie let out a sigh and cast a glance at the little son Wukong, who was peering through the window. Wukong, the future of Earth rests upon your shoulders. Jackie removed his wig with a swift motion and pulled out a universal capsule from his pocket. Jackie looks remarkably similar to Master Roshi. Little Wukong muttered to himself in confusion. So, Teacher Jackie is actually Master Wutian. You must be his disciple. No wonder. The nearby Chai Bawang immediately recognized that Master Wutian's intention was to serve as a role model and target for little Wukong. But the current situation had exceeded Master Wutian's expectations. Amidst the bewildered gazes of everyone, Wutian hurled the universal capsule to the ground. Bang! As the smoke dissipated, a rice cooker appeared before the crowd. A rice cooker? Shouldn't our Jackie be Master Wutian, who is now hungry? How could he bring out a rice cooker? The host's puzzled remarks left Master Wutian speechless, as the somber atmosphere he had created had been turned into a comedic spectacle by this dog. Forget it, if I'm to die, what does it matter? After a self-deprecating smile, Master Wutian assumed a unique stance. Boom! Piccolo suddenly surged from the ground, enveloped in swirling black mist, glaring furiously at Master Wutian above him. However, when he caught sight of the rice cooker in front of Wutian, his expression drastically changed. Not good. Run. In a panic, Piccolo attempted to flee, but an unforgettable voice echoed from afar. Magic Sealing Wave. Chapter 79. The Death of Chai Bawang. A blinding beam of light, accompanied by Piccolo's anguished scream, heralded the defeat of the Demon King Piccolo. After unleashing the Magic Sealing Wave, Master Roshi turned to the dazed little Wukong in the resting area and offered a faint smile. Thud! The sound of a body hitting the ground followed, and Master Roshi collapsed, lifeless. The spectators watched in silence, with some martial arts masters wearing expressions of sorrow, for they had all received teachings from Master Wutian to varying degrees. Moreover, they were among the few who understood the true nature of the Demon King Piccolo. Was this the martial spirit that Master Roshi had always embodied? In the VIP room, the previously bored Beerus frowned slightly. The martial spirit of this world was precisely what he lacked, for he was not a pure martial artist, but a noble being born of divinity. To have sacrificed his own life to guide Wukong was truly admirable. Since arriving here, Beerus had hardly praised anyone, with the exception of a certain rib dish and Master Roshi. Below, little Wukong seemed to finally comprehend what had transpired and hurriedly dashed toward Master Roshi's corpse. Meanwhile, the staff began to clear the arena, but the rice cooker sealing the Demon King Piccolo remained quietly in place. Just then, the door to Beerus's chamber swung open, and Bulma and her companions entered. Greetings, Lord Beerus. May I inquire if you have grown accustomed to your stay? Florenza, dressed like a strong woman, left Beerus feeling utterly exasperated. Spare me the pleasantries. Speak. What brings you here? Florenza had a significant grudge against him, and it was evident that they sought something from him. Indeed, their purpose was to persuade Beerus to resurrect Master Roshi, thereby eliminating the need to use the Dragon Balls. Do you think I'm some sort of free labor? No, you will still have to use the Dragon Balls. By the way, Shaolin, I have previously mentioned that you should refrain from meddling too much in the direction of this world, although Beerus wished to see this world flourish. He found that Florenza's actions were straying too far from the right path. Beerus's words left Bulma and her companions seething with anger. But since they had agreed to remain silent, They stormed out in a huff. Just then, the rice cooker on the arena began to tremble violently. Those who understood the situation would realize that the seal of the magic sealing wave on Piccolo had not been reinforced with sealing runes. After a tremendous roar, a green figure shot into the sky. "Ah, an old man thinks he can seal me. The Demon King, Piccolo, he should know his own worth." Piccolo's arrogant laughter made everyone tremble slightly. "Piccolo, cease your arrogance. I, Chai Ba Wang, shall confront you." Chai Ba Wang coldly snorted from the resting area, leaping into the sky. "Yuval Piccolo, you took Master Roshi's life." At that moment, an orange figure shot up into the sky, swiftly racing past Chai Ba Wang and charging toward Piccolo. "Watch out, Wukong!" Chai Ba Wang shouted urgently. But unfortunately, consumed by hatred, Wukong paid no heed to the warning and ascended toward the heavens. Ultimately, Wukong's power only led to a tragic fate. Under Piccolo's overwhelming combat prowess, Wukong was swiftly sent crashing into the ground, die. Piccolo unleashed a wave of energy toward Wukong, and just as Wukong was about to meet his demise, Chai Ba Wang dashed above him, using his body to shield Wukong from the attack. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, and the arena was reduced to ashes. Everyone assumed that Chai Ba Wang and Wukong had perished. What is happening? Why is the Demon King Piccolo allowed to slaughter participants without intervention? Indeed, where is the Valkyrie? Why has she not intervened? The crowd erupted in indignation as the atmosphere grew tense. Just as the situation seemed uncontrollable, a voice that seemed to come from the heavens resounded in everyone's ears. "Piccolo, enough!" A breathtaking figure descended from the sky, her stunning visage and devilish figure causing everyone to swallow hard. "You are the Valkyrie?" As Piccolo sensed the terrifying aura descending from above, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The organizers do not kill participants. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago. But this is your final warning. The Valkyrie's words brought a sense of relief to Piccolo. Fortunes change. I shall take my leave. Aware that Florenza's meaning was clear, that if he acted again, he would be doomed, Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, shot into the sky and fled into the distance. Sigh, I can't believe he escaped. Be grateful. If the organizers freely killed participants, who would dare to compete? Indeed, nothing is absolute. If this continues, the world's greatest martial arts tournament will face ruin, as the crowd debated. The smoke on the arena gradually cleared. There lay Chai Ba Wang in a deep pit, lifeless, his body having shielded the little Wukong beneath him. Gazing at the fallen Chai Ba Wang, little Wukong stared blankly at his deceased protector. A single tear glimmered in the corner of his eye. "Val Piccolo, I will surely avenge you." In that moment, the seed of hatred took root in little Wukong's heart for the very first time. Alas, it is indeed a great pity that our esteemed Chai Ba Wang competitor sacrificed his life to save others. Nevertheless, our competition must proceed, for in light of the disqualification of the formidable Bick and the tragic passing of Mr. Chai Ba Wang, only our esteemed Mr. Satan remains among the final four contenders. As the host's words echoed through the arena, all eyes shifted towards Mr. Satan, who was cowering in a corner, visibly trembling with fear. Upon hearing the host's voice, Satan sprang to his feet, feigning nonchalance as the countdown commenced. His seemingly carefree demeanor elicited admiration from some spectators, who could not help but commend Satan's unyielding composure in the face of adversity. Truly, he is a worthy candidate for the championship, a veritable dragon among men. Indeed, while Bick wreaked havoc, it was only Mr. Satan who refrained from intervening, undoubtedly out of respect for the dignity of the tournament. Mr. Satan has proven himself to be the undisputed choice for champion. The chorus of admiration caused beads of cold sweat to form on Satan's brow. Wait, I don't recall inviting any supporters this time. Why are they suddenly here to whitewash my image? However, seizing the opportunity, Satan swiftly issued a statement condemning Bick, which propelled his reputation to unprecedented heights. Ultimately, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament concluded with Mr. Satan emerging victorious. Chapter 80. The Neural Tree. The conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament does not signify an end, but rather heralds the beginning of Goku's journey. Witnessing the agonizing spectacle, Beerus promptly returned to the realm of destruction, for Goku and his companions were advancing at an alarming rate, and Beerus could not afford to remain stagnant. Just then, Beerus sensed an unusual signal emanating from the cosmos, in the northwest quadrant of the universe. The life force of a living planet was rapidly waning. This signal was inconspicuous amidst a multitude of anomalies. Yet Beerus had long been monitoring such information. Could it be that entity? Thus, as soon as the cosmos transmitted this faint signal, Beerus instantaneously vanished from Earth a few months later in the northwest of the universe. A colossal dragon soared into the sky from a certain expanse of Earth. Moments later, several individuals who had succumbed to Bix's assault were resurrected one after another. Meanwhile, young Goku had heeded Master Roshi's advice and ascended to Karen Tower, beginning his lengthy training under the guidance of the Kaioshin. That on another front, Bix had located the entrance to the demon realm from the original narrative and extricated the sword of sealing lodged at the threshold. His actions earned him the title of Lord Demon King among the demons within that confined space, remnants from the invasion of Earth by the demon race long ago. After 3 years of lurking, Bix's strength had surged to 5,000 points, and his resurgence left Florencia perturbed. After all, Beerus had previously warned her against meddling in the trajectory of this world, and her inaction in Bix's eyes signified fear, prompting him to act with even greater audacity as he attacked the royal palace, usurping the throne of that planet. Upon Beerus's arrival, his gaze fell upon an enormous tree on a planet significantly larger than Earth. There stood a tree of even greater magnitude, a sight that defied logic. Indeed, it was a neural tree. However, it appeared to hold no value for me. Beerus mused regretfully as he stroked his chin. This neural tree was a crucial artifact for power enhancement in the early chapters of the Dragon Ball saga, yet for someone like Beerus, who entered the scene as the ultimate antagonist, the neural tree was merely a burdensome relic. Nevertheless, as he contemplated this, Beerus snapped his right fingers with a resounding crack. With that sound, Whis' figure materialized before Beerus. "Ah, Lord Beerus, what do you require of me?" Whis asked, still drowsy. "Did you not say your return heralded significant matters? Is sleeping one of those matters?" Beerus fixed Whis with a scrutinizing glare. "Oh dear, Lord Beerus, surely you understand that beauty sleep is of utmost importance to a lady. Without it, no one would find me appealing," Whis retorted, adopting a lecturing tone as he expounded upon the virtues of rest. Yes, you make a valid point. I did not summon you for idle chatter. Do you know the origin of this object?" Beerus cut straight to the chase. Whis paused momentarily, then turned to examine the vast tree before him. "The neural tree? Is it not from the Shinjin realm?" "How did it come to be here?" Whis inquired, puzzled. "From the Shinjin realm? Pray tell. Enlighten me on its origins," Beerus urged, stepping closer to caress the fully matured neural tree. "Of course. No problem," Whis replied with a slight smile. Proceeding to recount the tale of the neural tree. The neural tree was birthed alongside the Shinjin tree in the Shinjin realm, serving as a source of energy for the Shinjin. Each newly born Kaioshin is bestowed a fruit from the neural tree. Although not the inferior variant we see now, an angel born alongside the cosmos, was possessed knowledge of all matters within the universe, depending only on his willingness to share. In Whis' eyes, Beerus' status was not particularly high, considering he had dispatched countless destroyers. To Whis, Beerus might as well have been a pampered house cat. However, at this moment, Beerus commanded immense respect from Whis, both due to Beerus' unexpectedly formidable strength and the warnings imparted by his father. Thus, it became evident that the neural tree must be planted in the Shinjin realm to yield genuine neural tree fruits. Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully. Not necessarily. It could be planted in the Kaioshin realm or the realm of destruction as long as the resources are ample enough for it to bear suitable fruits. Whis elucidated. By the way, you mentioned that a common Kaioshin receives a portion of the fruits. What about the Kaioshin gods? How much do they receive? The Kaioshin gods receive none, as their divine essence is already nearing stabilization, rendering the neural tree unnecessary for their sustenance. However, every countless years, a golden neural tree fruit emerges, which is awarded to the most outstanding Kaioshin among their ranks, allowing them to transcend the limitations of Kaioshin and attain the status of Kaioshin god. After all, the lifespan of a Kaioshin is finite, and only upon perfecting their divine essence can they achieve eternal life. Speaking of which, the Kaioshin gods possess a distinct advantage over the destroyers, as their lifespans are infinite. In contrast, a destroyer only enjoys eternal life during their tenure. Upon relinquishing their title, they swiftly turn to dust. Is that so? Beerus's expression grew serious, for it appeared that this neural tree indeed harbored immense potential. Having it here is not ideal. Should we not return it to the Shinjin realm, Lord Beerus? Whis suggested, to which Beerus shook his head decisively. He was no philanthropist. Such a valuable treasure could not simply be returned without extracting substantial benefits from the Shinjin realm. Just as Beerus contemplated seizing the tree, several spaceships suddenly streaked across the sky with a thunderous roar. Beerus lifted his gaze to observe the vessels. There is an individual who bears an uncanny resemblance to Wukong. Who could it possibly be? Could he be the illegitimate son of Bardock? Vados has never regarded the notorious Bardock with any semblance of favor. Dales, this fellow, has arrived here at such a time. Observing Dales, who is a few years older than Wukong within the circular spacecraft, Beerus furrows his brow slightly. If Dales has made his appearance at this moment, he should not be so weak in the original narrative. At that moment, the colossal neural tree begins to emit a series of crackling sounds. Simultaneously, numerous fruits fall from its canopy. Upon hitting the ground, the fruits merge into the earth, and from that very area, the once desolate land begins to sprout clusters of vibrant green grass. The ground also gradually releases streams of crystal-clear spring water, and, oh wonder, it appears he has missed the opportune moment. Indeed, as Beerus speaks, the neural tree has already commenced its rapid decay. Large segments of branches swiftly wither and fall, crashing to the ground, where they, like the fruits of the neural tree, slowly assimilate into the earth, ultimately transforming into the nutrients of the planet. Just as the last of the fruits is about to drop, Dales and his companions, who have sought refuge here, arrive beside the great tree, gazing at the fallen fruits. Dales furrows his brow and slowly descends beneath the tree to catch one. The others remain silent. It seems they have tacitly allowed Dales to test the waters, the weakest among them. Dales naturally has little room to speak, compelled to consume the fruit under the expectant gazes of the group. Boom! The moment Dales ingests the neural tree's fruit, he feels his energy surge exponentially. His original power of around 1,000 suddenly escalating to 7,000 or 8,000, startling the lower-tier warriors, whose strengths typically hover around 1,000 or 2,000, causing their expressions to change dramatically. In response, the others hastily rush towards the fallen fruits of the neural tree. Chapter 81. Who dares to touch my belongings? The few surviving scions become embroiled in a frenzy of competition. However, none possess strength comparable to Dales, and with fewer than 10 fruits on the tree, nearly everyone secures only one, while Dales manages to seize 4. In an instant, the previously weakest Dales transforms into the one in command. After some political education, Dales establishes his own set of rules. Naturally, the fundamental political directive is to prioritize the commands of King Dales above all else. By the way, Dales, isn't this just a single tree? If it is a tree, there should be seeds. Can we not plant it on another planet? At that moment, one of his subordinates, eager to curry favor with the new leader, vocalizes what the others hesitated to mention. How did I not think of that? Ha ha ha, splendid. In that case, let us split up and search that. If we find any, bring them directly to me. Whoever dares to keep them hidden will face severe consequences. Dales's menacing words do not instill fear. Rather, they elicit knowing smiles among the group. With this arrangement, if one of them finds the seeds and promptly boards a ship to leave, even Dales's formidable prowess would be futile. As for surrendering them, that is utterly out of the question. Vados, do you not think such individuals are somewhat lacking in intelligence? Bardock is Goku's father, and even this Dales exhibits the same traits. Beerus, observing the scions below, cannot help but express his disdain. Is not Lord Beerus also lacking in wit? Vados chuckles, teasing Beerus, which causes his expression to darken. However, a cold smirk soon crosses Beerus's face. Indeed, I too am lacking in discernment. Yet, some individuals are quite remarkable. They have been unabashedly straightforward, though I wonder how Bardock would react if he were to learn of this. Beerus's mocking words caused Vados's expression to sour. Humph, I shall ignore you. Vados pouts like a petulant child, turning his head away from Beerus in irritation as the great tree gradually withers. The search area for the group expands to that moment. One scion suddenly recalls something and swiftly strikes a large hole into the trunk of the tree before dashing inside. Upon hearing the noise, the others turn to observe this individual's actions. Oh, what is he doing? Idly striking the tree trunk. The not-so-bright Dales inquires with confusion. Goodness, how did we not think of this? The seed should be located within the center of the trunk. Once again, the eager subordinate's words ignite a sense of urgency among the others, who have been secretly advancing towards the trunk. Dale suddenly realizes the truth and quickly joins in, striking a large hole in the trunk and plunging inside. Thus begins the next round of searching. An hour later, the previously sycophantic, sharp-faced scion finally uncovers a gleaming seed after excavating a substantial section of the trunk. Lord Beerus, your seed is about to be snatched. Aren't you going to reclaim it? Vados grins, observing Beerus's reaction. Not a bunch of worthless fools. Let them fight over it. I am curious to see what amusing developments arise. Beerus smirks wickedly. Reclaiming his own possessions is out of the question. Even the Grand Minister would need to consider his own strength before attempting to seize anything from him. At that moment, the sharp-faced individual, holding the seed, begins to entertain ulterior motives. Initially, he had merely intended to manipulate Dales into restraining the others, knowing that with his own strength, obtaining the seed would result in it being snatched away. However, now that he has actually secured the seed, a sudden flash of inspiration strikes him. If the fruit can be consumed, then why not the seed? Eating the seed will undoubtedly grant me far greater power than the fruit ever could. This shall be my moment to dominate the universe. The sharp-faced scion grins maliciously as he places the seed into his mouth, envisioning himself triumphantly stepping over the defeated forms of his companions. Suddenly, a piercing sound rends the air from within his body, accompanied by excruciating pain that causes him to collapse to the ground. Curse this! Why does it hurt so much? His anguished screams echo through the area, prompting the others to rush towards the source of the noise. When Dales and the others arrive, the sight before them sends chills down their spines. The sharp-faced individual has become emaciated, with branches piercing through his body, and, astonishingly, not a drop of blood flows from his wounds. Ultimately, the sharp-faced man lets out a desperate, anguished roar before succumbing to death. His body begins to vanish into the trunk as the seed of the neural tree absorbs him. After the man's demise, the diminutive neural tree appears to lose its vigor, gradually descending to the trunk, while the small tree that had sprouted withers away. Humph! To dare engage in such underhanded tactics before me is sheer folly. Dale scoffs derisively, then approaches the deceased small tree and seizes the seed for himself. The surrounding companions sigh in regret, lamenting that had they discovered the seed, the outcome would have been entirely different. Lord Beerus, it seems the spectacle has concluded. Do you not think it is time to reclaim your possession? Vados smiles as he reminds him, though he himself is puzzled as to why scions seem to appear everywhere. Indeed, it is better to keep such things in one's own possession. Beerus nods slightly, then gestures suddenly. The seed in Dales's hand is yanked away by an overwhelming force, propelling him skyward. What? What is happening? Dales, in disbelief, tightly clutched the treasure that had brought him wealth, while Beerus paid him no heed. The immense force emanating from the seed directly transported Dales before him. Who are you? Why did I not see you earlier? What has happened with the seed? Are you the ones behind this? Dales inquired regarding the two peculiarly attired individuals before him with a hint of caution. Nevertheless, his grip on the seed remained unyielding. Beerus and his companion completely disregarded Dales. At that moment, crackling sounds erupted. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged forth from the seed, striking Dales and leaving him charred, plummeting towards the ground. Let us depart, Whis. There is nothing of interest here, Beerus remarked nonchalantly before vanishing in an instant. Whis cast a fleeting glance at Dales, who had fallen to the earth, before following Beerus away. Chapter 82. Could Satan save the Earth? Upon returning to the realm of the destroyers, Beerus promptly planted the seed of the nerve tree in a vacant plot of land. The fertility of the destroyer realm far surpassed that of the Supreme Kai's realm. Once the nerve tree was planted, it showed no immediate change until it was laden with countless fruits. Whis, why is it that there is not a single golden fruit? Beerus lamented, There is something you may not be aware of. This is a secret among our deities. But since it is Lord Beerus who speaks, I shall disclose it, Whis replied, his expression suddenly turning grave. What secret? Beerus inquired with a slight furrow of his brow. Lord Beerus, as you are aware, energy is conserved in all forms. The energy of a nerve tree's fruit is no exception. The energy source of a nerve tree is the power of life, which it utilizes to synthesize its fruits. However, the cost is the complete depletion of the energy from a life-bearing planet. Whis explained, prompting a nod of understanding from Beerus. He certainly knew this. Yet, what did this have to do with the golden nerve tree fruit? Beerus questioned, though he had begun to suspect that the golden fruit must require some form of sacrifice. I imagine Lord Beerus has already deduced it. Indeed, to synthesize the golden nerve tree fruit, a specific element is required, namely, divine essence. Whis' words caused Beerus to furrow his brow. Divine essence? As far as I know. Isn't this something only the supreme Kaisan deities above the destroyers possess? The grave words of Beerus elicited a subtle nod from Whis. Indeed, every Kaioshin's birth results in the creation of a divine essence. While the corpses of the Kaioshins serve to nurture the seed of humanity tree, enabling the growth of the golden seed of humanity fruit from which new Kaioshins will emerge. However, the divine essence associated with these fruits is utilized to cultivate the golden fruit of the divine tree. Though the Kaioshins born from consuming this golden fruit possess no divine essence, and their corpses cannot serve as nourishment for the seed of humanity tree, Whis' leisurely explanation allowed Beerus to comprehend the cause and effect clearly. So, it is, he mused, it seems that cultivating the golden fruit will be an impossibility henceforth. That Beerus' lament left Whis speechless. Lord Beerus, if the golden fruit were so easy to cultivate, how could there be so few Kaioshins? Whis' exasperation only heightened Beerus' embarrassment. Now then, ensure that the matters I've set in motion are diligently carried out, for those planets with slow progress and strength, if they fail to meet the standards within a year, they shall face the obliteration of a quarter of their populace. Once the average strength reaches 100 combat points, the standard shall be halved, and do not forget to send a set of improved training techniques to each planet. Beerus' directives were clearly motivated by his own circumstances. After all, Goku and his companions were experiencing rapid growth in strength, and he could not afford to remain complacent, especially as he found himself stagnating at a certain level. This return was an opportunity to see if he could break through. After voicing his thoughts, Beerus entered the realm of the Omni King, where, as usual, he indulged in games with the Omni King. This time, for the sake of a permanent resolution, Beerus summoned his ultimate tactic. He presented the Omni King with the immensely popular game, Honor of Kings, cherished by elementary school students in his previous life. Naturally, the game was populated with interactive robots. And the Omni King, as the progenitor of young students, could hardly resist the temptation, diving eagerly into the game. Meanwhile, Beerus found himself ensnared in a breakthrough of the laws of time. Months later, in a certain expanse of sky above Earth, a colossal divine dragon soared into the heavens. Moments later, several individuals who had perished at the hands of Piccolo were resurrected in succession. Young Goku, having heeded Master Roshi's advice, arrived at the Kirin Tower and ascended to the heavenly realm, where he commenced his lengthy training under the guidance of the Kai. Krillin, a year later, embarked on a journey along Goku's former path to restore his younger brother. Along the way, he encountered various challenges, such as Penguin Village, the Red Ribbon Army, and Tao Pai Pai, effectively offending all those Goku had previously crossed. Ultimately, he summoned the Divine Dragon, thereby revitalizing his brother's glory. 3 years swiftly passed, and the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament was once again held, attracting martial artists from across the lands. Goku returned from the heavenly realm, maintaining his youthful appearance, while Krillin, during his quest for the Dragon Balls, experienced a significant surge in power, reaching a combat strength of 1,500. Though still falling short of Goku, who had surpassed 2,000, that Master Roshi, having begun his training after his last demise, practiced the transcendent turtle school techniques, while his surface combat strength remained around 800. His hidden potential resembled a dormant explosive, capable of erupting to 4,000 for a limited time. However, this iteration of the World Martial Arts Tournament mirrored the previous year, as Piccolo resumed his disruptive antics. This time, Piccolo chose to make his grand entrance only for the final championship duel. Following Satan's victory in the previous tournament, he had embarked on a campaign to promote himself as the world's greatest martial artist, positioning himself as a savior while casting Piccolo as the most malevolent being. Despite Piccolo's indifference, he found himself forced to evade capture due to the efforts of the Earthlings. That it was only after Piccolo discovered the entrance to the demon realm and extracted the sword of sealing that circumstances began to shift. His actions earned him the title of Lord of Demons among the denizens of that small realm. However, the demons within were remnants from the ancient invasion of Earth by the demon race. After 3 years of concealment, Piccolo's strength surged to 5,000, and his return prompted an ominous reaction from Fiorenza. Beerus had previously warned her against interfering with the course of this world, and her inaction was perceived by Piccolo as fear, prompting him to act even more recklessly. Launching an assault on the royal palace and usurping the throne, he audaciously declared that Earth now fell under his jurisdiction. Prior to this, Krillin, Goku, and Tien Shinhan attempted to intervene during the martial arts tournament, but were severely injured. Fortunately, Master Roshi's unwavering protection allowed Piccolo to temporarily restrain his ambitions and redirect his focus toward conquest. After several near-death experiences, young Goku was revived once more thanks to the miraculous Senzu beans, significantly enhancing his strength. He later consumed the ultra-divine water, resulting in another explosive increase in power. Just as Piccolo's imperial dreams were nearing fruition, he was brutally slain by Goku, echoing the events of the original narrative. Coincidentally, Satan had made grandiose claims during the World Martial Arts Tournament about vanquishing Piccolo, only to be thrust into the spotlight by his eager disciple, arriving just in time to witness young Goku's victory. The following day, news outlets reported on Satan's exploits, heralding the emergence of a savior for the world. With our very own Mr. Satan credited for saving the Earth. Chapter 83. The Arrival of Vegeta. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, 3 circular spacecraft hurtled swiftly through the universe. Beep, beep, beep. Distance to Earth, 1,236,590 miles. Estimated time of arrival, 3 minutes. Life support systems deactivated. Please prepare for landing promptly. The electronic announcement concluded, and the mass swarmed by the 3 individuals aboard the spacecraft were gradually removed. Are we there yet? This journey has indeed felt lengthy. The foremost young man slowly removed his mask and calmly remarked, "Ha, Vegeta, what a grand endeavor to seek out such a lowly warrior. I suspect this trip will be in vain. With our current strength, do we truly require such a meager combatant?" The young man in question was none other than Vegeta. 3 years had passed since the demise of the Demon King Piccolo. This was 5 years prior to Raditz' arrival. As depicted in the original narrative that a year ago, their strength had surged throughout the universe due to Beerus' policies, causing a rise in overall power across celestial bodies, which left them, warriors accustomed to constant battle and little training, unable to keep pace with the evolving times. Their battles did not resemble Bardock's life or death struggles. Rather, they involved descending upon planets, creating artificial moons, transforming into great apes, and rampaging through their foes, contributing negligibly to their strength. While Vegeta and his companions had indeed grown considerably stronger since their initial appearances in the original story, Vegeta's combat power only reached approximately 20,000. Nappa stood at 8,000, while Raditz, often on the brink of death due to his lack of strength, had barely reached 5,000. Their sole purpose for journeying to Earth was to retrieve Kakarot. For even a low-class warrior should possess around 1,000 combat points by the age of 18, and upon transformation, could achieve 10,000 combat points, easily conquering small planets alone. Nappa. So what if you're a high-class warrior? It doesn't mean your power exceeds mine by much. Raditz scoffed from another spacecraft. Oh, not much stronger. Shall we put that to the test? Nappa retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Raditz. Enough? We have arrived. Vegeta's icy words silenced both men, compelling them to refrain from further discourse. As soon as Vegeta's statement concluded, the three spacecraft transformed into three massive fireballs, hurtling down towards the surface with a resounding crash. Boom, boom, boom! A powerful shockwave suddenly tore the Earth apart, creating three massive craters in that instant, people across the globe were drawn to these three formidable energies. Such overwhelming power, distinctly different from that of Earth's inhabitants, must belong to extraterrestrial beings. Could it be that Earth is on the brink of invasion? I wonder if Mr. Satan could defeat them. Indeed, while Mr. Satan may appear to possess only a fraction of their strength, the one capable of vanquishing the likes of King Piccolo must surely be far more potent than these extraterrestrials. In this era of universal martial cultivation, any significant surge of power inevitably catches the attention of those with keen senses. The arrival of Vegeta and his companions has already instilled a sense of vigilance among Earth's populace. Let me assess the strongest combatant on this planet. Nappa smirked as he activated his power level scanner. Beep, beep, beep. The combat power screening commenced, revealing the maximum combat power mode. Beep, beep, beep. Maximum combat power. 5,000. Nappa stared in astonishment at the displayed reading point. 5,000. Is this planet not supposed to be of the lowest tier? How could the maximum combat power be so high? His words left Vegeta and Raditz, who had previously worn indifferent expressions, momentarily speechless. Raditz, check the average power level. Vegeta's expression grew serious. After all, if the maximum combat power is 5,000, the average would not be significantly lower. Raditz nodded and pressed his own power level scanner. Beep, beep, beep. Average combat power, 125. Suddenly, upon hearing this reading, the others breathed a sigh of relief. If the average combat power exceeded 500, it would imply that there were at least thousands of individuals on this planet with power levels over 1,000. In that case, their only option to conquer this world would be to annihilate it entirely. Let us first investigate the mightiest warrior here. Perhaps it could be Kakarot. With that, Vegeta soared into the sky. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, both skeptical that Kakarot could possibly achieve a power level of 5,000 on such a planet. Yet they would not oppose Vegeta's decision. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of heaven, the deity monitoring the activities below had already taken note of their presence. It appears they are scions, akin to Florencia and Goku. Yet their auras seem rather sinister. The old Kai's strength remained largely unchanged, much like in the original narrative, as the Namekians, after their division, not only lost much of their power, but also saw their innate abilities diminish significantly. Piccolo's reincarnation, while a new entity, bore some flaws, yet was not overtly deficient, allowing it to keep pace with Goku and the others. Oh God! The leader among them, who appears to be Goku, does not seem to possess much assurance of defeating them. And they are currently seeking Krillin and Master Roshi. I wonder if there will be any peril this time. Bubbles, arms crossed, and eyes gleaming with wisdom, sighed. Alas, if Florencia cannot intervene, this situation is indeed perilous. The Supreme Kai glanced at Vegeta and his companions, who were nearing Turtle Island, and could not help but exhale deeply. Goku will emerge from his training in an hour, but will it be in time? Speaking of which, Bubbles cast a glance toward the time chamber deep within the palace. Oh dear, Master Roshi. They are coming. Can you withstand them? Krillin gulped as he sensed the approaching energies of Vegeta and the others. Though he was confident in his ability to defeat Raditz, Nappa and Vegeta's powers far surpassed his own. Don't worry, don't worry. Your master won't falter at a crucial moment. I just hope there are some lovely maidens inside. Master Roshi leered, a trickle of drool escaping his lips. You are truly beyond redemption. Master Roshi, I cannot fathom how you came to hold the title of martial arts master. Krillin's words did little to embarrass Master Roshi. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, 3 silver beams of light materialized before them in an instant. Chapter 84. Vegeta, what beautiful women. Baldy, are you the mightiest on earth? Vegeta's icy gaze bore down on Krillin, who stood on Turtle Island as if facing a formidable adversary. His words left Krillin momentarily stunned. You must be mistaken. I'm just a novice. How could I possibly be the strongest on Earth? Krillin, well aware of his own limitations against Tien and Goku, was reluctant to boast. Humph, how modest. However, I have come to inquire about something today. If you provide the information, I might spare your life. Vegeta scoffed, while Nappa behind him let out a derisive chuckle. If you have questions, ask them. If you wish to fight, then let us get on with it. What s with all this unnecessary chatter? You think I'm too old to fight? Master Roshi, hearing Vegeta's taunts, exploded with indignation. He had heard enough of such nonsense to remain convinced. In response, Master Roshi removed the specially made super-heavy turtle shell crafted by Florencia from his back. With a casual flick, the shell flew toward Vegeta and his companions like a missile. The old man still dares to act recklessly. Nappa sneered, stepping forward to catch the turtle shell. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression shifted. Nappa, be careful! Unfortunately, his warning came too late. The shell had already cut through space, crashing down onto Nappa's hand with terrifying force. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Nappa's face contorted in shock, and he hastily tried to dodge the impact of the shell. Alas, it was too late. The shell struck his right shoulder. And once more, the sound of bones fracturing filled the air. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spewed from Nappa as he was sent flying away by the turtle shell's force. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out from afar, and the sea surface was torn apart, creating a massive whirlpool. It took several minutes for the whirlpool to gradually calm down. Damn that old man. He is surprisingly formidable. I'm fortunate I didn't overestimate myself. Raditz swallowed hard, silently grateful. Meanwhile, Vegeta's expression darkened as he glanced at his power level scanner. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power. 3,000 at a reading so low that Vegeta could scarcely believe it appeared on his scanner. 3,000 combat power could nearly kill Nappa when aided by an external object. What on earth is happening? Vegeta's face was a stormy sea. What? Aren't you going to check if your companion is dead? Master Roshi surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction before turning to Vegeta and Raditz, his voice solemn. Humph. One trash, dead or alive, makes no difference. I am here in search of someone named Kakarot. Do you know him? Vegeta disdainfully glanced at the sinking Nappa before inquiring about his purpose to Master Roshi. Kakarot? Master Roshi furrowed his brow, as if he had heard the name before. Kakarot is Goku, right? I recall Florencia referring to Goku as Kakarot. So you were searching for him. What do you want with him? Krillin, being well-traveled, was more aware of such matters, especially since Florencia often addressed Goku by his scion name. You know him? That is excellent. Please tell me their location. Vegeta furrowed his brow. From the tone of Krillin and the others, he could discern that Kakarot was surprisingly mingling with Earthlings and seemingly thriving among them. This revelation caused the disdainful Vegeta, who had always looked down upon Earthlings, to frown slightly. He is in West City. You can go find him directly. By the way, the Florencia I just mentioned seems to be one of your scions as well. If you're interested, you can go take a look. They are all located in the northern West City. Krillin chuckled foolishly, appearing completely devoid of cunning and easily falling prey to Vegeta's deception. Meanwhile, Master Roshi silently mourned for Vegeta and his companions. For if the trio were to seek trouble with Florencia, the latter would certainly have a pretext to retaliate, and their fates would rest solely upon their own fortunes. What? Another scion. What is going on here? The records indicate that only Kakarot has come to Earth. Who is this Florencia? Raditz inquired, astonished, turning to Krillin. How would I know? Anyway, she also has a tail, though she is a woman. It should be the same, right? Krillin shrugged helplessly, indicating his ignorance. Raditz was about to ask further, but was interrupted by Vegeta. Let us go take a look. A female scion? How intriguing. With a cold smirk, Vegeta shot into the sky in the direction Krillin indicated. Raditz dove underwater, retrieving the nearly lifeless Nappa. Though I detest you, your strength is still needed. You cannot die just yet, Raditz scoffed, then pulled out the spaceship's remote control from Nappa's grasp, activating the autopilot mode. Seconds later, a streak of light appeared before Raditz. Oh, this spaceship looks remarkably advanced, capable of autopilot. I wonder how fast it is, Krillin remarked, his naivety eliciting a disdainful smile from Raditz. To him, no matter how strong. The natives remained mere earthbound dogs. After tossing Nappa into the spacecraft, Raditz pressed the ignition. With a thunderous roar, the spaceship vanished from Earth, heading toward Frieza's headquarters. After completing this task, Raditz cast a lingering glance at Krillin before soaring into the sky to catch up with Vegeta. Master Roshi, do you think they might be killed? I've heard Florenza has a strong aversion to Science. Krillin voiced his concerns for the newly acquainted Vegeta and his companions. Master Roshi could only shake his head in resignation. Even you don't know. You were the one who spied on Florenza while she bathed. Krillin's exclamation reddened Master Roshi's face. Hey, don't slander me. While I may fantasize about spying on Florenza daily, that remains merely a figment of my imagination. I would never dare to act on it. If I did, I would have long since met my demise. As Krillin and Master Roshi bickered, Vegeta and Raditz had already arrived in West City. The strongest combat power here seemed to hover around 300. It appeared that this so-called Florenza, like that old man, could conceal her true strength. After scanning the surrounding energies, Raditz spoke gravely, without saying much. Vegeta surveyed the street before his gaze fell upon a promotional poster. Capsule Corporation. After selecting their target, the two made their way to Bulma's residence. That you're here again, my brother, as they approached the company entrance. A melodious voice, reminiscent of tinkling springs, resonated from above. The two looked up, and Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. What a beautiful woman! Who are you calling brother? I don't recall having a sister like you. Vegeta scoffed, though his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Florenza's face. I s at you. Do you even qualify to call me brother? The Prince of the Scions reduced to this level is truly pathetic. Florenza's disdainful remarks darkened Vegeta's expression, yet inexplicably he refrained from retorting that Florenza's words caused Raditz to frown slightly. Are you implying that I am your brother? Could you be Kakarot? No, Kakarot is male. Who exactly are you? Both Raditz and Vegeta could hardly fathom that the other might be female, for such beauty was a rarity among billions. Indeed, I am not Kakarot. My name is Florenza, and my father is Bardock. She replied, gazing at Raditz with a hint of nostalgia. The resemblance between Raditz and Bardock after his transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was striking. When did Bardock have a child like you? You appear to be of similar age to Kakarot. Raditz's expression turned frigid at the mention of Bardock, recalling how the latter had failed to fulfill any paternal responsibilities during his childhood. No, my age is beyond your imagination. However, this is not the time for such discussions. I have a general understanding of your purpose here, but you will not be taking Kakarot away, Florenza declared, stepping gracefully before them. Her demeanor serened. Oh, not taking him. Why not? Do you think you can stop us with your power level of merely 1,000? Vegeta sneered. No. You misunderstand. A Kakarot's strength is not as feeble as you presume. And my battle power is not merely 1,000. Florenza maintained her smile. Yet as she spoke, a faint green energy began to emanate from her. Suddenly, the battle power detectors on Vegeta and Raditz's foreheads began to beep frantically. Beep, beep, boom! In an instant, both devices exploded, leaving the two stunned as the final readings lingered in their minds. Battle power. 50,000. Impossible. This cannot be true. There must be some mistake. Vegeta roared in disbelief. There is nothing impossible. By the way, I did not come here to boast or to recognize Raditz's family. I am merely here to remind you that this planet is under my protection. You would do well to behave yourself. Or else. At this point, Florenza's expression turned icy, and an immense pressure enveloped Vegeta and Raditz, making it hard for them to breathe. Kakarot is not here. He is in the other world, and will arrive to find you in an hour. So it is best for you to wait a moment, Florenza stated, her strides taking her toward Bulma's house, leaving behind a visibly displeased Vegeta and Raditz. What do you think, Vegeta? Raditz queried, puzzled. Humph. Let us first investigate other potent energy signatures. Perhaps we can locate Kakarot directly. If that fails, we can force him to reveal himself. Vegeta dismissed the notion of waiting an hour, even if Florenza's strength was considerable. With that, Vegeta summoned his spaceship. Retrieving the spare battle power detector. Beep, beep. Initiating battle power scan. Selecting second power level. 3000. Power located in the south. That power level belonged to Master Roshi, prompting Vegeta to reselect. Beep, beep. Anomalous energy detected. Anomalous energy detected. Battle power. 8000. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the distant west. What an impressive power. Let us investigate. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. The power level of 8,000 had far surpassed his expectations that a planet with such strength was beyond his capacity to conquer. Boom! In an instant, the two soared into the sky, racing toward the newly manifested energy. Meanwhile, on the other side, major television networks began broadcasting reports on the alien invasion. An urgent announcement came through. Our savior, Mr. Satan, has declared his imminent action to drive away the invaders. Let us now turn to the latest updates. Just as all the networks were fervently discussing the situation, one station unexpectedly hijacked all channels. The screen displayed a young Satan standing proudly before his lavish mansion, exuding an air of triumph. You, yes you, vile aliens, dare to wreak havoc on my Earth? I, Mr. Satan, shall make you regret your actions. I solemnly promise that within 3 days, I will expel the extraterrestrial menace from our world. Satan's fervent declaration ignited a wave of excitement among viewers. However, at that moment, he was burdened by unspoken woes. Years of martial revival had transformed him from the oblivious wrestler of yore. Initially, he believed that the battles fought by Goku and his allies were mere illusions and visual effects. Yet, after idly practicing the techniques bestowed upon him by the Valkyrie, he realized that his survival was nothing short of miraculous. How infuriating! I cannot afford to back down now. If I do, I shall surely be drowned and ridiculed. No, I must not falter, not even for the sake of my unborn child with a heavy heart. Satan donned his golden belt and embarked on his perilous journey to a desolate expanse of deathly sands. A colossal iron gate loomed ominously. The origins of this gate trace back to the dawn of Earth's existence. No one knows how it came to be, but since ancient times, it has stood steadfast, enduring millions of years without a hint of decay. Creak! Today, the great door swung open suddenly, releasing tendrils of dark mist that gradually shrouded the sky in inky blackness. Clang! With a resonant clang of steel, a magnificent giant sword shot forth from the gate, embedding itself firmly at its edge, preventing it from closing once more. That moment, a figure draped in a white cloak slowly emerged from the portal. Upon stepping out, it was followed by a swarm of shadowy beings. Human realm, I have returned. Chapter 86. The beaten Piccolo, the figure that stepped forth from the gate, was none other than the son of the Demon King Piccolo, who had been expelled before his demise. Also known as the second generation of demons, Piccolo. Of course, he was simply called Piccolo. Just after his birth, he arrived at the Demon Gate on Earth, utilizing the immense power left behind by his father. In no time, Piccolo seized control of the remnants of the demon forces within. Although he was unsure about the differences between these demons and those residing in the demon realm, their abilities were woefully inadequate. Piccolo had no choice but to train both himself and these weak demons. After 3 arduous years, the once hapless demons finally began to show promise. Today marks the day of my triumphant return to the human realm. With a cold smirk, Piccolo waved his hand, and countless demons surged forth in all directions, spreading chaos across the earth. These demons slaughtered anyone they encountered, seizing everything they could, in mere minutes. Several cities were engulfed in turmoil. Suddenly, Piccolo, who had been calmly meditating, opened his eyes wide. Such formidable energy! This is not the energy of Earthlings. Could it be extraterrestrials? His expression darkened as he beheld Vegeta and Raditz approaching. Boom! With a thunderous sonic boom. Vegeta and Raditz materialized before Piccolo, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. A Namekian? In such a remote place? How peculiar! Vegeta mused, recognizing Piccolo's identity at a glance. After all, as one of Frieza's top commanders, he was somewhat familiar with Frieza's nemesis. Namek. A Namekian? Piccolo thought in alarm, recalling the memories of his father, who had once traveled to this world aboard an unknown vessel before separating from the dragon. He had never given it much thought as a child, but now it dawned on him that he was indeed an extraterrestrial. How infuriating! From the moment of my birth, I have been bullied, and my only father was obliterated before my arrival. What brings you here to seek me? Piccolo inhaled deeply, steadying his emotions, and gravely addressed Vegeta while pointedly ignoring the lesser Raditz. We seek merely to inquire about the whereabouts of Kakarot. I believe he is known as Goku on Earth. Vegeta replied with a cold smirk. He typically preferred to avoid unnecessary conversation, yet upon arriving on this planet, he found it unavoidable. After all, Nappa had been swiftly defeated, and Raditz was hardly an ally worth relying on. Goku, what business do you have with him? Piccolo's expression darkened, especially as he noticed the tails of Vegeta and Raditz swaying behind them, prompting him to adopt a combative stance. Humph, it seems you harbor a grudge against Kakarot. From Piccolo's demeanor, Vegeta could sense his deep-seated animosity toward Goku. Given that a warrior with a power level exceeding 8,000 harbored such resentment, and yet remain alive, it was evident that Kakarot's strength was not to be underestimated. Perhaps it was worthwhile to have disposed of the lackluster Nappa in exchange for a promising Kakarot, Vegeta mused with a slight smile. You needn't worry. We are not the righteous heroes you might imagine. Simply reveal Kakarot's location, and we shall seek him out. Vegeta, uninterested in further pleasantries, laid bare his intentions. Piccolo's tension eased slightly. Kakarot, if you wish to find him, head to the heavenly realm where the Earth-S guardian resides. He should be there. Although Piccolo was unaware of the true motives of these two, he nonetheless provided them with the coordinates to the heavenly realm. Excellent. Oh, express my gratitude. I shall present you with a gift. Vegeta nodded with a smile, which soon morphed into a chilling grin. Piccolo immediately sensed a foreboding danger and hastily fled toward the Demon Gate. Vegeta and Raditz exchanged knowing smirks. Good instincts. Unfortunately, it's too late. Galactic Cannon. A brilliant wave of white energy streaked across the sky, tearing the Earth apart and creating a massive fissure that stretched for dozens of kilometers before ascending into the cosmos. Just a piece of trash. Despite his outward composure, Vegeta had been seething with pent-up frustration since his arrival on this planet. After all, he had just witnessed his loyal aide Nappa fall, and he remained scorned before Frieza. Wait, how could the Prince of the Scions harbor such thoughts? Vegeta shook his head in irritation, then soared upward, following the coordinates given by Piccolo. Vegeta thought, your composure is faltering. Raditz let out a cold snicker before swiftly pursuing Vegeta. Within the vast chasm created by Vegeta's Big Bang attack, a mass of writhing flesh underwent rapid transformations. Meanwhile, a diminutive robotic creature, akin to a fly, approached the grotesque mass, collecting a small sample of flesh and blood before darting away. After several minutes of convulsing, the mass finally reverted to Piccolo's original form. Cursed, wretched monkey, do not let me catch you, or I shall ensure your demise, Piccolo roared, before retreating into the Demon Realm's portal to replenish his dwindling energy. On the other side, Bobo from the Heavenly Realm cast a worried glance at the slowly recovering Supreme. It was evident that Piccolo had narrowly escaped death, and the Supreme Kai had been close to perishing alongside him. Fortunately, Piccolo had managed to pull through. God, are you feeling any better? Bobo inquired anxiously, observing the weakened Supreme Kai. It's nothing compared to what is about to unfold. This is trivial, the Supreme Kai replied, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow and shaking his head gravely. Indeed, I wonder if Goku will emerge soon, Bobo mused, glancing anxiously at the direction of the hyperbolic time chamber. At that moment, two figures descended rapidly upon the Supreme Kai's palace, exuding an immense aura. Upon seeing the Supreme Kai, Vegeta was left speechless. Why are there Namekians here? Is this planet Namek? Vegeta's sarcastic remark caused the Supreme Kai to furrow his brow slightly, yet he chose to remain silent. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, what brings you both to my realm? Though he discerned their intentions, he sought to buy some time. Kakarot, I only wish to see Kakarot. I know he is here. And if you refuse to reveal his whereabouts, I shall obliterate this place, Vegeta declared impatiently, fully aware of the Supreme Kai's unspoken meaning. The Supreme Kai found himself in an awkward position, unsure how to respond. Just then, a vibrant voice resonated from within the palace. Chapter 87. You wish to kill me. You must first seek my consent. Goku's tall figure emerged from the Divine Hall, accompanied by an inexplicable rhythm in his footsteps. Instantly, Raditz's heartbeat synchronized with this rhythm, causing his blood to surge erratically. Pooh. Raditz coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaving Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock. What on earth is happening? Vegeta exclaimed, startled by Goku's entrance. Realizing that such phenomena transcended mere strength, as Goku approached, he noticed Raditz spitting blood and paused momentarily to, is this technique that Little Lin provided truly this powerful? Though it seems a bit hard to control. Goku remarked, scratching his head awkwardly, eliciting another cough of blood from the already distressed Raditz. Goku, you've arrived. It appears these two have matters they wish to discuss with you. Please converse with them. Although Goku's aura was directed at Raditz and Vegeta, it inevitably affected the Supreme, Kai, and Bobo as well. Bobo remained relatively unfazed, having grown significantly stronger over the years, while the Supreme Kai's power had stagnated due to his fragmented potential. Goku's casually released aura nearly caused the Supreme Kai's heart to burst. Thank you for your efforts, Supreme Kai. I shall take it from here, Goku said with a slight smile, prompting Bobo to assist the Supreme Kai back into the Divine Hall. Goku's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he turned his gaze toward Vegeta and Raditz. What do you both seek from me? This marked his second inquiry, and the tone revealed a significant shift in his attitude. Vegeta, feeling a hint of wariness, instinctively glanced at the power level scanner on his forehead. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 15,000. The displayed reading left Vegeta momentarily taken aback. While not low, it fell short of his expectations. It seemed that the earlier events were merely the result of the technique he had referenced. With a sigh of relief, Vegeta subtly signaled Raditz, who, understanding the cue, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke. What followed were statements that would profoundly challenge Goku's worldview. As Raditz spoke, Goku's expression turned icy. So, you wish for me to join you in destroying other planets? He asked, his tone laced with displeasure. Indeed, that is our mission as Scions. I believe you understand that you are different from others, Raditz asserted, momentarily catching Goku off guard. However, Goku's expression quickly hardened once more. Humph, I am no Scion, Kakarot. I am a human. Son Goku. I will never consent to what you propose. If you seek battle, then let it commence, Goku declared, unwilling to elaborate further. His past experiences had taught him that differing paths do not allow for collaboration, and further discourse would be futile. I never expected you to be so naive, Kakarot. You may deny your identity, but your tale is irrefutable evidence that we Scions transform into great apes on a full moon. A fact you cannot deny. Raditz's derisive words caused Goku's expression to shift dramatically. What? Transform into a giant ape monster, flooded with memories. Goku recalled his childhood experiences, but he remembered how, after witnessing the full moon for the first time, his son Gohan had warned him never to emerge on such a night again. The second time he had transformed, he had lost his grandfather forever. So, I'm the giant ape monster. Does this mean I kill my grandfather? Goku's despondent demeanor elicited a scoff from Vegeta. Indeed, the weak tend to be overly sentimental. With a dismissive glance at Raditz, who was desperately trying to persuade his brother, Vegeta recalled the day his father had sent him into Frieza's hands. Feelings are something a Scion prince shall never acquire. As he pondered these thoughts, Goku's expression gradually solidified with determination. His grandfather had always taught him that one must not act against their conscience. Earth had been kind to him, even if he were a Scion. So what? He would always be Son Goku, the grandson of Son Gohan. With this resolve, Goku flashed a radiant smile. Raditz, if you are indeed my brother, then allow me to speak plainly. Should you wish for me to destroy others' homes, or if you intend to disrupt the peace of Earth, you shall have to step over my dead body first. Goku's unwavering declaration left Raditz momentarily stunned, as he envisioned his father striving for the sake of lesser warriors. Humph, trash is trashed, if that is the case, to preserve the reputation of my Scion race. I shall execute you on behalf of planet Vegeta. Vegeta ascended slowly, an overwhelming aura emanating from his body. Are you ready to engage? However, this is not an appropriate place for such a confrontation. Do you dare face me? Goku provocatively challenged Vegeta. Humph, seeking to choose your own grave? Very well, let us proceed. Vegeta, with a frigid expression, nodded slightly before the three of them soared into the sky, heading towards a desolate expanse on the ground. Ever since the resurgence of martial arts, numerous sanctuaries of martial knowledge have emerged before the eyes of the world. For instance, the Kalen Tower has seen a tragic increase in fatalities, with individuals plummeting from its heights almost daily. Yet, concurrently, more and more brave souls are attempting to ascend it. The heavenly realm has also materialized before humanity, ever since the young Goku planted the golden staff there, leading to annual attempts to scale the heavenly realm. Though thus far only King Chai Ba has succeeded. Given these circumstances, the actions of Vegeta and his companions are continuously monitored by satellites in the sky, with the entire world keenly aware of their movements. The boastful Satan, amidst the mounting pressure from the crowd, boarded a plane destined for peril with a smile plastered on his face, though inwardly he had cursed countless times. Yet he understood that the calamity he had brought upon himself must be faced. Tears or not. Meanwhile, in the luxurious palace nestled within the distant Flame Mountain, a spirited girl named Chi-Chi was tirelessly honing her skills in the training room. Chi-Chi! Chi-Chi! Major news! Come quickly! A rugged voice boomed from the living room, just as Chi-Chi had struck the 100th specially designed sandbag. Momentarily taken aback, Chi-Chi did not respond, instead setting up the 101st sandbag to resume her training. Chi-Chi, this is truly significant. I saw Goku. The rough voice called out once more, causing Chi-Chi to vanish from the training room as if struck by lightning. The Ox King, who had intended to call out again, was startled by Chi-Chi's sudden appearance. That you're here. Look, it's the one on the television. The Ox King wiped the cold sweat from his brow and gestured towards the three figures on the screen, explaining the situation to Chi-Chi. Want to kill me? They ought to consider my consent first. Chapter 88. Do you wish for me to disappear instead of letting me play games? In the alternate dimension of the King S realm, Beerus sat cross-legged in a void of space, surrounded by threads of diverse laws: time, destruction, and life. Among these, the destruction law was the most abundant, followed closely by the life law, while the time-space law, though limited in quantity, exerted a firm suppression on the more populous destruction LAW.AT. This moment, Beerus had comprehended the time-space law to a degree 99 times beyond the norm. Achieving even a single unit of this law could halt time. And with his near hundredfold mastery, he could manipulate time to flow backward at will. While not as free as traveling with a time-space ring, he could still traverse time within a span of 1 to 2,000 years. However, during his exploration of the time-space law in this world, Beerus uncovered a significant truth. The time-space laws here bore the world's unique imprint. Thus, should he shatter the constraints imposed by the King of all, venturing into other universes might render all of his acquired laws ineffective, or perhaps even entirely impotent. What remained certain was that this limitation stemmed from the inadequacy of his understanding. Once he attained mastery, he was confident that his insights would hold substantial value. The hundredfold time-space law appeared to align with Whiss's description of the second stage of the time-space law. However, transcending this threshold would require extensive accumulation. Beerus, filled with regret, opened his eyes. He had been in seclusion for an indeterminate number of years, while the outside world had progressed significantly. Yet he still found himself lacking insight into the final unit of the time-space law. Such prolonged seclusion yields little benefit. Beerus sighed, gradually rising to his feet. Gurgle. Just then, a rumble emanated from Beerus's stomach. Alas, I truly pity myself, bearing burdens that should not weigh on one of my youth. He stylishly rubbed his belly, and with a flick of his fingertip, a violet light burst forth, creating a massive pit in the fabric of space as he stepped through to You've emerged, just as Beerus exited. A gentle voice graced his ears. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to see the Grand Minister standing beside him. Indeed, I had originally thought I would break through. It seems I was still a tad short. Beerus sighed, to ask for whether the Grand Minister could discern the depths of his power. That was no longer a concern. The Grand Minister's strength had reached a point beyond which Beerus could gauge. Any progress is commendable. By the way, haven't you been exploring time-space energy recently? Here's a bit of insight from my angelic kin. Take a look at, as the Grand Minister spoke, he produced a brilliantly glowing book. Upon seeing it, Beerus's eyes widened in shock. What immense fluctuations of time-space law! Noting Beerus's astonished reaction, the Grand Minister chuckled. This tome is known as the Book of Time and Space, a record compiled by my angelic lineage since existence itself, cataloging countless varieties and methodologies of time-space energy accumulated over trillions of years. Historically, only the Grand Minister has had the privilege to peruse it. The Grand Minister's words caused Beerus's brow to furrow. Only the Grand Minister can peruse it. Does that not mean you risk violating ancestral precepts by sharing it with me? Beerus desperately needed this book, yet accepting it would create an enormous debt of gratitude towards the Grand Minister. An immense favor. From the flowing time-space laws within the book, Beerus could ascertain that if he studied it for several thousand years, he would undoubtedly break through to the second stage of time-space energy. Ha ha, fret not. In the angelic lineage, I hold the final say. Ancestral precepts mean little to me. The Grand Minister seemed to harbor a hint of disdain for his ancestors. Hearing the Grand Minister's words, Beerus held his tongue. Very well. I appreciate your kindness, Grand Minister. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, Beerus accepted the Book of Time and Space and inquired about the recent activities of the King of All. Discovering that this little creature had been idly playing the game of Ultimate King ever since acquiring it, causing his two guards to nearly venture into the alternate dimension to confront Beerus. Fortunately, the current Beerus was no longer the same as before. A mere glance was enough to render the two guards motionless. Oh dear, you too. The King of All and I share a good relationship. And you seem displeased. It appears you wish to see him unhappy. Beerus' casual remark caused the King of All, who had been joyfully engrossed in his game, to pause momentarily. Indeed, Beerus speaks truth. Do you too wish to disappear? The King of All's expression darkened instantly. The two mute guards were instantly struck with fear, their faces paling as they knelt before the King of All, fervently bowing their heads. Humph. Beerus is my good friend. If you trouble him again, I shall obliterate you. I have no need for you. The King of All's haughty declaration prompted the two guards to nod vigorously. By the way, Beerus, have you brought me any delightful treasures this time? After nodding, the King of All eagerly turned to Beerus, awaiting his response, Well, Beerus regretted having sought the King of All, pondering what might capture the attention of this inflatable doll-like figure. Ah, this is another animated series titled SpongeBob SquarePants. A gift for you to enjoy. Beerus promptly produced a DVD adorned with a yellow square and a pink starfish on its cover. Wow, what an adorable little square! Exclaimed the King of All. The Omni King hurriedly seized the disc and rushed to watch it before the DVD provided by Beerus, instantly forgetting all about Beerus's affairs. With a sigh, he pondered how long this little fellow could remain calm. Beerus wiped the sweat from his brow. Although the Omni King currently appeared to have a cordial relationship with him, the ultimate outcome would be his own destruction if he had little to offer. Well, perhaps it would be best to return and rest. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of chaos Whis had wrought upon the seventh universe. With a chuckle, Beerus tore through the fabric of space and stepped through. Chapter 89. Is this what you call effort? Within the seventh universe, it was the time for the annual assessment, in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Lord Whis, could you possibly